My name is Enan. I woke up in a new body after dying from pure anger in my past life. A strange system gave me the memories of this world's Enan, a foolish noble who was recently beaten by a mob of his own starving people. Looking around, I saw my maid, a fox girl named Luo Ling. To my surprise, a floating percentage appeared above her head, showing her obedience at 25%. I realized that I could use my knowledge of psychological manipulation to control her and perhaps earn rewards from this system. My first act as the new lord was to lower the heavy taxes that had caused the rebellion. While Luo Ling was shocked by my sudden calm and kindness, I was secretly watching her obedience number rise. I decided to test a method of mental pressure by telling her she smelled bad and needed a bath, even though she was clean. This mixture of criticism and care confused her, making her doubt herself and rely more on my opinion. By the time she returned, her obedience had climbed to 36%. I then received a letter from Selena, a noblewoman the original Enan was obsessed with. She wrote about her love and wait for me, but I saw through her words immediately. She was clearly a manipulative woman trying to use me for my wealth and status. I tossed her letter aside with a cold laugh, further shocking Luo Ling, who remembered how I used to treasure Selena's messages. To solidify my control over Luo Ling, I began comparing her favorably to Selena, calling her much cuter. I even pinched her ears and ordered her to come to my room that night to test her loyalty. I could see her nervousness and blooming attraction, and I knew my training was working. As I waited for her in my room, I felt satisfied with my progress. I am no longer the weak fool everyone once knew. I am a master of manipulation ready to reshape this territory and the people in it to fit my desires. I spent the evening with Luo Ling, my maid, and by the next morning, I saw her obedience level rise to 40%. While she felt shy and embarrassed, I remained focused on my goals. I continued to live a life of luxury, eating roasted chicken and drinking wine, because I believe that saving money alone does not create wealth. However, I knew I had to fix my territory. The land was poor and the people were starving, which made them weak for the coming war. I realized that the previous owner of this body was tricked by a woman named Selena into weakening his own lands. To fix this, I made a bold move. I decided to stop charging the serfs rent for a year. I wanted them to be excited about their work so they would produce more food. I also realized I had very little gold left in my warehouse. To get more, I sent a fake letter to Selena. I told her I was going to sell my war horses to buy her an expensive gem, but that I needed more money to finish the deal. I was using a psychological trick to make her invest more into me. My plan worked perfectly. Selena and her father believed my lies and sent me 200 gold coins. I didn't even read her reply. I just took the money to buy new equipment for my soldiers. My army commander, Yuan, was surprised by my sudden change in personality, but he followed my orders. I knew that once Selena realized I had tricked her, she would attack, so I had to be ready. Finally, I ordered the arrest of the people who had attacked me during the riot. When they were brought before me, I acted very cold and reminded them that the law required their deaths. They were terrified and begged for mercy, explaining they only acted because their children were starving. Luo Ling watched with pity, hoping I would show mercy to prevent the territory from falling apart. I watched her reaction closely, continuing my game of manipulation. I decided to use the rioters to my advantage after Luo Ling begged for their lives. I pretended to listen to her advice, sentencing them to catch silverfish instead of facing death. I set a difficult daily goal for them, but I also allowed them to keep any extra fish they caught. This gave them hope and made me look like a firm but fair leader. I then gave my commander a large bag of gold to buy new weapons, making it clear that our survival depended on being ready for war. Watching the numbers above Luo Ling's head, I saw her obedience rise to 43%. My plan to use her kindness was working perfectly. To keep her emotionally off balance, I shifted from being a cold ruler to a caring master. I praised her, patted her head, and gave her a day off with gold coins to spend. She was shocked and moved by my sudden warmth, feeling valued in a way she never had before. While she was gone, I continued planning my next moves. When she returned from the market, she was full of joy and brought me gifts, including candied fruit and a sachet. She clearly wanted to please me and share her happiness. However, I chose this moment to change my attitude again. When she entered my study, I acted cold and distant, barely looking up from my work. I took a bite of the fruit she bought but frowned, giving her only a small, half-hearted compliment. This immediate shift from kindness to indifference crushed her spirits. I could see the confusion and guilt in her eyes as she began to doubt herself and wonder what she did wrong. By creating this emotional roller coaster, I am making her more dependent on my approval. She is becoming the perfect tool for my plans, and I am satisfied watching her fall deeper into my trap. I watched as Luo Ling left my study in tears, exactly as I planned. To keep her attached, I must make her invest her emotions in me. I ignored her the next morning, focusing instead on recruiting a new army. My goal is to reach 100% loyalty from her to unlock the system's reward, while also preparing for the war that the previous owner of this body was too blind to see coming. My actions caught the attention of Selena in the Storm territory. She was furious that I tricked her for money and started building a military. She sent a letter trying to test our love, but I saw right through it. I wrote back with a fake excuse, even inviting her father to send troops to help me. This was a trap to buy time. Selena and her father, Loren, are now confused. They think I am still a fool, but they are also suspicious of my new behavior. Regardless, they have decided to launch a surprise night attack in 2 days, planning to kill me once they take my land. To fully capture Luo Ling's heart, I staged a dramatic scene in the garden under the moonlight. I told her a fake, sad story about my father's strictness and my heartbreak over Selena's betrayal. I acted lonely and vulnerable. It worked perfectly. Her anger melted into pity and deep concern. When I held her hand and pulled her into an embrace, promising never to leave her, her obedience jumped to 66%. She is now emotionally dependent on me, falling for a noble who confessed to his servant. The next morning, I went to the military camp. I could see the soldiers were confused by my new, serious presence. I entered the tent of my commander, Yuan, and told him straight out that an attack was coming in 2 days. When he questioned my sources, I looked at him with cold authority, making it clear that I am no longer the foolish lord he once knew. I am ready for the storm, and I will use everyone, from my maid to my enemies, to get exactly what I want. Yuan's heart tightened. He hadn't expected this troublesome lord to lose his temper. And where did this strong presence come from? Was he really still the same fool? Could it be that he had been pretending all along? He quickly knelt on one knee and lowered his head. Forgive me, my lord. I meant no disrespect. It's just that this matter is serious. It concerns the survival of Silver Lake. I spoke out of worry. Enan didn't let him rise. He tapped the table lightly. I'm the one who provoked them to attack. By now, they must be ready to move. Yuan looked up in shock, his eyes full of disbelief. But the lord's expression was cold and firm. He wasn't joking. Don't look so surprised, Enan said calmly. I saw that the soldiers have already changed into the new equipment. Good. This time, we'll strike before they can react. Send people to set up an ambush ahead of time. Once any enemy troops approach our land. Enan's eyes narrowed, his voice sharp as steel. Eliminate them all. Yuan's heart surged with emotion. This troublesome lord was completely different from the man he used to know. He wanted to speak again, but the man continued. If we win this time, Enan said after a pause, once we take the storm territory, I'll give you a piece of land. Yuan's heart trembled. The shock and doubt in his eyes slowly turned into gratitude and determination. He knelt again, his voice firm and full of resolve. My lord, such a reward is unnecessary. Protecting Silver Lake territory was Yuan's duty. Oh heavens! He was finally about to rise to success. This lord was truly generous. But wait, was he planning to win completely? Was he trying to take over Storm territory? So all that affection before was just an act? He actually pretended for years just for this moment? That was terrifying. Yuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This man could really pretend. Enan ignored him and went to inspect the training of the newly formed army before leaving. He still had something important to do. He needed to increase Loring's loyalty. Only 34% left. The rest depended on winning her trust. After building his image, he now had to change it completely. Although he felt guilty toward Loring and thought it was shameless, he had no choice. Everything was for survival in this world. Anyone would make the same choice. As long as the goal was achieved, the means didn't matter much. So, instead of working hard as he should, Enan was now lying drunk in the manor. When Luo Ling finally found him in a corner of the garden, her heart ached. "My lord, why did you drink so much?" Luo Ling asked softly, kneeling down to help him up. Enan lifted his head in a daze, his eyes full of pain and confusion. "Leave me alone." Luo Ling was startled by his sudden shout. Her hand froze in midair, her eyes showing a trace of hurt, soon replaced by worry. "My lord." Her voice trembled slightly. "What happened? What happened?" "Huh. Everything is over. All my efforts were for nothing. Everyone thinks I'm a fool, a failure, just waiting to laugh at me. I thought I could change it all, but now it seems like a joke." The little fox girl threw herself into Enan's arms, crying softly. Enan was stunned. Tears shimmered in Luo Ling's eyes. "To me, my lord, you've changed a lot lately. We've both been getting better. You're not a fool, and you're not a failure. I believe you can change everything." Enan paused for a moment, the confusion in his eyes slowly fading, replaced by a trace of emotion. "Luo Ling, do you really believe I can change all of this?" Luo Ling nodded firmly, her eyes full of determination. "I believe in you, my lord." Enan held Luo Ling even tighter. "Thank you, Luo Ling. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what I would have done." Luo Ling didn't reply. She rose slightly on her toes, and the two slowly leaned closer. Luo Ling believed the demon had found redemption through her, and the demon felt content. Luo Ling's loyalty, 75%. Dependence. The next day, Enan regained his calm and determined demeanor. Luo Ling was cheerful too, believing she had changed him. Her loyalty rose again to 80%. Luo Ling's loyalty, 80%. Selfless devotion. War broke out between the two territories. The Storm Territory used Enan's secret message as an excuse to launch a surprise attack on Silver Lake Territory. But Silver Lake had already prepared an ambush halfway along the route, catching the attackers off guard. The sounds of battle and cries echoed through the valley. The Storm Commander, frustrated by the failed, was furious. Why is this different from the plan? In his tent, his face turned red with anger as he kicked over the messenger. What happened? How did Silver Lake know about our attack? Is there a traitor? The terrified messenger rolled on the ground, trembling. My lord, I truly don't know. Useless. The commander shouted, drawing his sword and striking him down. Spreading panic deserves death. Everyone in the tent froze in fear, lowering their heads, not daring to breathe. Yuan was also shocked. He hadn't expected the Storm Territory to actually send troops. How had his own lord known this would happen? But now wasn't the time to think. Attack. 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 If they could defeat the Storm Territory, his lord would surely grant him new lands. The victory in the first battle made Yuan extremely excited. Meanwhile, Loren and Selena received the news that their army had been ambushed. Smack. Selena smashed the wine glass in her hand. At that moment, both father and daughter understood that foolish admirer had tricked them. Lauren's face turned dark with anger. He paced back and forth in the room, cursing Enan under his breath. Selena couldn't believe it. How could someone pretend to be so affectionate for so long? He was practically the most skilled deceiver on the continent. Selena had always been proud of how easily she could control Enan, but now she felt as if he had slapped her in the face. Then, another letter arrived from Silver Lake Territory. It was from that scoundrel again. Selena took a deep breath. Still holding on to a bit of hope, she opened the letter. Selena, my dear, please help me. That scoundrel had sent another letter. He claimed that his own commander had rebelled, refusing to follow orders and moving the army without permission. He wanted to cooperate with Storm Territory to attack his own troops from both sides. Selena couldn't believe he still dared to call her my dear. She crumpled the letter and threw it to the ground in anger. Only a fool would believe such nonsense. Yet, part of her still wondered if it might be true. After all, that fool had once been deeply in love with her. It didn't seem possible that he would betray her. Lauren's expression shifted between doubt and calculation. Since the two sides had already become enemies, any method could now be used. He decided to spend a large sum of money to have Enan eliminated. Normally, he wouldn't have gone that far. If discovered, it would become a dangerous secret. Hiring someone to harm a noble was no small matter. Meanwhile, the commander of Storm Territory was having a miserable time. Following his lord's orders, that troublemaker Yuan sent small squads to harass their camp every night. They would shoot a few flaming arrows and then retreat, keeping the sentries on constant alert. Each time, the commander had to sound the alarm to warn of an attack. As a result, the Storm Territory camp was in chaos every night. Although they tried to retaliate, the enemy stayed safely within their own borders at night, showing no fear of counterattacks. By day, the soldiers of Silver Lake were full of energy, while those of Storm Territory were exhausted and demoralized. Unable to win, the commander finally thought, should they just retreat? This was what everyone felt, including the commander of Storm Territory, until news came from Loren. Enan's life was in danger. When the commander heard this, the dull look in his eyes suddenly lit up with hope. If the Lord of Silver Lake Territory died, they would have no reason to keep fighting. Meanwhile, Enan was in the castle, reading one battle report after another. The war seemed to be going too smoothly. That father and daughter, after being tricked, would surely try every possible method to strike back. "My lord," Luo Ling said as she refilled Enan's tea, "you've been staring at the reports with a worried look. Did you notice something unusual?" Enan rubbed his temples. "They haven't sent more troops." "Why?" "Wait." Enan suddenly realized something. "No, they're coming for me." Just as he shouted, an arrow shot out from the darkness with a sharp whistle, flying straight toward his throat. Luo Ling cried out, "My lord," and threw herself in front of him. Warm blood splashed across Enan's face, making his heart tighten in shock. The assassin had already fled, never expecting the maid to risk her life to protect Enan. "My lord." Luo Ling reached out to wipe the blood from his face. "I'm glad I could protect you." Luo Ling's loyalty, 93%. Selfless devotion, 93%. Enan felt unwilling to accept it. "I won't let you die." He ordered the castle's priest to come quickly and heal her. The priest came to Luo Ling's bedside, gently moved Enan aside, then closed her eyes and began to pray. But she was only a first-level priest, the only one in the territory, and her power was too weak. "My lord, Miss Luo Ling's injuries are too severe. With my ability, I can't save her," the priest said, sweat covering her forehead. "At most, she has 2 days left." Hearing this, Enan almost lost control. He had tried everything to raise Luo Ling's loyalty, and now, when he was so close, how could he just watch her die? Enan took out a handful of gold coins and pressed them into the priest's hands, telling her to take good care of Luo Ling. The enemy had hired assassins, and the castle was no longer safe. Enan ordered the guards to the 3 of them to the military camp. Now standing before his soldiers, Enan was covered in blood, looking both exhausted and terrifyingly fierce. "My people." Enan stood on the platform. "The Storm Territory wants to wipe us out. Even I almost lost my life." The soldiers below stood in silence, gripping their weapons tightly. "I will make them pay." Enan's voice rang out. "We will take everything from them. Once we conquer the Storm Territory, every soldier who defeats an enemy will receive a generous reward. For those who achieve great merit, I will grant land and loyal helpers to work it." He continued to promise rich rewards. For every soldier who falls in battle, their family will receive 5 gold coins, a stable job in Silver Lake, and the best care we can offer. His fiery words struck the soldiers like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring waves of passion and fury. "Attack the Storm Territory. Revenge for our lord." The soldiers roared, their morale surging to its peak. "Take everything from them." Enan drew his sword. "Charge." At his command, the shout of attack spread through the camp like lightning. The soldiers surged forward like a rising tide toward their target. Everyone was filled with excitement. The promised rewards were beyond anything they had imagined. Enan rode his tall horse, eyes fixed ahead. He knew there was no turning back. If they lost this battle, the people of Silver Lake would tear him apart, because he had no money to pay the promised rewards. The Silver Lake army swept toward the Storm Territory like a raging flood. The soldiers of the Storm Territory were stunned. Why had the Silver Lake troops suddenly gone mad? "What's happening?" Their commander shouted in disbelief. But the Silver Lake soldiers were burning with determination. "Let me defeat you. Then I can earn my reward. I just need one more victory to win my own land. My family will never have to worry again." Their shouts blended together, as if they were about to overturn the entire camp. The Storm Territory's army was completely terrified. They had no choice but to retreat, yet the Silver Lake soldiers kept chasing them relentlessly. The storm soldiers were on the verge of breaking down. Were their enemies out of their minds? Did they really have to fight this hard? At the rear of the army, Enan kept raising his soldiers' morale. Defeat them. That soldier has already defeated 5 enemies. He's now a hero with 5 great honors. Enan's voice worked like a spark, making the Silver Lake soldiers even more determined. I want to earn 5 honors too. I want to win new land. Under this almost frenzied pursuit, the storm soldiers completely lost their composure. They pushed and shoved each other, fleeing in panic, their former discipline gone. The storm territory was beaten all the way back to its own gates. Loren and Selena could hardly believe it. Their army had been forced to retreat, and even the assassins they hired had failed to kill Enan. How could this happen? How did their army suddenly become so fierce? Selena's eyes widened as she gripped the battlement so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Lauren's face darkened like the sky before a storm, but he knew the truth. They had lost. We should ask for peace. Loren sighed helplessly. Selena bit her lip. Though she hated the idea, she knew there was no other choice. Selena. Loren held her shoulders. That man admires you so much. If you ask him to stop the war, he might agree. Selena hesitated, her eyes filled with conflict. The thought of begging that man for mercy was unbearable. She had never imagined doing such a thing. But she also had confidence. After all, he liked her, didn't he? Surely he would listen. If she simply beckoned him, he would come to her side. She turned and went back to her room, carefully choosing a light blue silk dress that Enan had once praised. She loosely her long hair, letting a few strands fall gently by her fair neck, making her look even more graceful and moving. Enan was tending to Luo Ling's wounds. At this moment, she was already losing consciousness. Lord, safe. Luo Ling murmured softly, is it safe now? Enan leaned closer and held her hand. It's not safe yet, Luo Ling. You can't give up. Stay with me. Hearing that her lord was still in danger, Luo Ling suddenly opened her eyes with the last of her strength. My lord. Her voice was weak but filled with determination. Please, take care of yourself. I can't go on. The soldiers of Silver Lake watched in silence. This maid had given her life to protect her lord. Outside the tent, a soldier reported again, My lord, Miss Selena requests to see you. Let her in, Enan said softly, placing Luo Ling's hand back under the blanket. The soldiers fell silent. After all that had happened, he still wanted to see that woman? No. Luo Ling shook her head weakly, tears streaming down her face. Don't let her in. If that woman managed to persuade Enan, none of them would be spared. But Enan ignored her plea and slowly stood up. When Selena appeared again, she had regained her usual grace and pride. She walked toward the Silver Lake camp with light but determined steps. Reaching Enan, she hurried forward slightly. Enan, I'm so glad to see you. You're not hurt, are you? My father has agreed to let us be together. The war will soon be over. Isn't that wonderful? Selena was certain that since Enan had agreed to see her, she had already succeeded. She was confident. But just as she was about to throw herself into his arms, the sound of a blade cutting through the air answered her. Enan gripped his dagger tightly and drove it straight into Selena's chest. Everyone froze, eyes wide with shock. Even Selena couldn't believe it. Enan, who told you the war was over? Enan pulled out the dagger, blood splattering across his face as he looked coldly at her falling body. Selena's eyes remained wide open, filled with disbelief and despair, as if she could not accept that Enan would truly strike her down. You killed the woman I loved. You slaughtered so many soldiers of Silver Lake. Enan roared, I will never forgive you. Anyone who dares to speak of peace will be sent to meet their end. Enan raised his sword and struck down Selena, holding her lifeless form high. Blood ran down his arm, staining his armor. This is the price of standing against Silver Lake. This is the price of defying me. His voice thundered across the camp. All troops, listen to my command. Fight to the end. The soldiers of Silver Lake were completely fired up by Enan's act. Fight to the end. They shouted, their voices shaking the ground. Forward. Enan threw Selena's body aside and waved his hand. No one could believe that Enan, who once loved Selena more than his own life, could be so ruthless. But this only fueled the army's determination even more. He had sacrificed the one he loved most for this war. There was no turning back now. The Silver Lake army surged toward the Stormland fortress like a rising tide. Inside the command tent, only Enan and Luo Ling remained. Enan held his head in pain. Although he had crossed into this world with his whole body, the memories in his mind were real and heavy. It was enough to tear a person apart, and Enan was determined to overcome it. Why? Why did I have to kill her? You know how much I loved her. The sorrow in his heart clashed with his soul, but his anger soon crushed it. Love her? What does love even mean anymore? The voice in his mind shouted. If I hadn't ended it, she would have destroyed me first. All that love was just a lie she used to control you. That lingering emotion slowly faded away. Luo Ling witnessed everything. She saw that Enan had given up the woman he loved most, for her. At that moment, she could no longer hold back her feelings. She didn't want to leave this world. She wanted to stay by Enan's side forever. Moonlight Fox Spirit, please let me stay. I want to protect my lord for the rest of my life. A soft purple light began to glow around Luo Ling, catching Enan's attention. Luo Ling's loyalty, 100%, unwavering devotion. Violet Sentinel? Enan revealed the first treasure from his golden finger. It's actually a combat unit. As the violet light shone brightly, Luo Ling's body seemed to be reshaped by a mysterious power. Her once gentle figure now carried a new sense of strength and mystery. The violet light gathered, forming tiny stars that turned into a set of light armor around her. The armor fit her perfectly, as if it had been made just for her, radiating a powerful and mysterious aura. Faint runes glowed across the armor, hinting at an ancient and mighty force. At that moment, Luo Ling's hair and eyes also turned violet. My lord, what is this? Do you like it? Enan gently touched her furry ears, but didn't explain. Violet Sentinel Luo Ling threw herself into Enan's arms. She had survived. Tears streamed down her face as she cried softly, no longer caring about the changes in her body. The demon smiled with satisfaction. He was about to build a powerful army. Luo Ling, Violet Sentinel has been added to the author's notes. When Enan entered the storm territory, the air was thick with smoke and dust. Many of the local people couldn't believe it. This foolish man, once mocked for his devotion, had marched into the storm territory with his army. He had even defeated the young lady of the house. My goodness. So this is what happens when a fool awakens. Enan rode a tall warhorse, his expression calm and cold, his presence commanding and unshakable. The image of the foolish admirer was long gone. Many soldiers of the storm territory had fallen, and their families were now under Enan's protection and care. Loren knelt on the ground, covered in dirt, while Enan looked down at him from horseback. End it, Enan said calmly, moving forward without another glance. Loren's eyes widened. This man wouldn't even give him a chance to beg. Wait, but Enan had no interest in speaking to him. There was no need for mockery. The defeated had no right to argue with the victor. At Enan's command, Luo Ling raised her sword. A flash of cold light, and it was over. Everyone was shocked by the change in the young fox girl. She seemed like a completely different person, but no one asked any questions. With Loren's death, this land now belonged to Enan. When one noble declared war on another, it meant they could take each other's territory. The Storm territory was different from Silver Lake. It was known for its trade in servants. Yes, servants. Even Luo Ling had been bought here. This place was close to the wilderness, where various hunting teams captured beast folk and snow folk as trophies. Although beast folk and snow folk were also humanoid races, their living space was very limited. The northern province was guarded by Count Wilbur, the local ruler. He only cared about defending against outsiders, not internal conflicts. To him, a baron was just a minor follower, while viscounts were his stronger subordinates. If Enan took over this land but failed to deliver the same yearly tribute of servants as Loren had, he would be eliminated. The major trading guilds simply watched the war unfold. Nobles' battles were not something they could interfere with. But now that a winner had emerged, they waited for Enan in the main hall. Each lord had different rules and taxes, and they needed to know them as soon as possible. Thank you for waiting, everyone, Enan said as he entered the hall, covered in blood. Now, I will announce the new rules for the Storm Territories trade. He showed a bright smile as he sat at the head of the table, as if he hadn't just come from a battlefield. Everyone's first impression was the same. This man. would not be easy to deal with. Still, they wanted to hear whether the new lord would change the old rules. First, Enan said, all servants entering the territory must be inspected by the city guards. If you have high-quality ones, you must sell them to me first at the lowest price. Everyone agreed. Loren had done the same before. Second, from now on, all servant trades will be tax-free. The moment Enan announced the second rule, the hall erupted in noise. No taxes? Could such a good thing really happen? People began whispering to each other, and the hall instantly became as lively as a marketplace. There are no free rewards in this world, and everyone wanted to see what tricks the new Lord of Storm Territory was planning to play. But, as Enan spoke that single word, the entire hall fell silent. Anyone who goes out to capture slaves must have official approval. Otherwise, it will be considered illegal. The silence was so deep that even a pin dropping could be heard. All eyes turned to Enan, filled with doubt and curiosity. A bearded man couldn't hold back his question, his tone showing some dissatisfaction. My lord, what exactly do you mean by official approval? Illegal hunting? How did that term even come up? No one had ever heard of such a thing before. It's simple, Enan said, tapping the table. Without my permission, even if you capture someone, you won't be allowed to enter storm territory. I prots. The man raised his hand to object, but when he met Enan's cold gaze, he froze. He opened his mouth but slowly lowered his hand again, his face full of frustration and helplessness. Enan looked around the room, stood up slowly, and pressed both hands on the table. He spoke each word clearly and firmly. This is my land. If you can't follow my rules, then leave. His sharp words sent a chill through everyone's hearts, and the air in the hall grew even heavier. Next, Enan continued, I will auction off the right to capture each race. Only those with this special right can bring their captives into the territory. For example, if you capture a member of the rabbit folk but don't have the right for that race, you won't be allowed to enter. Each right is unique. Once someone buys it, no one else can capture that race. Each right will last for 1 year. As soon as Enan finished, the tense atmosphere burst into noise again. The hall filled with murmurs and heated discussions. Isn't this just a kind of monopoly? A short merchant muttered, frowning. Enan nodded. That's right. I'm giving you the right to monopolize. My lord, another merchant asked carefully, adjusting his fine hat. If it's a monopoly, what benefit do we get from it? Think about it. With so many hunting teams, wouldn't there be conflicts out in the wild? Enan began to speak from a seemingly selfless point of view. Once you gain the exclusive right to capture a certain race, everyone else won't have to risk fighting each other anymore. Also, if others need slaves of that race, they'll have to buy them from you. With exclusive capture rights, you'll control the entire source of that race's supply. Exclusive capture rights. It was a new term. No one could guess what kind of ideas this lord had in mind. But everyone's hearts began to burn with excitement. They felt that the new ruler of this land was bringing them something fresh and full of opportunity. This would change the rules of the entire northern province's trade. Even neighboring lords near the border might start to follow this example. Hunting was a dangerous job, one that often cost lives. They already had their own routes mapped out, and changing them to enter another territory would be costly. However, if someone won the exclusive rights for a certain race, they could even sell their routes to other trading groups. Everyone was eager, waiting for the auction of those exclusive capture rights to begin. This was exactly what Enan wanted to see. He had just taken over Storm territory and had no time to slowly collect taxes. He needed to gather enough gold quickly to form the Violet Watch Legion. After handing over the upcoming auction of exclusive capture rights to his administrator, Enan returned to Silver Lake territory and began writing letters. The letters mainly expressed his loyalty and capability to Count Wilbur, claiming he could bring greater benefits than Loren ever did. Whether Count Wilbur would actually read them didn't matter. What mattered was showing the right attitude. Perhaps the Count wouldn't notice at all, until one day, when the quality or number of slaves from Storm territory declined, he would finally realize that the Lord there had changed. The members of the Violet Watch Legion were all required to be women. They needed special herbs for body training baths, and they had to practice both battle energy techniques and attack magic. Indeed, this unit was extraordinary, trained in the ways of warriors, yet capable of unleashing magical attacks. Each female member was granted extraordinary agility and strength, and Enan also possessed the method to forge the related equipment. They wore violet-colored light armor, dazzling and deadly on the battlefield like blooming violets, earning them the name Violet Watch. But it was extremely expensive. Now, Enan had only a little over 1,000 gold coins left, the amount he had just collected from the Storm Territory's castle. That meant he could only afford to fund about 10 Violet Watch nights. The initial cost for one night was around 100 gold coins, and that was just the beginning. The later stages required even more money. Enan had already bought the herbs needed for Luo Ling's daily medicinal baths. Luo Ling sat in the wooden tub, her face slightly flushed as she soaked in the warm, fragrant water. The mischievous lord stood nearby, watching her closely, claiming he only wanted to see how the herbal bath worked. The mixture of violets and magical herbs turned the water a soft shade of purple. Luo Ling quietly absorbed the energy from the herbs, her body surrounded by a faint glow as the magic took effect. Feeling his gaze, she turned her head shyly and said, "My lord, if you keep staring like that, how can I focus on absorbing the energy? We've been together for so long. What's there to be shy about?" He replied with a teasing smile. Her face turned even redder, but her ears perked up slightly, a small sign that didn't escape Enan's sharp eyes. After some time, the two finally stepped out of the bath chamber together. Meanwhile, the exclusive capture rights auction was in full swing. Many trading guilds were fiercely competing for the rights to capture different races, their arguments growing heated. Each time the auctioneer called out a higher bid, the crowd erupted in excitement. If any elves had been nearby, a fight would surely have broken out. But the snowfolk slaves would never lose to the elves. The snowfolk were born with a cold, noble beauty, their skin pale as snow, their hair and eyes pure white, even their eyelashes gleaming like frost. They are the most favored slaves of the northern noble provinces. Even after establishing a kingdom, they still face the risk of being captured. Many catching teams risked venturing to the snowy borderlands to capture slaves in pursuit of great wealth. This time, the exclusive right to capture slaves brought Enan over 40,000 gold coins. This was much faster than collecting taxes slowly, but it also meant draining the Storm Territory's main economic source for the coming year. Now, Enan had recruited 100 women and formed the Violet Watch Guard. He spent over 20,000 gold coins on this. Each soldier's equipment costs 80 gold coins, which can be directly fed into the system to produce gear. Otherwise, training a batch of blacksmiths would waste a lot of time. Once Luo Ling finished training this group of soldiers, Enan would lead the army out to fight and seize wealth. When Enan returned to Silver Lake territory, the biggest trader there was already preparing to bring him a batch of Snow Tribe slaves. Karl, the largest trader in the surrounding territories, also held the exclusive right to capture Snow Tribe slaves. This was a symbol of power. Other races are found in various places, but the Snow Country is located in the northern border of the Eraso Empire, with Storm Territory being one of its outlets. So Karl also wanted to please Enan to ensure he could maintain the exclusive right to capture Snow Tribe slaves. Karl had been to Silver Lake territory before, but this time, his visit was very different from before. Why are those farmers working so hard? Weren't they just lazily swinging their hoes under the trees every day? And the fishermen of Silver Lake? Weren't they just lazily casting a few nets and then gathering to drink and chat? Karl couldn't help but stop a passing peasant. "What's going on? Why are you working so hard all of a sudden?" The peasant looked up at Karl. The man was dressed lavishly, looking like a rich person. The peasant couldn't help but grin. "Hey, sir, you probably don't know yet. The Lord has divided the farmland among us, and he's waiving rent for a year. The harvest we grow only needs to give 6/10 of the grain, and we can keep the rest." Hearing this, Karl's eyes were full of surprise. Waiving rent for a year? Only giving 6/10 of the grain? The serf smiled and continued, "Yes. The Hill family has a good lord this time. I heard that soldiers who went to fight with the lord married several wives, and some even became landowners." Karl immediately threw out 2 coins. "This is for you." The serf happily took the coins, bit them, and instantly felt proud. If it weren't for the lord, these wealthy masters wouldn't even look at him normally. Not to mention, they even gave him 2 coins as a reward. "Stop the carriage," Karl ordered the coachman. "Turn back." Inside the carriage, Carl was thinking about what the Silver Lake Lord had been doing lately, frowning. This lord was different. He had big ambitions and was a reckless gambler. It wasn't that he was kind to his people, but he used heavy interest to buy the loyalty of the serfs, making everyone willing to risk their lives for him. He decided to go back and give the Snow Tribe noblewoman he recently captured to Enan, hoping to please him more. Maybe, in the future, he would get a good reward. When Enan saw Carl bringing a group of Snow Tribe slaves, especially the most beautiful mature woman with a 0% chance of resistance, he was very pleased. She wore a fancy blue dress, had white hair, and a graceful figure. Even in difficult times, her noble aura was clear. Her white eyelashes and blue eyes looked cold and proud. This icy beauty hadn't been tamed yet, but she still wore luxurious jewelry, creating a strong visual contrast and impact. Enan admired the snow noblewoman while elegantly cutting a bloody beast steak. The bloody scene shocked everyone present. Carl. Very good. Enan raised his wine glass, looking through the red wine at the snow noblewoman. I am very satisfied. Carl wiped his cold sweat, frightened by Enan eating the beast raw. It's my greatest honor to satisfy Lord Baron. I won't take your things for nothing. Enan put down his glass. How about the position of Storm Territory Treasurer? Are you interested? Hearing this, Carl's heart suddenly trembled. Oh my God, am I about to be taken over? The newly appointed financial officer of the Storm Leader means he is transformed from a traitor into a member of the core power group in the territory. This is a big turning point given by fate. If he seizes it, he will rise quickly. If he makes a mistake, the consequences could be terrible. Realizing this, Carl knelt down and said, I am willing to serve Lord Enan. Stand up, Enan ordered, calling a servant to prepare a seat for Carl and inviting him to dine together. Dining with a noble was something Carl had never imagined before. Enan also had his own small plan. He was the first merchant to come to him and was generous, showing he could seize business opportunities. As for his background, the person in charge of finances should be a trusted confidant, but Enan didn't have one. So, he could only choose the most capable and pick whoever he liked. Anyway, he had already taken the biggest piece of the territory's power. When the maids brought out the bloody beast meat, Carl felt nervous. But remembering his new position and Enan eating raw meat, he clenched his teeth, forced himself to endure, and picked up his knife and fork. Carl, don't be so nervous, Enan said with a slight smile as he saw Carl's changing expression. Here, you don't need to worry about formalities. This beast meat looks bloody, but it has a unique taste, is rich in nutrients, and can help with cultivation. It's also like the main theme of imperial power, isn't it? Carl swallowed the raw, bloody meat and forced a smile, saying, My lord, you are right. People's obedience to authority can far exceed expectations. Under the pressure of dominance, everyone might do things against their conscience. Just like Carl now. Even though he strongly disliked the bloody beast meat, he had to swallow it. Aileen Xue silently watched this scene. She found human hypocrisy and bloodiness very disgusting. Humph, for the so-called power. One can lose oneself so completely, Aileen Xue murmured in her heart. Her upbringing in the snowy land had made her used to the purity and simplicity of the icy world. Everything here was very different from what she knew. Around 30 years old, she lived in the snowy land with a loving husband and a cute daughter. However, her happy family was completely broken when she was repeatedly taken away by traitors, led by Carl. She will never forget how her husband was cruelly killed by Carl's men while trying to save her. Her daughter's whereabouts are unknown, and her life is uncertain. She deeply hates the two men sitting at the table, eating raw beast meat with blood on their hands. Author mentions images of Aileen Xue after drinking the melody of power. Carl said goodbye and hurried back to his position in the storm territory. Before leaving, he also sent a tame target to Enan, showing a percentage. Sending two at once made Enan very pleased. And this tame target was very gentle. Now, Enan sat quietly in the restaurant, sipping red wine, his gaze fixed on Aileen Xue. This noblewoman of the Snow Clan was very interesting. She showed no sign of giving up and becoming a. Instead, she looked directly at Enan. Aileen Xue's obedience level, 0%. No reaction, Aileen Xue. Enan raised his glass and took a sip. That's a nice name. Eileen Xue didn't know how this man learned her name. She had never spoken to any traitor. The collar around her neck prevented her from committing suicide. She could only suppress her anger and frustration, expressing her feelings through silence. Enan was not angry. He continued drinking his red wine, watching her with a teasing look. There's a little girl named Aurora. She's very cute. What did you say? Do you know where she is? What have you done to her? This question ignited Eileen Xue's anger. She was now holding a crucial piece of information. If you dare hurt her, I will never forgive you. Seeing Eileen Xue's nearly uncontrollable emotions, Enan gradually calmed her down. Don't worry. I won't hurt her. I can even give you a chance to see her, Enan said, nodding toward his finished glass, signaling her to pour more wine. But it depends on your performance. Eileen Xue glared at Enan fiercely, suppressing her anger. She stepped forward, took the wine bottle, and poured him more wine. The bottle trembled slightly in her hand, showing her intense anger and frustration inside. I can listen to you. Just don't go too far. Eileen Xue bit her lip. Let me see her. Enan looked at Eileen Xue with satisfaction and nodded. That's right. From the moment you met me, your fate was sealed. Enan lifted her chin. Don't think you can escape my control. Eileen Xue slapped away Enan's hand and glared angrily. Don't be too proud. I only compromised for her. Don't push me too far. It seems you haven't fully understood your situation. Enan sneered coldly, a hint of cruelty in her eyes. I'll make you regret your disrespectful behavior. After saying that, Enan was about to leave. But Eileen Xue sensed the threat in Enan's words and grabbed her sleeve. No, I was wrong, she begged, tears shimmering in her eyes. Please forgive me. Enan patted her head gently, like petting a pet. Remember, this is the first and last time. Eileen Xue endured her disgust, didn't resist, and simply nodded. I understand, ma'am. Please, let me see my daughter. Let's see how you perform tonight. Enan looked at her with interest. If you're not satisfactory, you'll never see her again. Eileen Xue was different from Luo Ling. Her obedience couldn't be improved just through emotional appeals. She needed to constantly remember her status and eventually sink into her role. The next morning, Enan woke up and looked at the woman beside her. Eileen Xue's obedience level 18%, initial acquaintance, a secret, and clever, you probably guessed it. Servants brought water basins to assist Enan with her washing. The demon slowly woke up, began dressing, and tidied her appearance. Eileen Xue seemed awakened by the noise. She slowly opened her eyes, still showing signs of last night's exhaustion. I want to see her, Eileen Xue said softly, pulling the blanket and pleading with Enan. Enan, while letting the maids comb her hair, responded coldly, Sure. I am still quite pleased with you. Hearing Enan's reply, Eileen Xue's eyes lit up with surprise and disbelief. She suddenly sat up, and the blanket slipped off without her noticing. Thank you, my lord. She had now understood her situation clearly. In the dining room, Enan was holding a young girl in her arms, feeding her. Aurora, brother Enan. Aurora bit into her sweet treat. Will you really help Aurora find her? Of course. Enan looked at Aurora gently and lightly stroked her delicate nose. You're so good, Aurora. How could I lie to you? Aurora's obedience level 22%. Initial trust yesterday. Aurora was so scared she almost fainted. She was captured by the traitor and taken away, which made her very anxious. She had already read in her books that snow tribes captured by humans are usually sold to those old men. Luckily, this kind and handsome older brother was very comforting. He also promised to help her find her mother, which made Aurora feel very fond of Enan. In this strange and frightening environment, Enan's gentle words and promise were like a ray of light in the darkness, making Aurora instinctively want to rely on him. Aurora picked up a piece of bread and brought it to Enan's mouth. Brother Enan, you should eat a little too. Enan was slightly surprised, but then smiled kindly and gently took a bite of the bread Aurora offered. It's very tasty, but I think your hand looks even more delicious than this bread. Brother Enan, you're really joking. How could my hand be tasty? The girl innocently looked up, seeming to check if Enan was lying. Enan gently held Aurora's hand and kissed it softly. I'm not lying to you. This made Aurora feel shy. And this scene was seen by Eileen Snow, who had just entered the dining room. Eileen Snow's face instantly turned pale, and anger burned fiercely in her eyes. Aurora, I've already found her for you. Enan pinched Aurora's soft hand. From now on, you can stay here. I won't let anyone bully you. At this moment, Enan showed a kind of dominance she had never seen before, which made Aurora hesitate to ask him to leave. Aurora's obedience level 28%. Initial trust. Aurora saw Eileen Snow look surprised. She looked at Enan and said, "Brother Enan, can I leave you for a little while?" Enan released Aurora from his embrace. "Of course, go ahead and cuddle in her arms." Aurora felt as if she had been saved and quickly ran to Erin Snow's side, holding her hand tightly. Erin Snow gently protected Aurora behind her, her eyes full of caution and anger as she stared directly at Enan. "I'm glad you're safe." Sob sob. Aurora couldn't help but cry in her arms. "Brother Enan saved us." Hearing Aurora's words, Erin Snow felt a mix of emotions. But at this moment, she was also crying. She gently patted Aurora's back, keeping her eyes fixed on Enan. "Sweetheart, I'm fine." Image of Aurora is placed by the author. Enan looked at Erin Snow and her daughter with a teasing smile. "It's really rare to see you two reunited here in a foreign land. It's not easy. It's also thanks to my careful planning," Enan said with a smile to Erin Snow. "Wouldn't you agree, ma'am?" Erin Snow hugged Aurora tightly, watching Enan with caution. But at this moment, she could only pretend to cooperate. "Yes, we are very grateful for your kindness, sir." Seeing her response, Enan's smile grew more mischievous. Though Erin Snow's cleverness made him feel a bit pitying, he had no intention of letting her go easily. "It's not such a great favor." Enan looked at Erin Snow without restraint. "Aurora is a very obedient and well-behaved child. It's just a pity that the nearby territory isn't very safe lately, so we can't send you back to the Snow Kingdom." Erin Snow's heart tightened. She sensed there was more behind Enan's words, but could only go along with him. "You've thought everything through, sir. Being able to find a safe place in this complicated situation, we are truly grateful." Enan. Aurora ran to Enan and threw herself into his arms. Sob sob. "Thank you so much, Brother Enan. You're a good human, not a bad one." Enan hugged Aurora tightly. "Be good. If you keep crying, it won't look nice. Just stay here and wait. If you need anything, just tell me, understand?" "Yes, I understand, Brother Enan." Aurora nodded with tears in her eyes. Eileen Shui watched Enan's affectionate gestures toward Aurora, feeling a mix of emotions. "All right, I've arranged an etiquette teacher for you," Enan said, patting Aurora's head. "You should go to your class now. I believe you'll be even more charming when you return to the Snow Country." Aurora nodded, somewhat confused. "Etiquette class? That sounds interesting. I will study hard, Brother Enan." Enan smiled and looked at Eileen Shui. "Madam, Aurora is so adorable. She needs good guidance. I hope you don't mind if I take the lead." Eileen Shui forced a small smile and said, "Your care for Aurora is greatly appreciated." After settling the reunion between mother and daughter, Enan took Eileen Shui back to the study. Now that Luo Ling had been entrusted with important duties, it was Eileen Shui's turn to serve as her personal attendant. "I didn't expect that girl to look so much like you," Enan said, stroking the back of Eileen Shui's hand. "But she's not your biological daughter, is she?" Last night, Eileen Shui had already provided Enan with clear evidence. Eileen Shui trembled slightly, trying to suppress her disgust, and then returned to her usual cold demeanor. Having learned that her daughter was safe, she regained her fragile dignity. She didn't respond to Enan's words, but simply looked at him coldly. While Enan was contemplating his next move, Carl came knocking again. Seeing this chubby man, Eileen Shui immediately shot him a resentful look, which caught Enan's attention. "Baron." Carl wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Something big has happened." "Oh." Enan pulled Eileen Shui into his arms directly. "Tell me what's going on." Carl looked at Eileen Shui and signaled for her to leave. But when he saw her sitting in Enan's arms, glaring at him with resentment, Carl couldn't bring himself to speak. This woman had gained the Baron's favor. "Just tell me what's wrong," Enan said, pinching Eileen Shui's chin and blowing warm air into her ear. "Don't scare your old friend." Eileen Shui remained silent, staring coldly at Carl. Feeling the intense gaze, Carl's heart pounded. After hesitating, he decided to tell the truth. "Baron, I just received news that the eldest son of Count Wilbur, the heir of Tulip Manor, has died." When Enan heard this, a flash of shock and doubt appeared in his eyes. "What? Dead? How did that happen?" It said she was broken off by Count Barrick's eldest daughter, and overwhelmed by the shock, She committed suicide. Carl swallowed hard. This time, Earl Wilbur went crazy. He declared war on Count Beric publicly and even threatened that if his other children could capture Beric's head, they would inherit the title and land. Now, the young masters and misses of the Will family are all gathering troops, waiting for the war to start. Many baron and viscount families have already come forward, wanting to serve as vassals. A count's heir dying in such a strange way. Enan hugged the woman in his arms tighter, but Eileen Snow didn't care at all. She just stared red-eyed at Carl. So, Earl Wilbur is preparing to go to war with Count Beric. Sometimes, noble pride is just a pile of nonsense. Other times, it's more important than life itself. Of course, a count's heir wouldn't commit suicide over such a thing, but regardless of the reason, this debt would be paid by Beric. Wilbur's decision will greatly reduce the influence of his next successor in the surrounding lands. Enan narrowed his eyes. Maybe. I could try to take that position myself someday. Carl couldn't believe his ears. Was this guy crazy? Doesn't he know the strength of his own territory? And he said it right in front of him? A baron trying to replace a count? Carl's legs went weak with shock. Why say such things openly? If a baron wants to replace a count, that's one thing, but why say it to my face? At that moment, Carl realized there was no turning back. Once on a pirate ship, you can only keep rowing harder. Eileen Snow subtly turned her face, thinking that this human's ambition was beyond imagination. The situation in this territory would change completely, and her and Aurora's fate would be swept into a bigger whirlpool. She knew well that if Enan's ambition ever turned against him, she and her daughter would surely become his sacrifices. Enan looked at Carl and Eileen Snow with a cold smile. What? Not brave enough? Carl, it's a pity. I thought you wanted to become a noble. Carl quickly forced himself to stay strong, forcing out a smile that was worse than crying. My lord, I am willing to follow you, but this matter is too important. I was just shocked. I will do my best to help you achieve your goal. Good. Go send me the information on the Will family's heirs. As for you, woman, Enan tightly grabbed Eileen Shue's chin, forcing her to look at him. You heard something you shouldn't have, and now you must pay the price. Eileen Shue couldn't believe it. The man's dark eyes were filled with intense anger. It was this scoundrel who made her hear those things. And now he wants to kill her? Enan pulled out a dagger and pressed it against Eileen Shue's throat. Her heart pounded faster, and fear overwhelmed her like a flood. At this moment, Eileen Shue thought a lot. Will Enan really kill her? She dared not take the risk, because this man, who was holding her, had recently killed her beloved Serena with his own hands. She had already heard about this from other maids in the manor. Although her death might be a relief, what about Aurora? Thinking of Aurora, Eileen Shue's desire to survive suddenly grew stronger. For Aurora's sake, she had to find a way to live. Master, Eileen Shue took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. Eileen Shue is yours. I will not betray you. How can I trust you? Enan shouted, pressing the dagger even tighter against the ground, and a small cut appeared on her neck. Those who are not of my kind are inherently different. Eileen Shue gasped in pain, but forced herself to endure. She hurriedly said, Master, I have no ties to the Snow Kingdom anymore. Now, everything I am is yours. Is that so? Enan withdrew the dagger, smiling as he looked at her. You're not scared, right? I was just joking. You are a treasure given by the heavens. How could I bear to kill you? Eileen Shue felt a cold shiver in her heart. Enan's unpredictable mood made her more and more nervous. Carl, who was watching, was also frightened. This man was truly a master of disguise. Eileen Shue was gasping for breath, still trembling with fear from the near-death experience. Her legs shook slightly. Eileen Shue, you've always been the most obedient pet of the master, Eileen Shue said in a trembling voice, lowering her head and trying to sound gentle and loyal. Although she felt humiliated inside, she had to bow so low for Aurora. Eileen Shue's obedience level 25%. Surrender? Luo Ling and Aurora are at a trust level between 20% and 40%, which is still in the early stage. Enan was pleased with Eileen Shue's stats. It seems that simply increasing favor isn't the only way to make someone obey. A new way to play. Another battle is coming. This made Enan very excited. After sending Carl away, Enan first engaged in a long, psychological battle with Eileen Shue. The loser could only stay inside the house, while the winner went to the camp guarded by Violet. Looking around, there were only luxurious and colorful light-armored female soldiers. This made Enan a little unhappy. Such an army on the battlefield would be very noticeable. But it couldn't be helped. It was a strict system rule. These women, who had soaked in medicinal baths and practiced the violet heart technique, also had purple hair and eyes. At this moment, Luo Ling looked like a brave and elegant female general, leading soldiers in training. Clear commands kept ringing out. Her purple armor shone brightly in the sunlight. Listen up, 3 people in a group. Gather magic into your swords for a combined attack. Move quickly, coordinate well. The female soldiers responded quickly, forming tight groups of 3, their slender magic swords shimmering with purple light. As they gathered magic, the air around the swords seemed to twist, producing a faint humming sound. Mary, we're converting battle energy into magic to attack. Don't sense the magic. Pay attention to syncing with your teammates, Luo Ling shouted. The selected female soldier blushed slightly, quickly adjusting her breathing. Sweat beads ran down her forehead, but she stayed focused. While the soldiers trained intensely, a messenger hurried over and knelt on one knee. Commander Luo Ling, the Lord has arrived. Luo Ling immediately straightened her back, standing tall like a pine tree, and ordered loudly, "Everyone, attention! Stand at attention!" In an instant, the training ground fell silent. The female soldiers stood perfectly still, their magic swords trembling slightly, as if gathering power for an upcoming burst. Enan strode confidently onto the field, his sharp eyes sweeping over the soldiers like an eagle. He wore a long black robe with gold embroidery, and a sword at his waist with a handle set with an emerald gemstone that shimmered coldly with each step, radiating natural authority. Enan was a noble who cared a lot about his appearance. Every time he appeared, he aimed for perfection, and today was no different. He slowly climbed the watchtower, looking down over the entire training ground. To him, Luo Ling and the female soldiers were like pawns on a chessboard, and he was the one controlling the game. Lord, the entire Violet Watch squad, 101 people, are assembled. Over the past few days, the camp's training had made Luo Ling gradually shed her maid-like appearance in front of others. She hurriedly ran to the foot of the watchtower. "Please give your instructions, Lord." Enan nodded slightly, still watching the whole team carefully. Although this army was small, it already showed the shape of a mighty force. Luo Ling had learned various training methods and formations for Violet Watch from the system. She was completely devoted to Enan and always wanted to show her best in front of him. "Very good. I am very pleased with you, Luo Ling." Enan first praised her, then revealed his purpose for this trip: strengthen the entire army's training. We are about to face the first battle that will make Violet Watch famous across the empire. When Luo Ling heard Enan praise, her face turned slightly red, and her eyes filled with pride and excitement. "Thank you, sir. I will not treat anyone unfairly. As long as you follow me closely, you can get things you never even dared to imagine before. Wealth, titles, land." Enan shouted from the watchtower. "Silver Lake territory is too small. It can't hold us." Enan's voice echoed across the training ground, strong and clear, igniting the soldiers' passion. "Lord, we swear to follow you to the death. Fight for Violet Watch." Luo Ling led the chant, her voice firm and powerful. The female soldiers responded one after another, their voices rising together into a mighty roar. Startled, the birds resting on the trees near the military camp took flight with flapping wings. Enan looked at the enthusiastic female soldiers, a determined smile appearing on his face. This man was ready to completely change the future situation of the northern province during this chaos. Although he only had 100 soldiers now, his ambition burned fiercely in his heart. He was proud and would never submit to anyone. He wanted everyone to know that he could also sit in the leader's position. Step by step, he would conquer nearby territories and become the unchallenged king of the northern province. Eventually, he aimed to control the entire northern part of the empire. The whole empire. The entire continent. He wanted to be the supreme ruler. In Enan's eyes, every inch of land on this continent should bow to him, and every living being should know his power. While Enan and Luo Ling were secretly doing something in the camp, Aurora had finished her etiquette class for the day. She clenched her notes tightly. She was clever and not as innocent as she seemed. From the way Eileen Xue and Enan talked when they met today, Aurora realized one thing. They were trapped in this castle by that man. Teacher Alice, I want to hear the story of Brother Enan. Can I? Aurora blinked her big, watery eyes and looked at Alice with innocence. Alice was slightly surprised, but then smiled gently. Of course. It's not really a secret. She organized her thoughts and slowly began to speak. Once, the Lord was looked down upon by everyone. Aurora listened carefully, trying to absorb all the information about Enan. Why did Brother Enan change so much? In Enan and Serena's love story, the heroine ended up dying at his hands. Aurora couldn't believe it. Why would these lovers, who fell in love, end up killing each other? Aurora's face showed disbelief as she asked, Teacher, Enan loved her so much. How could he do that? Because Serena tried to stop the war between two territories. Alice sighed softly, her eyes full of pity. She blocked the Lord's way. Aurora frowned tightly, a cold feeling spreading in her heart. Is that all? Does Brother Enan really value power more than love? I don't know. Alice dared not speak further. But the people of Silver Lake are living better and better, aren't they? After answering Aurora's question, Alice left. The Snow Girl performed well in class, so Aurora was willing to talk to her a little longer. Knowing Enan's past made Aurora feel even less confident about their escape. Enan's history made him complicated and dangerous. This gentle-looking man was so ruthless and decisive that Aurora felt chills the more she thought about it. Aurora secretly wiped her tears. I will find a way. Enan had already returned to his office, and Eileen Snow had cleaned up all the traces. Do you want to kill Carl? Enan looked at the information about Earl Wilbur's heir and spoke without raising his head. I can give you that chance. Eileen Snow felt a shiver. She didn't expect Enan to suddenly ask such a question. She frowned slightly, quickly thinking about Enan's purpose. Master, Eileen Snow doesn't understand what you mean, she said as calmly as she could. Enan slowly raised his head, a mysterious smile on his lips. That fat man killed your husband and ruined your happy life. Don't you hate him? Hearing Enan mention her husband, Eileen Snow felt a sharp pain in her heart, and her eyes flashed with unhidden resentment. Seeing this look, Enan was very satisfied. Meeting me is your luck and misfortune. What would happen if he sent you to those old, ugly nobles? Eileen Snow felt a cold shiver. The scene Enan described made her tremble. She had heard about the absurdity of those human nobles in the Snow Country. If she really fell into their hands, the consequences would be terrible. Master, Eileen Snow can't imagine. She lowered her head, her voice trembling, and her hatred for Carl grew stronger. Carl was Enan's subordinate. She had witnessed Carl submit to Enan. Why did Enan tell her all this? I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. I will help you. When the time comes, you can gain power just like my previous maid. Enan gently wiped the tears from Elinx's face. His tone seemed gentle, but carried an undeniable commanding force. Yes, Elinx's hatred was temporarily diverted. Now, she could only place her hope in Enan. She realized her mission. Even if she left here, she couldn't change the fate of the Snow Clan being captured. Yet, Enan, this rebellious man, was willing to help her overthrow the injustice between the two nations. Take a look at this information. Enan handed Elinxu the details about Earl Wilbur's heirs. Choose our first target for revenge. Elinxu tremblingly took the documents, her eyes burning with the fire of revenge. She eagerly began to read. These are the heirs of the Wolf family. They all deserve to be punished. Not one should be spared. Soon, Elinxu chose her first soft target, the youngest daughter of Earl Wilbur, Neveville. Pointing at Neve's information, her eyes flashed with a fierce light. Master, let's choose her. This kind-hearted noble girl is easiest to control. Enan nodded slightly, a hint of approval in his eyes. It seemed that her fiery hatred had fully ignited her. To Elinxu, Neve was not innocent. Born into the Wolf family and enjoying the status of a noble lady, her happy life was built on bloodshed, even if she had never done anything wrong. But who could say she was truly innocent? Neve, being the most well-behaved among Earl Wilbur's children, was favored by many nobles because she was easier to manipulate and could bring more benefits to these scoundrels. After making up their minds, Enan and Elinxu discussed all night and then set out for Tulip territory. This time, he almost deployed all the Violet Watch soldiers, leaving only 10 behind in the castle to guard Aurora. Elingsu would never let her stay in the castle. Whenever these two women were together, they were always plotting to escape. So, as long as they were separated, neither would think of leaving. On the way, Elingsu felt both excited and nervous. Excited because the first step of revenge was about to be taken. Nervous because being with this man, she could lose everything at any moment. This time, the battle was not just between two counts. Will, driven by anger, also brought nearby territories into the war. Besides the main forces of the Tulip territory, other noble heirs led their soldiers to join the fight. Many nobles in the northern province watched this upcoming war closely. During Will's funeral, Will stood alone in front of the coffin. Only he was there. He slowly reached out and gently touched the coffin. Your death will be meaningful. Will's voice was deep and cold, full of icy resolve. No one expected that he had planned this war himself. The real reason his son was driven to suicide was his own father. In this world where the strong eat the weak, only by expanding your power can you truly stand firm. If Will takes over Barrack's land, he might be able to raise the Will family to the rank of Marquis, and perhaps even gain a place in the core of the Empire's power. Nearly 100 Violet Watch soldiers arrived at Tulip territory, drawing many eyes. They wore matching purple light armor, marched in perfect formation, and radiated a serious, intimidating aura. Passers-by looked at them with curiosity and whispered among themselves. Meanwhile, Enan slowly arrived at the banquet organized by Neve. He wore a beautiful black robe, with a sparkling red gemstone embedded in the collar, showing noble elegance and authority with every move. Next to him, Eileen Snow wore a mask and dressed as his companion. Her beauty was so striking that Enan didn't want others to fantasize about his woman. Warm yellow magic lights shone down, blending with the joyful sounds inside the hall. Everyone. Neve spoke softly from the stage. Her voice was quiet, but everyone listened carefully. No matter what happens in this war, I hope you stay safe. Also, do not harm innocent civilians or surrendering soldiers. If you do, leave my team. Neve's words were firm and echoed through the hall. Many nodded in agreement. Some nobles showed admiration on their faces. Enan's lips curled into a faint, cold smile. Neve's words were just naive hopes. Under war, there are no innocent people. Only life and death battles. There is no absolute mercy. Sir, a nobleman approached Enan. Although your lady companion is wearing a mask, I can't resist her charm. May I invite her to dance? Enan raised an eyebrow, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. Before he could speak, Eileen Shue spoke first, coldly. Sorry, sir. I will only dance with my master. Her voice was clear and firm, leaving no room for doubt. Master? So she is A? The nobleman's eyes showed surprise and disdain. He looked her over from head to toe, speaking with a slight contempt. Oh, just A, and you're putting on airs. At this banquet, being invited by a viscount is your honor. Smack. Enan slapped him directly. The slap was sharp and loud, especially noticeable in the quiet banquet hall, drawing everyone's attention instantly. The viscount staggered, nearly falling. He covered his face in disbelief, first showing shock, then filling with anger. You, how dare you hit me? The viscount trembled with rage, shouting loudly. Enan held Eileen Shue by the waist and said, Stop talking nonsense. No one but me is allowed to touch my woman. Unless you want to fight me. Enan's provocative words instantly chilled the atmosphere in the hall. You're Enan Hill? Don't go too far. Do you think I'm afraid? The viscount shouted, his hand unconsciously gripping his sword at his waist. The surrounding nobles saw this and quickly backed away, afraid of getting involved in the fight. Neve's face turned very grim. Both of you calm down. Fighting at my banquet is unacceptable. As she spoke, she quickly moved between Enan and the viscount. Miss Neve. The viscount wanted to say more. Enough. Neve raised her voice, her face serious and anxious. You were the one who provoked first. It's not right for Baron Enan to act, but you're also at fault. Neve also knew about the troops Enan brought. Those soldiers looked like elite forces. They could play a big role in the upcoming war. Who is speaking? It's not even worth considering. Humph. The viscount's eyes flashed with anger. This Enan had embarrassed himself at the noble banquet over A, and Neve still favored him. It was truly hateful. Since that's the case, I can only leave Miss Neve's team. When the viscount said this, The whole room was stunned. At this critical moment, when war was about to begin, quitting the team was clearly a very unwise move. "Wanna leave?" Enan drew his sword and cut off his head directly. "You eavesdropped on our battle plan and still want to run. A normal empire wouldn't have such reckless killings of nobles, but unfortunately, this is the Izur Empire. Enan has the courage for this." The entire banquet hall instantly fell into deadly silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they saw. Although the banquet didn't actually discuss the so-called battle plan, Enan's words made sense. But this scoundrel just cut down a noble in front of everyone? Enan stepped on the head, his face covered in blood, and his eyes shone with a frightening fierce light. "Everyone, the war is about to start, but some still want to retreat." Enan smiled. "I use him as a banner. I hope you don't mind." The nobles present looked at each other, none daring to respond first. "Even if he is a noble," Enan emphasized, stomping his foot. The head made a sickening thud under his foot. "In the face of war, anyone who shakes the army's morale will have only one way to die. I don't care about his background or status." Neef's lips trembled slightly. She wanted to say something, but was silenced by Enan's overwhelming presence. "Lord Enan, we see your determination." She finally gathered her courage. "But you really shouldn't be so impulsive. Miss Neef, I do all this for you." Enan squinted slightly, blood slowly sliding down his cheeks. "You are kind-hearted and just, wanting to protect the innocent in this cruel war. But if the first person leaves today, there will be a second. How can your ideals be realized then?" Neef bit her lip, feeling very conflicted. Enan's words had some truth, but his actions were too extreme. This banquet ended on a sour note. Neef only gave a mild warning to Enan, seemingly accepting his actions. "That Enan is quite interesting," Neef said slowly, sipping her cup of tea. "He's helped me a lot." A maid brought her a chocolate mousse, her favorite dessert. "Yes, miss. Maybe she can really help you in the Count's position." Neef frowned and suddenly spilled hot tea on the maid's face. The maid screamed in pain as the hot tea splashed her face, turning red and swollen. She looked at Neef in shock, then knelt down trembling. "Do you think I can't survive without him?" Neef shouted angrily, smashing her teacup on the ground, causing shards to fly. She picked up a piece of the broken cup and held it to the maid's face. "Such a pretty face, but a few scars will make it perfect, don't you think?" The maid's face turned pale with fear, sweat pouring down her forehead as she begged. "Please, miss." "I won't dare again." Loud screams echoed in the room. At this moment, Neef finally shed her kind facade, her eyes showing a fierce, ruthless look unlike before. Meanwhile, Enan carried the head of the viscount to Earl Wilbur's estate. When Earl Wilbur heard that a young baron had beheaded a viscount at Neef's banquet and dared to visit with the head, he found it quite amusing. He received Enan in his study, curious about what the young man wanted. "Speak your purpose." Wilbur stroked his ring, his sparse white hair showing he was quite old. "If I don't like what I hear, you won't leave." Though he was elderly and should be enjoying his retirement, he still had ambitions, rare in the Isle Empire. Enan faced Wilbur's threatening gaze without flinching. He placed the head on the ground and knelt on one knee. "Count, I made a mistake." Wilbur raised an eyebrow, surprised. "Oh, please tell me what you want to say." "This kind of coward who runs away in battle should have been captured and brought before you." Enan lowered his head and said carefully, "It should be your decision to punish him. This will show your authority and let everyone see that the fate of traitors is decided by you." He paused, then continued, "He should be punished according to your judgment." "Ha ha." Count Wilbur did not answer Enan directly. He squinted slightly and looked at Enan with interest. "Lift your head." Enan slowly raised his head, meeting the Count's gaze calmly. The Count studied him closely, as if trying to see every thought in his mind through his face. "You can speak well," Count Wilbur said with a slight smile. "But your eyes look a lot like mine when I was young." Enan's heart moved, but he kept a respectful expression. "It is my honor to resemble the noble Count. I believe that when you were young, you also hated evil and could not tolerate betrayal or retreat." "Stop talking about this. Young people are often arrogant." Wilbur waved his hand. His servant, holding a whip, stood behind Enan. "These 10 lashes are a lesson for you." This was Count Wilbur's way of testing and showing strength. In this world where the strong are respected, any hesitation now would ruin all his previous efforts. Thank you for your guidance, Count. Enan is willing to accept the punishment, Enan said firmly, straightening his back without fear. The servant, following Wilbur's signal, raised the whip and struck Eanan's back hard. With a sharp, the whip tore through the air. Enan felt a sharp pain in his back, but he clenched his teeth and made no sound. Another lash fell, tearing his clothes and causing blood to seep out, staining the torn fabric. After 10 lashes, Eanan's back was torn open, blood flowing down his spine and dripping onto the ground. But Enan remained calm and composed. Thank you, Count, for your discipline. I will remember this lesson and serve you faithfully in the future. Count Wilbur looked at Enan with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Get up, young man. I hope you can make me proud in the upcoming war. Maybe then I will let you become a viscount. Enan endured the sharp pain in his back and slowly stood up, bowing politely. Thank you, Count, for your favor. I will not disappoint you. This time, Enan had achieved his goal. He gained some authority by standing out among Neef's team as a viscount, establishing his position in the group. He also quickly came to will to show his loyalty, removing a potential threat. Because if anyone in the future had conflicts with Enan, they could use this as an excuse to attack him. But he only wanted to be the one to attack others. As for being scolded by Will, in this game of power, a little humiliation is just a stepping stone toward his goal. Although Enan was covered in blood right now, he showed a twisted smile. At this moment, Enan had returned to his temporary shelter, lying on the bed. Aileen Shui was silently applying ointment to his back. Seeing the deep, shocking whip marks on Enan's back, Aileen Shui knew that this man would only become more and more crazy in the future. This man would drag her into endless despair. But she had no way out. Her husband's tragic death, her daughter's house arrest, her people's displacement. To change all this, she had to walk into the abyss with this man. Aileen Shui's obedience level, 51%. Hey to guide him? Self-advancement? Enan noticed the rise in Aileen Shui's obedience level, which was surely driven by her heavy hidden resentment. Oh, Enan stroked Aileen Shui's delicate face. It seems you're thinking of something bad. Aileen Shui was slightly startled. Master, you still have wounds on your body. None of your business. Just tell me honestly, are you thinking of something inappropriate? Of course, he wasn't asking the readers or gods, but Aileen Shui. The night passed quietly, but many words remained unspoken. Anyway, that's how it went. The war between the two territories was about to erupt, but the first to strike was Count Barrack. This surprised everyone, since Count Wilbur was the leader of the northern border region, while Count Barrack was just a businessman with some influence. Enan also gathered Violet Watch and Neef soldiers, totaling over 3,000 troops. Violet Watch stood out among these soldiers. Everyone wondered where Enan found such beautiful female warriors, especially the leader, who was a stunning fox-like woman. Moreover, this army was very well equipped. Everyone was thinking about how to secretly take a few items after these soldiers fell in battle. Enan knew the greedy thoughts of these bandit nobles, but anyone who dared to touch his things would be killed. This time, Neef planned to flank the main battlefield and directly attack Count Barrack's territory, a small city in the rich Jin region. But now, the problem was, which army would serve as the cannon fodder? So, this issue had to be solved before they could set out. Everyone was quietly observing in the tent, listening carefully. Neef looked around at everyone, her anger slowly rising, but she still had to keep her composure. Everyone, she said softly, like a gentle breeze. Is anyone willing to be the frontline leader for this siege? Her gentle voice echoed in the silence, like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's hearts. But the nobles who usually flattered her now pretended to be dead. The people here followed her because she was a reasonable leader, not a ruthless tyrant, and they came to negotiate, not to die. Neef understood this, but no one stepped forward to show their stance, almost making her lose her temper. Fortunately, a fool understood her intentions and blurted out what she was about to say. Honestly, the Jin region is a real treasure. Enan tapped the table. If Miss Neef doesn't mind, we could go in and grab some money. We could share more with the vanguard troops, and everyone would feel more balanced, right? When Enan said this, the previously silent tent suddenly relaxed a little, and the noble's eyes flickered with interest. Yes, if possible, I'd be willing to be part of the vanguard. Miss Neef, what do you think? No way. Neef waved her hand. How can we take from innocent civilians? Sniff, sniff. Miss Neef, the people in our territory are also hungry and cold. A fat noble cried loudly. This time, I just wanted to see if I could gather some money to go back and help our people live better lives. Yes. Miss Neef. Sniff, sniff. The people in our territory are also hoping I bring good news back. Seeing this group of nobles crying and pleading, Neef felt both annoyed and amused. Miss Neef. Enan started again, playing along with the kind lady. I know you are beautiful and kind, like a goddess in the world, but the people in our territory are really suffering. Maybe it's okay if we share a little of what we have. Neef bit her lip, looking very conflicted. But we can't build our good life on others' pain. Seeing Neef's troubled expression, Enan continued to persuade her. Miss Neef, we all see your kindness and mercy. But if these people keep too much money, it might not be a good thing. Why? Why wouldn't it be good? Neef clenched the corner of the table tightly, looking like she was torn between two choices. Enan stepped closer and held her hands gently. Think about it. If these people keep their money and eat well, they can be soldiers for Count Barrack anytime. That means more soldiers for us, and that could mean more casualties for our soldiers, Enan said sincerely, holding her soft hands. Even if you don't think about the people in our territory, you should consider the soldiers who go to war with you. Neef took a deep breath. The moment was almost over, and if she kept hesitating, the plan might fall apart. All right, I agree to this action, but I want to make one thing clear. No innocent lives should be harmed. Everyone listened to Neef and looked happy. They nodded quickly in agreement. Miss Neef, you are truly the most beautiful goddess in the world. God will praise your kindness, Enan said gratefully, bowing slightly to show his respect. The cannon fodder. Oh no, the vanguard team was also taken by that fat pig noble. His eager look to bring happiness to his land's people almost made everyone cry with frustration. Everyone also grew more fond of Enan, who was good with words. Deciding firmly, the group set out with their army, led by the fat pig noble himself. At this moment, he was riding a war horse, weighing over 300 pounds, almost breaking the horse's back. Fortunately, it was a mixed-breed beast, or he might have caused a public embarrassment. Everyone, get your spirits up, the fat pig noble shouted, whipping the unmotivated soldiers. This time, we are the vanguard, a great honor given by Miss Neef. We must win to honor her. Do you all understand? The soldiers trembled as they were whipped, hurriedly responding in unison. We understand. Under the guidance of the kind goddess, the robbers finished their plans and headed toward the sub-city of Fujin. This time, they planned to loot the entire sub-city of Fujin. Finally, the vanguard reached the sub-city of Fujin at the foot of Zene City. Inside the city's camp, Big Brother, the girl in white gently touched the young man's face, her voice a little shy. It's so loud outside. Are there enemies coming? The young man called Big Brother was Ron, the heir of Count Barrack. He frowned slightly and reassured her. Don't worry, Isabella. Big Brother is here. I'll come back. Ron began putting on his armor, moving steadily and skillfully. Every strap he fastened seemed to fill him with determination for the upcoming battle. Isabella, stay inside the tent. No matter what happens, don't come out, Ron said as he picked up his sword. The blade shimmered coldly, reflecting his stern face. Big Brother, I'm scared. Isabella's eyes welled with tears. Her voice was trembling as she hugged Ron, who was about to leave. Ron froze for a moment, feeling deep sympathy for his sister. When I return, he whispered. He leaned down and kissed the girl's forehead, then turned and walked away without looking back. Ron mounted his horse quickly and rode off at full speed, kicking up dust with his hooves. Isabella, I will come back. I will protect you for life. That is our brother-sister promise. He rode straight to the city wall, looking down at the dense enemy army below. His eyes became sharp like an eagle. At the same time, he was on the wall, facing a young nobleman below. He sat in a chariot, surrounded by a group of beautiful female soldiers in purple armor. He held a white-haired noblewoman with a delicate mask around her face, making him look very noticeable and dangerous. Who are you? This is our war against the Will family, Ron shouted loudly, his voice full of authority. The young nobleman smirked slightly, gently pushed away the hand of the white-haired noblewoman resting on his chest, and stepped forward. Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is you met me. and that means you're doomed. Bold words. Ron jumped down from the wall, just as he was riding a horse. He raised his spear. All troops, follow me. I will make sure you invaders never return. He looked like a brave general. As the heir of the wealthy family, he was different from others who only talked big. He had trained in military skills since he was young, excelling in riding and shooting. Ron squeezed his legs against the horse's belly. The horse neighed loudly and charged toward Enan like an arrow shot from a bow. He was confident he could defeat Enan and saw that Enan was the leader of this army. The soldiers behind him cheered loudly, inspired by Ron's charge. They shouted and followed him, their voices loud enough to seem to break the gloomy sky. But the enemies quickly moved to surround Ron, blocking his way. Enan had a record of defeating the storm leader and was promoted to commander by a group of incompetent soldiers. Meanwhile, Neef needed someone to take the blame. If they won, it was Neef's achievement. If they lost, it was Enan's fault. Ron fought fiercely in the circle of enemies. His spear moved swiftly, making enemies scream as they fell. Under the protection of the Violet Watch Legion, Enan still sat steadily on the chariot. One arm was around Irene Shue's waist, and the other played with a dagger. His eyes held a teasing look. Madam, do you enjoy watching humans fight among themselves? Irene Shue leaned gently against Enan, her gaze cold as she watched Ron being surrounded and attacked. Master, thank you for letting me see this scene with my own eyes. It's more exciting than I imagined. Hearing Irene Shue's words, Enan's lips curled into a meaningful smile. You, Ron shouted fiercely, fighting with blood on his face. He pointed his gun at Enan. If you dare, come down and fight me to the death. Hearing Ron's challenge, Enan's smile grew even more. He held Irene Shue closer, the noble outsider, and beckoned to Ron with a finger, taunting him further. Ron's eyes turned red with rage, almost ready to explode. Second young master. His attendant knight saw Ron's anger and quickly warned, it's time to retreat. Ron clenched his teeth, looking at Enan with a mix of unwillingness. He wanted to rush forward and fight to the death, but he thought of his sister and his duty to defend the city. He could only lead his troops to slowly withdraw. While riding his horse, he turned back and drew his bow, preparing to shoot an arrow to end this arrogant troublemaker. Take this, Ron shouted loudly, pulling the bowstring with all his strength. The bow bent into a full moon shape. This arrow carried his anger, frustration, and firm resolve to protect the city of Jin. Meanwhile, Enan still flirted with Irene Shue, holding her chin and kissing her affectionately. Whoosh! The arrow, filled with Ron's anger and determination, shot through the air like a black lightning bolt, heading straight for Enan. But Luo Ling precisely blocked it with her long sword. With a sharp clang, sparks flew, and the arrow fell to the ground. She then released a purple sword energy directly at Ron. Return this to you. Ron's pupils shrank suddenly as he felt the deadly threat in that sword energy. At this critical moment, Ron quickly sidestepped, trying to avoid the fierce attack. However, the speed of the sword energy was too fast. It brushed past his shoulder, slicing through his armor and leaving a deep cut. Blood immediately seeped out, staining his clothes red. When Ron returned to the tent, Isabella, with red eyes, was bandaging his wound. Brother, how did you get such a serious injury? If you're in danger, I don't want to live anymore. Isabella, don't talk nonsense. Ron looked at his tear-streaked sister, feeling heartache but trying to stay calm. I promised you I would protect you for a lifetime, and I will do it. This injury is nothing. Yes, I believe in you. Isabella cupped Ron's face with her hands. My brother is a hero. He will surely protect our home. She forced a small smile, even though tears still welled in her eyes, her gaze full of trust and dependence on Ron. Ron gently held Isabella's hand. Isabella, you also have to promise me. No matter what happens, you must live well. Meanwhile, Ian returned to the tent. The nobles were discussing the battle excitedly. The fat noble looked worried. Lord Ian, today's fight doesn't look good. We didn't bring enough supplies. Ian let others fight while his own soldiers stayed close together and didn't join the battle. This made the other nobles unhappy. So, they decided to teach Ian a lesson and make him contribute more. Don't worry, everyone. Ian patted the fat noble's shoulder. In a few days, we will take them down. Nev, nonchalantly, finished her sentence and left. After Nev left, the nobles turned the tent into a feast. Fine wine and delicious food were served, and the nobles, holding their maids, enjoyed themselves happily. Some nobles even started performing in the center of the camp. Ian ignored all this, drinking cup after cup, unaffected by the lively scene before him. Of course, he was slightly affected. When he returned to his own tent, the violet-clad female soldiers outside overheard a shocking conversation. "Oh my, that foreign noblewoman, the grand lady, looks quite old. Is that even appropriate to say? Eileen's obedience level 58%. Hateful guide at 4 in the morning, the noise finally quieted down. Ian dressed and stepped outside his tent, blowing the horn directly. A sharp horn sound echoed through the quiet night sky, startling the birds resting in the surrounding trees. The nobles were also awakened. An ambush? Why didn't that discuss this with everyone last night? But they could only quickly gather their soldiers and follow Enan's army toward the city of Zene. However, when the army secretly approached the city gates under the cover of night, they were struck dumb by a barrage of arrows. This made Enan feel a little surprised. "Sir, we're ambushed," a soldier shouted in panic. Enan quickly calmed down and loudly ordered, "Shield bearers, move forward to protect us. Archers, return fire." Suddenly, shouts of battle and screams filled the air. Soldiers, Ron, riding his horse, shouted, "Follow me and attack." The gates of Zene suddenly opened, and the well-prepared cavalry surged out like a flood, charging straight at Enan's troops. The sound of hooves thundered, breaking the silence of the night. "Hold your ground, spear soldiers. Prepare to defend against the cavalry." Enan remained calm and gave orders steadily, even joking and playing with Eileen's snow, looking like a foolish noble. Although Ron had prepared for this battle, he still didn't gain the upper hand and had to retreat angrily. From the moment he saw Enan, he had a bad feeling. If he didn't eliminate him, he believed it would bring disaster to himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't keep attacking proactively. Though he wasn't sure if this feeling was accurate, his right eyelid had been twitching lately. Enan left Neef's residence after a few minutes and returned to his own home, searching for his newly adopted daughter. In the evening, Enan finally stepped out of his house. His neck still bore red marks, making him look like a. When he arrived at the camp tent, he saw that the nobles' faces looked quite unhappy, especially the fat noble, who was very displeased. Although they had gained some advantage in the battle, most of the soldiers who died were from his family. "Lord Enan, please tell me," the fat noble bravely asked, his face full of anger, "why are the casualties among our soldiers so heavy? Yet your army has not moved and has not fought? Is there something you're unhappy about?" Enan touched the sword at his waist, reminding everyone of that evening's banquet. The fat noble's face instantly turned pale, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. "Lord Enan, if we fight like this, the losses will be heavy. Maybe you should let your personal guards join the fight to boost morale." Enan's eyes grew cold, and he looked at the fat noble with a half-smile. "Heavy losses? Is there a war without casualties? Are you questioning my command?" The fat noble could only look at Neef, hoping she would speak up for him. After all, in this war, Neef is the real power, and Enan is just a sheep pushed forward. Neef frowned, about to speak, but Enan interrupted her. "The Violet Watch is my secret weapon. It can't be used lightly. Do you think I'm reluctant to sacrifice my people, deliberately sending you to your deaths?" Enan withdrew his hand from his sword at his waist and picked up a dagger, playing with it while glaring fiercely at the bandits. A baron, acting so arrogantly in front of many viscounts, made everyone uncomfortable. Though they were unhappy, they feared Enan's ruthlessness and dared not speak out. Neef's anger grew stronger. She knew she had to suppress Enan's arrogance now. "Baron Enan, I trust your arrangements, but you on the battlefield, flirting with a woman. Do you think this is your balcony or kitchen? Yes, as a commander, your every move affects the outcome of this war. Yet, you're being intimate with a woman on the battlefield. How do you expect the soldiers to see you? How can you expect the soldiers to fight wholeheartedly for us if you behave like this?" A few more nobles stepped forward to criticize Enan, and some others prepared to jump in and attack him. Bang! Enan suddenly stabbed his dagger into the table inside the tent, the metal clashing loudly with the wood. Everyone present was startled. "Who do you think you are to tell me how to do my work?" Enan kicked the table over. "A bunch of good-for-nothings, and you think you can talk to me about fighting? Neef's face darkened. Even she was insulted by his words. Enan, you're too reckless. You're just the person I put forward as the commander. Do you really think you hold all the power? If it weren't for your limited abilities, I could dismiss you just based on what you just said. Enan stood up and drew his sword, the cold light flashing in the tent. Dismiss me? Huh. You think without me, you fools can take Zene City? At worst, you'll fight each other. The atmosphere inside the tent instantly turned icy. Enan pointed his sword at them, and Neef trembled with anger, while the other nobles looked pale with fear, not daring to breathe. Enan left after saying this, leaving the nobles staring in shock. Ron also jumped off the bed and quickly put on his armor. Brother, Isabella seemed awakened by the clanging metal. She rubbed her sleepy eyes. Where are you going? Ron turned to look at Isabella, his eyes full of kindness and determination. My dear sister, you keep sleeping. This time, I will fight to settle everything. Ron walked to the bed and gently stroked his sister's head. Isabella looked worried. Brother, you must come back safe. She held Ron's hand tightly, as if holding on to him could keep him safe from danger. Ron felt her grip and looked at her softly. Don't worry. I will protect you for a lifetime. I won't lose to these invaders. Brother, I believe in you. Isabella nodded slightly, tears shining in her eyes. She kissed Ron on the forehead. Come back soon. Ron was deeply moved. He looked at Isabella one last time and then strode out of the tent. His only thought now was to defeat Enan, protect Zene City, and keep his most beloved sister safe. Be good, little one. Isabella gently touched her belly, her eyes full of tenderness, as if feeling the heartbeat of the life inside. Ron received news of internal conflict among the noble coalition army. He decided to seize this opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Enan and cut off his head. Leading the elite cavalry, he charged swiftly toward the noble army camp. The sound of hooves thundered loudly, echoing far in the silent night, like the drums of fate calling for battle. Ron, dressed in shining armor and holding a spear, looked determined and resolute. This battle will decide the fate of Zene City and also determine the future happiness of him and his sister. However, as Zene City's army marches halfway, purple-haired female warriors wearing purple armor begin to appear around them. This time, you'll experience what it's like to be ambushed, Luo Ling said, holding a long sword. She slashed with a sword energy blast. How dare you oppose our lord? Ron saw this and quickly felt uneasy, but his many years of fighting experience helped him stay calm. He suddenly pulled on the reins and shouted loudly, Everyone follow orders. Keep formation. Spearmen in front, form a defensive line. Archers, prepare. Follow my commands and shoot. Shield magic, activate, Luo Ling ordered. Attack. One by one, the violet-guarded female warriors gathered purple magic shields around them. The mysterious, dazzling purple light was very bright in the night, as if they were wearing purple magical armor. Zene City's archers didn't hesitate. Under Ron's command, they shot arrows like rain toward the violet warriors. The sound of arrows whizzing through the air filled the night. Many arrows hit the purple shields hard, but were deflected away. For our lord, and for the Violet Watch, Luo Ling charged forward, heading straight for Ron. She moved like a purple lightning bolt, quickly reaching Ron. Her sword, filled with sharp energy, aimed straight at Ron's throat. Ron's eyes sharpened. He raised his spear quickly, blocking her deadly strike precisely. A warrior who is willing to become a villain's tool, Ron said, his spear and Luo Ling's sword clashing. Those nobles only do things to satisfy their greed. Do you not see how much pain and disaster they will bring to Zene City? Humph. Do you even deserve to comment on our lord? Luo Ling sneered. Our lord's grand plans are beyond your understanding. Ron sneered and pushed his spear forward. That man isn't worthy of talking about grand plans. He doesn't need to get involved in this war. This is a fight between us and the Weir family. He will only get you killed. Luo Ling stabbed her sword into his shoulder. Blood instantly stained Ron's shining armor. Either eliminate the Lord's obstacle, or die for the Lord. Luo Ling gathered even more purple energy. This is our mission. Ron endured the sharp pain, glaring angrily, but he was starting to calm down now. He came out with his troops to attack, but instead, they were ambushed. And Enan wasn't here. Or had he gone? What about the other soldiers? This is bad. Ron suddenly realized that Luo Ling had set an ambush here, probably to distract him, while Enan took advantage of the empty city defenses to lead the army to attack Zene City. Thinking of Isabella still being inside the city, Ron felt anxious and desperate. "Brothers, we can't stay here any longer. Zene City is in danger. We must rush out," Ron shouted loudly, his voice full of urgency and determination. As a noble, calling his soldiers brothers made the soldiers of Zene City feel respected and close to him. "For the Countess Xiao. For Zene City. Charge!" the soldiers shouted together, their voices echoing through the night. Their eyes were full of resolve and determination. Meanwhile, Enan led a group of nobles and allies to the city gates. The main army had been taken away by Ron, yet nearly 100 Violet Watch soldiers dared to ambush over 3,000 cavalry. No one expected that. Enan sat steadily in his chariot, holding his daughter, a hint of cunning and pride flashing in his eyes. The battered city gates had been broken. The nobles drooled with greed and desire. "Charge! Enter the city to seize treasures and women," the fat noble lord excitedly shouted at the soldiers, eager to plunder. Isabella, inside the camp, heard the sound of the city gates being broken. Her heart filled with despair. She tightly touched her belly, tears streaming down her face. "Brother, where are you?" Her voice trembled, full of fear and helplessness. "I'm so scared." Suddenly, screams filled the streets. Blood dyed the roads red. Although the soldiers of Zene City were determined to die, they couldn't withstand the madness of the robbers. "Hurry! Kill them all!" A nobleman with a mustache abandoned his usual manners, saliva dripping from his mouth as he shouted wildly. "Whoever kills the most, I'll reward with some beautiful women." Eagerly, Enan spotted a group of soldiers from Zene City supporting a young woman in white, preparing to leave. He immediately mounted his horse and shouted, "Quick! Catch her!" The soldiers beside Isabella quickly protected her in the middle, gripping their weapons tightly, their eyes showing determination. "Protect the young lady. Don't let these beasts succeed," one soldier shouted loudly. The others responded quickly, forming a human barrier to block Enan's advancing army. Enan rode his horse at the front, chasing after them closely. His eyes gleamed with greed. "Oh, still the young lady of the Earl's family." Neve also recognized her. "She is the one who broke my brother's engagement. Now my brother is gone." The implied meaning was to suggest that she should be killed. Hearing Neve's cry, Enan's eyes flashed with cruelty. Since he chose to side with Weil, he decided to offend the Barrack family to the end. Enan led his noble soldiers forward, rushing toward Isabella. He raised his long sword, ready to strike her down. "Stop!" Isabella desperately closed her eyes, tears streaming down her face. She could feel the deadly aura approaching, filled with a longing for life and reluctance for her unborn child. Suddenly, a loud clang sounded as Enan's sword was knocked aside by a spear. Roan, riding his horse, threw a spear directly. His initial intention was to kill Enan, but he dared not take the risk. "Don't think about harming my sister." Roan's soldiers, who had been fighting the Violet Watch Legion, stayed behind to resist Luo Ling and others, protecting him as he came to save his sister. "Stop him quickly." Enan didn't expect Roan to break through the siege of the Violet Watch Legion. The noble soldiers surged toward Roan like a tide, trying to stop him. Roan remained fearless, drawing his sword, which shimmered coldly in the moonlight. He roared like an angry lion, charging into the group of noble soldiers. "If you don't stop, I will kill your sister," Enan said, pressing his sword against Isabella's throat. Roan was struck like lightning, suddenly stopping in his tracks, his eyes wide and red, glaring fiercely at Enan. His sword trembled slightly from the force. "You despicable scoundrel, come on if you dare. Let go of my sister." Ron's voice sounded strained, full of anger and helplessness. Isabella closed her eyes tightly, tears streaming down her face. She trembled slightly but forced herself to stay brave, saying, "Brother, you should go now. Don't worry about me." Ron felt his heart tighten painfully. How could he leave his sister alone to escape? "Isabella, don't be afraid. We promised I would protect you for a lifetime." "What a jealous pair of siblings," Enan sneered, a hint of mockery in his eyes. "Since you care so much about protecting your sister, why don't you kneel before me?" Ron's anger boiled over. His eyes seemed to burn with fire as he stared fiercely at Enan. Every word he spoke was like a sharp blade between his teeth, You. Don't go too far. Do you think I, Ron, would kneel to a despicable person like you? Enan sneered coldly, pressing his sword closer to Isabella's throat, a thin line of blood winding down. Kneel now. Ron clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on his hands. Inside, he was struggling painfully. Suddenly, he saw the nearby woman with white hair and a mask. She was the noblewoman who had been fighting alongside Enan these days. Without hesitation, Ron teleported in front of Irene Shui, pressing his sword against her throat. "Let go of my sister," Ron shouted angrily, "or I will kill her." Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. The atmosphere grew tense. "Ha ha!" Enan suddenly burst into loud laughter, as if he had heard a joke. "No one has ever threatened me. She's just a woman. If I want to kill her, I will." Ron's heart sank. He hadn't expected Enan to be so ruthless, completely disregarding Irene Shui's life. Irene Shui looked lonely, realizing she was just a that could be discarded at any moment in front of this man. A wave of sadness rose in her heart, but she quickly steadied herself. She couldn't die now. "You see, in my master's eyes, I am just an insignificant existence," Irene Shui said calmly, though with a hint of exhaustion. "Even if you kill me, it won't help. It will only put you and your sister in greater danger." She looked at Enan with a complex expression in her eyes. "Aaron Shui, who gave you permission to talk to him?" Enan grabbed Isabella's chin with a teasing smile. "Even if someone points a sword at you, your fate is still in my hands. Remember that." Aaron Shui clenched her teeth, a look of humiliation flashing in her eyes, but it quickly disappeared, and she said nothing. "You despicable person." Ron was furious. He gripped his sword tighter, eager to rush forward and tear Enan apart. "Haha, you really annoy me." Enan picked up his sword and cut off Isabella's hand. "You kidnapping my woman only makes me angrier, but I won't hesitate. I just want to achieve my goal. Now, kneel down." Isabella let out a sharp scream as blood gushed out, splattering on Enan's face, making him look even more ruthless. At this moment, Ron no longer dared to gamble. That man didn't care about Aaron Shui's life or death. He only wanted to make him obey. Clang. Ron dropped his sword and slowly knelt down. He looked at Enan with wide, angry eyes, his heart aching. "I kneel, you let my sister go. This is between you and me. Don't involve innocent people." Ron's voice was low and hoarse, full of pain and helplessness. "Fine," Enan said, placing his sword against Isabella and slowly approaching Ron. "I'll return your sister to you now." As he spoke, he pushed Isabella down in front of Ron. Ron quickly reached out to catch his sister, seeing her pale face. At this moment, he hated Enan with all his heart. But then, thud, Enan stabbed his sword through them both. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Even Aaron Shui and Knive couldn't believe it. Is that a demon?" Ron widened his eyes, filled with disbelief and anger. He felt the sharp pain as the blade pierced his body. Isabella spat out a mouthful of blood, raised her only remaining hand, and gently touched Ron's face. "Brother, Isabella is my burden. I'm sorry, my child." Hearing his sister's weak and self-blaming words, tears uncontrollably streamed down Ron's face, mixing with the blood splattered on his cheeks, making him look extremely sad. He wanted to say something more, but his sister was already slowly falling down. At this moment, he knelt on the ground but did not fall. However, blood kept flowing from his chest. "Ha. Ron's eyes suddenly shed black tears of blood. "Ha ha." His wild laughter echoed in the silent air, full of endless hatred and despair. Dark, thick energy began to gather around him. He looked up at Enan with a twisted, hateful expression and shouted, Do you know how much we paid to be together?" "Oh," Enan looked at him coldly. "I didn't expect you to taste the legendary forbidden fruit." "So what if I did?" Ron roared. "I love her. You destroyed everything. Isabella, our family. I will make you pay." "Aya!" Enan swung his sword to end him, but unexpectedly, he was instantly enveloped by that dark energy. The black energy, like countless greedy tentacles, wildly wrapped around Enan's body. "Not good," Neef shouted. "This guy's resentment is too strong. It's attracting the Demon King." "Demon King?" Everyone heard Neef's cry and felt a chill in their hearts. The black energy on Ron's body gradually condensed into a human figure. Wow. I didn't expect a human to unleash such intense resentment. the shadow slowly turned into a woman. She was nearly 2 meters tall, and her impressive bust made people want to cuddle her. She wore a revealing black combat outfit that tightly outlined her figure. Her long, straight legs looked even more toned under the suit, and she had a small black tail. The outfit's neckline was very low, revealing her wheat-colored skin, tempting people to peek at the mysterious gem inside. The white long hair, red pupils, delicate features, and red lips make it hard not to want to kiss her. In short, she is like a powerful thunderbolt in a grand carriage. AI can't produce her image, so you'll have to imagine. Her appearance makes everyone present feel terrified. Her imposing presence is like a heavy weight pressing down, making it hard to breathe. The air seems to freeze instantly, and everyone can clearly hear their own pounding hearts. A few nobles even kneel on the ground, unable to tighten their water taps. The witch looks at Enan and asks, "Little one, did you do something that angers the heavens?" Enan lifts his head in the dark mist, seeing her display 0%, and can't help but show a greedy look. This woman, she's amazing. So impressive. Tiffany sees this handsome human, who is half a head shorter than her, not afraid, and even looking at her figure, which makes her smile mischievously. She sways her hips and slowly approaches Enan. The unique fragrance on her body becomes stronger, making Enan breathe in a few times. Tiffany walks behind Enan and lifts his chin. "Little one, even now, you're still thinking about bad things? It seems you haven't realized how dangerous your situation is." Her hand slowly caresses Enan's body, from his chin down to his chest. Enan feels a tingling sensation spreading all over him. Tiffany leans close to his ear and whispers softly, "Tell me, what exactly did you do?" "It's nothing much," Enan replies with a smile, seeming completely unafraid. "Just killed a brother and sister." Hearing Enan's casual answer, Ron, standing nearby, immediately glares with red eyes. The black mist around him surges wildly like a raging tide. "Yeah, I will tear you to pieces." Tiffany ignored Ron. Her finger brushed over Enan's throat, and the cold touch made Enan can't help but praise. "Such an interesting little guy." "I am Tiffany, the angry witch, one of the 7 demon kings." Tiffany licked Enan's cheek. "I hope you keep offering me such great sacrifices, or else I might come find you and eat you." After saying that, Tiffany waved her hand, and Ron slowly disappeared without a trace. Tiffany also vanished as if she had never been there. Enan stood there blankly. If not for the warm, sweet feeling still lingering on his cheek, he might think everything that just happened was just a strange dream. "Tiffany? Amazing!" Enan whispered her name. Then he looked around at the people who were pale with fear and showed a satisfied smile. "Should we start taking their money now?" A greedy glint appeared in his eyes. The terrifying experience he just had didn't make him feel scared. Instead, it stirred his inner evil thoughts. Everyone stared in shock, as if they couldn't believe that this troublemaker was still thinking about stealing money after being targeted by the legendary Angry Witch. But the nobles gradually regained their senses and showed greedy expressions. The fat noble was the first to respond. He rubbed his hands and smiled flatteringly. "Lord Enan, you're right. We can't miss such a good chance." Seeing this, the other nobles also gathered around, chattering about how to get the commoners' money. "Everyone, don't be in such a hurry," Enan smiled. "First, let's kill that traitor." When everyone heard this, they were stunned at first, then looked confused. A noble with a mustache stared in disbelief. This idiot? Only now does he decide to turn against his allies and settle scores? This completely caught him off guard, but he tried to keep pretending. However, when Enan looked at him with a half-smile, he knew he was doomed. "Miss Neve." The mustached noble knelt down immediately. Now, he could only rely on this kind goddess. "Please spare me." Neve signaled to Enan with her eyes, and then maintained her kind goddess persona to protect him. This matter, Enan understood her silent message and immediately cut off the traitor's head with his sword. "Miss Neve, I'm sorry. I know you're kind-hearted, but keeping such a traitor is a big risk. For everyone's safety, I had to do it," Enan said softly, trying to explain his actions. Neve looked at the body on the ground, feeling sick inside. She forced herself to stay calm, her eyes showing mixed feelings. I understand your concerns, Baron Enan. I hope you won't be so impulsive and reckless in the future." "Yes," Enan grinned and bowed. "I have always been your most loyal follower, Miss Neve." Your kindness and wisdom have guided me. I will follow your will." The nobles saw Enan, this troublemaker, kill another noble and couldn't believe it. When did noble lives become so cheap? But at this moment, they didn't care about that. They ordered soldiers to check every household one by one. Meanwhile, Violet Watch had just arrived at the scene. Luo Ling felt guilty toward Enan because foot soldiers really couldn't catch up with the cavalry, and they had tried their best. All the cavalry soldiers protecting Ron were killed in battle. "My little fox," Enan helped Luo Ling, who was kneeling, and gently bit her fluffy ear. "You've done very well." Luo Ling's cheeks turned slightly red, and a shy look appeared in her eyes. "Oh Lord, there are so many people watching." The nobles began sending soldiers to collect money from the common people, but they were already holding a celebration feast in Zene City. They drank wine, ate meat, and enjoyed themselves immensely. The soldier of the fat pig noble had died almost completely, but no one could see any sadness on his face. Now, he was toasting with champagne, shaking the bottle, and uncorking it in front of his maid. With a loud pop, champagne sprayed out, drenching the maid completely. Everyone was affected by the tense atmosphere, and Neef left the absurd scene behind. These nobles are capable of doing all kinds of dirty things. Enan took a few sips of wine and then left. He wasn't interested in the upcoming noble party activities. At this moment, he arrived at Violet Watch's tent, where Luo Ling was pouring him red wine and massaging his shoulders. Whenever they were alone, Luo Ling would return to her role as a close maidservant. Enan relaxed and leaned back, enjoying Luo Ling's embrace. Meanwhile, in the main battlefield of Zene City, the city gates were already heavily damaged. Barak was struck by the news that his eldest son and daughter had been killed. He was like a thunderbolt had hit him. He was furious and shouting that he would tear apart Will and Enan into pieces. The news of Ron and Isabella's deaths made him attack repeatedly, but each time he received reports of crushing defeats, he regained his composure. Will was also very satisfied with Enan's performance. The fall of Zene City allowed him to attack more freely. His other children also showed jealousy towards Neef. They followed the main army hoping to earn military merit, but unexpectedly, Neef achieved the greatest victory. But there's a saying, the first to win is paper, the last to win is money. Barak's head was their biggest target. As long as they kept pace with the main army, they could be the first to seize Barak's head. Neef was also anxious about this. She had just found Enan, but the timing was a bit unlucky. However, that paid no attention to her arrival and was openly discussing war with his little fox partner in front of her. Neef could only feel her heart pounding in secret. She never expected this to hide such a big secret. What was even more unbelievable was that this seemingly refined man was uttering such rude words. Calling her a useless waste, though not directly insulting her, it still made her blush and her heart race. "Miss Neef," Enan adjusted his clothes casually and looked at her with a questioning expression. "Is there something you need?" Neef could only curse this shameless man silently, suppressing her dissatisfaction. "Baron Enan, now that Zene City has fallen, shouldn't we cooperate with the main army and send troops to attack Zene City?" Enan raised a slight eyebrow and smiled meaningfully. "That's natural, but now is not a good time to send troops. We just won a battle and haven't had time to celebrate, yet we face life and death again. It might affect morale." Neef frowned. Although she suspected Enan's words were just an excuse, she didn't want to argue directly. "Baron Enan, I understand your worries, but opportunities in war are fleeting. Barak is now full of anger and grief, likely confused. If we attack now, we might catch him off guard." "No," Enan immediately refused. "Proud soldiers often fall, and desperate soldiers often win. Now is definitely not the time to attack." Of course, this was just Enan's excuse. Until Neef showed real signs, Enan didn't want his soldiers to risk their lives. Most of the noble coalition was unreliable, and Zene City, as the main city of a count's territory, wouldn't be easily taken with just a few allies. Neef wanted to push for her own interests and thought about making everyone fight hard, but Enan represented the nobles' interests at this moment. In the past few days, several nobles had shown Enan their sincerity, and the price of accepting their sincerity was delay. At least for now, no attacks could be made, unless Will, that old guy, personally ordered it. Otherwise, if Enan dared to send troops now, Those who still hadn't made enough money would tear him apart. Seeing Enan's firm attitude, Neef felt more anxious. She wanted to say more, but covered her mouth and couldn't speak. Suddenly, the little fox jumped into Enan's arms. Here, Luo Ling turns into a little waste. Seeing this, Neef felt both angry and annoyed. The two of them being so intimate in front of her was embarrassing, and she could only leave awkwardly. During these days, Enan enjoyed himself in Zene City with the nobles, completely ignoring the war. In the daytime, he scolded his little fox as a little waste. At night, he went back to take care of his daughter. Eileen Shue didn't know where Enan learned his bad habits. His rude words made her feel utterly ashamed. A few days later, in Enan's residence. Little trash, just like a little dog. I think you deserve to be scolded. While putting on his clothes, Enan looked at Eileen Shue with a sneering gaze. If it weren't for the oversight protecting Eileen Shue, Enan wouldn't be so easy on her. Eileen Shue's face was flushed with embarrassment and anger as she glared at Enan, but she couldn't say anything. She could only watch that scoundrel leave the tent. Meanwhile, Enan looked at Eileen Shue's level of obedience. Eileen Shue's obedience level, 64%. Hateful guide clearly, she had been scolded a lot these past few days. Enan pulled back the tent flap and sat in the second seat. Everyone had finished their fun and played enough. Now it was time to attack. As soon as he sat down, the noisy discussion inside the tent immediately quieted, and the noble's eyes turned toward him. Everyone. Enan glanced at Neef at the head of the table and tapped on the desk. I believe everyone has finished their rest these days. It's time to set out and continue the attack. His words caused a murmur of whispers inside the tent. Neef had been waiting impatiently. If she delayed any longer, she would miss her chance. Baron Enan is right. Everyone, prepare immediately. We leave now. Seeing that the opinions of these two troublemakers had been agreed upon, no one dared to argue. They could only go back and urge their soldiers to start preparing to leave. Inside the tent, only Enan and Neef remained. Miss Neef. Enan looked at her hesitantly, unsure of what she was thinking. Is there something you want? Neef blushed and came over to Enan. Baron Enan, could you maybe scold me a little too? Enan grabbed Neef's shoulders. Did you overhear something? Huh. Neef was momentarily stunned by Enan's grip. This scoundrel really had the nerve. But she quickly regained her composure. His words were too harsh, and she planned to teach him a lesson to make him behave. However, Enan didn't give her a chance. He held her chin and asked, I'm talking to you, little waste. Baron Enan. I just wanted to hear you speak like that. I didn't eavesdrop. Enan continued shouting angrily. What did you call me? Do you want me to take you outside for a walk and remind you of your place? Neef was a bit overwhelmed. This scoundrel seemed to be too bossy. But she slowly looked up. No one had ever dared to speak to her like this before. Master. Enan smirked and gently touched Neef's lips with his thumb. Good. I like your attitude, Master. Seeing Neef's reaction, Enan felt proud. Although this young lady from the noble family hadn't been officially recognized as a tameable partner, it didn't mean she had no value. On the contrary, Neef was very valuable. She could even influence Enan's future status in the northern region. Looking at her soft, flax-colored hair, delicate features, and amber eyes, he couldn't help but want to kiss her. And then, this scoundrel stole her first kiss. Good. Remember what you said, Enan said coldly, staring at Neef. This time, I will help you get Barrack's head, but you must always remember your place. Otherwise, you won't get this treatment again. Neef quickly nodded. Yes, Master. I will always remember my role. She just wanted to play a game of love, never expecting to get this scoundrel's promise. It was a wonderful surprise. The army began to move out. Neef returned to her usual elegant self, as if nothing had happened in the tent. But this woman couldn't hold back at night. She paced inside the tent, torn between her feelings and her reason. Her mind told her she was part of the Wolf family, with her own mission and ambitions. She shouldn't embarrass herself or feel humiliated in front of Enan, a lower-ranked baron. However, emotionally, she was like possessed, her mind full of Enan's domineering attitude. Finally, her feelings completely overcame her reason. She went to Enan's house, took a deep breath, and slowly lifted the tent flap. At this moment, Enan was drinking red wine, while Eileen Shue was massaging his shoulders and back beside him. Master, Neef softly called, her voice trembling slightly, clear in the quiet tent. Aileen Shui couldn't believe it. This young lady from the noble family was calling this scoundrel that? She widened her eyes, filled with shock and confusion, and her hands froze involuntarily. Enan heard Neef's voice and showed a satisfied smile. He gave a devilish invitation. You little waste, I didn't call you over. Hearing this, Neef trembled slightly, but her eyes flashed with complicated feelings. She lowered her head and whispered, Master, I was disobedient, you? Aileen Shui watched this scene, unable to understand why the usually proud young lady from the noble family would bow so humbly before Enan, like a begging little dog. But Enan didn't even look at Neef. He continued drinking his red wine, deliberately ignoring her. However, Neef couldn't hold back. She trembled slightly, moved a few steps toward Enan, and her voice was tearful. Master, please don't ignore Neef. Enan still didn't look at her, just gently swirled his wine glass, feeling the rhythm of the wine spinning in the cup. Then he accidentally spilled the wine on the ground. The ground isn't clean anymore, Enan said casually, looking at Neef. What will you do? At that moment, Neef's eyes showed many emotions. Anger, struggle, embarrassment. But she still unconsciously obeyed. This made Aileen Shui feel a surge of satisfaction. Humans are so despicable, and Neef was her first target for revenge. She didn't expect her to fall so quickly. Aileen Shui's obedience level 70%. Hated guide. Oh, Enan noticed the increase in Aileen Shui's obedience level and couldn't help but look up at her. Are you happy? Aileen Shui bit her lip and dared not speak. After all, Neef only obeyed Enan, but she could be taken away at any moment. Enan looked at Iron Shui's silent attitude and found it amusing. He directly pinched her chin and forcefully poured red wine into her mouth. Enan pointed at Neef. Go? Feed her some wine. Neef's eyes widened, seeming to be in disbelief that Enan would act so recklessly. What's wrong? Enan saw Neef's expression of refusal and smiled playfully. What? I was just inviting you to drink together. Are you being disobedient? Neef trembled slightly, a hint of hesitation flashing in her eyes. You should know what happens if you refuse, Enan said, noticing that this noble lady still wanted to stay rational, and quickly stopped her. That means the game is over. No, master, Neef almost instinctively shouted, her eyes full of fear. Neef is the most obedient. Anyway, the story of Neef and Enan had begun. In the end, they would become the best friends. Their fates would even be temporarily linked. The next day, Enan sat confidently in the main seat, swaying his wine glass and looking at the noble guests. His arrogant attitude made everyone present want to go up and slap him, to remind him what kind of behavior a baron should have in front of them. The nobles had no idea where Enan got the courage to sit in Neef's place. They whispered to each other, their faces full of surprise and disapproval. In their eyes, Enan was just a baron. How could he overstep so blatantly? But he seemed very confident. Is he not afraid of dying? Many nobles wanted to ask this, but no one dared. If they knew that their noble Miss Neef was currently sleeping lazily at Enan's house, they would understand what was really going on. Sorry about that, Enan said with a proud smile. Miss Neef is unable to attend the meeting today, so I will temporarily host it. The nobles were confused. Even if Miss Neef was unwell, couldn't he just sit in her place? But now, asking this question would be inappropriate unless they wanted to challenge the authority of the man sitting in the main seat. Everyone probably knows. This time we are mainly working with the main force to attack Fu Jin Cheng, but ultimately, Enan tapped the table. Our strength can't face them directly. The nobles nodded in agreement. The ones who want to deal with Barak are the Weir family. Everyone is just here to take advantage of the situation. There's no need to fight to the death. Of course, if Neef can get Barak's head, all of you here will definitely be qualified to join her team. Wait, Barak's head? So this guy means... Enan watched the noble's reactions gradually change, a satisfied look on his face. That's right. This time, our main goal isn't to attack the city, but to get Barak. The fat noble couldn't sit still. Lord Enan, how can we take down Barak without attacking the city? Enan didn't answer him. Instead, he took out a box. Do you think we only killed Count Barak's 2 children? Open it and see. Enan threw the box to the fat noble, smiling. The fat noble hurriedly caught the box, his face full of tension and curiosity. Under everyone's watch, he slowly opened the box. A head. And a small treasure? Everyone started to. The fat noble's face turned pale, almost dropping the box. Sending this to Beric would definitely make him furious. Think about it. When Beric sees his daughter's head and his grandson, oh, whether it's his grandson or great-grandson, no one knows. How do you think he will feel when he receives this gift? The crowd looked at each other, their faces growing paler. Unconsciously, they imagined Beric's possible crazy reaction upon seeing this. One noble finally spoke with a trembling voice. He will be heartbroken, then furious, and he will want to take revenge on us. Enan burst into loud laughter, his voice full of arrogance. Exactly. He will be angry, crazy, and lose his mind. And that is our chance. Recently, Beric has been troubled by thoughts of war. He is slowly recovering from the shock of losing his children. At this moment, he is in his study handling affairs, even planning to take back the sub-city. Master, a servant nervously hands him a box. Beric frowns, feeling a bad premonition. His usually calm voice becomes more serious. What is this? The servant dares not look up, speaking with obvious fear. It's someone who delivered it to the gate of the estate, demanding you open it personally. Beric snorts coldly, stands up, and slowly walks toward the box. He stares at the box as if it were a bomb ready to explode. After a moment of hesitation, he reaches out and opens it. The box has 2 layers. The top layer contains a letter. Dear Count Beric, I wonder how you would feel if you knew your daughter is your daughter-in-law. Seeing the message, Beric's face, which was already flushed, turns pale. His eyes nearly bulge out of their sockets as he stares at the words, as if trying to see through the paper. How is this possible? His voice rises involuntarily, trembling with a mix of anger and shock. His gaze then shifts uncontrollably to the lower layer of the box, where he sees his daughter's head and a small, unrecognizable body. His emotions become even more complicated. Beric feels dizzy, overwhelmed by waves of anger, grief, and shame, like a rising tide that engulfs him. This is fake. It must be fake, he screams desperately, his voice filled with hopeless struggle. He refuses to believe what he sees, but memories of Ron and Isabella's intimacy, along with the gruesome scene inside the box, make it all too real. At this moment, he cannot escape the truth. Enan Hill, you despicable beast. Beric curses through clenched teeth, every word full of deep hatred. I will personally kill him. His hatred makes him lose all composure. He suddenly flips over the desk in his study, scattering ink, paper, and brushes everywhere. Philip! Beric grabs the servant by the collar, his eyes bloodshot. Go tell Philip the first one to kill him. The servant was so frightened by Beric's fierce appearance that he collapsed and scrambled out to find Philip. Philip was his strongest fighter, a 3rd-level knight of the Gold League. He was already prepared to be sent to the front lines, but now he was suddenly called to the study. When he hurried into the study, he immediately felt Beric's almost tangible anger. Seeing this, he immediately knelt on one knee. Master, what are your orders? Beric strode over to Philip, grabbed him, and roared. Philip, that from the Hill family is really too much. He not only killed my daughter and son, but also, Beric hesitated, then continued angrily. I want you to lead a team of loyal fighters to cut off his head tonight. Philip wanted to advise him, but seeing the furious lion, he couldn't speak. He just glanced at the box and understood what was going on. No father could accept such a thing. This was an unprecedented. At this moment, he could only curse Enan's ancestors silently in his heart. Master, rest assured, Philip clenched his teeth and made up his mind. I will choose loyal fighters now and avenge the young count and lady tonight. Beric released Philip's hand, panting heavily. Good. If you can take Enan's head, I will make you the most honored person in the Gold League, enjoying endless wealth and glory. Meanwhile, Enan led the noble coalition army to camp in an open area. He was waiting for Beric's revenge. Enan was currently embracing the noble lady, Eileen Xue, and talking sweetly, even though there was no real love between them. Eileen Xue also disliked him, but that didn't stop them from pleasing each other. Do you miss your daughter? Enan asked, playfully lifting Eileen Xue's chin and looking at her conflicted expression. I do. Eileen Xue avoided Enan's intense gaze and turned her head away. But I can't think about it. Enan took her snowy white hair and sniffed it, a look of intoxication mixed with teasing on his face. Your hair really has a unique scent, just like you, mysterious and hard to understand. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. The man on her legs slowly spoke. I don't want to be disturbed halfway through. Aileen Snow could only gently touch his face. This was her only safe place in the Isle Empire. If she lost him, more shameless nobles would take her away. Over the past few days, she had seen those ugly nobles do disgusting things. Enan was like a breath of fresh air among them. This man was just more cruel and heartless than the others. Philip led nearly 100 death soldiers, moving like ghosts in the night, approaching Enan's camp. Tonight, their only goal was to kill Enan. But halfway through their stealth, they suddenly saw soldiers appear out of nowhere, shooting arrows at them. Philip secretly cursed, whispering angrily, "Hide." The 100 death soldiers scattered instantly like ghosts, using their skills to find cover and avoid the arrows. Enan was prepared. Philip clenched his teeth, full of anger and frustration. As a third-level knight, normal bows couldn't hurt him. Now, he was just waiting for the right moment to secretly attack Enan. But before he could get close, that had already appeared. Enan was now holding Aileen Snow's waist. He liked to show off to enemies that he had a beautiful ice queen by his side, as if this proved he was confident of victory. Is that barracks people? Enan tasted Aileen Snow's delicate fingers. You shouldn't have come. He looked past Aileen Snow and directly at Philip, full of disdain and mockery, as if Philip was just a tiny, insignificant ant. Philip was completely furious at Enan's contemptuous attitude. You demon, he shouted angrily, swinging his long sword in several arcs, rushing at Enan like a fierce tiger. But halfway there, he was blocked by a beautiful fox warrior dressed in purple light armor. Coincidentally, Luo Ling also had third-level strength, so tonight he was destined to return empty-handed or even die. Luo Ling moved gracefully, her purple armor shining mysteriously in the moonlight. Her long sword drew beautiful yet deadly arcs, each strike perfectly matching Philip's great sword in precision. Trying to hurt my lord, Luo Ling flicked out several purple sword energies. Unless you can step over my body first. Philip's face was twisted with anger. He swung his great sword, clashing with the sword energy. Just you? Trying to stop me? Philip shouted angrily. He stomped hard, and like a cannonball, he charged at Luo Ling, raising his sword high, ready to strike with overwhelming force. Is it entertaining? Enan held Aileen Shui close, like a foolish ruler. Aileen Shui no longer felt anything about these scenes, since the moment Enan abandoned her in front of Ron. Because this scoundrel didn't care about her life at all. Even if she was captured by enemies, he wouldn't turn into a hero to save her. At this moment, she suddenly envied Ron and Isabella's forbidden love. At least they truly loved each other and were willing to risk everything for one another. Just like her and her husband's love. Her husband also died saving her. That was something worth praising. But everything was destroyed by the demon beside her. Enan seemed to sense her thoughts. This woman had spent many days and nights with him. He was somewhat familiar with her emotional changes, and his mood had become more irritable ever since he met Tiffany. He suddenly pulled Aileen Shui in front of him, like grabbing an object, with a twisted smile on his face. Not happy? Thinking of something bad? You weren't like this before. Let me guess. Are you thinking about the moment I abandoned you? You think envying them can change anything? Ron and Isabella's love? Or your love with your husband? Every part of you, every inch of your body, belongs to me. From the moment you met me, you already belonged to me. I can abandon you, but you can't envy others. That doesn't belong to you. Enan leaned close to Aileen Shui, his hot breath on her face. His disgusting words of possessiveness drilled into her ears, word by word. His ridiculous possessiveness seemed only salvageable through this angry shouting and scolding. This woman had never fully belonged to him from the start. He had been trying to tame Aileen Shui, but she had never truly opened her heart to him, never once. Aileen Shui trembled with anger, struggling with all her strength to break free from Enan's grip. Her eyes were red with tears as she stared at him fiercely. You crazy man. My heart belongs forever to my husband. From start to finish, you are not allowed to tarnish it. Enan was very angry after hearing this. His face twisted with rage, and his eyes almost seemed to shoot fire. Say that again. He wanted to say that abandoning her was just a way to deal with enemies. But for some reason, a flame seemed to rise inside him. It was as if he was very quick to anger, something that shouldn't normally happen to him. Aileen Xue was fearless. She held her head high and repeated slowly, I said, you are a demon. My heart belongs forever to my husband. You will never get it. Enan sneered with madness and despair in his laugh. Good, very good. Since I can't have you, no one else can. After saying this, ignoring the chaos around them, he suddenly grabbed her neck with his claws like a fierce eagle. Think about how I treated you. Think about your daughter. Enan seemed like a madman who had lost his mind. Am I not good to you? He couldn't accept that this woman, who always obeyed him physically, had her heart elsewhere. As long as you admit that you completely belong to me. Enan's voice trembled with anger, but his grip didn't loosen. I will let you go? Let your daughter go. Aileen Xue's obedience suddenly dropped sharply, down to 54%. This fact was too much for Enan to accept, just because of her dead husband. Aileen Xue felt her life slowly fading as Enan's hands tightened. Her mind began to picture her husband's and daughter's faces. They were her last warmth and hope in this dark world. Even as death approached, her resolve in her eyes did not waver. The love between Aileen Xue and her husband was her red line, never to be crossed by a third person, even if her husband was already dead. That was a tenderness and love that Enan could never give. You. Enan gritted his teeth, his grip tightening involuntarily. Are you so stubborn? For a dead man, you are willing to give up your own daughter's life. Even if I die, I will never belong to you, Aileen Xue said with difficulty, her voice weak but full of strong determination. Such a heartless woman, Enan sneered. Think about Aurora, your daughter. She's still in my castle. When you die, I won't let her have an easy life. You only use her to threaten me, Aileen Xue said with a faint smile. I believe she will forgive me because her mother holds on to love. Really? I'll show you how silly that love is, Enan said as he bit Aileen Xue's lips, drawing blood. After a long time, Aileen Xue slowly shook her head. Though her breath was faint, her firm gaze remained like an unshakable mountain of ice. You don't understand. True love is never betraying, no matter life or death. People blinded by desire, like you, will never understand. Enan slowly released Aileen Xue's neck, finally realizing. This woman is a pure-hearted lover. But where does she get her courage? This woman is willing to give up her own daughter for love. Or has she already decided to trust him, thinking he wouldn't hurt her daughter? Are pure-hearted lovers this determined nowadays? Enan was a bit surprised. Aileen Xue gasped heavily, her eyes showing relief after surviving, but mostly filled with deep hatred for Enan. You think threatening me with my daughter will work? You never understand that some things are more important than life. Enan looked at her with contempt. I gave you everything, yet you don't appreciate it and dare to betray me. Betray? Aileen Xue sneered. We are enemies who can never coexist. My obedience to you was just to wait for a chance to revenge. Are you acting too much? Aileen Xue seemed to have given up. Do you really believe our little game was real? I have seen your despicable face many times. Aileen Xue immediately turned her head, afraid to look at Enan. There is a reward she must discover about him, and his goal from the beginning was not to win her love. Thinking of this, the demon deliberately threatened Aileen Xue to see if she would react more aggressively. Psychologically, this is called testing the limits. Intentionally provoking her is to see how she responds and where her boundaries are. As the saying goes, small people fear power, but not virtue. So, is Aileen Xue really a small person? Enan needs to explore and verify this step by step. At this moment, he showed a sinister smile. Since you miss your husband so much, I will send someone to the snowy country to find his remains. Aileen Xue's face instantly turned pale, a flash of fear in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by anger. You dare? Enan, if you move his remains, I will risk my life to make sure you pay dearly. Seeing this, Enan's smile twisted even more. Oh? Do you think you can stop me? You are just a toy in my hands, and I can do whatever I want with his remains. Philip watched all this, furious. Enan, you despicable, shameless man. You won't even spare the dead, still dreaming of a hero saving a beauty? How ridiculous. Luo Ling, kill him for me, Enan ordered. Luo Ling, despite her injuries, slowly approached Philip. Her eyes were cold, her sword dripping with blood, shining strangely under the moonlight. Luo Ling, don't be stubborn. This demon is evil and wicked. Do you still want to help him do more harm? Philip warned her cautiously while shouting. So what? My purpose is to make the Lord happy, Luo Ling said firmly. I am willing to go to with him. Enan finally realized that only complete obedience could make him feel at ease. This little fox was so loyal that it moved him, and it strengthened his belief that his pursuit of power and control was right. Philip was killed. Under the attack of the Violet Watch, his body slowly collapsed. However, Enan was not very happy. The woman he had tamed for so long had changed her heart, and her obedience had decreased. The next day, Enan slowly got up from his place. Next to him, Aileen Snow kept her eyes closed, trembling slightly, her face full of pain. But Enan didn't look at her at all, and simply pushed the door open and left. When Barrack received Philip's head, he couldn't believe it. This was the strongest fighter of the wealthy elite, and he had died just like that, in the hands of a baron? How did he do it? This made him even angrier, and he was about to face destruction. He couldn't hold on anymore. Count Wilbur's attack was getting fiercer, and he could be killed at any moment. So he decided to lead his soldiers away, because as long as the mountains remained, there would be firewood. But before leaving, he was determined to kill that Enan. He turned around and looked at his neatly arranged soldiers, feeling ashamed. I am a failed lord. I can't protect my land or my children. If any of you want to leave, I will give you some money. Go. The soldiers looked at each other in silence. After a moment, a bearded soldier stepped forward. My lord Count, we have followed you for many years. You gave us our wealth and status. How can we abandon you now? Others also responded, showing their loyalty to Barrack. Barrack was moved. Victory or defeat is common in war. Wilbur is indeed hateful, but I can't bear to see Enan live. Follow me. If I can't cut off his head, I will die with regret. Kill him. The soldiers shouted together, their voices echoing across the field, full of determination to fight to the end. Kill him. Kill him. Barrack ordered his soldiers to pour strong wine. He personally raised a cup high and said loudly, Good. I won't treat you badly. After drinking this wine, we will go and take Enan's head. The soldiers, full of passion, raised their heads and drank the wine, shouting to kill Enan. Let's go. Barrack gave the order. His horse neighed loudly and charged forward first. He could feel that his old comrade was truly angry this time. For many years, his master hadn't ridden him into such reckless charge in battle. This fierce beast of a warhorse seemed to be ignited by Barrack's anger, its hooves kicking up dust as it charged forward wildly. The soldiers of the noble alliance stood ready, archers knocking their bows, their arrows gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Fire, commanded the leader. Suddenly, a barrage of arrows shot toward Barrack's troops like falling stars. Barrack's personal guards showed no fear and pressed on, shouting, Charge! For Lord Barrack! Kill Enan! The battle cries were deafening, and amid the chaos, their determination grew stronger. Barrack led the charge, breaking through the first line of defense. He swung his spear skillfully, as if no one could stop him. At this moment, he seemed to be recalling his youthful bravery. Enan Hill, where are you? Barrack roared, his voice echoing across the camp. Ivan Barrack, such rage is not fitting for a noble. Enan appeared slowly from a distance, wearing a mocking smile. Seeing Enan, Barrack's eyes seemed to burn with fire. That little brat. How dare he? Despite the attack, Enan still held a woman on the battlefield. A baron daring to ignore a count. How bold. Enan Hill, I will kill you. Barrack clenched his legs tightly around his horse's belly, urging his beast forward like an arrow toward Enan. But Enan paid him no attention. He held Enan Snow close, as if the battlefield was just their romantic backdrop, though their relationship had nothing to do with love. Enan Snow's neck was covered in red marks, left by Enan last night. It seemed only like this could declare his possession over her. Aren't you very angry at humans? Enan asked, pinching Enan Snow's chin. Why give up that hatred? Didn't we agree on something? Enan noticed her expression was still emotionless, sensing danger. This woman was probably deeply hurt after being abandoned. What do you really want? Why the sudden change? Isn't your family's destruction enough to strengthen your resolve for revenge? Or is it because I don't care about your life? All of this is just to win against the enemy. You should understand that. Eileen Shue bit her lip and said nothing. She thought that obeying Enan would earn his affection, but she was wrong. To him, everyone was just an object. If someone touched his core interests, there was no mercy. Eileen Shue finally understood this now. Enan Hill, prepare to die. Barak rushed forward with his spear, cutting through the air with a sharp wind. Ding! Luo Ling appeared just in time to block this deadly strike. Meanwhile, the armored soldiers of Violet Watch slowly revealed themselves, ready to attack the Count. Barak had long known that Enan hid a purple army, but he didn't expect them to be so brave. The soldiers of Violet Watch moved in perfect unison, quickly surrounding Barak and his guards, forming a tight circle. Their eyes were firm, weapons reflecting cold light, like a group of trained death gods. Humph, Hill family trash, you think these people can save your worthless life? Barak shouted at Enan while fighting Luo Ling fiercely. He hadn't fought in a long time. Since taking over his family, he had been busy managing his territory. You're old. Enan looked at Barak with disdain. Look at you now, just a dying dog clinging to life. Hearing this, Barak's anger burned. His spear struck harder, each move full of destructive power, as if he wanted to tear Enan apart. Little brat, don't be arrogant. Today, I will make you pay for what you've done. Ha ha ha. I wonder what you'll look like after receiving my gift. It should be just like now. Enan laughed wildly, full of mockery and challenge. Hearing Enan insult him, Barak was furious, smoke coming from his ears. You are quite pitiful. Enan saw Barak's rage and suddenly changed his expression. His eyes turned cold. Your children. They never mentioned your name, even in death. It's sad you are willing to die for them. This made Barak feel a mix of sadness, anger, bitterness, and resentment. Luo Ling seized the moment when Barak was dazed and stabbed a sword into Barak's chest. Barak looked at the sword in his chest, unable to believe it. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at Enan, as if trying to kill him with his gaze. This was so close. He almost took his life. You despicable little man. His voice was filled with resentment and anger, but it was broken and faint because of the severe pain in his chest. Despicable? In this chaotic world, only the winners have the right to define everything, Enan said coldly, with no trace of mercy in his eyes. Quite a good sacrifice, a charming female voice echoed in the air. Tiffany, the furious witch, appeared again without warning. She moved lightly, like a ghost, and came beside Enan, her scarlet eyes shining with strange light. This time, they stood face to face. Enan's head only reached her chin. She was tall and exuded a kind of irresistible yet intimidating charm. She embraced Enan, making him a little short of breath. Little one, Tiffany stroked Enan's hair. Do you want to act cute in Big Sister's arms? You actually colluded with the witch? Barak's life was slowly fading, but he still couldn't believe what he saw. Enan wanted to say something, but Tiffany held him tightly, preventing him from speaking. Are you trying to please me? So you're trying so hard to provoke others. Of course not. Enan tried to argue, but Tiffany hugged him even tighter, silencing him. Tiffany looked down at Enan with a teasing and playful expression, as if teasing a helpless little animal. Don't be shy, little one. Admitting it isn't a big deal. Tiffany's voice was soft and gentle, like a silk thread wrapping around Enan's ear. Suddenly, Tiffany seemed to sense something, and she pushed Enan away. You little one, your courage is getting bolder. Tiffany crossed her arms and looked down at Enan from above, her scarlet eyes flickering with a dangerous light. Do you know what happens if you make me angry? In his heart, Enan felt a shiver. Confronted with Tiffany's dangerous aura, he licked his lips and said, I just can't breathe. This woman was definitely not someone he could provoke right now. Tiffany narrowed her eyes slightly, her dangerous glow intensifying. She looked down at Enan and said, Can't breathe? That's a pretty weak excuse. Forget it. After all, you gave me enough anger, Tiffany said, pinching Enan's chin. But next time, don't make me unhappy, understand? Of course, Enan smiled charmingly. How could I bear to make my big sister angry? Seeing Enan's obedient smile, Tiffany found it amusing. She showed a small smile and said, I'll give you something good. Before Enan could react, she suddenly kissed him. Tiffany's lips were soft but cold, and a strange magic flowed from the kiss into Enan's body. Then her figure became more transparent, and Barak also lost his vitality. It was just like the time Ron died. Enan stood there blankly, still stunned from the sudden kiss. He only felt a strange magic circulating inside him, a power both unfamiliar and carrying Tiffany's unique aura. Wait. Enan suddenly snapped back to himself and shouted loudly. Tiffany's face was now just a face, with only her head remaining. Is there something else, little guy, besides me? Have you ever given gifts to others like that? Tiffany's increasingly transparent face showed a faint, elusive smile. What? Little guy, are you jealous? Her voice seemed to come from all around, with a teasing tone. Gifts like this are not for just anyone. The angry witch left, and there were 7 such witches? A thought automatically appeared in Enan's mind, as if Tiffany had brought it to him. Pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony. And the 7 deadly sins witches corresponded to the 7 virtues saints? Humility, tolerance, resilience, hope, generosity, moderation, chastity. Are witches and saints all so wonderful? Then, should I take them all down? Aiden's mind flashed with this bold idea. Although it was crazy, he felt a faint spark of excitement and ambition in his heart. If he could truly control both the 7 deadly sins witch and the 7 virtues saintess, he would have unimaginable power on this continent. Of course, these thoughts were a bit far ahead. For now, Aiden took out a dagger and slowly cut off Barrick's head. As the dagger cut in, blood poured out, and Barrick's head separated from his body. Eileen Snow watched this bloody scene, covering her mouth, afraid to make a sound. Aiden, holding Barrick's head, slowly stood up. He couldn't help but let out a wild laugh. This northern part of the Izur Empire should also have my name. Aiden. Eileen Snow looked at Aiden with fear. To her, he now seemed like a madman possessed by a demon. This man seemed to embody all the sins: pride, envy, anger, greed, gluttony, laziness, and desire, all displayed vividly on him. Don't look at me with those eyes. Aiden noticed her gaze. Aren't we the closest partners? You. Eileen Snow wanted to say something, but said nothing, only looking at Aiden with a mix of deep disappointment and fear, as if the person before her was a stranger. Tell me, why are you acting like this now? Aiden seemed to have a seed of anger planted in him, easily ignited. Am I treating you badly? Eileen Snow took a deep breath, trembling as she spoke. Please, let us, mother and daughter, go. Want to leave me? Aiden's eyes widened, full of disbelief and anger. Do you believe I won't give you and your mother to the goblins? Eileen Snow's face turned pale from Aiden's words, her body trembling uncontrollably. Why did you betray me? Aiden shouted, grabbing her by the collar. Just for that fleeting love? Why should a dead person compare to me? Eileen Snow was dizzy from Aiden's shaking. I didn't betray you. She tried to steady herself, her eyes full of sadness and helplessness. But I have my limits. Limits? Haha. Aiden sneered angrily. You exchanged your body for your mother and daughter's safety. Do you still have any limits now? You betrayed your husband, and now you talk about love? You didn't say that when you were in bed. Perhaps Enan was tired of arguing, or maybe since meeting Tiffany, he found himself getting angrier more easily. In the end, Enan let Eileen Snow go. He carried Barrick's head in front of a group of nobles. Baron Enan. This? Everyone was in disbelief. Could this scoundrel really have taken Barrick's head? Everyone was starting to see him differently. Their eyes grew more intense. Enan went straight to Neve. Miss Neve, I have not failed my duty. He wore a proud smile, holding out Barrick's head, blood still dripping from it, pooling on the ground. Neve looked at the head, her eyes flashing with excitement, but she quickly regained her composure. She offered an elegant smile. Baron Enan, I knew I was right about you. She was about to become the heir to the countship. Neve drew her sword, its cold gleam shining in the sunlight. She decided to bind Enan even closer to her chariot. A flash of anger crossed Enan's eyes. This little dog dared to force him to swear loyalty to her in front of everyone. But for now, he could only kneel on one knee, letting Neve place her sword on his shoulder, unless he wanted trouble. This was a noble loyalty ceremony. Once established, he would be branded as part of Neve's faction. From then on, Enan would have to serve her, unless he wanted to tarnish this solemn oath. Neve held her sword, the tip lightly on Enan's shoulder. Her gaze swept over all the nobles present, her voice clear and firm, filled with undeniable authority. Today, Baron Enan, with his extraordinary courage and wisdom, has eliminated our formidable enemy, Barak. I, Neve, will hereby declare that from this day forward, Baron Enan is officially loyal to me. We will share honor and disgrace alike." Enan clenched his teeth, raised his head, and said to Neve, "I, Enan Hill, am willing to serve Miss Neve. For your glory and the benefit of your family, I am ready to risk everything." Neve smiled contentedly, sheathing her sword and reaching out to help Enan to his feet. "Baron Enan, get up. I believe that with your help, we can achieve great success in the Northern Territory." At this moment, she must abandon her image of kindness, at least to prevent others from thinking she is still the same gentle noble lady. The first female countess of the Northern Territory is about to be born. Perhaps even a female marquis. Everyone looked at Enan with jealous eyes, wondering why the person kneeling on the ground wasn't themselves. Enan stood up, pretending to be respectful and obedient, but inside he was furious. From this moment, his fate and Neve's are temporarily linked, but this is just a step toward gaining power. It is not the end. Neve looked around at the jealous nobles, feeling proud. She raised her voice and said, "Everyone, Barak is dead. We will prepare to return to our territory immediately." After everyone left, only the two of them remained in the tent. Good for nothing. Enan dropped his false politeness. "I didn't tell you to do that." A flicker of excitement crossed Neve's eyes. It had been a long time since Enan called her that. But now the situation has changed. She can't afford to fall into despair anymore. "Baron Enan, our game is over. I hope you can see clearly and restore our normal relationship." Hearing this, Enan sneered. He slowly approached Neve. "Normal relationship? You think we can still have a normal relationship?" "Baron Enan, what? What are you going to do?" Neve's voice trembled with nervousness. "And no, don't be rude." Seeing her like this, Enan showed a hint of mockery. He slowly took out a cloth to blindfold Neve's eyes. Suddenly, darkness covered her vision. She instinctively cried out in surprise, trying to tear off the cloth, but Enan quickly grabbed her hands. "Baron Enan, you're going too far. What do you want to do?" Neve's voice trembled with fear, but a faint excitement was also present in her words. "Be good. Don't move." Enan patted her rebellious little head. "You'll find out soon enough." Enan left the tent and ordered the soldiers guarding the door, the Violet Watch, to keep watch. Then he returned to the tent. The female soldiers of the Violet Watch only saw their lord carrying a toolbox into the tent. They knew that box. Some people have experienced things that are hard to talk about, but they always leave unforgettable memories. Sometimes, just a glance between two people is enough to make them look away quickly. In general, anyone who has gone through these experiences cannot lift their head in front of Enan. They blush and secretly hope that the Lord will lead them into those dangerous areas again. A few days later, everyone returned to Tulip territory. Will was in his study, gently touching his signet ring. He had already made connections and was about to get the results he wanted. He had been guarding the northern border of the empire, which was a great achievement. As long as he was there, the northern part of the empire remained peaceful. But he didn't have many years left, so his enemies might use this to strike back. However, he had done everything he could. The rest depended on the power struggles in the imperial capital. In recent days, carts full of tulip gems and treasures looted from the wealthy gold territory kept arriving in the capital. And for Enan, who had made great contributions in this war, he was not stingy. Enan stood quietly to the side, watching the Earl. Will stopped touching his ring, looked up, and his gaze fell on Enan, with a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. "You chose to serve Neve? That's not a good choice." Will didn't expect that the heir would end up being his daughter. She was good at everything, but it's a pity she was just a girl. Enan didn't dare speak. He didn't know why Will said this. Was he worried about Neve's abilities? Or was he worried about Enan himself? Enan quietly warned himself and carefully replied, "Lord Earl, Miss Neve has noble qualities of a noble. I believe this is because you, as her father, have taught her well. It is an honor for us to serve Lord Earl and Miss Neve." Will slightly squinted his eyes, seeming to ponder the meaning behind Enan's words. After a brief silence, he slowly spoke, "Baron Enan, no. I should call you Viscount Enan now. Your performance this time has been quite commendable. Anyway, the goal has been achieved." Enan's eyes lit up. Was Will planning to move him up in rank? Enan didn't say much. He simply bowed slowly to Will and left the study. In any case, he had already achieved what he wanted. Becoming a viscount allows one to gain more wealth and resources, and most importantly, a viscount can form a larger, better-equipped army. Besides regular infantry, they are allowed to form cavalry units of up to 500 soldiers, provided they have the money. A typical baron's territory might only have some special products, like silverfish from Silver Lake or slaves from Storm Territory. A baron's land might only contain small clay or sand mines used for making simple pottery or building materials, which don't bring in much profit. But a viscount is different. They are eligible to access metal mines. Of course, these resources don't just appear out of nowhere. Only if you are awarded by the royal family can your territory and mines be directly granted to you. Otherwise, you have to earn them through your own skill, whether by stealing from other countries or justly occupying noble lands within your own country. In short, you must earn everything through your own ability. For example, Tulip Territory. The Will family controls the Tulip Gem Mine, which contains magical or definitely not something ordinary metals can compare to. The Gold-rich territory has many gold mines, but they pale in comparison to the Tulip Gem Mine. Recently, Will paid a high price for it, and now he can't just give a mine to Enan out of thin air. Just getting him a noble title is already a big achievement. Overall, Enan is quite satisfied. However, he's troubled by Irene's decreasing obedience. He can't think of an effective solution right now. Will also didn't openly declare Neve as the heir of the Will family. He only announced it at a family feast, but that was enough. As agreed, from today, Neve is my successor. We'll cut a piece of beef steak and set the tone for the matter calmly. At the feast, everyone heard Will's words and immediately whispered among themselves. Neve slightly lifted her chin, a hint of pride flashing in her eyes, but she quickly returned to a composed demeanor. She elegantly picked up her napkin and gently wiped her mouth, as if everything was expected. The other children looked on with expressions of dissatisfaction, feeling they were no less capable than Neve. Will also noticed this and slowly spoke. I know you are not happy, but this is just like when you were in school. No one cares how hard you worked before the exam. Everyone only cares about the result. Your grades are proof of your effort. Will's gaze swept over each of his children, as if he could see through their inner frustration and struggle. Each child could only pretend to be normal, but after they returned home, they would surely strengthen their ties with the nobles under their control, always ready for the day when this old troublemaker might pass away. This was also the downside of Will involving the surrounding territories in this war. That's why Enan had said earlier that his decision would greatly reduce the influence of his successor in the neighboring territories. Neve also understood this, so she knew she had to eliminate a few nobles during this time to show them that disobedience would have consequences. At the Imperial Council, the nobles had been arguing fiercely these days. A proposal had been repeatedly delayed: Count Wilbur's promotion to Marquis. The young Empress, as the biggest vote holder in the council, did not cast her vote. The Emperor's single vote counted as 30 votes. He was the ruler of the council, but nobles usually avoided voting directly on proposals, only voting when discussions reached an impasse. Once the Emperor cast a vote, it meant his authority had been tested, so she could only watch as these nobles fought among themselves. The fact that the Will family guarded the northern border was very important, showing that they had gained the royal trust over generations. But this time, the proposal was initiated by the Grand Duke of the North, which meant the Will family had switched sides again. This was a huge to her, as she had just recently taken the throne. The young Empress sat high on her throne, watching the arguing nobles below, her eyes showing a hint of helplessness and exhaustion. Will, you old troublemaker, you have betrayed my trust. Queen Teresa Isel gently stroked her white silk gloves, silently cursing Will. At this moment, she desperately wishes for a hero to appear and help her gain more power in the northern region. Her golden hair sparkled under the crystal chandelier above the throne, shining with a charming glow. The heavy crown on her head felt like it was pressing down on her, making it hard to breathe. She is not very old, but she has already faced pressures she shouldn't have at her age. She was raised from birth to be the heir, but her father died too quickly. She didn't have time to clear the obstacles before her coronation. Her right eye has a bright blue iris, like a starry night sky, with tiny stars flickering inside. Her left eye is orange-red, like the morning sunrise. In the royal family, having such a pair of different colored eyes at birth means that, no matter their abilities, that person is destined to be the next emperor. This is a tradition of the Isle royal family. Looking at their thousands of years of rule, this strange rule seems to be very correct, because those with different colored eyes always control the empire firmly, as if their eyes give them extraordinary luck. But for Teresa, it seems this might no longer work. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, a close maid gently woke Teresa. It's time for you to speak. Teresa was slightly startled, coming back from her thoughts. She took a deep breath, tried to calm herself, adjusted her elegant dress, and slowly stood up. Everyone in the hall immediately fell silent, their eyes focused on her. Teresa looked over the nobles below. Everyone, the matter of Count Wilbur's promotion to Marquis is very important. We cannot decide hastily. This was the most repeated phrase she had said in the past 2 days. In short, until she received a satisfactory answer. She didn't want Wilbur, this fickle supporter, to be pleased. Yes, Count Wilbur is quite old now. I think he shouldn't bear such heavy responsibilities. We can't keep pushing old heroes. I hope he can live more easily. A noble began to agree. Whether he was trying to flatter the empress or another duke, he had a purpose. That purpose was to oppose. Teresa nodded slightly, silently agreeing with the noble's words. Idiot. When your grandfather became a hereditary marquis, he was also quite old. I suggest you go back and apologize to your grandfather. It is best to kneel before his tombstone and shed happy tears. Feeling both angry that he was so old yet still hard-working, and smiling happily as you thank him for making you a marquis. A nobleman from the north also refused to back down and launched a strong counterattack. The atmosphere in the Parliament Hall instantly became tense again. The Empire's meeting fell into chaos again. It's hard to imagine a hall discussing national affairs turning into a place full of foul-mouthed troublemakers. But in the end, they are just a group of bandits. A few Grand Dukes didn't want the Empress to have an easy time, but they also didn't want their old allies to suffer. Seeing these old friends get some advantage made them feel worse than losing money. So now, the most important thing is to find a balance. This balance is to make the young Empress happy, while the other 3 Grand Dukes don't suffer losses. The Northern Grand Duke gained a marquis under his command. They all watched their subordinates argue, hoping to find a way to reach a balance through the fight. Silence. Teresa shouted loudly, her voice full of undeniable authority. The noise in the hall gradually quieted, and the nobles looked up at the Empress on the throne. Teresa's small hand, wearing white silk gloves, reached for the royal scepter, making the nobles swallow hard. Oh my, that little hand is so beautiful. When can I get a chance to kiss it? If she's willing, I'd gladly dedicate my loyalty. Holding the scepter, Teresa noticed some nobles staring at her hand during such a serious occasion, lost in silly thoughts, and she suddenly felt a wave of disgust. This is not a place for you to argue. Teresa, with the dignity of an emperor, mimicked her late father's manner. I agree with this matter, but the northern border also lost a count. I think we should send someone to take over the Fujian territory. My goodness, Her Majesty Teresa's voice is so lovely. When can I kiss her cherry lips? I'd give everything for that. Yes, this is her current status. Under the indulgence of the 4 Grand Dukes, many nobles no longer fear her and even secretly fantasize about a love story with Teresa. But everyone also noticed her words. Is she planning to a piece of meat from Count Wilbur? According to the rules, that was Count Wilbur's achievement and should belong to him. However, this old troublemaker's excuse for war is a bit weak, so it is indeed a valid reason to attack. When Teresa said this, the entire hall instantly fell silent, with only the faint sound of whispers. Soon after, low murmurs began to spread again. The other 3 Grand Dukes also slightly opened their eyes, waiting for the Empress's response, while observing the Northern Frost Wolf Grand Duke's reaction. The Frost Wolf Grand Duke was just rubbing his ring, not surprised. He only wanted to become a marquis, which would give him an extra vote in the Imperial Council. Whether Wilbur was willing to give up that piece of power didn't matter to him. He was already generous enough to accept Wilbur into his circle. As for the Count's seat, that was no longer within his control. After rubbing his ring, he spoke softly, his hoarse voice like a sharp blade piercing everyone's ears. I agree. His statement, I agree, was like dropping a heavy stone into a calm lake. once again breaking the quiet murmurs in the hall. Everyone's eyes turned toward him. Enan didn't know that the powerful figures in the imperial capital had already begun planning for the northern border that was beyond his reach. Usually, only viscounts or barons serving in the imperial capital could become members of the imperial council. The council had only 100 seats, and those 100 people were the top of the empire's hierarchy. They only needed to speak, and the empire's situation could be whipped into a storm. Right now, he was just sitting in a restaurant, eating, with a mother and daughter beside him, and a fat man. "I heard you've made quite a bit of money recently," Enan said casually as he cut a piece of bloody beast meat, looking up at the new finance officer of the Storm Territory, Carl. Carl, the fat man, used to weigh about 200 pounds, but lately, he seemed to have gained even more weight. Hearing Enan's words, Carl showed a faint, awkward smile and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "My lord, don't joke with me. I just do some small financial work in the Storm Territory. There's no big money to be made." Enan smiled slightly, took the freshly cut beast meat, and slowly said, "You're a bit unruly. I just went out, and you've ignored my exclusive hunting rights, letting other traders bring slaves in and out as they please." When Carl heard this, his face instantly turned pale. His already chubby face was covered in sweat. Aurora was in Enan's arms. She picked up a napkin and wiped the blood from Enan's mouth. Eileen Shui watched from a distance. Seeing her daughter so close to Enan made her feel uncomfortable. But when she saw the fat man who caused her family's ruin seemed about to be punished, she felt a strange sense of satisfaction. "Lord, I really know I was wrong. I was confused for a moment and was tempted by those traitors. Please forgive me this time. I promise I will follow the rules strictly from now on and never do this again." Carl immediately knelt down. He was about to lose control. "What are you afraid of?" Enan took Aurora's small hand and tasted it. "I didn't say I wouldn't forgive you." Eileen Shui watched this scene, feeling more complicated inside. She disliked how close Enan was to her daughter. Hearing this, Carl's tense nerves relaxed a little, but he still felt uneasy and couldn't fully relax. "Aurora," Enan pinched her cheek. "You say? This bad man who killed your father did something wrong. How should we punish him?" Aurora blinked her big, watery eyes, looked at Carl trembling on the ground, and tilted her head to think for a moment. Her young voice sounded in the quiet restaurant. He did something bad, so he should return everything he took and promise never to do bad things again." Enan's lips curled slightly. "You're so kind." Hearing Aurora's words, Carl couldn't help but thank this little girl. She even pleaded for him after her father was killed. But soon, he felt dizzy and disoriented. Enan suddenly threw the glass of red wine on the ground. The floor was full of broken glass. Pointing at the shards, Enan issued a devilish punishment to Carl. "You, eat these. I will spare you." Carl's eyes widened as he looked at the pile of sharp glass shards on the ground, his face filled with fear and despair. "Why?" Enan showed a cruel smile. "Don't you know what happens when you betray me?" At this moment, Carl deeply regretted listening to his so-called friends. He thought that gaining power meant he could do whatever he wanted, but some boundaries he shouldn't cross. Enan allowed him to use his power to make money, but he didn't permit him to violate his own principles. Carl's lips trembled, but he couldn't speak clearly for a long time. "Lord, sir, I really, stop talking nonsense." Enan impatiently interrupted him. "Unless you want to drag your whole family down with you." Trembling, Carl picked up a piece of glass from the ground. "I'm so disappointed in you." Enan held Alora's eyes. "I thought you were a good merchant, but unfortunately, you don't know how to manage things." Carl's hands shook like leaves in the autumn wind. Slowly, he put the glass into his mouth. With each swallow, his fear grew. He closed his eyes tightly, his face twisting in pain. His features almost contorted, and he made muffled whimpering sounds, like a wounded animal crying out in pain and despair. The chubby man rolled on the ground, crying out incoherent screams. Blood kept flowing from his mouth, spreading across the ground in a shocking red stain. His fat body twisted violently, and the broken glass beneath him made sharp screeching sounds, as if mourning his tragic fate. Alora trembled in Enan's arms, frightened by the painful sounds. Enan quickly comforted her. "Don't be afraid, sweetheart. He made a mistake, but you won't make one, right?" Alora sobbed, nodding her small head hard in Enan's embrace, her voice trembling with tears. Allura won't make mistakes, brother Enan. Good girl. Enan gently kissed Allura's forehead. Watching Enan tenderly kiss Allura's forehead, Eileen Shue felt a mix of emotions swirl inside her, like a bottle of various flavors spilling over. Enan waved his hand, and the castle priests carried Karl away to be treated. If luck is on her side, she might survive. At this moment, Enan stands up, ready to leave with Eileen Shue. Eileen Shue follows Enan slowly, but suddenly she turns back, picks up a piece of broken glass from the ground, and prepares to attack Aurora, who is sitting nearby. She wants to hurt her adopted daughter. Enan seems to have eyes in the back of his head and quickly turns around. His eyes become sharp like an eagle's, and without hesitation, he reaches out and grabs Eileen Shue's wrist. "You're crazy," Enan shouts loudly, his voice echoing through the empty hall, full of authority and anger. Eileen Shue's eyes are filled with madness. She struggles hard, and the glass shard in her hand glints dangerously in the light. "Let me go, you monster!" she screams, her voice sharp like an owl's, tears uncontrollably flowing from her eyes. Aurora is frightened by this sudden change and starts crying again. Her small body curls up on the seat, her eyes full of fear and helplessness. "Mom, why?" Her voice is trembling with tears, full of confusion and sadness. She doesn't understand why her mother wants to hurt her. She had planned for them to escape this prison together, but why does Eileen Shue want to kill her? She can't figure it out. "Baby, don't blame Mom." Eileen Shue prepares to throw the glass shard to end Aurora's life. Enan tightly holds Eileen Shue's wrist, his veins bulging on his arm, his face showing intense anger. "You crazy woman. Are you so heartless?" Eileen Shue screams desperately, tears and sweat streaming down her face. Her expression twists with extreme anger and pain. This woman has truly lost her mind. Enan pulls Eileen Shue back into his room. He throws her onto the bed hard. Eileen Shue's body bounces slightly, then curls up into a ball, still crying and cursing nonstop. Looking at this crazy woman, Enan's eyes show a complex emotion. Her determination surpasses everyone's imagination. "Do you hate me that much? Are you so afraid of me?" Eileen Shue, trembling violently from crying, curls up on the bed. This is the first time she has cried in front of Enan. "I hate you. Of course I hate you. You are like a demon, invading our lives and destroying everything," she screamed, her voice sharp like a blade, cutting through the tense air in the room. "Fear? I stopped knowing what fear is a long time ago. From the moment you humans caught me, from the moment I met you, from the moment you abandoned me to survive alone, I have not known what fear is. You not only want to control me, but also my daughter. I won't let her suffer the same torment as I did." Eileen Shue continued to shout, each word coming from her deepest heart, filled with endless resentment. Enan came beside her, trying to suppress the anger rising in his heart. That was Tiffany's way. When anger floods the heart, it grants great power, but now is not the time to show strength. "You are a perfect woman." This was the first time Enan sincerely praised her. "Perfect? What's the point of saying that now? Don't you find it funny?" Eileen Shue sneered coldly, her voice full of sarcasm. "Of course it matters." Enan slowly took out a toolbox, revealing purple ink and needles. He planned to leave an indelible tattoo on this woman. Keeping her here would always affect Aurora, but Enan was confident he could make her return to his side. Meanwhile, the joy of reunion carried intense emotional weight. Whether it was physical dependence or revenge-driven anger, she would always aim for their next meeting, as long as she left a deep impression on her heart. And their twisted love was a necessary part of their journey. A few days later, Eileen Shue was sent back to the snowy country. Yes, Enan let her go, even sending people to her home. But she left behind an unerasable mark on her body, making it impossible for her to be honest with other men. It was the family crest of the Hill family, with intricate patterns entwined around a heart, and inside the heart, a name was written. If not looked at carefully, it was hard to notice: Enan Hill. Eileen Shue sat in the carriage, staring blankly out the window, letting the passing scenery flicker like illusions. Her fingers unconsciously traced the mark on her skin bearing the Hill family crest. This imprint, like an invisible shackle that Enan had placed on her. Don't be afraid of the imperfect corners of life. They will make you more charming when you meet me again. Hearing Enan's words, which seemed to still echo in her ears, Eileen Shue's hand suddenly froze, and her eyes instantly ignited with anger. Her daughter was still with Enan, and she had to find a way to take her back from that monster. The flames of hatred burned in her eyes. Aurora's biological mother had died during childbirth. When she married her husband, Aurora was just a baby. Her husband treated her with respect and was full of love for her. But her husband was deeply affected by Aurora's mother's death and lost some of his abilities. So he poured all his love into Eileen Shue. Gentle, humble, hardworking. These wonderful qualities could be seen in that man, and he loved Eileen Shue dearly. Eileen Shue also treated Aurora as her own daughter, but now her precious one was in the hands of the enemy. She had to get her back, by any means necessary. Explain why she let her go, asked the editor. No imprisonment or abuse allowed. Just wait for me. Enan Hill. Eileen Shue clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms. Enan had just soothed the little darling to sleep. Aurora couldn't imagine the past few days. Her mother had abandoned her and left alone. Enan told her that Eileen Shue had run away. Was she killed by Enan? But why would Enan kill her? There was no reason to do so. So how did she escape? If she left, why didn't she take her with her? She was crying uncontrollably in Enan's arms. Now, she only had Enan. Watching the percentage value of the little darling in her arms skyrocket wildly, Enan felt redeemed. The next morning, Enan woke up and received unexpected news. The official told him to go to Fujian territory for the noble title ceremony. Why not to Tulip territory? The official didn't tell him. But he could only prepare himself, dress in his formal attire. The black long coat with golden patterns looked especially solemn and majestic. His black hair matched his red eyes, and combined with his black and gold noble robes, he exuded an innate sense of authority. He led a group of more than 10 violet watchguards toward Fujianling. Aurora stood on the castle balcony, watching the direction Enan left, tears blurring her eyes again. She tightly clenched her dress, feeling helpless and confused. The maid beside her softly comforted her, but she couldn't hear a word. Entering the Fujianling castle, she was surrounded by luxurious decorations and the constant praise of visiting nobles. But these compliments belonged to the new owner of the castle, not related to Enan. Where are the Wolf family members? Why is no one here? At this moment, the nobles around ignored Enan, as if isolating him. This was not good. Enan felt like he had stepped into a trap. What big event was happening around him? Why did he not know anything? The atmosphere in the hall grew more tense, until a woman appeared, and everyone fell silent. What kind of woman was she? Her eyes showed a lot of experience, but it didn't diminish her charm. She wore a long, dark purple dress, the hem flowing like a river of night, embroidered with silver threads in intricate patterns. As she moved, the patterns shimmered like stars in the night sky. Her hair fell like a waterfall behind her, jet black and shiny. A few loose strands casually framed her pale face, making her look cold and distant. She looked to be in her 30s, but her eyes seemed to see through the world, as if she had experienced many years. She slowly approached Enan, her high heels echoing loudly in the quiet hall, each step like a heavy hammer striking nerves. Nancy, nice to meet you. Enan Hill. The woman finally reached Enan and spoke softly, her voice gentle. My name is Nancy Orlando, a count from the imperial capital. Starting today, I will officially take over Fujianling. Enan raised an eyebrow slightly, surprised. He quietly observed Nancy and responded politely. Count Nancy, a pleasure to meet you. Yes. Nancy extended her right hand to Enan. He quickly took her hand and bowed to kiss it. Enan's gesture was elegant, and Nancy's eyes showed a hint of admiration. She gently withdrew her hand and moved to a nearby carved wooden seat, sitting down gracefully. After signaling Enan to sit as well, Nancy continued, Lord Enan, this time His Majesty sent me here not only to take over the Fujian territory, but also to work with Marquis while to protect the northern border. I requested a viscount title from the king, and now I am officially appointing you. Enan's heart tightened. He didn't expect things to turn out this way. Is this asking him to become a double agent? Has Wal been promoted to Marquis? Offending him now would be very unwise. But Nancy didn't give him a chance to respond. She took a beautiful sword from a maid and stood up. This is a viscount gift from Her Majesty Teresa. Nancy slowly approached Enan. Lord Enan, I hope you will not betray the favor of the royal family of Izur in the future. Enan took a deep breath, knelt on one knee, and spoke firmly. Count Nancy, I, Enan Hill, will always remember the kindness of His Majesty and the royal family of Izur. I am willing to risk everything for them. Nancy placed the sword on Enan's shoulder and calmly recited the long formal speech of the knighting ceremony. Enan Hill, today you are honored by Her Majesty Teresa in the Fujian territory and granted the title of viscount. The glory of the Izur royal family rests on your shoulders. The northern border is still in turmoil, with enemies lurking outside and hidden dangers inside. This speech was long, but she spoke without pause, as if she had memorized it. Finally, she finished with the last words. In the name of the royal family, I grant you the title of viscount. May you shine with glory and not forget the sacred trust. When Nancy finished speaking, the room fell silent. Everyone was immersed in the solemn and respectful atmosphere. Enan looked up, his eyes firm as he expressed many thanks. His mood was very complicated now. He had been pulled into an invisible whirlpool by this woman, but he could only accept it. Count Nancy, I, Enan, will follow His Majesty's orders and serve the northern border and the Empire with all my heart. Nancy nodded slightly. Viscount Enan, I hope you will keep your word. At the same time, while that old troublemaker had just finished his knighting ceremony at the Frost Wolf territory and returned to his study. He was browsing through Nancy's information while a servant nearby was carefully explaining recent events in his territory. By the way, Lord Enan also went to Fujianling today too. Mid-sentence, the servant suddenly spat out a large amount of blood from his neck, then clutched his throat and couldn't speak anymore. It was as if someone had suddenly erased his neck, but there were only the two of them in the room. Marquis Will looked on in shock as the servant collapsed in front of him. Blood quickly spread across the floor, forming a striking dark red pool. Nancy Orlando Will stroked his ring finger and regained his composure. People from the imperial capital are all so fiery? Or is His Majesty already impatient? This was a carefully planned warning. The nearly 100-year-old will suddenly realize that his long-standing game of power, which had kept him calm, was now disturbed by his own greed. Will slowly knelt down, gently dipped his finger into the fresh blood on the ground, and watched the crimson stain spread on his fingertip, as if he saw a hidden, surging undercurrent behind it. Just after Will left the study to have the servant clean up the body, he found that the head had been cut off. Outside Marquis Will's estate, a girl in a white dress appeared silently in the air, holding a human head in her hand. A guard saw her and immediately opened the gate, then left with her. Thief, do you think this old fool will be like his past enemies and be played around by his mother? The girl in white said slowly to the guard. The guard showed a sneering smile. Humph, no matter how clever that old man is, if he offends the wrong person, he won't last long. The girl in white giggled, her laughter echoing in the night sky, clear as silver bells, but with a chilling edge. Since her mother received a royal duty, the royal family sent a top assassin, the thief, to her mother's side, waiting for orders. This thief wasn't stealing money, but identities. As long as she kills someone, she can take on their appearance. This ability allows her to complete various assassination tasks skillfully, like a sharp sword hanging over the nobles of the Isle Empire. The girl in the white dress is also a top assassin. She can turn invisible, although she loses her sight when invisible. She relies on the terrain and sounds provided by a thief who infiltrates enemies to get close to her target. Since they met, they have been a perfect match. The two top assassins work together seamlessly, making it impossible for anyone to figure out how they commit their crimes. After returning to his territory, Enan immediately expanded the Violet Watch. He had just received a generous reward from Nancy and increased the Violet Watch army to 500 soldiers. Nancy even rewarded him with 100 magical warhorses. With such a big reward, brave men are willing to take risks. Although Enan wasn't sure if this was a good deal, he decided to accept it. Even if Nancy asked him to slap Will, he would obediently do as told. Enan looked at the highly motivated Violet Watch soldiers on the training ground, feeling mixed emotions. He could sense that the surrounding nobles were starting to distance themselves from him. Nancy, the wicked woman, after arriving in the north, was afraid of being isolated. She called him to her doorstep and tied him up with a rope. Enan could only obediently extend his neck so she could tighten the rope, not wanting to be abandoned. Other nobles watched quietly, curious to see how Will would handle Enan, the ambitious outsider, and how he would establish his dominance in the area. Now, Enan had to quickly expand his army and do his part as the rising leader. When he returned to his study, he saw a human head placed on his desk. Enan recognized the person. He was the servant who had been whipped in Will's study that night. On the desk, there was a line written in blood. "I took care of that for you." Enan's eyes widened in shock at the head on the desk, a cold chill running from his feet to his head. Should he return it? Enan didn't have the courage for that. He just ordered his servants to bury it somewhere. That wicked woman was too cruel, even giving him a warning shot. "Lord, Miss Aurora requests to see you," a guard announced outside. "Let her in." Enan regained his composure. As soon as Aurora entered, she threw herself into Enan's arms, crying, "Enan, where have you been? Do you not want Aurora anymore?" Enan gently hugged Aurora, stroking her hair. "Baby, I can't bear to be without you. Be good." Aurora's obedience level, 63%. Dependence, now. Enan can only hope this little cutie will be more cooperative and quickly unlock the second reward. Letting Eileen Snow go was a risky move for Enan. He had to shift his focus to Aurora and quickly increase her obedience. As long as Aurora was still here, Eileen Snow couldn't escape. Aurora sniffled in Enan's arms, lifting her tearful eyes to look at him. "Enan, I'm so scared. Everything here feels so strange. I only have you. Don't be afraid. No matter what happens, I will protect you. You must trust me, okay?" Enan cut a piece of cake and brought it close to Aurora's mouth. Aurora slightly opened her lips and gently bit the cake, a sweet smile appearing on her face. This adorable little face, usually full of tears, looked especially lovable now. "Yes, I trust you, Enan. You're the best." Seeing Aurora's innocent and pure expression, Enan couldn't resist and wanted to eat her up. But now is not the time. "Be good. Tell me, how are your etiquette lessons going lately?" Aurora blinked her big, watery eyes and excitedly chattered on in Enan's arms. Suddenly, she sensed something was wrong, jumped out of his embrace, and ran away. "Bad, Enan," she only managed to say before dashing off with quick little steps. Enan watched Aurora shyly run away, took a deep breath, and quickly downed a glass of red wine. Then he ordered Luo Ling to come to the castle to help him handle some matters. At 3 in the morning, Luo Ling still had important duties at the military camp. Enan, dressed in his pajamas, went alone to the study. Recently, the silverfish from Silver Lake and the slaves from Storm Territory weren't selling well. The surrounding nobles refused to buy, leaving Enan to sell his products himself. He looked at the letters and reports brought by his servants, then tore them to pieces. The joint resistance from nearby nobles might not show effects immediately, but over time, it would surely lead Enan into an economic crisis. If he dared to ask Nancy for help now, she would definitely look down on him. She had just given him so many gifts, and now, with Will flicking his little finger, he could crush him? Will has already started suppressing him, not even giving him a chance to explain. Are these two scoundrels planning to use Enan as a? That bad woman Nancy wants me to be the scapegoat, and that old Will is trying to intimidate me. The nobles around are isolating me? Then I will fight back. Enan suddenly smashed his wine glass, his eyes burning with anger, and he made up his mind. Enan is ready to attack a nearby territory at any moment. Anyone who refuses to buy his goods, he will capture and fight one by one. And if that old Will dares to step into the fight, then that bad woman Nancy will definitely join in. Now, it's all about who has the stronger followers. As Nancy's top subordinate, Enan just needs to scare them, and people will start choosing sides. If Enan loses, everyone will turn to Will and swear loyalty to the Marquis. But if they keep waiting calmly, they might wear Enan out. Better to act now. So the next day, Enan plans to provoke nearby nobles and find a reason for war. That night, Nancy was still awake. She wore a purple nightgown, slowly sipping red wine in the study, with a document on the table. It was about Enan Hill. This kid really knows how to cause trouble, so brave to hang out with that bad woman Tiffany, Nancy said softly, swirling her wine. Baruch lost to someone like him, so it's not unfair. Her gaze looked out the window toward Enan's territory, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. As a loyal supporter of Teresa, She volunteered to come to the northern border to educate those fools who dared to bully Her Majesty Teresa. If Will hadn't fallen from power, she would still be in the imperial capital taking care of Teresa. The faint aroma from the incense made the room warmer. She gently unbuttoned her silk nightgown, revealing her fair skin under the soft light. She leaned lazily against the chair, her eyes dreamy. Suddenly, a girl in a white dress appeared behind her, massaging her shoulders. Nancy slightly squinted, enjoying the perfect massage, and let out a contented hum. "Darling, did anything interesting happen today? Tell Mom all about it." The girl in the white dress kept moving her hands and said, "My lady mother, as you ordered, today I went with the thief to Marquis Will's estate to give that little troublemaker Enan a lesson. That little troublemaker was just now in his study, angrily insulting you as a bad woman." Hearing this, the girl in the white dress couldn't help but giggle softly. Nancy's usually relaxed expression paused slightly. She had just called Tiffany a bad woman, and now she was being called the same. She quickly pulled the girl in the white dress into her arms. "My dear daughter, do you think Mommy is a bad woman?" Shirley, being held by Nancy, still wore a playful smile. "Mommy is the best mother in the world. She was adopted by Nancy when she was young and trained to be a top assassin." In Shirley's heart, Nancy was not only her benefactor who gave her a new life, but also like a goddess to her. The sky was just beginning to lighten, and the morning sun quietly shone through the window onto the luxurious big bed. Nancy gently kissed Shirley's forehead, then got out of bed, stretched lazily, her fair skin glowing softly in the morning light. In the same way, Enan also kissed Aurora's forehead, then slowly got out of bed. That troublemaker couldn't help but lose his temper last night. Anyway, this was not a good thing. He could only blame Tiffany for it. Anger is a sin, so he decided to leave the room early, giving Aurora some private space. He went straight to the study and ordered the butler to find Carl and Yuan. Carl's life was tough, but he survived Enan's punishment. Soon, Carl, looking a bit weak, entered the study. He respectfully knelt on one knee and said, "My lord, you called me. How is your injury healing?" Enan was drinking red wine early in the morning. Seeing the wine glass, Carl felt a wave of fear. "Reporting to my lord, the injury is almost healed," Carl answered carefully, his voice trembling slightly. Yuan also knocked on the door of the study. His lord hadn't called him in a long time. Since Luo Ling became the military leader of Silver Lake, he was sent to storm territory. However, he was happy, having his own land. He trained soldiers diligently each day, then went home to hold his lovely wife and concubine, feeling very comfortable. After saluting Enan, he sat down beside him at Enan's signal. Enan rested his hands on the table, fingers intertwined, and looked back and forth at Carl and Yuan. The atmosphere in the room suddenly grew tense. Suddenly, a servant entered and announced that a noble had come to visit Enan. Enan was momentarily surprised but agreed to see him. The door to the study slowly opened, and Enan was a bit surprised. It was that fat noble from the previous coalition of nobles. Why was he here? Could he be planning to cooperate with Enan? But his expression didn't seem quite right. Carl saw someone even fatter than him and couldn't help but widen his eyes. The fat noble slowly revealed a cold, sinister smile. "Viscount Enan, Lady Nancy asked me to deliver a message. From now on, no more calling her a bad woman." Hearing this, Enan's heart tightened, and his face darkened instantly. "Who are you?" Enan clearly knew this person was definitely not that fat noble. "Who I am doesn't matter. I am now your partner," the thief said with a sly smile, leaning slightly forward, eyes fixed on Enan, as if watching his every reaction. This imposter's identity was too dangerous. She had killed others and could still live on using the victim's identity. And Nancy was so bold to send her to kill a noble. But Enan didn't know all this. What does Nancy really want? Is she openly telling him that she is spying on him? Enan suppressed his anger and suspicion, staring tightly at the imposter in front of him. "Don't be so angry." The thief was unreserved, picking up Enan's red wine glass and drinking alone. "As long as you work hard, the Empire won't mistreat you." She slowly drank the red wine Enan had tasted, and seeing his disgusted expression, she looked pleased. "Hey, handsome, don't mind. Actually, I am a beautiful woman." Hee. The fat noble showed a lecherous smile, as if feeling like he was defiling Enan. "Tell me, What does Lady Nancy have planned? Upon hearing that the other person was a beautiful woman, Enan's attitude softened a bit. Seeing Enan's slightly more relaxed attitude, the thief's lecherous smile grew wider. She leaned forward mysteriously and said, "Viscount Enan, let's do as you said. Then we fight." Enan showed a twisted smile. Nancy really made him angry. At this moment, she seemed to have taken off all her clothes. "Of course we fight." Enan grabbed the fat noble's hand. "May I ask your name, miss?" The thief was slightly taken aback, not expecting Enan to suddenly change his attitude and ask for her name. But she quickly recovered, a hint of teasing in her eyes. "My name is Thief. I look forward to working with you." "Thief? That's a lovely name." Enan tightly held her hand, gazing at her with intense eyes. His twisted smile showed a bit of madness. The thief felt her hair stand on end under Enan's passionate stare. She felt like she was being watched by a poisonous snake. "What's wrong?" Enan poured himself another glass of wine. "Are you afraid?" The thief forced down her nervousness, chuckling awkwardly. "Afraid? Viscount Enan, you're joking. Why would I be afraid? It's just that your lecherous eyes make me think you have some special hobby. Miss Thief, you're quite interesting," Enan said, swirling his wine. "Let's talk then." Suddenly, Luo Ling's figure appeared outside the door. She watched the thief's every move closely. If she dared to cause trouble, Luo Ling would kill her. Now, under Enan's care, she had advanced to the 4th rank. Every happy moment with Enan made her feel her strength grow. This was one of the system's benefits. But she still felt some pressure when facing this fat noble. The four of them began a long negotiation that lasted several hours. When the thief returned to the wealthy district, she returned to her original appearance, revealing her graceful figure. She flicked her long, flowing hair, and a hint of pride and thought flashed in her eyes. Her golden hair and sky-blue pupils resembled stars, just like Empress Teresa's left eye. However, her eyes were the same, with one less orange-red pupil in her right eye. Then she entered Nancy's bedroom and lay on the bed. Soon after, Nancy pushed open the door and saw the thief lying on the bed. She was initially surprised, then a gentle, loving smile appeared on her face. "Darling, how did it go?" Nancy asked as she walked to the bed, casually removing her light shawl. The thief whispered softly. "He's about to start fighting." Hearing this, Nancy's eyes showed a hint of satisfaction. She sat by the bed and gently stroked the thief's hair. "Then let the fight begin," she said, though it was unclear who she was preparing to fight. In short, Nancy looked at the thief with tenderness, her eyes filled with anticipation for the plan and confidence in her control of the situation. Meanwhile, Enan sent his subordinate, Yuyan, to provoke a viscount from a nearby territory. There is also a hierarchy among viscounts. A hereditary viscount looks down on those without a family legacy, and a viscount with mineral resources looks down on those without any. Clearly, Enan is at the bottom of this social ladder, but his soldiers are very capable. Besides Will and Nancy, no one else could handle him. He was confident in that. Yuyan rode his horse directly to the door of a nearby viscount's estate. The steward of the Rosen estate saw Yuyan, the knight accompanying the viscount, and was about to refuse Yuyan's visit. But Yuyan didn't give him a chance. He took some coins from his pocket and threw them at the steward. "Keep the carriage safe, or I'll break your legs." The steward was stunned by the coins, a flash of anger crossing his face. But seeing Yuyan's fierce look and the armed soldiers behind him, he swallowed his anger. He clenched his teeth and bent down to pick up the coins. Yuyan pushed open the gates of Viscount Rosen's estate loudly and shouted, "Lord Rosen! Lord Rosen!" His shouting echoed through the estate, causing the nearby servants to look on with fear. When Lord Rosen heard the loud, rude call, he came out to the front hall and said, "How dare you? This is not a place for your trouble. Lord Rosen, my lord of the territory, has written you several letters," Yuan said, rubbing his fists with a cracking sound from his bones, a mischievous smile on his face. "Why do you only read them but not reply?" Viscount Rosen frowned, feeling a bad premonition. "I've been busy these days. I'll check the letters later." Yuan sneered coldly, full of mockery. He came with a mission, to provoke Rosen. "Busy? Huh?" he said, kicking the Viscount over. "I want to know how busy you really are. You haven't even replied to our lord's letters." Rosen was kicked back and fell heavily to the ground, groaning in pain. He couldn't believe that Yan's men dared to attack him directly. Was this fool crazy? But all he heard was Yuan leaving a harsh warning. Tomorrow, if you dare refuse entry to our merchants again, I'll make sure you regret it. The military commander of Rosen's territory heard about his lord being attacked and rushed angrily to the estate, but Yuan had already left. Now, he could only listen to his lord's helpless fury. Rosen, trembling with anger, gritted his teeth and said, Enan Hill, how dare you send your lackeys to provoke me, lord? Should we do something? The commander clenched his fists, burning with rage, eager for Rosen's orders. He wished he could gather his troops immediately and march to Enan's territory to avenge this insult. Rosen waved his hand. When it's time for revenge, I will let you attack. But now is not the time. This fool will be dealt with eventually. Although the commander was full of anger, he had to hold it back after hearing Rosen's orders. He knelt on one knee. Yes, my lord. But as soon as you give the command, I will lead my brothers to crush Enan's territory. The next day, Enan did not declare war, but sent Yuan out again. Yuan rode his horse confidently back to Rosen's territory. This time, he was followed by a convoy of wagons loaded with goods, looking like a trading caravan ready to do business. Rosen's guards saw Yuan and immediately looked displeased. Again? Are you not afraid of dying? A guard angrily shouted at Yuan. Yuan didn't care at all. He walked straight up to the guard and loudly said, Go report to your lord and tell him that the viscount Enan's merchant caravan is here to do business. Tell him not to be petty and to let us through quickly. The guards looked at each other, hesitant and angry. Our lord said no trade is allowed outside these days. Please leave. Yuan's smile disappeared instantly, replaced by a grim look. He grabbed his spear and stabbed the guard. Even if you don't want to buy today, I must sell. Yuan drew his spear. No trade outside. Are you blocking the territory? That's against the rules of the empire. His words made the atmosphere around them tense. Stop causing trouble, another guard shouted angrily. We're just not opening trade these days. But Yuan ignored him. He was satisfied with the answer he received. During peace, the empire doesn't allow nobles to block entry or exit from their lands. Just an excuse to do as they please. Yuan killed a few people and then left. Enan received a good answer and praised him, hoping he would do well in the future. Hearing the praise from his lord, Yuan's face turned red with excitement, and he puffed out his chest. Don't worry, sir. Next time something like this happens, I'll handle it even better, he responded loudly, his eyes shining with enthusiasm. Since he got his own territory, he felt secure that he and his descendants wouldn't have to worry about making a living. All of this was thanks to Viscount Enan. Enan didn't say anything else. He waved his hand, signaling Yuan to go back. Karl also started to act. He led a group of traders from the Storm territory to Rosen territory. The traders drove a group of slaves tied with ropes. The slaves looked pale and thin, with eyes full of fear and despair. The border guards of Rosen territory saw this group and immediately became alert. Stop! Who are you? What are you doing in Rosen territory? Karl rode his horse forward slowly and said, We are traders from the Storm territory. I heard that Rosen territory is short of workers recently, so I brought some slaves to see if we can do some business. A few days ago, Yuan caused trouble, and now you come again. Does Viscount Enan have other plans? The military leader of Rosen territory came to the city gate and said directly, You're not welcome here. Go back. Karl smiled and said, Look at what you're saying. We are just ordinary merchants, only wanting to make some money. Viscount Enan is busy with his affairs and has no time to bother with small matters like us. The military leader didn't buy Karl's words. He pulled Karl off his horse and kicked him. A few days ago, Yuan's men had just beaten his lord. Now he wanted to vent his anger on Rosen. But he didn't expect that when he kicked, Karl spat out a mouthful of blood. His body, weighing over 200 pounds, collapsed to the ground, unconscious and possibly dead. Seeing this, the military leader's heart tightened. He hadn't used much force. You're finished, a traitor shouted at the military leader of Rosen. You killed the finance officer of Storm territory? Hearing this, the military leader's face turned pale as if struck by lightning. He was the finance officer of Storm territory? I didn't use much force at all. The military leader pointed at Karl, furious. He's framing me. But no one paid attention to him. The traitors started shouting loudly. We all saw it. You kicked him off his horse and caused his death. Stop spreading lies. The military leader was both angry and anxious, veins bulging on his forehead. He turned to his men and said, "All of you, testify. I didn't use much force. He's probably pretending," but no one listened to him. The traders ordered their men to carry Carl's body and prepare to leave and report the matter. "Just wait. Our Lord Enan won't let you go." "Stop. You're not leaving." The military leader drew his sword, its cold light flashing, blocking the traders. "You can't take him today. Until this matter is clear, no one leaves. If they really took Carl away, it would be like putting mud into their pants, either a mess or worse." But these traders, who were engaged in trading, didn't fear him at all. "I don't care about your excuses. So? You killed someone and now you want to humiliate the body. Is that it?" Suddenly, a woman got out of the carriage and knelt beside Carl. Lord, why did you have to leave us like this?" The woman cried heartbreakingly, her voice sharp and full of grief. "You went out to trade, and how could you be killed so suddenly?" The military leader wanted to say something, but the woman, like a furious wife, rushed over and grabbed his face. He wanted to fight back, but was afraid he might accidentally hurt her or cause more trouble. Meanwhile, the clever traders quietly took Carl's body away while everyone was distracted. At Silver Lake, the Lord's castle, a group of traders carried Carl's body to the gate, and Carl's wife cried desperately, Lord, please come out and help our family's master." The guards inside the castle heard the commotion and immediately went to ask Enan for instructions. When Enan heard that his finance officer was killed, he fainted from anger. Later that night, he slowly woke up. Enan walked carefully to Carl's sickbed. Carl was still being saved, barely holding on. Enan looked at Carl with a serious and angry face. Seeing Carl so weak, his eyes filled with concern and rage. "Carl," Enan whispered, trembling a little, "you must hold on. I've sent for the best priest. You'll be fine." Carl opened his eyes slightly, looked at Enan with difficulty, and moved his lips. "Lord, I may not be able to serve you anymore. The Rosen family is powerful. Please don't provoke them because of me, a humble servant." After saying this, he closed his eyes as if he had truly passed away. "Enan," the man's eyes reddened as he shouted loudly, "You wait for me." Everyone knew this was the end of the act. The next step was war. The next day, Enan announced war on the Rosen family to avenge his finance officer. The Silver Lake and Storm territories immediately went into wartime mode. Soldiers quickly gathered, their armor shining coldly in the sunset. The war horses neighed, as if sensing the tense atmosphere of the coming battle. Enan stood on a high platform, looking over his soldiers. He loudly said, "Brave warriors, our people have been bullied outside. Lord Carl worked hard for the land's prosperity, but ended up in such a situation. If we don't avenge this, how can we stand proudly in the northern border? Today, we fight for Lord Carl and justice. Crush the Rosen territory and make them pay for their crimes. Crush Rosen. Avenge our honor," the soldiers shouted together, their voices loud and their spirits high. Rosen was also very surprised. This scoundrel was too much. He kept provoking repeatedly and even falsely accused our military leader. Enan planned to teach this newly promoted viscount a lesson and show him what true strength is. Meanwhile, the nobles were waiting eagerly for the show to begin. Some nobles secretly sent supplies to Rosen's territory, ready to take advantage of Enan's indecisiveness. Nancy was calmly listening to Shirley's report. At this moment, she lazily leaned on a soft armchair, gently turning a delicate wine glass. The red wine inside shimmered slightly, reflecting her thoughtful face. "Little one, show me how capable you are. If you perform well, I might even help you get into the imperial court." Shirley was massaging her thigh, saying, "Mother, your legs seem to be getting softer." Enan immediately allocated 100 magical warhorses to Yuan, then spent 150,000 gold coins to upgrade 100 violet light armor warriors into heavy armored soldiers. That was almost all the money he had earned recently. Each of the 100 violet light watchmen began to transform. They held purple heavy shields engraved with mysterious runes, which could even resist magic attacks. Their long purple spears, over 2 meters long, shimmered with cold light, as if they could easily tear through any defense. The evolution of the violet light watchmen always followed the infantry route. Fighting on horseback would reduce their combat ability. Seeing these 100 heavily armored female warriors, Enan felt even more confident. These armored warrior goddesses would surely cut down enemies like chopping vegetables on the battlefield. Soon, Yuan and Luo Ling led their armies to set out. This time, Enan didn't rush to follow. If his troops can't take a Rosen territory without his supervision, then he might as well hit himself with a tofu block. He went straight back to the castle and knocked on Aurora's door. The little girl seemed not to notice him and kept reading her book quietly. "Good girl, are you still angry with Brother Enan?" Aurora didn't look up, just hummed softly. She turned the pages faster, and the sound of flipping pages was very clear in the quiet room. Her attitude made Enan feel a bit regretful about his impulsiveness, but her increased obedience made him feel a little relieved. Now, her obedience level was at 72%. Enan walked directly to her side, supporting her underarms and gently hugging her. Aurora initially struggled softly, but soon calmed down. Still, her little mouth was pouting, showing she was still a bit upset. "What book are you reading?" Enan whispered close to Aurora's ear. His warm breath brushed her neck, making Aurora slightly shrink her neck. She held up the book in front of Enan's eyes and said irritably, "Imperial criminal law. Are you interested too, Brother Enan? You're not allowed to read that." Enan took the book away. "Don't be mad, good girl." He gently placed the book aside and hugged Aurora tightly again, resting his chin lightly on her head. Aurora squirmed a little in his arms and mumbled softly, "I'm not mad. Although Brother Enan looked scary that night, I learned a lot from it." Enan was slightly stunned. Hearing Aurora's soft mumbling, he felt a bit awkward. "I'll teach you some new things when I have time." According to imperial law, Aurora was already an adult. Girls at that age could get married and have children, so it wasn't unusual. He didn't say anything more, just comforted Aurora briefly before leaving the room, making sure her obedience level hadn't dropped. This was his unknown trump card. Maybe it could be used against the bad guys, Will and Nancy. Enan left the room, gently closed the door, and when he heard the servant's report, his expression instantly turned cold. He got into the carriage and headed to Fujianling. That mean woman didn't know what she was planning and suddenly called him over. Meanwhile, the war between Viscount Enan and Viscount Rosen had begun. Rosen watched the heavily armored soldiers on the city wall, feeling nervous. As 100 violet-guarded armored soldiers advanced, their clanking armor sounded like the footsteps of death, pounding on his nerves. Where did that guy get all these things? Rosen couldn't believe it. Even Nancy couldn't have sent him these soldiers. The military commander also looked serious as he stared at the armored soldiers from the wall. "My lord, don't worry. Even though these soldiers wear such heavy metal armor, they are just targets for fire magic." Hearing this, Rosen saw a glimmer of hope. "You're right. Quickly, have the mages prepare fire magic and focus their attacks on them." Soon, Rosen's mages gathered quickly on the wall and began chanting complex spells. Orange-red fire elements appeared in the sky, forming balls of flame that shot toward the violet-guarded armored soldiers. But they were unfazed. They raised their shields and braced for the fire magic attack. The explosions continued for about 10 minutes, and the mage's magic power was nearly exhausted. Thick smoke covered the soldiers, blocking their view. Rosen nervously watched the smoke, feeling anxious. The military commander tried to comfort him. "My lord, even with the best armor, these soldiers are just waiting to die under such relentless bombardment. There probably aren't many left now." Hearing this, Rosen felt a little calmer but kept his eyes fixed on the smoke, not daring to relax. Suddenly, the familiar sound of armor clashing rang out again. One by one, the armored soldiers appeared from the smoke. They looked unharmed, completely defying the idea that fire magic could damage their armor. Rosen watched helplessly as these soldiers emerged from the smoke, perfectly intact, causing his heart to sink. What kind of monster is this?" His voice rose involuntarily, full of fear and anger. The military commander also looked stunned. This was beyond his understanding. Could it be that these people are wearing armor engraved with magic runes? That can't be. Where would a viscount get the money and connections to own such things? Violet heavy armor warriors, led by Luo Ling, directly arrived at the city gate. They picked up their heavy shields and repeatedly struck the gate. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy shields in the hands of the violet heavy armor warriors hit the gate again and again, making dull but powerful sounds. Each strike made the gate shake violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. Rosen was dizzy from the shock on the city wall. How did these monsters come about? The military commander was also anxious. He tried to stay calm and shouted loudly, "Mages, keep casting spells to reinforce the gate. Adjust the crossbow angles and attack the warriors trying to break the gate." The mages under Rosen's command endured their magic exhaustion and struggled to chant spells again. Seeing that these heavy armor warriors had attracted all the firepower, Yuan ordered all the cavalry to draw their bows and charge. The cavalry, riding magical war horses, drew their bows and aimed at the mages. Sharp arrows rained down toward the mages, and the whistling wind sounded like the whisper of death. At this moment, Rosen finally understood. His army and Enan's are on completely different levels. Did that scoundrel sell his charm to some noble lady from a duke's family, or become Queen Teresa's little white face? He simply couldn't understand where a viscount would find such an army. Of course, seeing Count's handsome face makes me forget all my worries. When I say this, even I feel a little guilty. This bad woman never had good intentions. Nancy covers her mouth and laughs softly, her eyes full of pride. She puts her foot on Enan's leg and says, "Help me massage it." What can Enan do when he hears this request? As her top assistant, how can he refuse his big sister's request? So he slowly reaches out his hand, gently massages Nancy's foot, holding her delicate jade-like foot in his palm, and presses softly. Nancy leans comfortably on the sofa, slightly squinting her eyes, enjoying Enan's service, occasionally humming in satisfaction. After a while, she lazily speaks, "Very good. I mean your technique." Enan forces a smile. "As long as Count is satisfied, that's good. But is this the only reason you called me here? Why?" Nancy slowly opens her eyes and looks at him. "Isn't this matter important?" Of course it is important." Enan knows this woman has bad intentions. He secretly tickles her foot, but Nancy doesn't seem to care at all. She just squints and enjoys it. Physical contact can bring people closer, and it seems to be true now. Hearing this, Enan can only work harder to massage her foot. He must hold on to this woman's leg tightly, or he will definitely be punished by Will in the northern border. After a while, this bad woman finally speaks slowly. "I advise you not to get too close to that bad woman, Tiffany. Are those gadgets from her?" At this moment, Enan finally realizes that this woman is up to something. She wants to ask about the source of his equipment. But do these two women know each other? No wonder these big sisters are so good at seducing people. I was also helpless, Enan sighs. If it weren't for the safety of the territory, why would I sell my body just to keep peace? Nancy seems to hear a big joke and laughs so hard that her body shakes. Nancy laughs for a long time before gradually stopping. She looks at Enan with a teasing expression and says, "Are you playing a try not to laugh challenge with me? Interesting, so I lost." Although this matter sounds very strange, Enan also felt a bit uncomfortable. He couldn't explain the appearance of the system, so he firmly said, "But she just inexplicably fell in love with me, madly in love. I even had to swallow my pride and ask her for it." A charming female voice slowly appeared in the air. "Oh? Loving you so much that it's crazy? Little guy." Tiffany placed a hand on Enan's shoulder from behind, lowered her head, and looked at him sideways, exhaling softly. "What nonsense are you talking about?" "Tiffany, I probably didn't invite you here." Nancy narrowed her eyes slightly, glaring at her. Tiffany chuckled lightly, not caring about Nancy's angry stare. She casually picked up a lounge chair and confidently rested her feet on Enan's leg. "Give me a little massage too." Enan felt speechless. What did these two women think he was? A foot massage shop? But he knew he couldn't offend these two troublemakers right now, so he had no choice but to reach out and start massaging Tiffany's feet. Nancy watched Tiffany's bold move, a flash of anger in her eyes. "Tiffany, that's too much. This is my castle. Don't be so rude." Tiffany huffed nonchalantly. "Come on. This little guy has good technique. I'm enjoying it. Besides, isn't today the perfect day for us to figure out this equipment?" Enan continued massaging her feet while nervously thinking of a plan. "Witches and saints don't sit together," Nancy said, but she showed no intention of pulling her foot back. "And this is our empire's stuff. It has nothing to do with you." "Oh? The generous saint shouldn't be so stingy." Tiffany squinted happily as she enjoyed Enan's foot massage, ignoring Nancy. "Generous saint? Nancy is the generous saint? No wonder this woman was so generous from the start. Gave so many shiny little cuties and magical warhorses? Enan slowly looked up and glanced at her. Suddenly, a compliance level indicator appeared above her head. 0%. Nancy ignored Enan's shocked expression and exchanged a glance with Tiffany. Then, the two women nodded in agreement and spoke to Enan together. Tell us where your equipment came from. This is our Hill family's ancestral sacred object. Enan couldn't find the words and could only work hard to massage their feet. Nancy and Tiffany heard Enan's response and both looked at him with suspicion. Forget it, I don't want to say more. After all, keeping you around is useful. Forget it, I don't want to say more. After all, keeping you around is useful. These two women said the same thing at the same time, then glared at each other angrily. What are you trying to do? He's a noble of our empire. He's mine. Didn't you hear him just now say he loves me madly? It seems that the witch and the saintess aren't fighting to the death. At least not yet. These two women haven't reached the point of life or death. Nancy ignored Tiffany's silly words and gave Enan an order. Listen, Rosen can fight, but he can't kill. That's my bottom line. Enan's heart tightened, and he quickly replied, Yes, Lady Saintess. Enan understands your meaning. I will follow your orders and ensure Rosen's safety. Tiffany pouted. Nancy, what are you up to? Little guy, you can kill if you want. Sister will support you. This time, Enan wisely didn't reply. Nancy is his real older sister figure, while Tiffany is someone he keeps in private. He would agree with her privately. Nancy looked at Enan with satisfaction. Enan, it's good that you understand. The situation was that others were bullying you, but now you're turning the tables and bullying others. You wouldn't want Will's dozen or so nobles to attack you together, right? Hearing Nancy's words, Enan understood that as long as Will didn't personally step in, Nancy wouldn't act. After hearing Nancy's words, Enan knew the conversation was over for today. He was about to leave. But suddenly, the system sent an urgent task. This was the system's first assigned task. Task: Desecration. Complete within 1 hour, or the system will consider the host as an incapable man and disconnect immediately. Rewards: Nancy and Tiffany's obedience increased by 10%. Any target's obedience can be increased by 20% at any time. Reward skill: Desire for pain. Seeing this reward, Enan was very happy. It meant that if Aurora's obedience increased by another 8%, it would reach the maximum. There's also a skill reward. This skill sounds very powerful, but the punishment is also very harsh. This made Enan, who was about to leave, freeze in place. He saw the task details and didn't dare to speak. Two of you. Enan cleared his throat. Recently, I learned a secret foot care technique. Would you like to try it? Nancy and Tiffany looked at Enan at the same time, full of suspicion. They wondered if Enan had some strange hobby. Why would a noble learn such a thing? Enan spoke seriously to these two beauties. Mistresses, honestly, I found this from my family's ancestral secrets. It can improve blood circulation and make your skin more beautiful. Nancy and Tiffany exchanged glances. Their suspicion hadn't completely gone, but they were somewhat interested in the beauty benefits. Oh, Tiffany raised an eyebrow. Little guy, if you don't want to leave, just say so. Why beat around the bush? Nancy didn't say anything. She closed her eyes, curious about what tricks this guy might have. Let's start then. After getting permission, Enan ordered his servants to prepare hot water, towels, rose essential oil, and a lot of herbs. Basically, he was making it up. Just don't let her feet fall apart. Soon, the servants brought all the needed items: hot water, towels, rose oil, and various herbs. Enan first crushed the herbs one by one, releasing a strong medicinal aroma. Then he slowly poured them into a basin filled with hot water. Next, he placed a hot towel over the two women's eyes, then put their feet into the water. Surprisingly, it was quite comfortable. But they had experienced similar things before, so it was just okay. They just saw it as Enan's little indulgence in caring for them. Then they closed their eyes and enjoyed it. After a while, Enan took their feet out of the herbal water and wiped them clean. At the same time, gently using a towel soaked in rose essential oil, she carefully wiped Nancy and Tiffany's delicate feet, moving very carefully as if treating the most precious treasures in the world. The fragrance of the oil grew stronger, filling the quiet room, and the two seemed about to fall asleep. Seeing that they had no reaction, Enan began her plan. Nancy enjoyed Enan's massage, and the warm towel covering her eyes made her feel so comfortable she didn't want to take it off. She felt that Enan's secret skills were truly special. Viscount Enan, if you have free time in the future, you can come to my castle. No problem, Lady Saint. Just tell me if you need anything in the future. At this moment, Enan no longer called Nancy Countess. She thought calling her Lady Saint suited the current scene better. Meanwhile, Luo Ling led the heavily armored soldiers of Violet Watch to break through the gates of Rosen territory. The soldiers there began to resist the enemy attack. But in front of the heavily armored soldiers, they seemed like a joke. Apart from being a little slower in movement, these heavily armored soldiers had almost no weaknesses. Because you simply couldn't break through their defenses, but they could take your life with a single heavy strike from their guns. Luo Ling took the lead, wielding her heavy gun like a dragon. Each swing carried immense power. The other Violet Watch soldiers also rushed in, turning the entire gate area into a sea of purple. Seeing this, Rosen decided to run away. He could only go find Will. But Luo Ling didn't give him a chance. In her eyes, anyone who was an enemy of Enan had to die. She threw her spear directly, hitting a headshot. There was no way to die more completely. No one expected Enan's army to occupy Rosen territory so quickly, not even Enan herself. She thought she had more time to give orders, but Rosen's life was gone just like that. From now on, this will be Enan Viscount's territory. Luo Ling stood on Rosen's corpse, pulling out her spear and looking proudly at the soldiers of Rosen territory. Seeing their lord was gone, the soldiers immediately surrendered. The reason was simple. Rosen had no heirs to inherit his land. Even though he was married, his beautiful wife had not been able to conceive over the years. They have already lost the meaning of fighting. Even if they continue, no one will pay them wages. Moreover, they have no way to deal with these heavily armored soldiers. When Luo Ling arrived at Rosen's castle, Rosen's beautiful wife was sitting in the hall. She appeared calm, but her eyes showed obvious signs of panic. Seeing Luo Ling covered in blood and holding a spear as he entered, she trembled slightly. "Where are your men?" Freya pointed at the group of Violet guards. "My husband." Her mournful look made her seem like a poor victim of fate, full of sadness and helplessness. Luo Ling was struck by Freya's beauty and couldn't help but be impressed. Although Luo Ling was also quite handsome, Freya's mature charm was something she lacked. Her delicate appearance made Luo Ling feel inferior. Even as a former maid, she didn't have this kind of grace. Pure jade was Luo Ling's first impression of her. "Your husband is dead," Luo Ling said coldly, looking down at her. "From now on, you will be the woman of Viscount Enan. Such a beautiful woman must be offered to the Lord. He will surely reward himself greatly." Hearing her husband's death, Freya couldn't help but cry. She took a dagger, ready to end her life. Seeing this, Luo Ling's expression changed. He quickly rushed forward like lightning and snatched the dagger from her. "Your fate is no longer in your hands now." Hearing this, Freya felt a wave of despair. Meanwhile, Enan was unaware of all this. He was wiping sweat from his forehead, cleaning up the scene. Fortunately, the plan was going smoothly. If it had been discovered, he would have been executed. He wiped his forehead, and suddenly, a cold blade pressed against his throat. He couldn't see who was there, but he was sure someone was right beside him. Nancy also removed the towel from her eyes and smiled at Enan. "Viscount Enan, you don't think I don't know about your little tricks, do you?" Enan remained very calm. The truth was out now. All he could do was wait to see if the reward skill was useful. "All right, not very useful. Although I don't understand why the system issued such a silly task, I don't want to fail. Since these two women knew from the start but didn't stop it, it means my life is still safe." Nancy saw that Enan said nothing and looked at him with a dangerous gaze. "Is this fun?" As soon as she finished speaking, Enan felt the cold touch on his throat tighten a little more. Without a doubt, there is a knife at his neck, but he can't see it? Is it magic? Or some other thing? Enan can't figure it out, but he knows he's in serious danger now. Tiffany also slightly sat up, watching Enan with interest. "Little guy, you're quite brave." At this moment, any normal person would kneel and beg for mercy, but seeing this angry which not get mad means there might be room to negotiate. "Tell us your conditions," Enan said calmly, as if he had just done something insignificant. None of the three women expected Enan to be so thick-skinned. Even Shirley, who was invisible, couldn't help but want to curse him. This has insulted her mother. If he hadn't just received no orders, she might have wanted to kill him on the spot. Since you're so clever, little guy, I won't hold back, Tiffany said first. I want you to tell me the mage who engraved the magic runes for you. Nancy nodded in agreement. Mages who can carve magic runes are usually 6th level or higher, but it depends on their ability and strength. Being able to carve fire resistance runes on heavy armor is rare on the continent. Enan had no idea about this. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so impulsive. But he also didn't know where to find this mage. Even if he tried to make one up, it wouldn't work, since he doesn't know how extensive these women's connections are. I can't tell you that, Enan said directly, cutting off their hopes. I can't even provide you with such equipment. The cost to train a Violet Watch heavy armor soldier is more expensive than the equipment itself. Only after leveling up can you get this heavy armor. Each person only gets one, which can be repaired but not bought. Even if you tell them to keep dying, Enan can't afford this money, and it might even affect the army's morale. Nancy heard Enan's refusal and immediately looked grim. You know what happens when you insult a count. And I am a saint. Nancy exuded a strong sense of pressure. She hadn't personally killed anyone in a long time, but that didn't mean she lacked the ability. Today, these two women set a trap. Enan really can't kill right now. Although they could act directly, Nancy still relies on Enan to cause confusion. So, they had to find a reason to force the source of these weapons out and make him unable to refuse. From the moment she wore that tempting nightgown to meet Enan, it was already a trap. Even though these two women were full of tension, they understood each other's intentions. Yes, they were seducing Enan. Enan wasn't a reckless person. He was planning to leave, but an urgent mission from the system left him no choice. Enan touched the cold dagger on his neck, then traced it to his hand. He squeezed it. This soft feeling must belong to a woman. If you insist on forcing me, then let's part ways. Enan grabbed that invisible hand, but couldn't move it at all, which surprised him. He was like a piece of tough meat, seemingly unafraid of these two women. Say something I can accept. Let's settle this today. Nancy and Tiffany were slightly stunned by Enan's sudden firmness. They didn't expect him to be so bold, even in such danger. Nancy shifted closer to Enan. Slap. She slapped Enan across the face. I don't like disobedient dogs, but surprisingly, even with a knife at his neck, Enan dared to fight back. Slap. A loud sound shocked everyone present. Enan slapped her back, looking at Nancy coldly. I'm not your subordinate. We're just partners. Don't think too highly of yourself. The room instantly fell silent, the atmosphere tense, as if a needle dropping could be heard clearly. Nancy was stunned by Enan's slap. She never expected him to dare to hit back openly. But what was that slap all about? She felt it was a bit silly to even think about making Enan slap her again. Enan had just gained a new skill, painful desire. When causing harm to women, he could turn some of the pain into pleasure. This was also Enan's confidence in fighting back. Nancy's face alternated between red and white, feeling both shy and angry. Her emotions surged like waves. Do you want to die? Enan ignored her completely, his eyes firm. No one can trample on my dignity, unless they want to fight me to the end. He had always been proud, even when he was on Blue Star. Not bad. A female voice echoed again, sounding like a little girl. A girl with pink hair appeared slowly, hovering above everyone and looking down at them. I just love to step on people with dignity like you, she said with a sneer, her golden eyes looking at Enan. Of course, only I can do that. So, you three, don't touch my people. Arrogant witch Liliana? Nancy looked up at her. Are you witches using my castle as your base? Liliana landed softly, lifting her chin with a look of disdain. Nancy, don't think too highly of yourself. There's nowhere on this continent I can't reach. Tiffany saw Liliana's arrogant attitude and couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. This anger even affected Enan. She planted the seeds of rage in him, and this anger could directly connect to Enan himself. Before Tiffany could get angry, Enan couldn't hold back anymore. You little witch, come down here. I don't like looking up at others. Liliana only glanced at Enan dismissively, not taking him seriously at all. She slowly descended, barefoot, stepping onto Enan's shoulder, standing straight and proud on him. Her golden eyes looked down at Nancy and Tiffany. At this moment, Enan wanted to say something but couldn't speak. Apparently, he was under a binding magic spell. Let's talk. Liliana hummed softly. I've got this person covered. Then, the three women listed a series of unfair treaties in front of Enan, waiting for him to sign them. When Enan returned to the castle, it was around 4 in the morning. He was in his study, savoring red wine, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Now, he had powerful backing, 3 strong supporters under him. Even Will couldn't threaten him. Who would have thought that someone who was in a desperate situation because of offending Nancy and Tiffany would suddenly turn things around thanks to the appearance of the proud witch Liliana? Although he was forced to agree to their harsh demands, he found it acceptable. Next to him was a violet armored warrior. She had already taken off all her armor and placed it on the desk. After the 3 women finished studying the magic on the armor, they left. Put it back on. Enan stroked the metal armor. Today's matter is to be forgotten. Yes, Lord. The violet armored warrior nodded slightly in response and began to put on her armor skillfully. Wait. Enan suddenly stood up, setting down his wine glass. Don't put it on yet. I have something to ask you. Enan suddenly remembered his new skill, which could turn some pain into pleasure. He decided to try it out. By the time he woke up the next day, it was noon. The warrior also woke up. After asking Enan for permission, she started dressing and left. She discovered a secret. Her lord was a master in some area, which made her lose face in front of Enan. Oh no, does the lord think I am a loose woman now? Why did I act like that? It was so embarrassing. The lord must think less of me now, she muttered to herself, hurrying back to the camp, trying to leave this awkwardness behind. Enan also finished dressing. He first went to the dining hall to eat alone. After Rosen was killed, the surrounding nobles became quieter. That scoundrel had taken over a viscount's territory in less than 2 days and even stole someone's wife. This made their economic sanctions against Enan even harsher. Even Enan couldn't fight 10 or more territories at once. While cutting his steak, Enan was thinking of a plan. There was no turning back now. Everything was settled. Aurora returned to her usual cheerful state. After her etiquette class, she went to Enan's arms and acted cute, as if she had no memory of that night. Enan gently stroked Aurora's hair, thinking about her remaining 8% progress. As long as he raised her to 80%, the rest could be completed with the reward from that task. Do you want to see your mother? Enan asked, holding a piece of steak close to Aurora's mouth. Aurora's eyes lit up at his words, but then grew sad again. I don't know. Aurora clenched her dress with her hands. Did she abandon me? Eileen Snow had left a deep impression on her before she left. The memory of Eileen Snow frantically holding broken glass to hurt her still appeared in her mind. She even abandoned her and ran away alone. Your mother must have her own reasons. Enan gently wiped away her tears. If you want to see her, I can send someone to take you back to the snow country. Go back? Aurora turned in Enan's arms, looked up at his serious eyes, and seemed to believe he was telling the truth. Her voice trembled as she tightly grabbed Enan's clothes. Don't abandon me, Enan brother. I'm so scared. Then should I go with you? Enan pinched her chubby cheeks. Don't be afraid. I will always be here. Aurora only said she needed to think about it, and then left Enan. Her mood was very complicated now. When Enan really decided to send her back, she suddenly felt reluctant. In certain environments and conditions, anyone might experience such psychological feelings. Eileen Snow had been back in the snow country for a while now. She had returned to her family there. The Snow Clan's appearance was comparable to that of elves, but they differed in that they were not just women. They included both men and women, and they did not have the elves' long lifespan. If an elf fell into human hands, they might become a treasured family heirloom. But it is very difficult for an elf to fall in love with a human. In their eyes, immortals have long lives, while short-lived beings are just fleeting visitors in their long journey of life. Just like common people raising a small dog, no matter how deep their feelings are, the dog can only live for about 10 years. These 10 years may be an important part of life's companionship, but in the eyes of the elves, they are just a brief interruption in a long life. Elves have experienced many such interruptions and find it hard to fully invest their feelings in a race with a short lifespan like humans. This is their conclusion. So even if they become slaves to humans, they see humans only as temporary little dogs that enjoy their power for a while. However, the Snow tribe is different. They simply have a longer lifespan than humans and might fall in love with humans someday. For example, Irene Snow's mother suspects that Irene Snow has already fallen in love with the human lord who took her in. Right now, she looks at Irene Snow with a helpless expression in her bedroom. Tell me why, Irene Snow. Irene Snow opens her mouth but cannot explain. Her mother sighs softly, full of worry. Irene Snow, now that you have inherited your husband's property and title, you must think of the bigger picture. I've heard you calling that human's name many times at night. I don't know how many times now. Her mother gently touches Irene Snow's hair. Have you forgotten him? I was having a nightmare. Irene Snow hates being misunderstood like this. Every time I think about Aurora still being with that demon, I can't sleep. Her mother frowns slightly, a hint of doubt in her eyes. But seeing Irene Snow's excited expression, she begins to think her words might be true. Mother, I recently received news that human has fallen out with the surrounding nobles. Irene Snow pulls back the blanket and stands in her pajamas. I want to ask you to step in. Let's gather our armies and attack to bring Aurora back. Having this inside supporter made Enan feel a little more at ease, hoping she wouldn't be exposed. Now he is in the prisoner camp, where all the soldiers were once under Rosen's command. He is dressed in a noble outfit with gold trim, which looks out of place in this dirty environment. The prisoners immediately notice him and guess his identity. Is he the noble who took over Rosen's territory in just 2 days? Why does he look so young? Enan senses the prisoners' gazes, surprised, curious, and some hostile. He stands on the platform, looking over the surrendered soldiers. I know what you're thinking. Enan's voice is quiet but clear in this quiet camp. You think I am an invader, a bad person, and that I won't spare you, right? The prisoners remain silent, but their eyes show mixed feelings, almost accepting Enan's words. The people of Storm Territory thought the same. That land didn't originally belong to me, Enan says confidently. But the truth is, I made their lives better. Even the soldiers of Storm Territory fought in this battle, risking their lives to exchange for the freedom of ordinary people. Enan finally sees hope for survival among the prisoners. Trust me, even if other nobles take over this land, you will still be slaves, forced to mine iron in the caves for the rest of your lives. Enan's words are like heavy bombs, stirring ripples in the prisoners' hearts. Tell me, do you want to be mine slaves? Enan asks sharply, scanning the prisoners and raising his voice. This shout seems to carry an invisible power, echoing through the tense camp. The prisoners are stunned by Enan's presence. No one responds immediately, but from their expressions, you can see their inner struggle and conflict. Finally, a weaker-looking soldier steps forward, clenches his fists, and bravely says, "My lord, I don't want to be a mine." Encouraged by this soldier, others start shouting too. They don't want to spend their lives in the caves. Enan waved his hand, and some strong young miners from Rosen's mine came to the prisoner camp. At this moment, the miners seemed to have been freed from a long imprisonment. Their eyes shone with hope, and this atmosphere further inspired the prisoners. Starting today, you are no longer miners. With Enan's announcement, the miners seemed to be possessed. They shouted, cheered, and knelt on the ground, loudly declaring their loyalty to the Lord. Other soldiers saw the miners kneeling and also knelt one after another, pledging loyalty to Enan. Very good. Seeing this scene, Enan waved his hand, and servants began distributing food. Aromatic bread and steaming stew were delivered to the soldiers and miners. A piece of bread and a bowl of meat soup made these starving prisoners and miners feast happily. It was as if they hadn't eaten in a long time. Enan stood nearby, silently watching everyone eat eagerly. Only after they finished did he speak again. From now on, your meals will be this good. Starting today, anyone who kills an enemy on the battlefield will be promised the chance to regain their freedom. Amid the celebration, Enan walked over to the carriage and extended his hand. A gentle hand reached out and took Enan's hand. The owner of that hand slowly stepped down from the carriage. Freya looked at Enan with complicated eyes. This scoundrel was actually threatening her with the lives of these soldiers. And even now, in their eyes, Enan still appeared to be a good person. Enan took Freya's hand and led her onto the stage. The soldiers recognized her. She was Rosen's wife. Was this scoundrel planning to humiliate her publicly? If so, the original prisoners began to feel conflicted inside. Enan gently held Freya's hand, facing the crowd, and said loudly, "Everyone, I believe you all know this lady. She is Rosen's wife, Freya. I brought her here not to embarrass her, but to make everyone understand something. Starting today, she is also my wife. I will marry her. Although I cannot give her a formal position as the main wife, she will still be my wife. Yes, I will respect and care for her, and she will also protect your interests. For me and Our Lady, pledge your loyalty." Enan's words immediately caused a huge stir. The soldiers were initially stunned, then started whispering among themselves. Freya was even more shocked. She never expected Enan to announce such a decision publicly. She thought she would live a dark, miserable life from now on. After all, nobles don't show mercy to the wives of enemies. They would use all kinds of ways to humiliate them. But the soldiers began to abandon some of their prejudices. After all, serving Lady Freya isn't considered betrayal, right? Plus, Lord Enan is a pretty good person. After making this announcement, Enan left, leaving Yuan's deputy to conduct intensive training for them. Remember, make these mind slaves constantly talk about how terrible the mine is, to make them long for freedom. Yuan's deputy understood and respectfully nodded toward the direction Enan left. Then he turned around, looked at the group of mine slaves and prisoners who had just gained a little hope, and loudly said, "Did you hear what the Lord said? From now on, as long as you work hard, eating well, and enjoying life won't be a problem. But now, training begins." Under Yuan's deputy's supervision, the training proceeded smoothly. "Hurry up. What are you dawdling for? If you want to be free, you have to sweat for it," Yuan's deputy shouted loudly, swinging a whip in the air, making a crisp cracking sound. At night, after training, they listened to the mine slaves crying in sorrow, praising Lord Enan as a savior. The terrible life in the mine shocked the former prisoners. Those prisoners who hadn't experienced life in the mine looked at the dark scenes described by the slaves with fear and sympathy. Meanwhile, Enan held a wedding in the castle. Even though no nobles attended, Nancy was the only one present to bless the newlyweds. The wedding was quiet, but everything essential was there, even more grand and luxurious than when Freya married Rosen. Now she was considered Enan's second wife. The position of the main wife was still vacant, but it was enough to ensure her safety. She was from her maternal family far in the south of the empire. It was impossible for them to cross mountains and rivers to rescue her. When she was young, she loved traveling. After coming here, she was moved by Rosen's passionate pursuit and married him. This beautiful love story began after they got married. Even though they loved each other, an unbreakable barrier remained. Freya tried everything she could, calling doctors and priests, but nothing could save Rosen's lost ability. Among the nobles, it was a serious taboo for couples not to have children. In a quiet wedding, Enan and Nancy drank red wine. She sat silently beside Enan, still trying to accept what was happening. "What's wrong?" Enan took Freya's hand and looked at her with concern. "Madam, are you upset?" Freya trembled slightly, wanting to pull her hand away, but she didn't move. She looked up at Enan, her eyes full of hesitation and weakness. Her face was mature, but her expression made her seem like a wife forced into a difficult situation. Enan couldn't help but feel tempted to act on his feelings, but Nancy was still nearby, so he had to hold back. "Go back to your room and rest," Enan said softly, patting her hand to let her go. Freya was overwhelmed by Enan's intense gaze and hurriedly left the wedding scene. Nancy gently swayed her wine glass, her eyes dreamy and hard to read. Enan quietly drank his wine, waiting for her to speak. Rosen's life was lost, and the situation was more surprising than expected. "You did the right thing. Take good care of this woman." Nancy finally put down her glass and looked at Enan. "No matter what, you must protect this place." She then tapped the table, and servants brought in boxes of gifts. The atmosphere suggested they contained gold coins, equipment, and supplies. The generous saintess was very kind. The total value of what she brought was about 200,000 gold coins. Enan raised an eyebrow. This sister was very generous. Her attitude was clear. "I pay, you risk your life." "Perhaps, Lord Count, you should slap her back," Enan said with a smile. "I feel a bit guilty taking all this for nothing." He scratched his head, regretting that he had slapped Nancy in anger that day. Where could he find a boss like her? She truly gets things done. Nancy heard Enan's words and couldn't help but smile softly. A strange light flashing in her eyes. Now you realize you're regretful? This slap was delivered by you yourself. I didn't force you. However, since your attitude is still somewhat sincere, I will forgive you this time. She gently patted Enan's cheek, her movement strangely flirtatious. Enan knew this wicked woman had no good intentions again. Remember our promise. Nancy stroked Enan's face as if whispering sweet words to a lover, but if the promise was spoken aloud, it wouldn't sound so innocent. First promise. All war spoils must be handed over to them, at 30%. So, besides paying taxes to the empire, Enan will also work for them, but they will provide necessary help. Although those 3 wicked women made a series of unfair agreements with Enan, she didn't feel she was at a disadvantage. The reason they were willing to bet on her was because of the so-called magician. If she was just a 6th-level magician, they wouldn't be interested. But she was a magician capable of creating new magic inscriptions. As long as they tightly controlled Enan, any new magical research she made must be shared with them immediately. Enan didn't mind. It was provided by the system. Even if they wanted to copy her work, it would take some time. At this moment, she boldly took Nancy's hand. I will always keep our promise and follow you to the end. Seeing Enan's confident look, Nancy smiled with satisfaction. Good, Viscount Enan. As long as you obey the agreement, the benefits will naturally come to you. Nancy patted Enan's shoulder, encouraged him, and then left. Enan returned to the bridal chamber. Freya was sitting on the bed, looking a bit lonely. When she heard the noise, she looked up, her gaze meeting Enan's. That lonely look was truly captivating. Enan took out a toolbox. Because of his skill that involved pain and desire, he had now become a master in that area. Freya looked at the tools and covered her mouth, speechless. After entering the bridal chamber, Enan only arrived at the Violet Watch camp the next evening, having spent the entire day in the room. Enan took out 150,000 gold coins and upgraded 100 Violet Light Armor soldiers into Violet Light Shield soldiers, an important support unit for heavy infantry. Their equipment is lightweight, and they carry spears as throwing weapons. The spears are engraved with beautiful magic inscriptions, shining with a mysterious and splendid glow in the sunlight. When they pick up the spears to throw, a glow flows around them, as if they can pierce through any defense. Enan returns to the castle room with a violet shield soldier. After ordering the soldier to remove his armor, he uses sensing magic to summon the 3 troublesome women. Soon, ripples appear in the room's space, and 3 figures gradually materialize. Liliana still looks untidy, standing barefoot on Enan's shoulder. The other 2 women are used to this and start examining the equipment on the ground. Has the inscription master created a new work? Tiffany picks up a spear to study. It seems to have armor-breaking functions. That's great. I can feel this inscription doesn't need much magic to activate. Liliana also stands on Enan's shoulder. She reaches out and pulls a light shield from the air. Defense and agility? How are these 2 traits combined? Nancy examines the light armor with admiration in her eyes. After the women exchange looks, they pick up their magic books and begin copying the inscriptions. Nancy and Liliana finish copying and leave. Tiffany stays behind, gently beckoning to Enan. He immediately flies over uncontrollably. This big card is tall and large, pressing Enan, who is a head shorter, into her embrace. Little one, you did well. As a reward, you can be spoiled in your sister's arms. Until Enan is about to run out of breath, she slowly releases him. After leaving Tiffany's embrace, Enan returns to his room to sleep with his beloved wife. A few days later, in the middle of the night, Enan puts on a nightgown and walks out of the bedroom. Freya also struggles to get up and fixes her messy hair in front of the mirror. She wears her wedding ring on her ring finger, the same one she wore when she married Rosen. It's not that she doesn't want to change it, but Enan, that mischievous man, doesn't allow her to. She can't complain about her new husband's strange sense of humor. Looking at herself in the mirror, she sees that time has taken her youth but left her with maturity and charm. The beauty mark under her eye adds to her allure. Although this charm originally belonged to Rosen, Enan fully enjoyed it. These days, the nobles have been pretending to prepare for battle without really wanting to fight. This forced Enan to spend military funds on the army. Besides the special troops guarding Violet, regular soldiers also need training. They might not actually fight, but if you think you can avoid it, you will definitely face trouble. Now, he feels like he's stuck in a war swamp. Almost all his income goes into the army, causing the people in the 3 territories to give up farming and building. Everyone joins the army because of the good benefits. Food, pay, treatment, and promotion opportunities are the best around. These young workers don't produce anything. They spend every day in military training, learning how to fight. In their minds, killing on the battlefield is how they make a name for themselves. Enan rubbed his temples. If this keeps up, the nobles won't need to pressure him. If he stops the war, the economy of the territory will collapse. Even downsizing the army won't help, because there aren't enough jobs for these soldiers who only know how to fight. But if he doesn't go to war, he can't support such a large army. So, even if the nobles stop him, Enan must start a war. The door to the room was gently knocked, and Freya entered the study. Is something wrong? Enan was a bit surprised to see her. This woman really knows how to push her luck. Freya quietly came to his side, took a blanket, and draped it over him. Darling, it's so late. What are you still busy with? After these days of being together, she has slowly accepted her role. Enan has given her happiness that Rosen couldn't. It's nothing. You can go now, Enan said coldly, taking a sip of red wine. He didn't see their relationship as mutual support. They are over 10 years apart in age, and Enan finds her caring for him like a child very annoying. Hearing his cold response, Freya paused slightly, a hint of sadness in her eyes. All right, don't stay up too late. Take care of yourself. Then she saw the wine on the table and took it without asking. Don't drink too much late at night. It's bad for your health. Now, she feels she should do her wife duties and try to play her role well. Although she was taken by force and they married on their first day together, she felt she had to do this. No one had ever dared to control Enan like this, which made him feel a bit overwhelmed. Even this casual action stunned Enan, who was about to get angry, and he watched Freya leave like that. Angrily, Enan opened another bottle of red wine but didn't drink it right away. Enan tightened the blanket around him and started thinking about how to respond to the noble's attack. Recently, the Weir family had been very quiet, with no one stepping forward to lead the nobles against Enan. Even Neff, the new heir, had not appeared in front of everyone. But the nobles spontaneously started targeting Enan. Even at midnight, they held lively banquets. Usually, they stayed in their own territories, acting powerful. Now, they all became active socializers. The fat noble poured strong wine into his cup at the banquet. His large amount of wine made the nobles cheer. The fat noble, in the midst of cheers, became more and more proud. He swayed as he stood up, holding his wine cup high, shouting loudly, "Everyone, we can't hold back this time." This dared to betray Marquis Weir. He's got no sense of his own life. After saying that, he drank a glass of strong wine and then threw the cup down, as if he had a deep grudge against Enan. He had already drunk over 10 glasses of dragon breath ale, a strong amber-colored drink. It first caused a burning sensation in the mouth, like dragon breath raging inside. Then, the aroma of malt and a mysterious magical aura spread on the taste buds, making the drinker feel as if their blood was burning, giving a powerful sense of strength. Dwarves especially loved this strong drink, but few humans could drink 10 or more glasses. The fat noble was one of them. But even with his impressive drinking capacity, he was nearly done. The nobles knew he was already drunk. The fat noble collapsed to the ground, and the nobles around him were first stunned, then burst into laughter. "Haha, this guy hasn't even started fighting, and he's already knocked himself out." A tall, thin noble laughed while holding his stomach. "But he's right. Since Enan is willing to serve Nancy like a dog, we must teach him a lesson and show him what happens when you offend Marquis Weir in the north." An older nobleman stroked his beard and said with a grim face, "Haha, that scoundrel married Rosen's wife. I heard only Nancy was there. I guess the 3 of them didn't sleep in the same bed, right? Nancy is really risking everything to please that dog." Another nobleman echoed, unable to hide his imagination about Nancy's body. Hearing this, everyone burst into laughter again, but this time the laughter sounded more and suggestive. This comment made the drunken, overweight nobleman on the ground want to stand up and fight him. But if a thief kills someone, they can never go back to being the same. They can only disguise themselves with a new look. However, she didn't need to act. That nobleman suddenly had his neck cut. No one saw exactly how he died. All they knew was that suddenly there was a wound on his neck, and then he sprayed out a lot of blood. The banquet hall instantly fell silent. Everyone was stunned by this sudden event. The nobleman who had been laughing just moments ago now had frozen smiles and eyes full of fear. An assassin! An assassin! One nobleman shouted, and guards quickly entered the hall. Search carefully, the older nobleman ordered loudly, his face full of anger and fear. That nobleman had just died in his territory? Everyone wasn't fools. He had just insulted Countess Nancy and then died. So, does that mean all their recent conversations had been overheard? This made everyone sweat cold. Countess Nancy's beauty had caused many to call her by name during intimate moments with their wives or maids. If this got out, they might also be killed. No one dared to bet. Such a death was unheard of. He was just suddenly silenced in a mysterious way. Anyway, the banquet ended in disappointment for everyone. And that older nobleman could only take the risk and go to Tulip territory to ask Marquis what he thought. The invisibility magic must have some limits, like sticking to blood or being sensed. But that scoundrel seemed to have been taken by a ghost and killed. When the senior nobleman arrived outside Will's study, he saw a maid shyly run out. This surprised him a little. The old rascal was almost 100 years old. Did he still have the energy? Before he could think too much, Will was already receiving him inside the study. Will wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief and stared at the viscount. Give me a reason. The senior nobleman felt a chill and quickly organized his thoughts, recounting everything that happened at the banquet. The same incident happened again. An invisible assassin appeared twice, following Nancy's arrival. That woman was just trying to scare you and delay the war, Will said, tapping the table. Ignore it. Just continue as planned. The senior nobleman said nothing. No one wanted to be suddenly killed. Nobles didn't want to die unexpectedly. After Will finished speaking, the maid who had just left returned carrying a box filled with a dozen rings. Take these. They can create a magic shield when you are hurt, Will said, fiddling with a ring. He didn't pay attention to the viscount. The senior nobleman looked at the box of rings, a flash of surprise in his eyes. These magic rings could save their lives at critical moments. Then he took the box, and he saw the maid sit directly into Will's arms. He couldn't believe it. Had this old rascal recently discovered some secret to longevity? He also noticed a dark color at the top of Will's head. His once pale hair now seemed to gain vitality from that black spot. The senior nobleman forced himself to hide his shock and hurriedly took his leave. At that moment, he realized he and Will were no longer on the same level. He was only here to deal with Nancy. He vowed to perform well in this war and follow Will's lead. No noble could resist the temptation of eternal life. The next day, Enan woke up from his bed. Aurora was still sleeping beside him. Her even breathing showed she was sleeping soundly. Enan didn't bother her. He went to the dining hall alone. After Freya finished instructing the servants to prepare the food, she stood up to welcome him when she saw him arrive. Her eyes showed a hint of jealousy and a subtle, almost unnoticed, sadness. Freya approached Enan and, ignoring the maids present, tightly embraced him. Their bodies pressed close together. She wanted this boy to hug her. Enan was a bit surprised by Freya's straightforward action, but seeing the faint sadness and longing in her eyes, along with her recent increase in obedience to 37%, he couldn't help but admire her. This lady is truly amazing. She is good at self-approach, a real treasure girl. Enan directly lifted her into his arms and took her to the dining table to feed her. He wanted to let her experience what it feels like to be cared for like a child. He picked up a piece of cut fruit cake with a fork and offered it to Freya's mouth, smiling as he said, "Here, try this. See if you like it." Freya, in Enan's arms, blushed instantly. She knew this was her husband's way of getting back at her. Because her husband didn't like being treated like a child, he was using this method on her. Freya gently took a bite of the cake, the sweet aroma of cream spreading in her mouth. She couldn't help but squint her eyes, enjoying the sweet taste. Everyone has different preferences. For example, this motherly Freya only sees this as a playful act of a boy. This disappointed Enan a little. He wanted to see her shy expression, but instead, her gaze grew more affectionate. "Thank you, dear. Do you have any plans today?" Freya stroked Enan's hair, trying to understand her husband better. Who exactly made her like this? Oh, it was himself. Well, then, no problem. You don't need to worry about my affairs. Enan grabbed her hand that was stroking his hair and gently pulled it away. Freya was slightly stunned when Enan suddenly took her hand away, a hint of hurt flashing in her eyes, but she quickly smiled again. All right, dear. I know you have your own plans. I just care about you. Her tone sounded like a mother forgiving a mischievous child. This made Enan hold back his anger. No matter what he did, he felt like he was acting childish in front of her. Every time Enan tried to increase her obedience, he felt a strange sense of guilt from somewhere. After this meal, Freya fed Enan, but he wasn't very happy. He left the castle and headed to the mines of the Rosen territory. Freya finished eating and ordered her servants to bring breakfast into Enan's room. Aurora was awakened by the noise. Freya, seeing how adorable the little girl was, couldn't help but feel tender. She hugged Aurora gently. You've worked hard, child. Aurora was suddenly embraced by Freya and was still a bit dazed, feeling as if she had returned to her mother's embrace. Her nose twitched with emotion, almost crying, thinking that Lady Enan might be here to bully her. After all, she had been with Freya's husband last night. Madam, Aurora felt shy, but before she could react, Freya carefully tidied her up with her dress. Freya's gentle attitude made Aurora think of Irene Snow, who used to treat her the same way. She suddenly threw herself into Freya's arms and cried, Mom. Hearing this, Freya's expression softened even more with kindness. Good child, if you want to cry, just cry. Let all your worries out. Aurora cried even harder in Freya's arms, as if she wanted to release all the longing and sadness she had kept inside. Freya held Aurora tightly, comforting her. This woman was desperate for a child. Overall, the women Enan met were all quite unusual, but in the end, it was his own fault. At this moment, he was in the mine, asking the person in charge about the situation. If all went well, this iron mine would be his steady source of income. Nobles didn't buy silver fish or slaves, so they wouldn't buy iron tools either. These were essential items. Even if other nobles had them, they would still need them in the upcoming war. Even if Enan was their enemy, it didn't matter. He could use the wealthy noble as a front to earn money. Lord, based on our current mining progress, we expect to increase production by 20% next month, provided we can overcome the obstacles in the rock layer. The mine manager interrupted Enan's thoughts. This prompted Enan to immediately write another letter, sending it to Fusionling, asking his big sister to bring some earth magic users and a mining team to help. After thinking for a moment, Enan decided it was better to go in person. Sending a letter to request help seemed like something only a superior would do to their subordinates. He directly got on a carriage and went to Nancy's castle. The maids welcomed Enan into the hall and told him that Nancy had gone to the imperial capital and wouldn't return for a few days. Enan raised an eyebrow. With the northern borders so tense, why would this woman go to the imperial capital? Was there something important happening? Then, a girl in a white dress slowly pushed open the hall door and sat down across from Enan. Enan looked at the girl in white, frowned slightly, and asked, Who are you? I am Lady Nancy's daughter. My name is Shirley. The girl smiled slightly, showing two cute dimples, very pretty. Her silver, smooth long hair was especially eye-catching. If her eyes weren't black, but blue, Enan might have thought she was from the Snow tribe. Wait, Nancy's daughter? Is she married? Enan suddenly crushed his teacup in disbelief. Shirley watched Enan crush the cup, a flash of surprise in her eyes, but she quickly calmed down. She playfully smiled. Yes, are you surprised, Viscount Enan? Enan took a deep breath, trying to calm himself after the shock. He had previously offended Nancy. If her husband found out, he might be killed. Right now, Enan felt like there was some secret affair between them. That woman had a husband, but was still flirting with him? But Nancy's obedience bar was already at 10%. Giving up was impossible. He wanted to take Nancy for himself. Enan slowly opened his eyes, showing a murderous intent, but it quickly disappeared. However, as a top assassin, Shirley could easily sense it. She was just joking around, never expecting this little troublemaker to take it seriously. But she still kept a playful smile on her face. Viscount Enan, is there something you want to discuss with my mother? Enan told Shirley what he needed, and after receiving her reply, he left. Then he took a few earth magic users and a mining team back to his territory. He told his servants to take them to the mine and then return to the castle. When he saw Freya holding Aurora in her arms, with Aurora acting cute and spoiled, he was stunned. A mix of shock, anger, and helplessness appeared in his eyes. He even noticed Aurora's obedience level slightly increase to 74%. This was too much for Ian to accept. What exactly did that woman do? Darling, you're back? Freya saw her husband return and couldn't help but smile at Ian, her eyes full of warmth and hope. Then she gave Aurora an encouraging look. Go ahead. Aurora jumped out of her arms and came to Ian's side. She looked up and called him in a soft voice that shocked Ian. Dad. Ian was struck like lightning. Although Aurora had called him before, it was different now. What exactly did Freya do? She made her call him so openly in broad daylight. Freya gently walked over to Ian and hugged him. Darling, I see how cute Aurora is, so I couldn't help but think of her as my adopted daughter. She looked at Ian with a loving gaze, as if she was looking at her own son. Ian almost froze in place. Does she even realize what she's saying? Why is this relationship so complicated? Aurora was Ian's lover, and Freya knew about it. Although Ian also had a relationship with Irene Snow, he had never heard of any woman claiming her husband's lover as her daughter. If this got out, no matter where it was, it would be a huge shock. Ian felt like he was trapped in a strange dream. He looked at Freya, speechless. Why did a normally normal woman become so abnormal? Freya, don't worry. I will ask the best psychologist in the territory to help you, Ian said, grabbing Freya's hand with a worried look. He thought he might have overdone it with Freya. She was both his son's and Aurora's mother. Are they now seen as siblings in Freya's eyes? Freya smiled and patted Enan's head. Dear, are you feeling confused? So, you don't plan to get treatment? Enan took a deep breath to stay calm. He was now very sure that his wife was having problems. Silly child, I don't need. Freya suddenly realized she might have said the wrong thing and quickly changed her words. Darling, don't worry about me. I'm perfectly fine. Enan immediately shook off this crazy woman's hand and walked back to the castle on his own. Crazy. Even though Enan was usually polite, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. His wife, who he had taken by force, surprisingly helped him increase the obedience of his subjects. The more he thought about it, the more unbelievable it seemed. It made him feel like someone had stolen his sense of achievement. In the end, he could only reluctantly accept this strange wife. He couldn't help but take out Freya's past records from a drawer and read them several times. He finally concluded it was his own problem. Meanwhile, the nobles who received rings from Count Wilbur felt more confident. At this moment, a group of a dozen nobles sat together in a very serious setting. The noble who had been killed for making inappropriate jokes was succeeded by his son, Hylier. Hylier, covered in blood, stood before the nobles. He had just killed a few disobedient old officials of the territory. Now he was soaked in a bloody smell. Everyone looked at this fierce, aggressive young man with admiration. They thought he was much better than his father. Hylier stroked the ring Count Wilbur had given him and slowly spoke. Everyone, I have a good plan to deal with the Hill family's heavy-armored warriors. We can start now. Hearing this, the nobles became excited and gathered around him, their eyes full of anticipation. One noble eagerly asked, Hylier, tell us, what's the good plan? Hylier looked at the nobles and slowly said 2 words, virus. When they heard virus, everyone was stunned at first, then their faces showed understanding. Hylier took out a small green bottle. This is a virus developed by our alchemists. Just one breath can cause internal infection. When the archers shoot it out, it will ensure they never return. After the nobles finished discussing, they began to prepare. They planned to split their forces into 3 groups and attack the 3 territories of Enan at the same time, aiming to overwhelm him completely. At the same time, they started raising funds to mass-produce these viruses. Since the ingredients were quite valuable, a single bottle was not enough. Harold collected a large amount of money and returned home, smiling happily. Enan also received a message from the spy, the second in command. He narrowed his eyes, surprised that these shameless fools had actually come up with a device to counter heavily armored soldiers. Although this device could only be used in small battles, it was very effective against heavily armored troops. Right now, there was no time to make protective masks or similar equipment. The best plan at this stage was to attack first while their virus supply was still limited to 1 or 2 bottles, gaining an advantage early. Enan decided to lead Luo Ling and Yuan into attack overnight. He also began gathering soldiers from Rosen's territory to prepare for the. At 3 a.m., Enan assembled troops from 3 territories, totaling about 20,000 soldiers. He personally led the army to the nearest viscount's territory. Lord Ed didn't expect Enan to be so bold as to start a war first. It was strange. He thought Enan would wait for a defensive battle. Moreover, Enan didn't even declare war openly. He just moved in silently. Viscount Enan, what are you doing? Ed asked, wanting to delay as long as possible so his allies could arrive to support him. Enan sat on his horse, looking coldly at Ed. He didn't bother to talk much. Heavy armored soldiers, press forward. Light shield soldiers, support with coordinated attacks. Archers, suppress the enemy fire. In 1 hour, I will take this place. At Enan's command, the 20,000 soldiers immediately mobilized like a well-oiled war machine. The purple heavy armored soldiers marched heavily and steadily, holding long spears and shields, forming a moving steel wall heading toward Ed's defenses. Meanwhile, the light shield soldiers drew their javelins and threw them at the city walls, targeting any enemy forces on top. The purple javelins streaked through the night sky like shooting stars, whistling loudly as they flew precisely toward the defenders on the wall. In an instant, Ade nearly lost his life, but luckily, Will's life-saving ring saved him. However, it was a one-time use item. He scrambled down the city wall, cursing, "These! Enan, I'll get you for this." Ade trembled with anger and fear. Luo Ling led the Violet Legion in the charge, commanding heavily armored soldiers to smash the city gate with thick shields. This was more powerful than any siege weapon. Inside the city, Ade heard the deafening crash and grew more frightened. "Quick, send people to reinforce the gate. Use boulders and anything else available," Ade shouted desperately, his voice tinged with hopelessness. But Enan's army kept attacking relentlessly, leaving no chance for Ade to breathe. While the Violet Shield soldiers struck the gate, they stayed alert for possible enemy counterattacks around them. They continued attacking the defenders on the walls with spears, trying to stop the heavy armored soldiers. With repeated impacts from the Violet Legion, the wall collapsed, dust flying everywhere, and the shouts of battle grew louder. Yuan led the cavalry straight into the city, slaughtering the enemy. The sound of hooves thundered through the quiet night, and the soldiers' swords shimmered coldly in the moonlight, like grim reapers harvesting lives. "Wait, I surrender." Ade saw that defeat was certain and felt a wave of despair. He shouted this, exhausted, and collapsed to the ground. But Enan had no intention of sparing anyone. "Kill them all. Leave no one alive." With a command that sounded like a death sentence, the entire Ade territory was plunged into a bloody nightmare. Under Enan's cold orders, the slaughter spread rapidly to every corner. The soldiers ruthlessly took lives, blood flowing like a river. The city defenses fell, and the enemy stormed in like wolves, burning, killing, and looting, crimes too numerous to count. Some tried to escape the chaos, but they were caught by merciless soldiers. Their long swords fell, and lives ended like tiny insects. Ed watched helplessly as the scene unfolded, his eyes filled with fear and despair. Enan approached Ed, wearing a smile that seemed warm but carried a chilling coldness. He looked down at Ed from above, with no mercy in his eyes, only the coldness of a victor. "Let your death serve as a warning to those fools who oppose me." Hearing this, a hint of hatred flickered in Ed's eyes, but he was quickly overwhelmed by deep fear. Do you know what you're doing? Marquis won't let you get away with this." Enan sneered coldly, full of disdain. "You can't see how that old man will deal with me." After saying that, he directly cut off Ed's head with his sword. At dawn, as the first light appeared, Enan's troops withdrew from the territory. They had not taken control of it. When the nobles gathered their armies and arrived at Ed's territory, they saw the brutal scene. The morning sun slowly rose, but it couldn't dispel the strong smell of blood inside Ed's land. The nobles looked at the scene, which resembled a battlefield of chaos. Their faces turned pale, some even in shock. Hylier's eyes widened in disbelief. "Enan, this monster, how dare he?" He thought he had been ruthless enough, but he didn't expect there to be someone even more brutal. Enan led his army to slaughter this land completely. Although this would damage his reputation, The act was very meaningful. Militarily, he had destroyed most of the main forces of the noble coalition. In terms of morale, he intimidated all the noble allies. The soldiers led by the nobles saw this scene. Some even felt their legs weaken. Hylier looked around at the pale-faced soldiers, feeling both angry and anxious. "Pull yourselves together," Hylier shouted loudly, his voice echoing through the bloody ruins. "That madman is just a crazy lunatic, a paper tiger." However, the soldiers' eyes were still full of fear. Seeing the mountain of corpses and rivers of blood, some couldn't hold back anymore. Enan's goal had been achieved. Unity and spirit can be seized by the army, but the heart of a general can be taken by force. This group of soldiers was afraid even before fighting. Once they face Enan, they will cause great panic. The thief, disguised as a fat pig noble, was shocked by what he saw. Did this idiot not think about the consequences of his actions? But it was indeed very effective. At this moment, she quickly pretended to be terrified and sat on the ground, pointing at the mountain of corpses and blood behind her. "Demon, I give up. I want to go back." Seeing a noble being so scared, the soldiers were all inspired by the atmosphere. Everyone was angry at how the fat pig noble looked, their faces turning red with rage. What a useless teammate. Harrow grabbed the fat pig noble by the collar and pulled him up. "You pig, if you dare to go back now, I will kill you." "You, are you forcing us to fight?" The fat pig noble, weighing over 300 Gene, trembled all over, looking very funny. Harrow's eyes widened. This pig dared to shake the army's morale. He was simply tired of living. He suddenly drew his sword from his waist, the blade flashing coldly, and pressed it against the fat pig noble's neck. "Dead fat pig, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll cut you down with one sword." The nearby nobles looked at each other in surprise. They didn't expect this new viscount to have some courage and temper. Hearing Harrow's promises, the soldiers gradually regained their confidence, but the fear still lingered among the troops. Enan began counting the spoils of this battle. This time, he completely emptied the Edling territory. Anything he couldn't carry, he burned with fire. No enemy would get away unscathed. A satisfied smile appeared on his face as he directed the soldiers to receive their rewards. The most urgent task now was to strengthen the morale of his own soldiers. Otherwise, 2,000 soldiers fighting against an 8,000-strong noble coalition had no chance of winning. Last night, while slaughtering Edling, he also launched a wartime mobilization, relocating the people from Storm and Silver Lake territories to Rosen territory, abandoning those two regions. These were his future forces. Under military pressure, the civilians could only gather valuable belongings and move to Rosen territory. Recently, Karl was miraculously revived and began helping the people of two territories settle into their homes in Rosen territory. There weren't many good conditions available, so he built simple shelters. He knew that in these times of war, providing a place to shelter from the storm was the greatest comfort. However, this also caused many complaints. An old man approached, looking worried as he looked at Karl. "Lord Karl, we have given up our homes. Will we ever be able to return?" Karl's eyes darkened briefly, then he quickly smiled kindly. "Of course, we must trust Lord Enan. After this war is over, everyone will have a better life." The old man saw the brief dark look in Karl's eyes and felt a little nervous, but when he heard Karl's friendly words afterward, he thought he might have misunderstood. "Well, I hope what Lord Karl says is true." The old man sighed, still a little worried, then turned to help tidy up the belongings. Enan now had less than 80,000 gold coins left. He started selling properties in Rosen territory frequently. Wealthy commoners, wanting a good life for their families, couldn't resist buying them. No one knew how long this war would last. It involved an army of 80,000 soldiers, certainly the biggest internal conflict in nearby territories in nearly 10 years. The people of Rosen territory were anxious but dared not run away. Their lord had just slaughtered a part of the territory, so he wouldn't mind killing a few more refugees trying to escape. Seeing the gold coins pouring in, Enan felt a bit more confident. With this money, he no longer worried about losing workers. The northern region was vast, with countless surrounding territories. The death of one or two viscounts was not enough to attract the empire's attention. Nancy returned to the imperial capital because something big had happened. The prime minister of the Izur Empire, a man over 400 years old, had died. This man, standing at the peak of imperial power, could not resist the passage of time. Princess Teresa was about to lose her composure. With Foster, the prime minister, dead, the four Grand Dukes would surely bully her even more. Nancy stood on the busy streets of the imperial capital, gazing at the tall palace, her eyes filled with deadly intent. Foster's death was undoubtedly a major shakeup for the empire. The four Grand Dukes' eyes glowed green as they secretly planned to push a spokesperson forward. The empire's power structure includes the imperial parliament and the nobles' court of justice. The parliament can issue various laws, which the nobles must obey. The young empress is like the speaker of the parliament, but now her influence is waning. The court of justice can judge nobles, convict them, and them of their titles and lives. The young empress acts as the chief judge, responsible for sentencing. Below her are two deputy judges, one in charge of searching for evidence, the other of making arrests. Why can't they search for evidence and make arrests at the same time? Or arrest someone directly for trial? The nobles disagree. You must keep these roles separate, or they won't play the king's game with you. The chancellor is the one who carries out the evidence search, and the deputy judge responsible for arrests is the spokesperson the Grand Dukes appointed. If these two deputy judges can't remain absolutely loyal to the emperor at the same time, power will be divided. If she convicts nobles but can't find evidence or make arrests, she becomes just an empty shell. Inside the palace, young Empress Teresa is anxious. She has torn off countless pairs of white silk gloves. Fortunately, the old chancellor cleared out many opponents before leaving, or her situation would be hopeless. But the Grand Dukes are happy to treat the young empress as a mascot of the empire. Their ancestors helped establish this empire alongside the founding emperor Isur. Though they have their own duchies, they have always had to follow imperial orders, which has bred deep resentment among these. The nobles were surprised to see Nancy return. Did Old Will really let her go? Duke Frostwolf also looked displeased. He ordered his servants to report clearly on recent events in the northern region. Does the Hill family still have descendants inheriting? The four Grand Dukes almost forgot about that family. Hundreds of years ago, a notable figure from the Hill family appeared, but unfortunately, he chose the wrong side. He was demoted from a powerful position in the imperial capital to a minor noble in the north. Who would have thought that still has a descendant causing trouble in the north? The Western Grand Duke's expression was complicated. The high-level battles in the imperial capital are very intense, and the low-level fights in the northern border are equally fierce. Harrow led a group of noble allies to attack the Rosen territory. They threw a virus directly outside the city gates. The virus spread quickly at the gate. A few guards sniffed it and died instantly. Their bodies rotted, and they gradually died. The siege engines were pushed forward step by step toward the city gates by the Allied soldiers. Enan watched the guards at the gate fall suddenly, but he remained calm. War is like that, losses and gains. The morale of the Allied forces seemed to revive. They bravely charged at Rosen territory, shouting that they would cut off Enan's head. Luo Ling led the Violet Shield troops to scatter. Every time she unlocked a new unit ability, she gained it automatically. The Light Shield soldiers spread out across the city walls. They weren't affected by the poison gas. They took out their spears and threw them at the soldiers, pushing the siege engines. The spears flew like shooting stars from the walls, piercing through the wind with precision and hitting the soldiers on the siege engines. Each time the 100 Light Shield soldiers threw their spears, they could kill 100 enemies. If a soldier was hit, he died instantly. This greatly slowed down the Noble Alliance's siege progress. Harrow watched as soldiers around the siege engines kept falling, furious and trembling with rage. The poison was almost used up. There were some left to defend against the heavily armored soldiers, but now they couldn't even take the city, which was very frustrating. Keep going. If someone dies, replace them. Today, I must break down this gate. Under Harrow's frantic urging, the Noble Alliance surged forward like a tide, rushing toward the siege engines. Despite many soldiers being killed by the falling spears from the walls, the others kept pushing forward, trying to move the siege engines closer to the gate. Enan gathered some soldiers and made them wear airtight clothes. These clothes were uncomfortable and made breathing difficult, so they weren't suitable for battle. Take those bodies infected with the virus and throw them over the wall with the catapults. I want to fight poison with poison. Although the soldiers in airtight clothes moved slowly, they quickly carried out the orders. Some soldiers, trying to be comfortable, poked small holes in their clothes for better airflow. Because they got close to the corpse, they started bleeding from their noses. Seeing this, the other soldiers became even more scared and dared not continue. Anyone who stops will be killed. Enan ordered a group of archers to watch them from a distance. If you die, I will take care of your families and give them the best treatment. The soldiers didn't dare delay any longer. They endured the pain of internal injuries and threw the bodies outside the city. As they threw the corpses, the soldiers gradually collapsed. Enan watched them coldly, not caring at all. As long as the goal was achieved, sacrificing some lives was necessary. With each contaminated corpse thrown out, the Allied noble army's formation was thrown into chaos again, and the virus began spreading through the vanguard troops. They panicked and wanted to run back, but Hylier stopped them. Coming back now would only spread the virus. Everyone stay put. Anyone who tries to retreat will be punished on the spot. Hylier shouted loudly, waving his sword. Inside the city walls, after the corpses were thrown out, Enan ordered the archers to shoot the workers who had been throwing the bodies. These soldiers, already weakened by the virus, had no strength to dodge. They were quickly pierced by arrows and fell to the ground. Lord, this. A general saw this and hesitated, feeling some pity. Enan looked at him coldly. War is cruel. They are infected with the virus and won't live long. Better to deal with it now than let them carry the virus back. The general lowered his head and dared not speak further. He wondered if his lord was made of iron or stone. In the Imperial Council, the nobles were unusually silent this time, not arguing loudly as before. Nancy sat next to her close friend, the of Purity, glaring darkly at the nobles. It was as if anyone daring to step forward would be pulled out and cut down. A count might not have such power, but a saintly maiden definitely did. The saints did not belong to any empire or church. They could choose whom to support freely. The reason they are recognized across the entire continent is because this tradition has been passed down from ancient times, and few people remember exactly how it started. Anyway, the holy maidens each find their successors when they are about to die, passing on their mission and authority to the next in line. The witches, on the other hand, fight to gain the right to inherit, ultimately earning the approval of the previous witch and taking over the power. The relationship between witches and holy maidens is very complicated. It's not something that can be explained in a few words. Each witch and holy maiden is extremely powerful, which is recognized across the continent. They are very strong fighters, and unless absolutely necessary, no one wants to provoke them. Most nobles have just learned that Nancy, the Night Rose of the imperial capital, is a generous holy maiden. They also brought her close friends to support the emperor. However, the Grand Dukes are not afraid of them. Their ancestors have been working with the emperor to develop this land for thousands of years, with a deep heritage that fully matches theirs. The Western Grand Duke looked at the chaste holy maiden, Isha, with a slightly pointed tone. Lady Isha, I understand that Nancy, as a noble count and a member of the council, is here for this meeting, but the implied meaning was that as an outsider, she had no right to stay here. Isha slightly raised her eyes, a cold light flashing in her gaze. Facing the Western Grand Duke's challenge, she remained calm. Grand Duke Jinsha, the Izur Empire is a well-known empire on the continent. The matters discussed here concern the people of the world. If that's the case, how can we exclude those who care for the world? The Frost Wolf Grand Duke sneered. Are you implying that everyone is responsible for the rise and fall of the world? If so, then anyone could speak up on national affairs. This statement was very rude and seemed to suggest she should be dismissed. Isha smiled gently, like the first snow of spring. Grand Duke Frostwolf, if what you say is true, that only those in court or with hereditary titles can discuss imperial affairs, then who will listen to the voices of the common people? I may not hold an imperial title, but my heart is just as committed to the well-being of the people as anyone here. The Frostwolf Grand Duke looked as if he had heard a great joke. I know that your holy maidens are just putting on a show, but if you're allowed to participate in this council, then I suppose I can invite others as well. For example, the angry witch Tiffany? A slight commotion immediately arose in the council hall. Everyone knew the reputation of the angry witch. Although she seemed harmless in front of Enan, She was unpredictable and ruthless. If she really joined the Empire's council, the situation would become even more chaotic. Tiffany's picture has been posted by the author, hehe. I heard you were talking about me. Tiffany pushed open the door to the council chamber, swaying her hips as she entered into everyone's view. This time, she was not wearing her usual black armor, but a bright red long dress. Her striking crimson eyes scanned the crowd. Her tall figure stood against the backlight at the door, the hem of her dress fluttering slightly with the breeze, like a burning flame. Her long white hair and tan skin added to her commanding presence. Nancy squinted slightly. This woman was still bought by the Grand Duke, meant to deal with her. Even if they had some secrets with Enan, it didn't stop them from fighting each other. Speaking of Enan, he had been under great pressure these days. The city walls led by Rosen had turned into a mountain of corpses, with more than half the army dead or wounded. The noble coalition army was also struggling. This was too good at defending. No matter how much they insulted him, Enan wouldn't be provoked to attack with his army. Heroil went mad, using a massive human wave tactic, sending troops forward, but they couldn't break through the city gates. However, his face grew more confident because he believed Enan would eventually lose. Enan's face, on the other hand, looked worse and worse. He could no longer afford to pay pensions or military wages, not even enough for supplies. At this moment, he sat in his castle study. These days, he had been either on the battlefield or in the study, not sleeping at all. The magical lamp in the study flickered uncertainly, casting his tired and haggard face in flickering shadows. The desk was piled with various documents, records of casualties, reports on food supplies, and defense deployment plans. But what troubled him most were those few account lists. If he couldn't produce this money, no one would risk their lives for him, and everyone would start looking out for themselves. Once that happened, it would be the beginning of a collapse. Are they going to lose? The common people no longer want to join this fight. The death toll has exceeded everyone's expectations. 10,000 people died out of 20,000, which has crushed their hopes of rising above. The noble's supply and support are far beyond his reach. Just holding on until now is already a miracle. The shadow of failure hangs heavy like dark clouds over his heart. Resisting an attack from more than 10 nobles with just a viscount's territory, he would leave a strong mark in the history of the northern region. But he does not want to become part of history. He also tried to rally others, but those 3 women did not respond and went somewhere else. Freya cooked a bowl of meat soup, pushed open the door of the study, and slowly placed it in front of Enan. Dear, eat something first. You haven't eaten properly in a long time, she said softly, massaging his temples to help him relax. Enan closed his eyes for a moment to relax, then slowly opened them. Go back and rest. Freya knew she couldn't be of much help staying here, so she turned and gently closed the door behind her. Her heart was very complicated at this moment. She couldn't bring herself to hate the person who killed her husband. Instead, she hoped he wouldn't lose. Besides her physical dependence on Enan, she also didn't want to fall into the hands of other nobles. In recent days, she tried to contact her family, hoping for her father's support, but was met with rejection. Her family was far in the southern part of the empire and couldn't intervene. After confirming Freya had left, Enan slowly got up, poured out the meat soup, and now no one trusted him. He only drank a little water and ate a piece of bread each day, which Luo Ling personally brought to him. Besides this loyal little fox, Enan trusted no one else. Now, Enan thought of a desperate plan to settle these debts. Otherwise, he would surely be defeated. The plan was to issue war bonds and victory funds. These required winning a battle to give the common people hope, so they would be eager to buy. But once issued, it meant that from then on, this territory would sink deeper into the war's quicksand. War bonds were like loans from the people to Enan. When they matured, he would repay the principal and interest according to the agreed rate. The Victory Fund is usually a special fund set up during wartime to support military actions aimed at achieving victory. If they win, they will receive a large amount of money. But first, they must win a battle, take the initiative, and turn the civilians into gamblers who bet heavily. The planner of this idea directly wrote a secret letter to the thief. He plans to send Yuan tonight to attack. If possible, he wants Yuan to act together. If Yuan dies, he will become him. He doesn't know if the thief has that ability, but since she can turn into a wealthy pig noble, she should be able to turn into Yuan too. Yuan received his lord's order in the middle of the night and went to the castle study. Enan looked at Yuan standing in front of him. Tonight, I have decided to take the initiative. You lead the cavalry to attack the noble coalition's camp. When you return, I promise to make you a baron. Yuan showed a complicated expression after hearing this. Going there means risking his life. His lord is willing to sacrifice him to gain a glimmer of victory in the war. Yuan felt mixed feelings inside. He looked at Enan, his lips trembling slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but finally swallowed his words. At this moment, Enan also realized that this commander was not so easy to fool and was not tempted by the promise of great rewards. I know this is hard. Enan patted Yuan on the shoulder. At least for your family, they shouldn't become slaves to those nobles. I have already brought them into the castle, and they are very safe. Hearing this seemingly warm yet threatening words, Yuan knew he had no choice but to go this time. He took a deep breath, suppressing the emotions boiling inside, and looked up at Enan with a face full of complex feelings. He knew that this childhood friend would not send him to death unless it was absolutely necessary. Enan, I will go. But remember, if I don't come back, you must take care of them. His voice was low and hoarse, each word like it was squeezed from his teeth. This time, he didn't call him Lord, but used their childhood names to show his determination to fight to the death. Enan helped him up. If it weren't for the desperate situation, he wouldn't want to risk Yuan's life for a small victory in a sneak attack. What a pity for such a good soldier. Go ahead. Enan unsheathed his sword and handed it to him. I hope it can fight alongside you in my place. Yuan gently stroked the hilt of the sword. Memories of playing and training with Enan flashed quickly through his mind. This sword carried their many years of friendship, but now it has become a symbol of this life and death battle. Don't worry, Enan. I will return safely with it, Yuan said firmly, fastening the sword at his waist with a determined look in his eyes. Nancy's picture has been shared by the author. Yuan ultimately died. He brought good news to Rosen, not only launching a surprise attack on the noble army's camp and killing a viscount, but also capturing many prisoners. This gave the common people a glimpse of hope for victory. But what they didn't know was, that night, a knight who had sworn loyalty to the Lord died on his way to serve him. That was something to be celebrated. However, the person who caused his death was hiding in the shadows, and he was also the one he was loyal to. That is a tragedy. Fortunately, someone continued to live in his place, wearing his skin. What a lucky thing. No one knew he was dead. Enan stood on the street, surrounded by cheering crowds celebrating the victory, but he felt neither joy nor sorrow inside. A thief knelt before Enan, offering his sword with both hands. My lord, I have fulfilled my duty. Enan looked at the thief kneeling, disguised as Yuan, and slowly reached out to take the bloodstained sword. He publicly praised General Yuan's greatness, celebrated his achievements, and finally explained the concept of war bonds and victory funds to the common people. After patiently explaining the benefits, he handed the follow-up work over to Carl. Enan returned to the castle, hoping this money would serve some purpose, while the thief, disguised as Yuan, knocked on the study door. Come in. Enan's deep voice came from inside. He looked up at the fake Yuan and asked, What's the matter? The thief sensed that his mood was not very good, but he finally spoke slowly. He asked me to tell you one last thing. Oh? Go ahead. Enan took a sip of dragon brewed beer and said calmly, Is it about taking care of his wife and daughter, or something else? He said, You, Enan. If you dare to lose, I will beat you in. The thief left these words and went back to the military camp. Enan suppressed his emotions. The memories of the original owner were imprinted in his mind, as if he had also experienced the childhood moments playing with Yuan. But, friends offering sacrifices, magic without limits. Listening to the thief closing the door, Enan thought about his next move. In the end, Aurora knocked on his door, bringing him back to reality. Come in, Enan responded to the knock. Aurora gently pushed open the door and entered the study. She saw that Enan was drinking strong liquor instead of red wine this time, and she frowned. Father, brother Enan, Aurora said, walking over with a complicated look. Enan looked up at Aurora. What is it? I told you not to bother me during this time. Hearing Enan's slightly impatient tone, Aurora looked a little sad, but still sat on his lap. Enan didn't refuse, but he had no mood for love or romance right now. Aurora curled up in Enan's arms, feeling his body stiff and his mind troubled. She didn't do anything. She just fell asleep peacefully in his embrace. She wanted to tell Enan that she would always stay with him. The next day, Enan received a large sum of money. The gamblers had bet everything they had, hoping to get rich quickly. This was enough for Enan to pay off his debts and even have some left over. But now, he also transformed into a gambler himself, upgrading 50 violet armor warriors into violet archers. This drained all his savings. He planned to take the initiative and strike first, not giving the nobles time to create chaos. In an instant, the entire northern border seemed shrouded in dark clouds, and the imperial capital was the same. The nobles argued fiercely in the imperial council. Even though Nancy and Edio were strong, the four Grand Dukes were not easy to deal with. No matter how powerful the force, ultimately, it had to submit to authority. This was the main theme of this continent. No matter how sharp a sword is, if it has no master, it's just scrap metal. This time, 3 people were competing for the chancellor position. The first to step forward was the empire's finance minister, who controlled the empire's finances and was responsible for developing the national economy and fiscal policies. Melron is a hereditary marquis of the empire, serving in the imperial capital for generations. His face is stern and square-shaped, giving the impression of a strict and upright official. He wears a beautiful diplomatic uniform, with a family crest made of gold on his chest, showing his noble status and position. At this moment, he is neither happy nor sad. He stands up and speaks to everyone about his ideas for ruling. Honorable Queen Teresa, the empire is now prosperous and strong. We must not let foreign nations disturb this peace. If I am lucky enough to become the chancellor, I will focus on stabilizing the empire. He pauses, then continues with a firm look in his eyes. I suggest strengthening control over nearby small countries, making sure they become loyal vassals of the empire, providing us with resources and manpower. He rambles on about many things. Overall, his political goal is to strengthen the empire's dominance over others. Most of the nobles present cheer for this idea. That is the kind of chancellor our empire needs. Duke Frostwolf leads the applause. Only by strengthening our empire's power can we stand firm on this continent. His lead in applause seems to ignite a spark, and the nobles cheer even more wildly, almost causing the roof of the hall to shake. Melron smiles slightly, nodding humbly and looking at everyone. Nancy, however, flashes a cold smile. Marquis Melron, I have a question about what you said regarding strengthening the empire's dominance. Melron nods calmly, looking at Nancy. Count Nancy. Oh no, Lady Saint, please go ahead. His deliberate change of her title is a reminder to everyone that this woman is not entirely one of us. I want to tell you something. Nancy pauses. Last year, the total tax revenue of the Izur Empire was 34 million gold coins. For years ago, the empire's annual tax revenue was nearly 50 million gold coins. Over these 4 years, 358 nobles have died. They didn't die on the battlefield defending the country, but in the empire's internal conflicts. Over the past 4 years, there have been 53 large-scale internal conflicts and hundreds of smaller ones. Many territories have become battlegrounds. The empire's military strength is shrinking, and taxes are decreasing year by year, yet many people's wallets are growing fatter. Some nobles even use the excuse of waging wars abroad to demand funds from the treasury. They take 10% of the annual expenses, and all these funds are approved by your signature. Many nobles occupy others' lands under various pretenses, but the gold they pay in taxes each year is almost the same as before. Is such taxation fair? Does this help to strengthen external dominance or promote the empire's development? In the declining situation of the empire, how do you plan to realize your political ambitions? Do you aim to strengthen the empire's external power? The capital is now arguing, but of course, after their quarrel, those fools will start planning to kill each other. Meanwhile, Enan is already killing people. He has killed many. Under Enan's command, 50 upgraded violet archers are wildly taking lives from the noble coalition army. However, these bows and light shields javelins, once shot, automatically activate inscriptions, and they are one-time use only. This means he has to spend money to produce more, and all that money comes from civilians. The coalition soldiers have no idea where Enan's bunch of divine archers came from. Though only a few dozen, they are insignificant compared to the tens of thousands of troops, but they only target officers, causing chaos in the coalition's command system. At night, they begin to lurk and harass the noble camp. The nobles are close to breaking down, but Luo has already noticed that Enan is at his limit. Enan's army is eating worse and worse. Many soldiers are starving. Luo sneers coldly. This has caused such great damage to the nobles. When the city falls, he plans to sell Enan and all his women at auction to recover his losses. Enan's appearance is quite suitable for sale to noble women or certain wealthy noblemen with special needs. He attacked recklessly, without thinking of the consequences, even using all the funds originally meant for making viruses as military expenses. Enan simply couldn't afford it. This lonely city would fall sooner or later, but he would gain the favor of Marquis Will and even become his son-in-law. In his tent, Enan had just received news from Luo Ling that in a few days, the army would run out of food, and even their bows and arrows were nearly gone. No money, no weapons. He called in Yuan's deputy commander, the officer who had previously trained prisoners of war. The deputy commander quickly entered the tent, knelt on one knee, waiting for Enan's orders. Go, send some soldiers. Enan knocked on the table. I don't care if they are rich merchants, officials, or poor civilians. As long as they live in Rosen territory, let them pay taxes early, half a year's worth in advance. If they have no money, use grain to cover it. I don't care what excuses they have or how hard it is. I only want results. Anyone who resists, execute on the spot. The deputy commander hesitated for a moment after hearing this, but quickly responded, Yes, sir. Watching the deputy commander leave, Enan's face grew darker. He was betting everything on this war. He swore to wipe out those completely, to shed their blood, and to secure his position in the northern border. Enan leaned back in his tent chair, eyes fixed ahead, burning with the flames of revenge and a firm will to win. The next day, Enan had gained a substantial amount of funds and supplies, enough to crush the nobles and turn them into pawns. After Nancy sharply rebuked Melron, he was left speechless. Meanwhile, the royal candidate, chosen by the royal family, pushed open the door of the council hall and slowly approached everyone. But after he spoke a few words, expressing his loyalty and firming his ideals, the meeting was dismissed. When he returned home, he saw a masked man in his house, who had his wife and daughter and was pouring strong liquor on the ground. Sir, you've returned just in time. The assassin slowly took out a fire starter, handed it to the noble, and then disappeared. This warning was clear. Your whole family's lives are in your hands. The nobleman looked at his wife and daughter, who were in front of him, and a wave of fear and anger suddenly filled his heart. His wife and daughter's eyes were full of fear and pleading. Tears welled up in their eyes, and their mouths were gagged with cloth, so they could only make muffled sounds. Seeing this scene, he decided to withdraw from the upcoming meeting and give up the fight for power. The next day, everyone was waiting for the third candidate to appear. The nobles grew impatient and finally saw a woman slowly push open the door of the council hall. She was holding a bloodied human head, which everyone easily recognized as a man's head. She wore glasses, and her fair, clean face looked very gentle, but her eyes revealed a fierce and chilling determination. Sorry, everyone. She pushed up her glasses and spoke slowly. My husband told me not to run for this position. Our family cannot afford to offend these powerful people. If I run, it will bring disaster to my family. I don't know if he was influenced or threatened by someone, but I am ready to die. So I killed him first. Later, even if I die, my husband and I can reunite in heaven. As soon as she said this, the entire hall fell into a deadly silence. Everyone was stunned by her crazy and bloody words. This woman openly declared her resolve by showing her husband's head, as if it was proof of her determination. Empress Teresa sat on the high throne, trembling slightly. She stared intently at the woman holding the head, her expression complex. Aisha also frowned slightly, seeming unable to accept such a ruthless person. After a while, Empress Teresa finally found her voice. Duke Fiona, please begin your statement. Since you have shown your determination in this way, you must have a unique insight into governing the empire. Duke Fiona slightly bowed, still wearing a calm expression as if she was holding not her husband's head, but a common object. I have been proposing for 2 years that if we want the Isser Empire to be strong and prosperous, the first and only thing we need to do is collect a war tax. Anyone who dares to declare war must pay 20% of their current territory's wealth as a war tax. Whether they win or lose, this money will be used to replenish the empire's treasury, strengthen the military, and rebuild after the war. The noble who is declared at war does not need to pay this fee, but after winning, they must give 10% of their spoils. In the current serious internal conflicts within the empire, if I become chancellor, I will push for this proposal until it is approved by the imperial parliament. Only then can I continue to pursue my political goals. Her words mean that internal conflicts are not banned, but should be controlled. The nobles whisper among themselves, showing different expressions, some worried, others thinking about how this policy might affect them. One noble broke the silence first and loudly said, "Duke Fiona, your policy seems clever, but is actually foolish. Internal fighting already weakens the empire's foundation. Not banning it is bad enough, but taxing the spoils encourages more fighting. Isn't that encouraging conflict in disguise?" Duke Fiona looked coldly at the noble and calmly replied, "Sir, you only see part of the picture. Internal fighting has existed in the empire for a long time and is deeply rooted. It cannot be simply banned. Trying to ban it forcibly will only cause dissatisfaction and make secret conflicts worse, harming the empire more. My idea is to acknowledge the current situation and manage it properly, making internal conflicts more orderly and bringing real benefits to the empire." Marquis Melron couldn't hold back anymore. If this woman becomes chancellor and interferes with taxes, it's like taking away his power. He urgently said, "Even so, the rules about war taxes and sharing spoils are very difficult to enforce. Nobles will try to hide their wealth and spoils to avoid paying. How will you deal with that?" Duke Fiona pushed up her glasses, a cold light flashing in her eyes. She calmly argued with the nobles, unhurried. Seeing Fiona silence the nobles, Nancy realized that this woman was not loyal to anyone. She was neither a strong supporter of the royal family nor of the nobles. Her loyalty was to the empire itself. She only wanted power and a platform to realize her ambitions. Compared to the royal candidate, she was more tough and brave, daring to stand up to the nobles. However, she was not someone the royal family could easily control. She exchanged meaningful glances with the young Empress Teresa and Edia. Honestly, the main purpose of these two saints' arrival was to support Teresa in the vote. Nancy already had many followers in the imperial city, and now, with the title of saint, her popularity greatly increased. Edia was the same. She used her strong fighting skills as leverage, offering to protect certain nobles and step in when they were in danger. So, if the voting happened, they would pour all their resources into supporting Teresa, covering her completely. The four Grand Dukes also knew that Melorn had no real advantage over Fiona, even with their support. It didn't guarantee they would gain anything. Many nobles were bullied by the four Grand Dukes. If voting took place, neutral nobles might not want to see the Dukes dominate and could instead vote for Fiona. If they still strongly supported Melorn and lost, they risked losing their long-held influence in the council. In the end, over the next few days of political struggle, this woman carved her way through the noble ranks and became the chancellor. Meanwhile, Hylier faced counterattacks from Enan. They didn't understand why Enan kept gaining strength, even though they had no money or supplies left. Somehow, new supplies kept appearing. Hylier didn't know that to free up these supplies, Rosen and most of his men had been starving for days, looking pale and thin, waiting for their lord's victory. If they continued to starve, they might rebel and overthrow Enan's dictatorship and government. The war was intensifying, and Enan's fighting spirit grew stronger. The nobles no longer wanted to fight. Continuing like this was pointless for everyone, and in the end, only that old troublemaker, Will, gained from the situation. He watched coldly as the surrounding nobles fought among themselves, gradually weakening their strength. Enan then opened the city gates and launched a direct attack. He divided his heavy infantry into groups of 10. Hylier didn't have enough poison to sabotage with. Light shield soldiers and archers followed closely behind. Besides the soldiers of the Violet Watch Legion, many other soldiers charged forward as cannon fodder. The soldiers who were used as cannon fodder, though poorly equipped, fought bravely under Enan's encouragement. For freedom, for multiple wives, for becoming landowners. Charge! Enan's inspiring words seemed to give these expendable soldiers a boost of courage. Their eyes shone with strong desire as they shouted and rushed toward the allied army of Hylier, not fearing the rain of swords and arrows ahead. Under these circumstances, the nobles retreated step by step, only able to go back and defend their own lands. Meanwhile, Enan pressed forward. He couldn't afford to retreat. If he dared to turn back with his army, the impoverished civilians and soldiers would surely tear him apart. Riding his horse, Enan watched the retreating noble army with no mercy in his heart. He reached his first target, a viscount's territory. He ordered his soldiers to send out letters. The letters contained very cruel messages, telling the lord that he had 10 minutes. The first and only thing he needed to do was open the city gates quickly to let Enan's men in, or else the city would be destroyed. The defenders on the wall saw the message and became panicked, looking at each other in confusion, unsure of what to do. Soon, the viscount received the letter. When he read it, his face turned pale as paper. This is madness, he shouted in fear, his legs trembling, almost unable to stand. While he hesitated, time had already passed. Enan directly ordered his troops to attack the city. The attack horn sounded immediately. This land had already suffered greatly under the rule of Aid. The sounds of fighting and begging for mercy filled the air. Enan's soldiers had been bullied for days. Now, they turned into monsters, showing the terrifying side of human nature vividly. In this war, no one was innocent. No one wanted to die under the sword, but they couldn't escape. The soldiers killed anyone they saw, regardless of who they were, only aiming to increase their military achievements. These lives became stepping stones for their rise to power. Nearby territories were panicking. If they didn't surrender, the entire land would be slaughtered. The violence of the Enan army quickly spread to nearby territories, causing panic like a contagious disease. 3 noble territories had already fallen to this demon, and his words, spoken with a 70% smile, felt like hailstones hitting everyone's hearts. A few days later, Nancy returned to the northern border and was shocked to learn how crazy Enan had become. She couldn't help but feel angry. In such a cruel situation, Count Wilbur had to step forward. He never expected that this Enan could defeat these nobles, let alone commit such brutal acts. He organized a banquet and invited all the nearby nobles, including Nancy and Enan. At the banquet, the atmosphere was heavy and tense. The candle flames flickered, reflecting the worried faces of the nobles. But thinking of Marquis Wilbur's presence, they felt a bit more at ease. The war was finally coming to an end. Most people there thought so. They started to feel lucky that their territories were far from Enan's. They drank and celebrated as if they were happy about something. Nancy arrived at the banquet site a little earlier than Enan. She also planned to talk some sense into Enan because such violence didn't match her original purpose for coming to the north. Nancy and Wilbur exchanged polite words. It was their first formal meeting. Seeing that they didn't argue, the nobles relaxed and continued celebrating. After all, Nancy's attitude also represented Enan's stance. She was Enan's master, so how could Enan ignore her? When Enan entered the banquet hall, the lively atmosphere suddenly froze. Everyone's eyes focused on him. He was dressed the same as always, in a noble outfit with gold trim, a sword at his waist. Seeing Enan arrive, Marquis Wilbur gently stroked his ring and said, "Viscount Enan, today we gather here to seek a peaceful solution. Let bygones be bygones. Let's work together for the future of the North, shall we?" Enan saw Nancy silent, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Then he suddenly picked up a glass of red wine and smashed it on the ground. "Ceasefire? Impossible. I tell you, this war has already started, and it must be fought to the end, unless you two want to kill me." Nancy was about to speak, knowing that the Empire was already preparing to control internal conflicts. She had to remind Enan, but Enan didn't give her a chance to speak. "You can't persuade me. It's useless. This isn't just my decision. It's the will of over 100,000 people in my territory. If they knew I agreed to a ceasefire, they would surely send me to the gallows first." Over 100,000 people have clung to hope for victory and survived until now. Marquis Will, you casually say the war should end? Just like that? The thief's picture has been included in the author's note. Enan's frantic words completely angered Will. Someone in the northern border dared to openly oppose him. Since he became the head of the Wolf family, he had been the boss around here. No one dared to openly challenge him. Enan was the first to try to challenge his authority, and he had to put an end to it. Young man, don't be so bold, Will said calmly, playing with his ring. I'm not asking for your opinion. I'm telling you, do you understand? This made Enan furious. He was surrounded by strange black energy, as if a voice inside him was urging him to vent his anger. Enan suddenly drew his sword and pointed it at Will. Old man, I don't care how long you've been bossing around here. I decide this war. Even the gods can't control it. His sudden action made the banquet hall tense up immediately. Dark energy. Will looked at the black aura around Enan and was surprised. Have you been blessed by the witch? Yes, he's my person. Tiffany suddenly appeared. Her tall figure stood behind Enan, holding him tightly and greedily breathing in his aura. After a long moment, she looked up at Will. Are you going to oppose me? Marquis Isel. Tiffany's appearance made the atmosphere in the hall even more tense, like a stretched bow ready to snap. She held Enan tightly, as if declaring her possession over him to everyone. Will stared at Tiffany and Enan's close interaction with a hint of fear in his eyes. Angry witch Tiffany? I don't remember inviting you to this banquet. Will tapped the table, and a group of knights in golden armor entered. The leader of the knights held his sword ready, prepared to fight Tiffany at any moment. Will slowly stroked his ring and said, I heard that not long ago, you fought with your rival, one of the 7 virtues, the tough saint, and got badly hurt. I wonder if you can still stop my group of tulip knights now? Hearing Will's words, Tiffany hugged Enan tighter and showed a slight sneer. You can try. I don't mind killing all your old tricks. Marquis Will was angered by Tiffany's provocation. A flash of anger appeared on his face, but he quickly calmed down. Nancy saw the increasing tension and immediately spoke to stop it. Enough, Tiffany. This is not the place for you to cause trouble. Leave now. Tiffany, if it weren't for your scheming against me, I wouldn't be against you. Tiffany saw that this woman still dared to speak. Today, I came to find you. I want you to see what happens to a furious magic girl. After saying that, Tiffany kissed Enan in front of everyone. After a long while, she licked her lips. Not bad. It seems you've accumulated quite a lot of anger recently. Enan entered a state of calm, feeling very peaceful now, no longer affected by anger. Tiffany waved her hand, and Enan was instantly teleported back to his castle. Tiffany then released a strong red aura and charged toward Nancy. Where she went, blood splashes appeared everywhere. The Tulip Knights only tried to block her briefly before being killed. Nancy's body glowed with purple light as she fought Tiffany. Tiffany, how dare you treat our noble as the source of your anger? Do you really think the Isle Empire can't handle you? So what if they can't? Tiffany's eyes were dangerous and mysterious. Blame that little guy for being too tempting. I just can't help wanting to eat him. Nancy felt both shock and anger. She knew Tiffany was very powerful, and now she was acting so crazy. This battle would be extremely difficult. The two fought fiercely in Marquis Will's estate, while Will watched from the side, protected by the Tulip Knights. Enan was teleported back to the castle and immediately contacted Liliana with magic. This time, he finally received a response. The proud witch, that little girl, made very harsh demands. After receiving the other person's reply, Enan was initially unable to accept it. But thinking about the frustration he had endured recently, he quickly gathered his army, ready to make a final attack. He knew tonight was his last chance, and he had to reclaim his honor. At the very least, he was determined to kill Hylier. He led his troops to attack one territory after another. As long as they didn't open the city gates, they would burn the city down. The nobles no longer dared to provoke this. They all opened the gates and surrendered. The soldiers took off their armor one by one and transported it to Rosen territory. Finally, he reached Hylier's territory. Hylier, come out here, Enan shouted from a distance, making sure he was out of the range of the local archers. He started shouting loudly. If he got poisoned, all his efforts would be wasted. Hylier stood gloomily on the city wall. He just wanted to curse those useless teammates. This had killed his men without a fight and taken over his land. Enan, Don't be so proud. As long as we hold this place tonight, you'll be dead by tomorrow. Hylier knew that once the angry which finished her rage, Count Wilbur would start dealing with Enan. Hearing Hylier's words, Enan sneered coldly. You think old Wilbur can save you? I've been in the north for so many years, raised so many people, spent so much money. I'm not a fool. Who told you I only have a witch's protection? Hylier's heart sank sharply at this. Did Enan mean that besides Tiffany, he had other powerful allies? Such childish threats are useless. Hylier's face flashed with madness. I've prepared 10 bottles of poison. If you dare come close to the city wall, I'll give all of it to your army. Seeing Hylier's arrogant look, Enan's anger flickered. Then he remembered the condition Liliana had given him. He clasped his hands together and began to recite a humiliating line. Honorable and proud witch, great Liliana, you are forever the highest being in this world. Every time I see you, I can't help but kneel and wish you would step on my head. Please respond to your most devout follower. Come out and step on my head to show your power. He swore that he would return the humiliation Liliana had given him with even greater force in the future. After Ian finished this shameful line, the air around seemed to freeze instantly. The soldiers didn't understand what their lord was doing and all froze in place. Harold was laughing so the city wall that tears almost came out. Viscount Ian, do you think you can call out the witch just by losing face? If that's the case, I could gather the 7 virtues saints myself. Suddenly, a twist in space shocked everyone. A small girl with pink hair and golden eyes appeared right above Ian's head, barefoot, standing on his head. She gently touched Ian's head with her foot, showing affection for her pet. Then, with a light wave of her hand, everyone on the city wall, including Harold, had their heads separated from their bodies and floated into the air. Sorry, I don't like being looked down on, so please go die. She casually ended all the soldiers' lives on the wall. With a grab in the air, all the poison flew into her hand. Then, this proud witch disappeared as if she didn't want to say another word to the tiny ants. Author says, place the thief picture too here. Everyone saw this scene and couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Is this the legendary witch? Ian didn't give the soldiers time to think. He pointed his long sword and commanded the army to attack the city. The land was shattered. Under Ian's anger, this territory turned into ruins. Harold's land was full of scars. Men turned into headless corpses buried in the scorched earth, becoming food for wild dogs. Women surrendered to the enemy. They wouldn't become widows. They would soon become the wives of these invaders. Young children looked around confused, with no one to rely on. Beasts, animals, demons. That's how the surrounding nobles and commoners described Ian these days. Ian's army was like a cruel storm, sweeping through nearby territories. Wherever they went, the wealth of any noble family was emptied. Otherwise, they faced brutal slaughter. Letters were sent to Tulip Manor, handed over to Marquis Will, and sent to the imperial capital. All of them accused Ian of terrible crimes. Meanwhile, Ian led everyone in his territory to build a hero's monument in Rosen. It listed over 10,000 names, with the top name being Yuan. The military leader of Silver Lake eventually died from injuries after the war ended. Yuan's wife and daughter cried tears under the monument, and many civilians were also deeply saddened because their loved ones had died in the war. Enan rarely appeared in front of everyone. As far as I remember, this lord has never shown such a people-friendly side. A heavy rain began, but no one left. The servants held umbrellas for Freya and Aurora, who watched from below, while Enan braved the rain and slowly stepped onto the platform with the hero's engraved monument. Finally, he reached the top level, where only he remained. Enan looked down at all the soldiers and civilians below. After a long moment, he spoke slowly. His loud voice drowned out the rain. Everyone, although we have won this war, the cost has been very high. Many brave lives have been lost, leaving loved ones in grief and tears. Today, we gather here to honor these heroes with a monument. They gave their precious lives for our land and our home. These 12,398 heroes have shown everyone that our land is not to be invaded. With their blood, a soft sound of crying came from the crowd below. Yuan's wife and daughter were especially heartbroken. Last night, Lord Yuan, the military leader of Silver Lake, was seriously injured and passed away after unsuccessful treatment. I was very shocked when I heard this news, Enan said in a very low, sad tone. To me, he was like an older brother who cared for me since I was young, and also the guardian of Silver Lake. He was a very capable and responsible man. He took his work seriously and kept Silver Lake safe and stable. He was a good military leader. He was a knight. Dying on the battlefield was his honor. But he was also someone's husband and father. Enan paused slightly, looking toward Yuan's wife and daughter. From today, I allow them to stay in Silver Lake's castle and enjoy the best treatment. I will take care of them for the rest of their lives. Whatever their daughter wants to become or learn, I will do my best to help her. And the same goes for all these soldiers who sacrificed. I will use my money to build a school so that children who have lost their families can attend for free. The school will hire the best teachers to teach them knowledge and skills, helping them develop a craft so they can live well in this land. Whether it's swordsmanship, magic, literature, or arithmetic, we will teach the children whatever they want to learn. The people listening to Enan's speech gradually showed a hint of hope on their previously sad faces. The children who lost their families also shined with a different kind of light in their eyes. Hope for the future. Enan is trying to restore his reputation. Although he doesn't care much about it, a noble must present himself well. Otherwise, the fierce impression of his violent nature will be deeply remembered by others. This outward appearance is like a unifying force for all the landowners. It can protect Enan from being isolated by neighboring nobles, allowing him to firmly control his territory. After Enan left to win people's hearts, Carl returned to the finance office. He was distributing pensions, bounties for those who lost their lives, and funds for investors who supported the victory. He worked for over 10 hours, until after 1 in the morning. Only then did he finish his work. Despite being a fat man who loves to eat excessively, he was still hungry but didn't eat right away. He gathered all the traders and brought them to the hall of the Rosen Territories Council building. The traders had no idea why Carl summoned them. They tried to get some information from him. Everyone handed him bags of gold coins, which he took without hesitation. This fat man, dressed in loose clothes that seemed to hold endless gold, finally spoke slowly after the last trader finished giving him coins. The Lord has called you here to change your fate. He could only reveal this much, but it was enough to reassure everyone present. The number of people who died at the hands of that demon might be over 100,000, possibly more than that old troublemaker will. No one wanted to be called to a party and then mysteriously killed without explanation. Lord Carl, stop beating around the bush. How exactly are you going to change our fate? Asked a short, cunning-looking trader. Carl scolded him angrily. You'll find out when the time comes. Now everyone stay quiet and wait for the Lord to make the announcement. His status was no longer the same as that of his old friends. In the past, they could call each other brothers and share everything, but now that was no longer possible. Now, he has taken his proper place and knows what he can do and what he cannot do. Enan woke up in bed and slowly got out of Furia's arms. The maids entered the room to help him dress. Furia was exhausted and didn't notice that her husband had gotten up in the middle of the night. Clean this place up, Enan said after dressing, then left with that command. After Enan left the room, the maids silently tidied up the things on the floor. Enan stepped out, straightened his clothes, and sat calmly in the carriage heading to the council hall. Meanwhile, the traders sat properly in the hall, waiting for Enan's arrival. Image 2 of Irene Snow is placed here as per the author's instructions. When Enan entered the council hall, he saw that the traders no longer looked lazy but serious. He felt a hint of admiration. Everyone stood up straight and saluted respectfully as Enan arrived. This man, with the power of a viscount, challenged over a dozen nearby nobles and even bloodied several territories. His reputation had spread across the entire northern border. Even some counts of the empire looked grim and wary when they heard his name. They were afraid. As long as the empire had not ordered to deal with Enan, he was the most formidable presence in the north, second only to Marquis Will. The northern part of the empire is vast, with many provinces, but the northern border has over a dozen territories that are not united under one administration. This area is full of chaos, constantly at war. The empire has given up governing this land, using it as a buffer zone for wars between the Izur Empire and other races or nations. Fortunately, The great royal family of Izur sent noble ancestors to guard the north for generations, preventing major conflicts. But with Will's replacement, that amusing agreement is now a thing of the past. In Will's generation, he sought to become a marquis and aligned himself with the Frostwolf Duke. The royal family could lose influence here at any time. There is a joke throughout the empire. The northern border does not belong to the empire. It is just a cannon fodder zone. So, Enan's cruel acts caused mixed feelings among the empire's people. Otherwise, a viscount wouldn't dare to recklessly attack nearby territories. Enan knew this well. Feeling everyone's open respect, Enan waved his hand to signal everyone to sit down. Today, I called you here to tell you that I will disband your catching team. The exclusive rights to capture slaves that I previously sold to you will be compensated with some gold coins based on the days you've worked, so you won't suffer losses. After sitting down, Enan announced a shocking news to everyone. He said he would disband their catching team, cutting off their source of income. The traders stared wide-eyed, but no one dared to speak. These merchants, who valued money above all, had never imagined that one day someone would cut off their money source, and they could only stay silent. They could only watch Enan, waiting for his next words, because Carl had said Enan would change their fate. Seeing the reluctant and forced expressions in their eyes, Enan smiled. He picked up a dagger and calmly trimmed his nails. Starting today, I will establish a catching department. When you join, I will issue a territorial constitution to recognize your status. I will also provide you with good equipment. The traders were stunned. This meant they would soon be part of the official system. These merchants, who had accumulated a lot of wealth in this highly profitable industry, not only did the dirty work of catching slaves, but also spent money on social events and charity projects. They did this to improve their image, hoping one day to be noticed by the nobles like Carl and become their loyal followers. Once they joined Enan's catching department, no one would dare call them traders anymore. Instead, they would be hard-working members of the catching department, helping to build the territory. In short, this was their moment of changing their identity. Your job is to go out and catch those lowly alien creatures. I don't care if they are beautiful, warriors, strong laborers, or black slaves. If they have value, you must bring them all to me. At the same time, I can give you some money as an investment. You can have your men set up taverns called Tavern. These taverns can sell slaves or serve drinks and entertain guests. Enan continued calmly, with a hint of cruelty in his eyes. In 6 months, I want these taverns to cover the entire northern territory. Tell the slaves working there that as long as they provide us with valuable information, their debts are forgiven from now on. If they want to leave, give them money. If they want to stay, grant them freedom. Enan's words hit the traders like heavy blows, making them both excited and nervous. Lord, don't worry. We will do our best, said a burly merchant with a face full of scars. His eyes gleamed with greed, as if he already saw future wealth and power. Others also spoke up, pulling out their chairs and kneeling before Enan, showing their loyalty. Enan nodded with satisfaction and continued, Everyone, focus on capturing the targeted races we previously arrested. This time, not only should you capture foreign beauties, but also their warriors. If they resist, kill them directly. I want valuable ones. The useless ones, let them die. His tone was calm but cold enough to make people shiver. And your men, from today, must undergo military training. I know they are just hired soldiers or low-level fighters, used to being loose and unruly. But I believe you can handle it. As for equipment, talk to Carl. For tavern management, discuss among yourselves. Just tell me how much money you need, and I will tally it. Enan left the rest of the work to Carl, trusting that these bloodthirsty merchants would figure out what to do next. His goal was to turn these catching teams into his armed forces, to control the entire northern territory, and to start fighting against Will. Then, he went to Fujianling and entered Nancy's study. Nancy was just like usual, wearing a purple silk nightgown late at night, sitting cross-legged in the room and drinking wine. Next to her sat a beautiful blonde woman with short hair. Her pale blue eyes sparkled with tiny stars. Everyone in the imperial capital knew she had royal blood, but her assassin outfit didn't match her status at all. Enan stepped into the study, where a faint aroma of wine and a seductive atmosphere filled the air. Seeing that Nancy showed no signs of exhaustion after fighting the angry witch, Enan felt a bit confused. In Enan's eyes, the angry witch Tiffany was definitely stronger than Nancy, the generous saint, because Tiffany was very powerful, and her reasons were even greater than Nancy's. She was really impressive. Of course, now wasn't the time to think about these complicated things. Viscount Enan, you really made a big splash this time, Nancy said, swinging her glass of red wine with a faint smile as she looked at Enan. Enan was not polite. He slowly sat down on another sofa. It's nothing special, just for the Empire, to help Countess Nancy stabilize the northern border. As he spoke, Enan poured himself a glass of wine, took a gentle sip, trying to find a moment of relaxation in the rich flavor. Stabilizing the northern border? Nancy chuckled softly, her voice playful. Your methods are quite tough. You've wiped out several territories. Now, everyone in the north is talking about your fame. Some might even think you're planning to rule the north yourself. Enan looked calm, placing his wine glass down slowly. In troubled times, strict measures are necessary. Using some tactics is needed. But isn't the effect pretty good now? And we've achieved our goal, haven't we? Nancy nodded slightly, a complex look flashing in her eyes. You were too impulsive this time. Your deed even reached Her Majesty Teresa and the new chancellor. And our new chancellor's political ambition is to control the noble conflicts. Nancy paused. She might use you as an example to show her power. Hearing Nancy's words, Enan knew this woman was just talking nonsense. A chancellor using a small viscount like him to make a statement? Isn't she afraid of making a fool of herself? Nancy saw Enan's calm expression and felt a bit surprised. Even in the thief's eyes, there was a slight flash of admiration. If this person helps my sister, maybe he can really replace Will in the north. Although he has big ambitions, as long as he doesn't listen to the four dukes, it should be fine. Right now, the main goal of the royal family is to overthrow the four dukes. Thinking through all this, the thief lady put down her wine glass. Viscount Enan, do you want to replace Will? Enan was a bit surprised. He didn't expect this woman to ask such a question. Her status must be above Nancy's. Yes, Enan nodded honestly. No man could refuse dominance. Seeing how straightforward Enan was, the thief lady's admiration grew even more. Good. Viscount Enan, your honesty is rare. Enan picked up a signal from her words. The matter of him wiping out several territories had been suppressed. Otherwise, she wouldn't ask this. After saying this, the thief lady didn't continue. She looked at Nancy and handed the conversation back to her. Nancy crossed her legs on Enan's thigh. Help me massage. This time, Enan hesitated a bit. The girl in the white dress had told him before that Nancy was already married. Why is she still flirting with him? If her husband found out that another man was touching her feet, wouldn't he be angry? At least, Enan would never allow this to happen. So he needed to test her first. Madam, is this appropriate? Enan looked at her feet but didn't dare to touch. Madam? Nancy was a bit surprised. She wasn't married at all. Why was she called Madam? Then she remembered the day her adopted daughter reported her conversation with Enan, and a teasing smile flashed across her face. Nancy's lips curled into a sly smile. She deliberately leaned closer to Enan, breathing warm air and saying, So, Viscount Enan, isn't your boldness always very strong? Why are you hesitating now? The sweet scent of wine and perfume surrounded Enan's nose, making him a little tempted. Is this woman trying to have an affair with him? Although this is common among nobles, Enan is a bit unsure. If this woman were not a saint or a count from the imperial city, Enan would dare to take her right here and now. But her status is too high. Enan, who is usually bold and daring, must control himself and think with his mind. In the end, young Enan told him that this woman would be his sooner or later. Offending her husband early or late made no difference. So he boldly massaged Nancy's feet. Nancy closed her eyes and enjoyed Enan's service. Regarding your impeachment in the imperial city, I've already helped you suppress it. But I will be returning to the imperial city soon. So you need to be more careful in the future. Enan paused. This woman was going back to the imperial city? He didn't know why she was returning, but staying alone in the northern border meant Wilkin would definitely target him. However, Enan wisely chose not to bring up this topic and focused on serving Nancy. Countess Nancy, don't worry. I've always been under your command. I send you reports every week about my work. Nancy slightly opened her eyes, glanced at Enan, and smiled with satisfaction. Oh, I look forward to your letters. Just don't send me love letters, or my husband will get jealous. I also heard you're a manipulator of feelings. I heard a girl named Serena was tricked to death by you. Such a sad girl. Enan didn't respond to this. He couldn't handle that kind of talk. Nancy saw Enan's silence, and a complex emotion flickered in her eyes. Her expression mixed disdain and admiration. Two conflicting feelings that are hard to show in one person, but she managed it. She despised Enan for deceiving others' feelings to achieve his own disguise, even killing the woman who loved him in the end. But she admired his ruthlessness. He could carry those accusations and keep pretending, finally killing that woman, boosting his army's morale, and winning a war. Nancy watched him like this, while Enan remained silent. His hands kept massaging Nancy's feet, with only slight changes in strength. Next, this young lady will stay here to help you. Nancy did not reveal the thief's identity. She looked at Enan with interest and said, "This young lady is also considered your old friend, Miss Thief?" Enan was slightly surprised. He couldn't believe it. This woman's status was definitely not lower than Nancy's. Yet she was a skilled assassin. The thief lady chuckled softly. She and Enan exchanged a glance. "What? Don't recognize me anymore." Enan could not possibly forget her. This thief, who stole the identity of a wealthy noble, infiltrated the enemy's ranks and provided important information. Later, she helped Enan win a small victory and even disguised herself as Yuan, giving Enan a second chance. This woman was truly a master at turning the tide in difficult situations. "Miss Thief, is this really your true face?" Enan asked shamelessly. Clearly, this blonde, blue-eyed beauty had caught his attention. Such a beautiful woman should serve him. If she were an enemy, Enan would be the first to want to eliminate her. Although his wife, Freya, was also a blonde, blue-eyed beauty, her short, sharp hair and icy blue eyes sparkled like stars. She and Freya had very different temperaments. One was a nurturing wife, and the other was a cold, dangerous assassin. He wanted them both. "I told you before, I am a beautiful woman." The thief smiled gently. "Viscount Enan, don't you believe me yet?" The two were like online friends meeting in person for the first time. This made Enan excited. With such an incredible assistant helping him, how could his great plans fail? The thief was also very satisfied. She planned to use Enan to deal with the four great dukes and turn him into a sharp weapon. Few knew her true identity. Even the young girl Shirley in the white dress didn't know her royal bloodline, only that she was known as a deadly assassin. The thief's reputation was famous across the continent. Many nobles knew of her, and it was very easy for her to kill anyone she targeted. She could freely steal anyone's identity. By doing so, she could approach anyone, using poison, blades, or fire, without fail. Enan's eyes burned with desire, filled with a fiery passion. He believed he had a special skill for dealing with women. Painful desire combined with his mastery of the alphabet domain can make every woman fascinated. In the eyes of the thief, Enan is also just a tool. She plans to train Enan. When Enan is no longer useful, she will send him to Fiona, the chancellor who wants to control the nobles, to serve as her political achievement. Yes, pigs are fattened before slaughtering. The three of them stayed in the study with hidden motives. Enan massaged Nancy's feet until she fell into a deep sleep before leaving the wealthy noble district. When he returned to the castle, it was already around 7 or 8 in the morning. Freya and Aurora hadn't woken up yet. Nobles are not diligent rulers. If they have nothing to do, they sleep until late morning, then find some entertainment, have afternoon tea, and tease the maids. At night, they attend parties of all kinds, forming various social circles. Enan finished his meal and took a toolbox from the maids. The props from last night had already been cleaned. Then, this scoundrel walked into Aurora's room with the toolbox. Aurora seemed to be awakened by the sound of Enan opening the door. She sleepily rubbed her eyes. "Brother Enan?" Still sleepy, she saw the toolbox in Enan's hand and became curious. Enan took out a white lace ribbon from the toolbox and tied it around Aurora's head, covering her eyes. Aurora let out a soft cry and instinctively tried to lift her hand to pull off the lace, but Enan gently held her wrist. "Good girl. Don't move." Thus, the diligent Viscount Enan began his day's work. In any case, Enan can be considered a hard-working lord, without a doubt. Because of his diligence, Karl has also become very hard-working recently. When he learned that the city lord had returned to the castle, He planned to finish breakfast and then go to the viscount's castle to report his work. He had just finished breakfast with a group of traders, now called the catching ministers, serving plate after plate of bloody beast meat. The fat Carl mimicked Enan's way of eating, cutting pieces of beast meat and bringing them to his mouth, trying to endure the discomfort. After being forced by Enan to eat glass shards before, he understood one thing: power can crush everything. So, even if he feels unwell now, he is very happy because the trader's reactions to him eating raw meat are exactly the same as Carl's old feelings when watching Enan eat. How? Do these not suit your catching minister's tastes? Carl said casually as he picked up a piece of raw meat and put it in his mouth. Or do you want to eat something else? The catching ministers looked at each other. They also wanted to change to something else. But could they dare? Could they do it? So, they could only grit their teeth and share the delicious meal with Carl. This is the taste of power. Carl finally learned a little from Enan. After finishing his meal, Carl immediately got on the carriage heading to Rosen's castle. He waited in the hall for a long time until noon, when he saw Enan slowly pushing open the door. Enan slowly sat in the main seat, and Carl began to report his work. Enan wasn't really interested in hearing all the details until Carl mentioned that the initial investment was about 100,000. Enan waved his hand, and a servant went to the storeroom to fetch it. Carl felt a bit excited. His lord was very good at this. He never dawdled and didn't ask too many questions. But he only cared about the results. Seeing Carl's excited look, Enan took out a dagger from his pocket and started trimming his nails. He looked up at the chubby man and said, "I'm quite satisfied with your work. I'm not a cold-hearted person. When I become a count, I promise you, you will be the first noble in the empire to go from a trader to a baron." Hearing this, Carl's eyes widened in shock. His trembling body froze instantly. After a while, he finally reacted, his voice trembling with excitement. "My lord, is what you said true?" His eyes sparkled with disbelief, and he suddenly bowed his head repeatedly, hitting his forehead against the ground with a dull thud. "Your lordship's great kindness and grace will never be forgotten. From now on, I will be your loyal dog. You tell me to go east, I will never dare go west." A slight smile spread across Alina's face as she watched Carl's reaction, feeling very pleased. "All right, if there's nothing else, you may leave now." After leaving the castle, Carl couldn't hide his excitement. He swore to himself that he would serve Alina loyally with his life. Anyone who dared oppose her, he would eliminate. He believed that only by protecting Alina's interests could he have a good life. Meanwhile, Aurora struggled to get up. With the help of her maid, she washed herself carefully. Her mood had been complicated these days, and she was a bit distracted during etiquette lessons. Teacher Alice noticed Aurora's distant look and frowned slightly. "Aurora, what are you thinking about?" Aurora suddenly snapped back to reality. Looking at Alice with a complex expression, and a faint glimmer of tears appeared in her eyes. "Teacher Alice, do you think Brother Alina is doing the right thing? Everyone says Brother Alina is a demon, a beast, and has destroyed many territories, caring little for human lives. But Aurora believes Brother Alina is a good person." Teacher Alice was slightly surprised. Seeing Aurora's conflicted and confused expression, she felt a twinge of pity. She took Aurora's hand and led her to a rose bush in the garden. Alice placed Aurora's hand on the roots of a rose. "Aurora, try pulling out this rose now." Aurora looked at Alice with confusion, not understanding why she should pull the rose, but she still obeyed. She reached out, grasped the rose's stem tightly, and pulled hard. But the roots were deeply embedded in the soil, and she couldn't pull it out easily. Instead, her fingers were pricked by the sharp thorns, and a drop of blood appeared. "It hurts," Aurora whispered softly, quickly pulling her hand back. "It hurts because the rose's thorns hurt you," Alice said gently. Alice gently took Aurora's small hand to clean her wound. "But the green leaves and petals on this plant won't blame the thorns, because they protect the leaves and red flowers, helping them safely absorb nutrients from the soil. If even Aurora, this delicate flower, doesn't understand Viscount Enan's thorn, he must be very sad, right?" Teacher Alice sighed softly, looking at Aurora with gentle eyes full of hope. Then, the etiquette teacher left the castle. She gave Aurora a lesson called, "Stand in your proper place." Image of Her Majesty Teresa, Figure 3, provided by the author at dinner. Enan was surprised to see Aurora's obedience level had reached 80%. He had only taken Aurora to explore a dangerous area, which increased her obedience to 78%. So, who helped push it over the edge? Enan glanced at Freya beside him, with a complicated look in his eyes. Freya looked a bit confused. Why did this little boy's gaze seem a little jealous? What's wrong, dear? Freya picked up a napkin to wipe Enan's mouth. Did I do something wrong, Mom? Freya often calls herself that when they are alone. She couldn't help it and found it hard to change. Enan was too lazy to correct her now. Even if he didn't pay much attention to her, her obedience level kept rising day by day. What more could you ask for from a woman like her? It would be great if there were a few more women like her. Then he could just lie in bed and conquer the world. After dinner, Enan took Aurora to her room. Enan, brother, let me rest for a few days, Aurora said, blushing as she saw Enan follow her into the room. Enan ignored her and directly used the 20% obedience increase granted by the system on Aurora. Aurora's obedience level, 100%. Unwavering loyalty. Aurora's body gradually shimmered with white light. Enan, brother. Aurora looked a bit surprised, her cheeks slightly flushed. I can feel the energy. Good girl. Enan patted Aurora's head, trying to comfort her. Be good, Aurora nodded, trusting that Enan would not harm her. Thanks to Enan's protection, Aurora felt very grateful. She wanted to stay close to him forever, becoming his little sweetheart, and gaining healing and protection powers. Although she awakened her soldier type and abilities, Aurora's personality was not suited for fighting in battles. So, she hoped to stay by Enan's side. The Radiant Knights are a very powerful group. They are knights with healing magic, like a group of fighting nurses. Aren't you afraid? Enan decided to have this special troop led by Luo Ling, a little fox. Enan also gained a new ability, Aurora's healing chain. No matter how many injuries Enan received, except for severe injuries like beheading or deep cuts, Aurora could heal him. Her weak spots on her body were also strengthened. Enan was so excited that he picked up Aurora and kissed her. This little cutie was just too amazing. Aurora was covered in Enan's saliva from the kiss, but she didn't mind at all. Instead, she smiled happily. She wrapped her arms around Enan's neck and said, Brother Enan, I feel that our destinies are becoming more closely connected. Yes. Do you like it? Enan gave Aurora a long kiss that lasted several minutes. At this moment, no words were needed. Everything was perfect. The next day, Enan gently set his little darling aside. After dressing, he went out directly to the Violet Watch camp. Carl sent a large amount of magical herbs here. These were the bath ingredients for the Radiant Knights. The newly recruited 500 female soldiers also placed all the herbs into the bath buckets. Enan waved his hand, telling Carl to leave, then supervised the soldiers as they absorbed the healing magic. Their hair gradually turned white. Then, Enan threw gold coins into the system, waiting for equipment and warhorses to be produced. Once these knights were fully trained, he planned to expand the Violet Watch and the Radiant Knights. Enan was confident he could capture and punish well. With the tavern's operation and the help of the thief girl, he was confident he wouldn't lose. His eyes burned with a desire for power. Although he didn't have much money now, he was determined to become the king of the north. After entrusting the knights to Luo Ling, Enan returned to the castle. The Snow Country's original plan to attack was rejected by Irene Snow's mother because if they sent troops to attack Izer's border, it would lead to a conflict between the two countries. A few days later, Irene Snow suddenly disappeared, as if she had vanished into thin air. No one knew where she had gone. Mother and daughter had just reunited, only to part again. Irene Snow wouldn't have run away out of anger. She was very obedient. So, Irene Snow's mother thought of Enan, the troublesome human. This snow noblewoman decided to send a formal visit, hoping to see if the human had really taken her adopted daughter away. Once she sent the invitation, if Enan agreed to her visit, it would be considered a diplomatic meeting. This meant her visit to the human territory would be safe, and she wouldn't be taken as a. Shinina returned to her room, feeling very sad. She looked at her tired reflection in the mirror, upset about her missing adopted daughter, and her anger grew stronger. If she and Irene Snow stood together, people might think they were sisters. Generally, snow people live much longer than humans, and they keep their youthful looks forever. Even at death, they don't develop wrinkles. Human, if you really did something to Irene Snow, I will not forgive you, Shinina whispered, her eyes full of determination. Why do humans always harm the snow people? They just want to live better, that's all. When Enan received a letter from the snow country, he couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Irene Snow's adoptive mother, Shinina, the noble snow woman, was actually coming to visit him voluntarily? Enan smirked slightly, a bit sarcastic, thinking it was a good chance for Aurora to meet her grandmother and mother. Right now, he was planning the entire northern region's catching operations. Enan felt that the snow country was feeling threatened and wanted to negotiate with him. But Enan also had a use for her, so he didn't mind showing some kindness first. I agree, Enan said as he wrote a reply. He then told his butler, send this letter to the snow country. Also, prepare a gift for the meeting. The butler left to handle the task after hearing the order. Enan didn't know yet that Irene Snow had disappeared. Thinking about reuniting with his snow servant soon, he couldn't help but feel excited. I really wonder what expression that woman would have if she saw how obedient Aurora is to me. Meanwhile, Irene Snow is reading a magic book in a secret room in the city of Isle. Next to her is a very pure-looking woman, patiently guiding Irene Snow. In recent days, Irene Snow has found it hard to believe. The woman named Isha claims to be a holy maiden of purity and plans to train her as a successor. Irene Snow feels she is no longer pure and has nothing to do with purity at all. But the holy maiden tells Irene Snow that her heart is the purest. Is Irene Snow's heart truly the purest? Thinking about how Isha describes her, Irene Snow gently touches her stomach. Under her dress, her lower belly bears a mark left by Enan, a complex pattern intertwined with a heart. This is a pink tattoo Enan left on her, and no matter what she does, she can't remove it. Just seeing this tattoo makes her think of those humiliating past events. I wonder if you'll regret everything you've done before. Irene Snow lowers her head slightly, touching the magic book in her hand. Enan Hill, the shame you brought me, I will never forget. Irene Snow takes a deep breath, trying to control her turbulent emotions, and looks into the distance with a fierce gaze. Although she doesn't understand why this holy maiden thinks she is pure, she probably has her reasons. Right now, Irene Snow only wants to become stronger and save Aurora from the hands of the demon. A few days later, Freya and Aurora welcome Irene Snow's mother, Zwenina, at the castle. This woman also has smooth silver hair and blue eyes, seeming to hold endless sadness in her gaze. Unlike Irene Snow's cold demeanor, this woman has a unique charm of sadness and kindness. This is a mature woman's aura. She wears a long black dress, her hair, with simple jewelry. Even without elaborate dressing, Zwenina exudes a natural elegance that draws everyone's attention. Aurora gently ran over to Shinina, holding her skirt and walking slowly. She hugged her and said, "Grandmother." Shinina also shed tears. She embraced Aurora and kissed her forehead, saying, "My little sweetheart." Feeling Shinina's closeness, Aurora smiled sweetly. She gently wiped away Shinina's tears with her small hand and said softly, "Grandmother, please don't cry. It's not pretty when you cry." "Yes, my little one, you've become much more sensible," Shinina said, wiping her tears. Reuniting with her granddaughter from another country and seeing her dressed like a little princess without being bullied made her feel much better. Freya also slowly approached Shinina and shook her hand. "Hello, madam. I'm sorry, my husband is still out handling some matters. He will be back soon. Please, let's move to the living room to enjoy the delicious food from Rosen." Shinina nodded slightly, holding Aurora's hand. Led by Freya, they moved to the living room together. Inside, a beautiful crystal chandelier cast soft light. The dining table was full of various delicious foods from Rosen, beautifully arranged and tempting. This was Shinina's first time leaving the snowy country to visit the human world. She and her granddaughter only wanted to spend their lives in the snow country. If there was no need, they preferred not to have any contact with humans. Enan Gang had just finished inspecting the iron mine and returned to the castle. He slowly pushed open the door to the living room. At first glance, Shinina was sure this man was the noble who imprisoned Irene Snow and Aurora. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, with a sword at his waist. The hilt was embedded with an emerald gemstone. He wore a black noble outfit with golden patterns. When Enan's sharp, eagle-like eyes looked at her, Shinina felt a shiver down her spine. How many lives had this man taken? How many innocent beings had he slaughtered? That's why he had such a contemptuous look at life. Even though this man exuded a fresh scent, she could still feel a strong smell of blood. Right now, Shanina felt like a lamb, about to be eaten by this hungry wolf, Enan. She forced herself to stay calm, suppressing her panic. After all, she was here on a diplomatic visit, representing the image of the Snow Clan. During her inner turmoil, Enan had already come in front of her, looking down at her from above. This made Zwenina sit still on the sofa, afraid to move, as if he might harm her at any moment. Then she saw the young nobleman smile slightly, bow his head, and gently take her hand, giving it a light kiss. This was a traditional human greeting, and Zwenina knew that. Still, she dared not move. "Madam, I apologize for the wait." Enan performed the gesture perfectly, with great elegance. He looked up at the noble lady from the Snow Tribe and showed a warm smile. "Today, I am honored to invite you here. Please do not blame me for any shortcomings in my hospitality." Zwenina trembled slightly as she withdrew her hand, trying to stay calm. She gave a stiff smile and replied, "Lord Enan, you are too kind." Enan, as the ruler of the northern border of the Izur Empire and a friendly neighbor of the Snowland, "I have always admired this land," Enan said smoothly, showing his political skill. "Honestly, I dislike the way some nobles have offended the Snow Tribe. I sincerely apologize for the many snow people who have been displaced in the Izur Empire." Enan's sudden apology caught Zwenina off guard. From what Eileen Snow had described, she already knew this human was hateful, so she understood that Enan's words were just politeness. But she didn't expect Enan to be so hypocritical, even being so polite to her. There must be some hidden plan behind this. However, simple Snow Tribe members wouldn't say such polite words. She didn't know how to respond. Fortunately, Enan saw her awkwardness and quickly eased her discomfort. "I have ordered my people to return all the Snow Tribe slaves. When you leave, you can take them back. It's my way of showing goodwill." Zwenina's heart tightened. Although Enan's actions seemed friendly, she felt there was a deeper scheme behind it. She looked up at Enan, trying to find a flaw on his face, but she could only thank him because his sincerity was obvious. "Lord Enan, I thank you on behalf of the snow people suffering in the Izur Empire." Enan smiled. He just wanted to exchange these snow slaves for Eileen Snow. Whether this deal would succeed, she probably had no right to refuse. "You don't need to thank me. I should be the one apologizing." Enan paused, finally revealing his true intentions. "I just don't know where Eileen Shui is. Did she not visit with the lady this time?" "Eileen Shui." Zwenina looked surprised. "Is she not here with you?" Enan was also confused. Eileen Shui had already been sent back to the snow country by him. Did her mother not know this? After a moment of hesitation, Zwenina slowly shared the news that Eileen Shui was missing. When Enan heard this, he was very shocked and released a strong killing intent. "What? She's missing? Who did it?" Enan crushed his teacup in anger. "Who dares to hurt my woman?" A strong, murderous aura instantly filled the entire hall, causing the three women present to tremble. Freya hugged Aurora tightly as the little girl trembled in her arms. Zwenina clenched her thighs to hide her embarrassment. Enan's attitude confirmed to Zwenina that this human had not taken her daughter again. "Madam, I will give you an explanation about this matter." Enan restrained his killing intent. "No matter where she is, even if it's the corner of the continent, I will find her." Zwenina took a deep breath, trying to calm herself from the terrifying aura Enan had just released. "Lord Enan, I hope you remember what you said today. Eileen Shui is more important to me than my life," Zwenina said calmly, but her determined eyes showed her seriousness. "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Enan narrowed his eyes at Zwenina. Since the deal couldn't be made, he would have to get something else in return. No one could take anything from him for free. Zwenina's heart tightened. She was intimidated by Enan's unpredictable and domineering attitude. I was just very worried about Eileen Shui." As a noble from the snow country on a diplomatic visit, her panic was quite obvious. Fortunately, Enan didn't care about that. This demon had never intended to let go of this beauty from the start. He was obsessed with noble women and young girls, something he couldn't change. So he held Zwenina's hand, comforting her. "I understand how you feel, madam." Enan kissed her hand again and said, "Don't worry, leave everything to me, okay?" Zwenina froze completely. Enan's actions made her feel both angry and scared. She wanted to pull her hand back, but was afraid of upsetting Enan, so she had to hide her disgust and force a stiff smile. Lord Enan, thank you. On behalf of Eileen Snow, I thank you. Enan released her hand, paused, and then moved on to the next topic. I really hate the traitors who capture Snow people, so I want to work with you, madam, to fight these terrible scoundrels. As the leader of those traitors, Enan's words sounded very strange, but Shinina didn't dare to laugh at him. She could only listen to understand what he really meant. I heard there is a spring in the Snow country that produces holy water, which can be turned into fine wine. Enan revealed his true purpose for meeting Shinina again. If you can persuade your queen to sell me this holy water, I promise that from now on, no Snow person caught by the teams will be allowed into Rosen territory. Shinina suddenly understood Enan's plan clearly. This matter is too important. Shinina looked hesitant. I'm afraid the queen won't agree. I believe you can do it, Enan said sincerely. I heard that recently, those traders have obtained a lot of good equipment and are now boldly capturing tribes around the northern border. Madam, you don't want more Snow people to be taken as slaves in foreign lands, do you? Shinina felt conflicted. Enan's words were like a sharp sword stabbing her worries about her people's fate. Lord Enan, Shinina looked pained. I will try to persuade the queen, but please give me some time. Enan poured her some hot tea from the teapot. Then I will wait for good news from you. Try this red blossom tea, sweet and fragrant. In the Isle Empire, there's a saying, red blossom tea is like a mature woman. Its taste leaves a lasting impression, and the more you taste, the deeper you fall. Shinina clearly understood Enan's meaning. This scoundrel had taken over Aurora and Eileen Snow, and didn't plan to let her go either. Shinina's feelings of disgust surged like a tide. Enan's seemingly graceful gestures and subtle words made her feel more and more sickened. But for the sake of her fellow Snow people and to find her daughter, Eileen Snow, she had to suppress her anger. Shinina stayed in the castle for one night and then prepared to leave. She couldn't imagine staying here for long without being consumed by that demon, and she wondered how they would meet again in the future. So, the next day, she bid farewell to Inanna and prepared to leave. Before departing, Inanna gave her the family crest of the Hill family. Shinina looked at the intricate patterns entwined with a heart shape and felt it didn't look like a proper symbol. However, Inanna told her the importance of this crest. Madam, attach this badge to your carriage. It's like I am personally protecting you. You can travel freely in the northern lands, and no one will dare stop you. This item was very useful to Shinina. Although she felt uneasy about the design, it could keep her safe. After exchanging polite words, Shinina said goodbye to Aurora and Freya. Shinina also wanted to take Aurora with her, but she asked Aurora what she wanted, and Aurora politely refused. Aurora wanted to stay close to Inanna and be his little companion for life. This left Shinina speechless. She couldn't forcefully take Aurora away. But everyone had already loudly declared that Eileen Snow was Inanna's woman. Did she still want to be his little companion for life? This made Shinina feel more confused about their relationship. She simply couldn't understand why Aurora was willing to stay with Inanna. But she could only get on the carriage and start her journey home. Along the way, whether it was commoners or patrol soldiers, everyone bowed and saluted the carriage. Shinina knew they weren't showing respect to her personally, but to the crest on the carriage. Still, it made her heart feel chaotic. How could that demon receive such heartfelt respect from the people? What exactly had he done? Shinina decided that once she returned, she would gather information about Inanna to learn more about this man. Inanna stood on the castle balcony, looking down at the scene below, watching Shinina's carriage slowly depart. He showed a small smile and said, "Don't let me down, madam. With that holy water, I have nothing to worry about for my tavern to make money." Thinking of this, he called for Carl. Carl pushed open the door to the study and saw the angry look on Inan's face. He was so scared that his fat body trembled. Enan smashed the red wine glass in his hand and shouted at Carl, "I gave you so much equipment, but slaves from the Snow tribe. Why did you only catch so few? From now on, if the daily captures don't meet my demand, you can leave. Do you understand?" Carl immediately knelt down and said, "Yes, Lord." When Carl left the castle, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He had increased the effort to arrest Snow slaves, but the Lord was still not satisfied. So focus all efforts. Specifically catch them. Recently, Karl intensified the efforts to capture slaves from the snowy land. This was Enan pressuring Xuanina. It's hard to imagine a man being kind to you on the surface, but secretly doing things that hurt you. Nancy was also preparing to return to the imperial capital. This time, she was bringing Enan, the country bumpkin, to see the grand sights of the city. On the carriage, Enan was accompanied by Luo Ling. The little fox had returned to her former maid-like appearance, lying in Enan's arms. Little naughty fox, Enan lifted Luo Ling's chin and looked at her with a loving gaze. Are you satisfied? This little fox had long used soundproof magic, so the voices inside the carriage couldn't be heard by outsiders. After they shared a tender moment on the carriage, they were a bit confused about what to do next. Hearing Enan's question, she looked up. Master, I love you so much, you know. Luo Ling gently raised her hand to caress Enan's cheek. If possible, Luo Ling hopes to stay with you forever, just like Aurora. Enan's eyes flashed with complex emotions. Luo Ling, this little fox, had to fight for him because he couldn't find anyone to replace her. Luo Ling also saw Enan's inner struggle. She buried her face in his chest and nuzzled him. I know. I always knew. The Lord needs me to give my worth, so he can bear to let me leave your side. Enan looked at Luo Ling in his arms, feeling a mix of emotions. This little fox can be called his shining light in this world. Besides that, Enan doesn't dare to bet on whether his level of obedience will decrease. He won't fall in love with any woman, only thinking about occupying every beautiful woman of value. So, there's no choice. He can only comfort Luo Ling, saying, Luo Ling, it won't be long. I will marry you, you know. Hearing Enan's promise, tears welled up in Luo Ling's eyes, a mix of happiness and emotion shining through. She tightly hugged Enan, her voice trembling slightly. Master, I knew you wouldn't abandon Luo Ling. Luo Ling is willing to wait, no matter how long. Seeing Luo Ling's deep affection, Enan gently stroked her hair and said, Luo Ling, when you no longer need to fight for me, can you give birth to 7 or 8 little fox babies for me? A shy blush appeared on Luo Ling's face. Hearing Enan's words, her heart was full of sweetness and hope. Thus, Enan comforted the little fox in his arms. The two of them were like dry wood meeting a blazing fire. Enan could only try to make up for his shame with strong love. Yes, he felt very guilty. Luo Ling, the first woman to give him her full loyalty, deserved more companionship than he could give. The system can't change these girls' wills. They only have these abilities because they recognize Enan. Enan also doesn't believe in eternal love because his past experience on Blue Star told him. Even vows can be broken when circumstances change. Power is what Enan always seeks. He is willing to sacrifice everything for it. So, the two loved and cherished each other in the carriage. Until they reached the imperial capital. Nancy wanted to take Enan for a walk around the city, but a servant whispered in her ear, so she had to go to the palace immediately. Viscount Enan, I apologize, she said politely, maintaining her elegance even though Enan was her subordinate. I'll take you around the city tomorrow. For now, I must excuse myself. Enan nodded with a smile and exchanged polite words, showing his gentlemanly demeanor. Nancy gave Enan the address of a manor and ordered her servant to head to the palace. She advised Enan to control his temper in the imperial capital, as this was not a place to cause trouble. In the crowded and valuable city of the empire, even bothering a commoner could lead to serious consequences, and no one could imagine how far-reaching the repercussions might be. Enan was not a reckless person. This was the heart of the Isle Empire, not the chaotic northern borderlands. So, when Enan's carriage was driving along the street and encountered a count's carriage, he moved aside to give way. However, the imperial capital was very busy. The streets were crowded, and unless someone stepped back, traffic would get jammed. Enan wanted to tell the coachman to reverse the carriage, as he didn't want trouble. But just then, a man stepped down from the count's carriage. He had dark skin, clearly indicating he was a mixed blood. Seeing him, Enan felt that retreating his carriage would be a shameful act. An uncontrollable anger surged within him, burning fiercely. Even if the carriage moved back, Enan refused to let this insult go, especially from a lower-class Morden. The Morden are a nearby race often enslaved by the Isle Empire. Over time, some nobles even had children with Morden women. For example, in the northern borderlands of the empire, There are many mixed blood beauties with silver hair. They are of Snow Tribe descent, with delicate features, and are not discriminated against. The Isle Empire is home to many mixed races. Although the Isle people hold high status, they do not openly look down on other mixed bloods, even attractive half-beasts, and everyone lives peacefully. But black-skinned mixed bloods are different. They are born with an appearance that makes it hard for others to show kindness. They are associated with theft, robbery, murder, kidnapping women, and even men are not safe from harm. Over 60% of crimes originate from this bloodline. This caused the tolerant Isle Empire to look down on this group, considering them the lowest of the races. If you have even a little bit of black-skinned blood, sorry, I don't know you. In the imperial capital, many dark-skinned mixed blood people can be seen. Over 3,000 years ago, they were abandoned at birth or doomed to become slaves. Through generations of effort, they united and gained some influence in the empire. Although they were looked down upon by the native Isle people, they remained a force not to be underestimated. Hey kid, your carriage has a noble family crest, yet you don't even get out to greet me, the dark-skinned, mixed-blood count shouted angrily at Enan as he stepped down from his carriage. Enan slowly got out of his carriage. Seeing the other's skin color, he looked at him with deep disdain, an expression only true Isle people would have. Even if this Morden tribe was powerful, a pure Isle civilian would look down on them. And Enan, with pure Isle blood, despised all races. This wasn't racial discrimination, but an innate dislike. Their ugly appearance and the foul smell they emitted made everyone think this race was low and humble. No matter how long they stayed in Isle, people secretly called them black slaves. The count also saw the disdain in Enan's eyes and couldn't help but get angry. What are you looking at? Hurry up and apologize. Enan's eyes showed clear contempt. He didn't want to associate with this lowly Morden tribe, but this lowest-ranked race dared to insult the noble, pure Isle people? Who do you think you are, creature? Enan looked down at the dark-skinned count. You're disgusting. Get lost. The dark-skinned count never expected Enan to openly humiliate him. Even though he was a mixed blood with half Isle blood, he was still looked down upon. You reckless fool. How dare you be so rude to me? Do you know I am a count? Enan slowly approached him. I told you, get lost. If I don't, what will you do to me? In the street, Enan drew his sword and cut the Morden count's throat. He didn't want trouble, but to him, these dark-skinned wild dogs were just like ants. Kill them if you must. A pure Isle person wouldn't bother talking to this Morden tribe. It would be a waste of time. Enan's sudden action stunned everyone present. Enan took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. Tiffany, that wicked woman, must have done something to him. His temper was getting worse and worse. Anger can make people lose their mind. But he believed he was right to act. The pedestrians on the street were stunned. Who was this reckless young man from the countryside daring to kill someone in the capital? But everyone cheered for him. He did the right thing. The guards had already noticed these two nobles. Quarreling among nobles in the capital was common. But Enan directly killed someone? He was a count. The captain of the guards quickly approached and pretended to be official. He looked at Enan coldly, acting professional, and asked, Name? Enan Hill. Enan replied, wiping blood off his sword with a handkerchief, looking disgusted. Viscount of the Northern Hill family, the captain took out a magic book, entered Enan's full name, and confirmed. Yes, all right. Please do not leave the capital without permission in the next few days. I will report this matter to the authorities, and the head of the department will bring it before the noble court for judgment. Someone from the noble court will come to handle this. After saying that, the captain of the guards turned and left. He cast a cold glance at the body on the ground, showing a hint of disdain. Yes, he thought Enan was a hero, so he planned to pass the buck to another noble court for judgment, even ignoring taking him away. The servants of the Black Count on the ground were unhappy. This captain of the guards was clearly biased. You can't just leave like this. One servant rushed forward, trying to stop the captain. He killed our Lord Count, and he must be punished, disrupting official business. Take him away. The captain waved his hand, and the guards stepped forward to arrest the black slaves. This isn't fair, the black slaves shouted. Why are you treating us like this? We are also part of the Isur Empire. This made the captain of the guards slightly angry. He slapped one of the black slaves, saying, Who said you're part of this? The slap made the S head tilt, and a trickle of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. He looked full of anger and regret. Our family's lord is running for the Empire's senator. He killed the candidate for the Empire's parliament. Don't you care? The captain of the guard was slightly surprised but decided not to interfere. If he dared to stand up for this Morden tribe, he might become a joke back at the station. Maybe the chief would even invite him for tea and discuss transferring him or suspending him from his post. Enan was also a bit stunned. Had he just hit the jackpot? The capital had hundreds of thousands of nobles, but only 100 senators and just a few dozen candidates. And he had killed one of them? But, so what? A Morden tribe member clashing with an Izur person was asking for trouble. No one would support them. Poor him, who had fought and struggled his whole life, reaching the rank of count, maybe even contributing to the empire. But from the moment he spoiled himself with favors, his fate was sealed. Enan returned to the carriage. The female soldiers mounted their war horses, and the chariots slowly left. Throughout it all, Enan didn't even know the count's name, nor did he care. He didn't think much of it either. Normally, in such cases, the noble's court might give a mild scolding and fine him a little money, then everything would be fine. When he arrived at the estate Nancy had given him, it was like a scene from a story. Nancy, a wealthy lady, had a mansion right in the heart of the imperial city. It looked extremely luxurious, and the estate's value was priceless. The nobles of the imperial city truly had deep roots, far beyond what a rural noble like Enan could compare to. But then again, even rural nobles had ambitions to conquer the city's noble women and fight for power in the imperial city. After killing the Morden count, Enan felt a strange discomfort. He took a bath at the estate and cleaned his sword. When he finished, he saw a beautiful woman with blonde hair and blue eyes. She was the thief. Oh, the thief looked at Enan. Viscount Enan, I didn't expect. You have a nice figure. Enan frowned slightly, but didn't pay much attention to her teasing. He casually grabbed a long robe and draped it over himself. Thief lady, we meet again. Enan fastened the belt of the robe, looked directly at the thief, and regained a calm expression. Tell me, why did you bring me to the imperial capital? Is there something you want? The thief chuckled softly. Of course there is. Nancy Count and I are planning to help you secure a seat as an imperial senator. Enan couldn't believe it. He was going to become an imperial senator, and not just as a backup. This meant he was about to join the Circle of the 100, where each marquis is a senator without needing an election. Count, viscount, and baron levels need to struggle for a long time among backup senators before they can reach the core of imperial power. Except for duke senators and those with high authority who can directly propose ideas, the other senators only have voting rights. But don't underestimate this vote. Once you become a senator, you'll find your life becomes much easier. For example, if your territory faces an economic crisis, or if you fancy a beautiful woman, or if your relatives encounter trouble, there will be ambitious nobles helping you solve these problems, and sometimes strange things happen. Other nobles might even send their wives to your bed. This is the power of an imperial senator. They also enjoy various benefits, welfare, and security protections. Once you have this status, from another perspective, you stand on the same level as well. But, do these two women really have that much influence? How so? The thief pinched Enan's chin. What are you thinking? Aren't you excited? Of course I am. Enan smiled slightly. Thief lady, you look even more beautiful today than last time we met. Stop with the sweet talk to fool little girls. The thief released Enan's chin and teased him close to his ear. I've given you such a big reward, so you better work hard from now on. No problem. Whoever you tell me to deal with, I'll do it. Enan declared loyalty firmly. Our new female prime minister has a bad temper. She dealt with a few disobedient senators. The thief bit Enan's earlobe. So, I hope you'll be obedient, understand? This was a clear warning, but Enan didn't care. As long as he could secure his share of the cake, what did the warning matter? Even if a thief asked him to give up his body now, Enan wouldn't even frown. The thief left Enan with these words and then departed. The two of them wouldn't have any intimate moments so quickly. Everything must happen slowly. Since Enan was bored, he decided to visit the imperial capital for fun. When people talk about the best place to enjoy in the city, they often mention one club, the Night of Joy Paradise. This is a party paradise for nobles, run personally by Duke Jinsha. Entering costs a fortune, bringing him endless wealth. It's not just a simple brothel. It offers all kinds of entertainment. Enan also wanted to see the city's prosperity, so he planned to go to the Night of Joy Paradise. However, when he went out, he met Nancy. She told him that the entrance fee was 100,000 gold coins, which immediately discouraged this poor man. 100,000 gold coins. He could afford it, but it would limit him in many ways. He could buy some luxury items to please his wife instead, just to get in and out for 100,000 gold coins. How luxurious are those nobles? Enan, who is used to being powerful in the northern lands, can't even afford to visit a brothel in the imperial capital. This made the thief and Nancy laugh until tears came to their eyes. However, having these two beautiful women in the manor and still wanting to visit a brothel made them a little angry. In a private room in the Night of Joy Paradise, Duke Jinsha and Duke Frostwolf were drinking fine wine. Only a few beautiful maids served them. Fiona sat in the prime position and started working with Queen Teresa to redraw the power map. This woman was very decisive. Usually, the dukes stayed in their own duchies, but recent events in the imperial capital made them think about how to take over the vacant seats of the counselors. I brought you something good. Duke Frostwolf took out a small bottle of potion and poured it into their wine glasses. Drink this, and even a worm on the ground can become a nail on a construction site. Duke Jinsha looked excited. You married a good wife. Did she invent some secret medicine? After saying this, the two exchanged smiles and drank the wine together. Duke Jinsha drank the fine wine and seemed to loosen up completely. He carelessly embraced Frostwolf's shoulder and whispered in his ear, in a few days. Why not invite your wife to the imperial capital? My wife has wanted to meet your wife for a long time. And then, the two couples? Frostwolf shook his head and directly refused Duke Jinsha's invitation. He showed through his actions that he was a supporter of pure love. Seeing him shake his head, Duke Jinsha sneered. Having been a minotaur for many years, he knew well the nature of this group claiming to support pure love. In his experience, the pure love supporters could never defeat the minotaurs, because these fools shouting about pure love didn't mind using others' wives for fun. Afterward, once they fixed their clothes, they would act as if nothing happened and act morally upright. Then they would hypocritically shout about pure love again, as if only that could hide their guilty hearts. But that was the start of their downfall. So Duke Jinsha clapped his hands, and the maid slowly left the room. Soon, a beautiful woman entered, the wife of Duke Jinsha. She exchanged a glance with Duke Jinsha, then boldly threw herself into Frostwolf's arms right in front of him. Frostwolf's face showed a hint of surprise, clearly caught off guard by Duke Jinsha's actions. He instinctively tried to push her away, but she clung tightly like an octopus, softly saying, Duke Frostwolf, I've admired your grace for a long time. Today I am fortunate to be close to you. Please don't refuse. This woman leaned in close, smelling sweet, then took a sip of wine and kissed Frostwolf right in front of Duke Jinsha. Frostwolf's eyes widened in shock, but you could never tell if his shock was real or fake. He pretended to push Duke Jinsha's wife away, trying to break free from her grip, but her soft yet strong body wrapped around him like a snake, making it hard for him to escape. With his strength, he couldn't possibly push away such a beautiful woman. Duke Jinsha watched all this with a cold smile in his heart. He had long coveted Frostwolf's wife and was eager to taste that sweet fruit. Far away in the Frostwolf territory, a noble girl knelt before a noble woman. The girl was the daughter of the Frostwolf Grand Duke, but her outfit didn't quite match her usual image. Stepmother, she whispered humbly. The blue-haired girl looked up at the noblewoman with a submissive attitude, even though this noblewoman was not her biological mother. Usually, describing a woman with just a delicate face and a well-shaped figure is enough. Extra details are unnecessary. But this noblewoman was different. Why? Because her appearance deserves a detailed description. First, she was not only the wife of the Frostwolf Grand Duke, but also held another noble title. She was a princess of the royal family. However, she did not have the typical golden hair of royalty. Instead, she dyed her hair blue. Her right eye was covered by bangs, leaving only her left eye visible. She also wore a thin black veil that covered part of her face. The veil was small, about the size of a fist, covering her left cheek, nose, and right eye. Her left eye's pupil was not the usual royal blue or fiery orange. It was pink. Her revealing outfit had a very low neckline, revealing a silver bell nestled in her cleavage. On her smooth thigh, there was a silver wolf tattoo, as if it was a critical hit rune embedded for the Frostwolf Grand Duke. If the silver wolf on her thigh represented the Grand Duke's critical hit rune, then the small silver bell was his attack speed rune. She was a sentinel noblewoman. Anyone who saw her would want to possess her. Her name was Misala, a name that in the language of Isel meant passion and enthusiasm. At this moment, Misala pressed her foot on the girl's head, gently stroking her blue hair. She spoke softly, full of temptation. "Aurelia, I told you, you can call me mom or master in private. Why are you being disobedient?" Aurelia bit her lip, her eyes shining with fiery passion. "Really? I can?" Misala's lips curled into a meaningful smile, her eyes full of teasing and pride in her control. She crouched down gently, leaning close to Aurelia, her warm breath brushing the girl's face. "Of course, sweetheart. As long as you behave, I will give you everything you want." This twisted relationship is truly shocking, but who would have thought? The wedding ring on Misala's ring finger sparkled, signaling a message from her husband. She immediately spoke in a sweet, flirtatious tone. "What's wrong, dear? Have you been eating well in the capital? Do you miss me?" "Yes. If you have time, come to the capital." The deep voice of Duke Frostwolf came from the ring. At this moment, Lady Jinsha was still lying on him, listening to the couple's conversation. Misala sat up straight, gently brushed her hair, and said to the ring, "All right. By the way, I haven't been back to the capital for a long time." Suddenly, a slightly anxious voice of Duke Frostwolf came from the ring. "Then come quickly, my lady. When you arrive, I will take you to a special party." Misala seemed to sense something, and a sly look flashed in her eyes. "Oh, a special party? Dear, are you out for a run?" She licked her lips, showing excitement. Hearing Misala's question, Duke Frostwolf responded calmly, "Yes, I haven't moved much lately. Anyway, you should leave soon. This party is very important." Misala smiled, ended the call, and stroked Aurelia's hair. "Your father being with another woman is one thing, but communicating with me? It seems he really likes some excitement." Aurelia's face turned pale, unsure if her stepmother would take her anger out on her. "Don't worry, I will take you to the capital with me. Since he wants to have some fun, we'll give him a good show, okay?" Misala pulled Aurelia into her arms and gently stroked her hair. It was like comforting a frightened puppy. The next day, Enan woke up from bed. Luo Ling was still lying there, sleeping lazily. He was exhausted. Today he felt very good. He went to a study in the manor, looked at the reports from the territory over the past period, and a smile appeared on his face. Everything was heading in a good direction. But when Nancy entered the study, she brought him shocking news. The Morden clan had held a large protest in the capital because he casually killed a count. Those were shouting in front of the noble court, demanding revenge for Enan's blood. Now, the noble court people had come to take him away. Enan found this hard to believe. It would definitely affect his campaign to become a senator. If this incident impacted him, Enan swore to destroy this race. Nancy nodded. "You're not at fault here, and Chancellor Fiona is quite pleased with the trouble you caused. You little troublemaker." "What do you mean?" Enan was confused. He had even caused a scene at the noble court, and that woman was still satisfied with him? Seeing Enan's confused expression, Nancy smiled gently. "That's all I can tell you. The Chancellor will personally judge you this time. Hurry up, the trial is about to start." Enan didn't expect that on his first day in the capital, he would cause such a big fuss and end up in Fiona's court. This empire's second most important figure was actually pleased with him, a tiny ant. But there was no time to think further. Since Nancy's attitude was positive, good things were likely to happen. The courtroom was very serious. Enan tidied up his clothes, trying to look noble. He sat straight in his seat, not even glancing at the lower creatures around him. The Morden tribe was also present. Seeing this arrogant fool act as if they didn't matter, they couldn't help but become even angrier. "Demon, today, you must pay with blood, pay with blood." Hearing their shouts, Enan sneered. He picked up a dagger and trimmed his nails, completely ignoring these naturally sinful, inferior beings. This bloodline's people had no right to criticize others. They spent every moment thinking about crime, and Enan's killing of a Morden noble was justice. Justice will never be defeated. "Silence." Fiona stood on the platform, knocking her gavel. The black slaves immediately shut up. The gavel strike signaled the start of the trial. The wife of Count Blackskin was crying uncontrollably at the plaintiff's stand, loudly accusing Enan, calling him a demon who had killed her husband without reason. He disrespected the empire's laws and even overstepped his rank. As a viscount, he killed a count, and she also brought up Enan's evil deeds in the northern border, describing him as a demon who despised life and disrupted racial peace and stability. The Countess of Blackskin could not forgive such racist violence and demanded that the noble court immediately execute Viscount Enan. After making her request, Fiona looked at Enan. "Viscount Enan, do you have any objections?" Enan sat up straight and looked at the black-skinned woman through his nostrils. "She is right, but this is not racism. I'm just protecting the peace of the empire." Enan slammed the table and pointed at the black-skinned woman. "I am doing what is right. You demons are destroying the order of the empire." Fiona thought for a moment, then turned to the countess. "What is your response to Viscount Enan's words?" The Countess of Blackskin tearfully said, "Your Excellency, he is just making excuses. My husband is always discreet and has never done anything harmful." Data shows that 60% of murders in the Izur Empire are committed by the Morden race. That means 60% of the law enforcement's workload comes from this criminal group. Out of the many races in the empire, they are taking up most of the space. Oh my, how terrifying is that? Judge, I suggest we wipe out these demons and restore peace to the empire. The Morden people present stared in shock. They couldn't believe that this fool not only refused to admit his mistake, but also proposed to kill them all. Is he planning to wipe out their entire race? Viscount Enan, as a member of the Imperial Council, I will seriously consider your suggestion, Fiona said, smiling with interest. But right now, we are in the court, not the Imperial Parliament. Please clarify what is relevant to this case. Everyone was stunned. How could Fiona, as the Prime Minister and judge, say such things? The Morden people were terrified. The woman on the stand actually said she would seriously consider such a ridiculous proposal. That would mean millions of lives. She wanted to wipe out an entire race alone. Enan also couldn't believe it. He had become a counselor without even running for election. At that moment, Enan finally understood. This prime minister, responsible for investigating crimes, was planning something big, to make a bold statement. A race slaughter. This woman's heart is truly ruthless. She wanted to make this case more dramatic, so Enan had to present himself as a victim. This tested his acting skills and quick thinking. Enan cleared his throat. "Honorable Judge, as a true Isolian, I have a natural longing for the capital of the Isol Empire. It is sacred, noble, and devout. When I traveled from the northern border to the Imperial City, I found it to be bustling, peaceful, and happy. I thought this place was a paradise on the whole continent, until I met a count from the Morden clan. Wherever he went, the people around him became frightened and uneasy. Curious, I wanted to find out what was happening. What shocked me was that my carriage was just passing by him on the road. I was ready to give way, but I was a second late. This Morden count demanded that I, an Isolian, kneel and apologize. He even threatened to kill me if I didn't. At that moment, I almost thought this empire was called the Morden Empire. When our dignity and lives are threatened, I believe I must stand up and save everything. After learning about their evil deeds, I heard a voice inside me. We can't let more Isolians suffer. I must start with myself and fight back." Enan gave a heartfelt speech, speaking passionately. Even though he pressured me as a count, I refused to kneel. My firm stance and determination to defend my race made this count angry. To protect myself, I had to fight back. The dark-skinned woman couldn't believe it. She thought this man was twisting the truth and making things up. Lies. Lies. Your Excellency, he's distorting the facts. Silence. Fiona struck her gavel and looked at the twisted liar. "Viscount Enan, are you sure this is the truth? Everything you say here will be used as evidence in court." "I am sure. I swear to God that every word I say is the truth." "Honorable Judge, many Isolian citizens and military captains can testify for me that day." Then Fiona called the witnesses who were present at the scene of the incident, and they all spoke up for Enan. Even the citizens of the Imperial City began gathering in the courtroom, loudly condemning the evil deeds of this race. The Morden people were scared. It seemed as if they were truly in the wrong. Bang! Fiona struck her gavel and announced the final verdict. I declare that Viscount Enan, for excessive self-defense, is sentenced to 10 years in prison. The Morden people had expected Fiona to acquit him, so they were relieved that the judge was fair and unbiased. She was still a good person. Enan looked pale, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Your Honor, if this is considered excessive self-defense, then in the future, if everyone is bullied by the Morden race, will we just have to endure it silently? The crowd immediately erupted with strong public opinion. Yes. Does that mean we really have to be obedient and accept their bullying from now on? This is unfair. Your Honor, Prime Minister Fiona, you must stand up for Lord Enan. He is a hero. Why is he being treated like this? Fiona looked at the angry Isser people and secretly felt satisfied with how things were developing. She raised her hand to signal for silence. Once the crowd calmed down a bit, she slowly said, Everyone, I understand your feelings. Viscount Enan has shown great courage in defending the dignity of our race, but the law is the law. Excessive actions must be punished. This is to maintain the fairness and authority of the Empire's laws. Otherwise, everyone could act in the name of justice, and the Empire would fall into chaos. Enan added fuel to the fire. Please understand, Prime Minister. She is only doing her duty to uphold the law. I believe that today I, Enan, may fall, but tomorrow, another Enan will stand up. A small spark can start a prairie fire. For the sake of our dignity, I am willing to give up 10 years of freedom. As soon as Enan spoke, the atmosphere in the scene reached a boiling point. The Isser people were filled with passion, shouting Enan's name, their emotions nearly out of control. They waved their fists and shouted to seek justice for Enan, while also expressing their long-standing anger and frustration at the Morden race's evil deeds. In the following days, the citizens of the imperial city held protests, demanding justice for Enan. Their demonstrations grew larger, spreading stories of the Morden race's wrongdoings everywhere. The mudding people became scared, and even the citizens participating in the parade, including other races and even some half-orcs, joined in. The parade participants saw them as wild cats encountering mice, and they attacked. The mudding people started to gather and decided to fight back. Otherwise, did those crazy people really think they could be bullied? Some mudding individuals even lost control and committed acts of violence and theft. A list of crimes committed by the mudding people was sent to the Prime Minister's office, condemning their violent acts. The fighting between the two sides grew more intense. Under these circumstances, the fair and just Prime Minister had to reopen the court, declaring Viscount Enan innocent. Meanwhile, the young Empress Teresa called for an imperial council. At the council, Fiona ordered the display of several boxes filled with blood-written documents, evidence of public anger, written in blood. Fiona stood in the center of the hall, looking at the shocked expressions of the counselors, and slowly spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, these blood-written documents come from the citizens of the imperial capital. Each one contains their complaints about the crimes of the mudding race. The case of Viscount Enan may seem simple, but it actually reveals the long-standing crimes committed by the mudding people within the empire. Enan watched the new prime minister's performance with interest. He was lucky to sit at the center of power now, feeling quite pleased. What happened next was no longer his concern. He glanced at Nancy, whose obedience level had now reached 12%. Besides the 10% reward from the system, Nancy had only increased her obedience by 2% after being with Enan for so long. Thinking back to his roots, since Countess Nancy was helping him so much, their bond should be even closer. So, this scoundrel began to think about how to tame Nancy, using this time in the imperial capital to increase her obedience. Nancy was very difficult to tame, and everything she did seemed aimed at controlling Enan. Enan now felt like he was turning the tables completely. She seemed invincible, but she must have her weaknesses. Enan decided to start by gathering information about Nancy's husband. He planned to begin with her husband. Lost in his thoughts, Enan didn't pay attention to the council's proceedings and simply left when the meeting ended. After the meeting, he immediately looked for a few nobles to test the waters and discovered that she was not married. This bad woman had once again played a trick on Enan. At this point, he had to try to test her boundaries, such as physical contact. This Night Rose of the imperial capital is not easily tamed by emotional or mental pressure. First, physical contact is necessary. When two people are close enough, then emotional and mental pressure can be used to help tame her. Nancy never expected that this man planned to train her into a loyal companion. A loyal companion? In the industry, everyone knows what that means. Some cute little ones are simple-minded. If he doesn't understand, he needs to learn by watching. Although Enan couldn't beat Nancy physically, that didn't mean he couldn't control her. He had a skill that fulfilled desires, an extremely sharp tool. So, the most important thing was how to guide Nancy into that realm and give her a memorable first experience. First, he must proceed slowly, not rush. He should start with obedience tests to make sure she would lower her defenses around Enan. In relationships, a good test of obedience is disturbing someone late at night. At an unreasonable hour, he could find her and make some requests, to see if she would sacrifice her personal time to meet the needs of someone higher up. Enan also had an excuse to find Nancy. Late at night, he staggered into her room, drunk and unsteady, and knocked on the door. Countess Nancy, I need to talk to you." Nancy was awakened by the knocking and Enan shouting. She frowned, put on a purple silk nightgown, and opened the door with some irritation. Enan's face was flushed, his body reeked of alcohol, and he swayed as he leaned against the doorframe. "Viscount Enan, what are you doing? Coming to bother me drunk in the middle of the night?" Nancy's voice was clearly displeased. "Sorry, Countess Nancy, I was too abrupt." Enan looked conflicted, then turned away, ready to leave. In Nancy's impression, Enan would never behave so rudely, so she suspected he was hiding something from her. This made her hesitate slightly, as she still wanted to keep control over Enan. "Is there something you want to say? Just tell me." The bedroom is a private place, and the two of them weren't close enough to talk there. So they went to the study instead. "Do you have tea?" Enan began a small test to see if Nancy would pour him some tea. In this specific setting, Nancy instinctively ignored Enan's slightly overstepping actions. She gracefully poured him a cup of black tea to help him wake up. Enan took a small sip of the tea and slowly said, "Today I sensed that Fiona might use my death to make the conflict worse. That fool was just trying to scare her, but it was a real possibility that it could happen." Nancy's expression grew serious. If Fiona dared to threaten her people, it was a challenge to her authority. No matter what, she would find a way to protect Enan. "Don't worry," Nancy said with a slight squint, tapping the table. "I won't let her hurt you." "Are you so upset just because of this?" Seeing Nancy's firm stance, Enan felt a bit disappointed. He wanted to see her vulnerable, but even with the chancellor present, he couldn't see her fear or hesitation. This made things difficult, but that's okay. Enan saw this as a good chance to test her limits further. He gratefully took Nancy's hand. "Thank you so much, Countess Nancy. You've always been like a sister to me, taking care of me. I really don't know how to repay you." Nancy slightly frowned. The man seemed a bit strange tonight, but his expression didn't look fake. Although they usually touched each other, it was always with Nancy's consent. Enan's sudden move was just a test to see if she would be annoyed. Fortunately, Nancy only patted his hand gently and spoke in a comforting tone. "We've already signed an agreement. Of course, I will take responsibility for these matters. Count Enan, you seem unusually emotional tonight. That's not like you, actually. I have one more thing to ask of you," Enan said, carefully releasing her hand and taking a sip of the tea. Nancy crossed her legs and watched Enan with interest, curious to see what this troublemaker was up to. "Tell me, what's going on?" Enan took a deep breath and slowly shared the love story between him and Eileen Xue. A nobleman falling in love with his servant. This was enough to make anyone listen closely. Women love gossip, and Enan's talent for storytelling was top-notch. In the end, in this love story, the heroine Eileen Xue couldn't accept her husband's betrayal. Enan expressed regret and good wishes, and he sent Eileen Xue back to her snowy homeland. But now, she has gone missing, and Enan is very worried. He wants to ask Nancy for help. However, Nancy is clever and has gathered a lot of information about Enan. Besides some private matters she doesn't know, she understands most of it. This man is very good at emotional manipulation. Since he killed Selena, he's been labeled as a manipulator. Enan knows this too, so now he must clear his name. Both Eileen Xue and Selena look very similar in hair color, expressions, and appearance, Enan said, standing by the window with his back to Nancy, hiding his emotions. "When I met her, I wanted to make up for the guilt I felt." After saying this, Enan paused and then left without further words. He couldn't be sure if Nancy would believe him. This woman is very difficult to deal with, so he needs to test her step by step. If he pushes too hard, old Shin will come after him. In the study, Nancy was alone, sipping her black tea, her eyes revealing unpredictable emotions. Can a murderous villain have feelings like love and guilt? That's a big joke. But if what he said is true, Enan could completely change his image and give Nancy a huge shock. To Nancy, this all seemed like a carefully planned act. However, she couldn't ignore the possibility that some of it might be real. But if it's all just a story, what is this man's real purpose? This would also add a layer of mystery to Enan and Nancy's mind. When she becomes curious and tries to verify the truth, she might fall into the trap Enan has carefully set for her. In his bedroom, Enan drew back the curtains, looked at the night, and showed a small smile. Then he wrote a letter and sent it back to his territory, waiting for things to develop. Leaders, please pay attention to what the author said. Please. The next day, Enan woke up lying peacefully in bed. The little fox was hiding under the blanket. Master, you're awake. Yes. Recently, the little fox had been wearing black clothes and gathering intelligence outside. Although the group of black slaves didn't dare to break into Nancy's estate, they couldn't do anything to him for now. But Enan didn't want to be blind. Recently, the oppressed group had all their anger directed at him. Offending millions of people meant that even a small mistake could be deadly. However, a fresh and clear day began. Luo Ling started reporting the situation to Enan. 100 Violet Shield soldiers, along with Luo Ling, were ready to follow his orders and protect him as he returned to his territory. But Enan couldn't leave yet. Fiona, the cunning woman, might really want to use his life as a sacrifice. At least, Enan didn't dare to gamble on that. Even if Nancy promised him safety, he wouldn't hand over his life to others. After hearing Luo Ling's report, Enan frowned. He tapped his finger on the table. Are you saying there's a small group of black slaves hiding near the north gate of the imperial city? Yes, they might be planning to ambush us when you leave the city, Luo Ling nodded, still blushing. Lately, this little fox had been unusually greedy for food. But Enan didn't mind. After some thought, Enan decided to take the initiative and go out to face death. Yes, he wanted to take a gamble. Compared to Fiona trying to kill him, it was better than going to find the Mording tribe and stabbing himself in front of them, then blaming them. That group of fools only knew how to do evil. They had no idea that the world could have such sneaky and wicked people. Enan went to the estate's dining hall, where Nancy and the thief were already eating. Seeing Nancy, a faint surprise flickered in Enan's eyes. It was only 13%, a 1% increase, but it meant she was wavering. She definitely sent someone to investigate Enan and Lingsu, but she hasn't received a reply yet. Otherwise, there would be a stronger contrast. Don't underestimate this step. Changing a woman's image to create a surprising difference can be very powerful. It can leave a deeper impression and spark curiosity. For example, a tough man covered in tattoos gently feeding stray cats on the street, playing with kittens. This is very eye-catching. But if you don't do it well, or if you're exposed, you'll be in trouble. As for Enan and Lingsu's story, aside from some unknown details, it mostly matches what Enan has said. Enan also wrote to Carl, encouraging the traders to spread rumors about searching for Lingsu in the northern border, even making the chaos as big as possible. However, this clever boy hasn't shown any pride yet. He just calmly dined at the restaurant, planning to discuss with Nancy later to borrow some soldiers to confront the black group at the northern gate, and maybe give them a surprise. Honestly, Enan, used to eating raw beast meat, now has no appetite for cooked food. But he can't show any strange habits in front of the elegant noble ladies above him in such a setting. After finishing the meal, Enan told Nancy his plan. Nancy was surprised to hear how sneaky this man was and frowned. Is this your decision, or did Fiona tell you to do this? If it's the former, that's fine. But if it's the latter, Nancy absolutely disagrees. How can her lackeys risk danger for others? Even if it means dying, they should die for her. Of course, it's my own decision. Honestly, I can't wait for this slaughter feast, Enan said, wiping his mouth with a napkin and showing a cold smile. Nancy didn't say anything more. She just sent a troop of a few hundred soldiers to Enan to the northern gate. When Enan arrived outside the imperial city's northern gate, sure enough, a group of black fighters was waiting there. They had been lurking for a long time and recognized the family crest on the carriage. It's the Hill family crest. At that moment, there was no unnecessary talk. They started fighting immediately. The black fighters surrounded Enan's carriage, engaging in battle with the soldiers. Enan sat in the carriage, listening to the shouts and sounds of fighting outside, but he remained very calm inside. He even closed his eyes, listening to the long-lost sounds of battle, waiting for the right moment to stab himself a few times. However, just as the two sides were halfway through fighting, a group of cavalry dressed in bright white armor arrived slowly at the north gate of the imperial city, escorting a carriage. This caused both sides to pause their fighting. The cavalry, who looked experienced and fierce, radiated strong killing intent. The sound of hooves caught Enan's attention. He immediately looked out the window and recognized the emblem of the Frost Wolf family. Their appearance surprised Enan, but now was the best time to act. Enan touched his chest to make sure he avoided vital spots, then quickly grabbed a bow and shot an arrow. Blood instantly stained his clothes, but he didn't even frown, as if he wasn't hurt himself. Then he hurriedly got out of the carriage and bowed carefully to the noble carriage. No matter if he was injured or had a high fever, he had to do this. He wasn't trying to beg for mercy from the owner inside the carriage, but if Enan dared to ignore them, he knew he wouldn't survive. The black slaves saw Enan covered in blood and were shocked. The sitting in the carriage hadn't even come out, so how could he be hurt? How could someone be so shameless? But the most important thing now was to see how these uninvited guests would behave. The carriage definitely belonged to a powerful figure from the north, perhaps the Frost Wolf Duke or his family. If they even slightly disliked Enan, many nobles would eagerly attack him, seeing him as just a piece of meat to be devoured to please the people in the carriage. Miserella slowly stepped down from the carriage. She wore a purple mink coat, but her open coat revealed a finely tailored silver silk dress underneath. She wore a small purple feather crown decorated with sparkling gems. Seeing Enan covered in blood, she showed no reaction, only coldly said, "Kill these lowly creatures. They are polluting my eyes." The knights immediately drew their guns and charged at the armed slaves, cutting down many. Enan watched the slaughter of the Frost Wolf knights from the side, quietly calculating in his mind. Mizera is not helping Enan, and Enan himself knows this well, because her reason for killing is the same as what she told him. Enan glanced at the noble woman and was immediately captivated by her charming face and noble aura. Her right eye was covered by blue bangs, revealing only a pink left eye, but this made Enan deeply entranced, unable to look away. This gesture was very offensive, but her enchanting eyes seemed to invite a deep, loving gaze from anyone who looked into them. This woman is very alluring, extremely alluring. Enan saw the percentage displayed above her head and quietly suppressed his emotions. Please continue to give 5-star reviews, everyone. Leave some kind words with your reviews. Enan's vision gradually blurred, and all he could hear was the noblewoman slowly approaching him, her voice full of charm. "Oh? Is that Tiffany's little darling?" She licked her lips, showing an excited expression. When Enan slowly regained consciousness, he felt himself resting on something soft. He opened his eyes and saw only silver clothing, unable to see anything else, then realized he was lying on that noblewoman's lap. "Little one, you're awake?" Mizera stroked her cheek, a pink glow appearing in her left eye. "Don't you want to sleep a little longer?" Enan couldn't see her face clearly. His rational mind told him to wake up quickly, but he found himself unable to control his body, as if her voice was subconsciously commanding him to obey her. This was very bad. A surge of anger rose in his heart, dispelling the desire to be tempted and seduced. Enan suddenly sat up sharply. This woman was trying to harm him, but his sudden movement caused his head to hit something soft again. "Oh no. Haha. Little pervert." Mizera seemed completely unconcerned. She held Enan in her arms and continued to look at him with those pink eyes. Her enchanting eyes could melt even a dog's heart, not to mention the magic of seduction. "Quickly tell me, where is Tiffany?" Enan's eyes flashed red, and his expression changed to one of anger, as if he had become a different person. "Mizera, this is my person. Don't touch him." "Tiffany?" Mizera showed a look of excitement and immediately kissed Enan. Enan quickly broke free and pushed her away. "I don't want to play this game with you. Stop bothering me. Tiffany, you can't run away." I will keep looking for you. Mizera licked her lips. If you don't come to the capital to see me, I will completely take your little treasure. A flash of anger appeared in Inan's eyes. Just wait and see. Then, Inan slowly collapsed into Mizera's arms. The carriage moved at a slow, steady pace, as if deliberately slowing down, with Inan's soldiers following behind. After entering the capital, Mizera patted Inan's cheek to wake him up. Not long after waking, Inan was pushed off the carriage by this noble woman, as if he were a used prop. But Inan didn't dare complain. His wounds had been treated by this lady, and now he was feeling quite vulnerable. This woman was probably the wife of the Frost Wolf Duke, but he was acting so intimately with her. If others found out, he might be in serious trouble, but thinking about it was useless. He could only secretly wonder what this noblewoman really meant. In the end, Inan couldn't figure it out. He could only conclude she was the best target for releasing her pain and desire. She was a top-tier master of enchantment or illusion, or maybe both at the same time. Inan was confident that if he could make her indulge once, she would become addicted. But now wasn't the right moment to be so bold. The most urgent thing was to report his attack to the Empire Council, giving Fiona another chance to make trouble. Being attacked by this group of black-armored soldiers would definitely stir up the nerves of the remaining 99 members. A few days later, Inan, wrapped in bandages and pretending to be injured, attended the Empire Council meeting. During these days, this scoundrel had been parading around the capital like this, inciting public anger. Everyone at the scene looked very tense, especially Fiona, who had invited the head of the advisory office to attend. Besides the Empire Council and the Nobles' Court, the top power institutions in the capital, there were also the Treasury, the Inspection Agency, the Guard, and the Advisory Office. The Treasury needed no explanation. The Inspection Agency was responsible for catching criminals, and the Guard was tasked with maintaining city order. The Policy Consultation Office is responsible for gathering public opinion and collecting reports from the citizens of the imperial capital. However, often this office is not very effective. But today is different. The head of the office has decided to follow the new prime minister's lead and seize this opportunity to show his value. So he took out all the reports about the Morden tribe nobles, even though doing so might offend those people. But now, everyone in the empire knows they are about to become hunted dogs. After reading out each report and sharing his opinions, Fiona waved her hand to tell him to sit down and be quiet. The atmosphere in the room grew more strange, and even 3 Morden tribe representatives were trembling and sweating. Fiona pushed up her glasses and showed a cold smile. It seems, this race is truly a cancer in our empire. Ladies and gentlemen, a few days ago, Chancellor Enan suggested to me at the Noble Court a proposal. I have drafted it into a bill for everyone to review. Everyone stared closely at the proposal, not missing a single word. Kill order. Across the country, everyone is urged to eliminate people with Morden tribe genes. 1 head in exchange for 30 silver coins. Fiona was truly terrifying. If the Morden tribe has about 5 million people, converting that into gold coins means she plans to spend 1.5 million gold coins to buy this race. That's very cheap, but this certainly wouldn't dampen anyone's enthusiasm. Instead, it would make them more eager, killing enemies and earning extra money. Nothing could be more satisfying. To make it permanent, Fiona also made it clear that black slaves should not be used as forced labor because some strange nobles might still collude with them. So, all of them must be killed. When the 3 Morden tribe noble representatives heard this proposal, their faces turned deathly pale, and they trembled like leaves. One braver representative stood up trembling and said with a choked voice, "Your Excellency Prime Minister, not all Morden tribe members are guilty. This kill order is too cruel and could cause unnecessary chaos." They looked at Queen Teresa with innocent eyes, hoping for her protection. It's a pity, but the young empress is also eager to start eating. Fiona's move was basically feeding her directly. If she can't even eat on her own, no one can take care of her. If this proposal passes, she will be remembered in history for her achievements in the SAR Empire. So she closed her eyes and began her first parliamentary vote since her coronation. In the end, only 3 votes were against. Everyone else approved. Those 3 Morden tribe members were so nervous their legs shook, and even after the meeting, they couldn't leave easily. Meanwhile, Enan quickly drove back to his territory after voting, not wanting to stay longer to increase Nancy's obedience. The imperial capital is too dangerous. Fiona, with just 100 people, could cost millions of lives with a single word. Enan is nothing compared to her. He can't join the high-level gatherings in the capital for now. If nothing urgent comes up, he prefers to go back and play with Will instead. Enan left the castle after saying goodbye to Nancy and headed back to his territory with his soldiers. He looked out the window of the carriage, watching the scenery pass by, preparing to find Eileen Shue's whereabouts. Then, he saw a familiar face. The Assassination Empire is about to hold a slaughter feast. The Saint Itea plans to leave with Eileen Shue and go to another empire. Don't be fooled by how compassionate she seemed at the Imperial Parliament that day. She knows what she can and cannot do. The saints are not saints. They wouldn't stand up for mice when the entire empire is preparing to eliminate them. If they dared to claim mice are also living beings, the witches wouldn't need to act. The armed forces of the entire Assassination Empire could easily kill the 7 virtues saints 10 times over. Right now, Eileen Shue is sitting in the saint's carriage. She also looked out the window, sighing at her upcoming fate. And then, by coincidence, their eyes met. This woman appeared at the worst possible time. She shouldn't have shown up now. The holy maidens do not reveal their heirs' identities, so Nancy doesn't know that Eileen Shue was raised by her close friend as an heir. However, if Nancy finds her outside the imperial city and they settle accounts, and it turns out that Enan played her, Enan will lose control. Now, whether for his pride or to maintain his image, Enan cannot pretend not to see this woman. This woman has sat in another noble's carriage. Who is she with? Who is stealing his woman? Eileen Shue. Enan immediately gets out of his carriage and orders the Violet Shield soldiers to stop her carriage. Who are you with? When Eileen Shue sees Enan again, her eyes flash with anger and complicated feelings. She thought that becoming the Holy Maiden heir would help her get revenge, but Enan has been making one impressive move after another. He is now a member of the Empire's Council. This makes Eileen Shue realize there is still a big gap between them. The man suddenly shows a strong killing intent, and his intense anger locks onto her carriage. Eileen Shue knows this murderous look isn't aimed at her. This man's jealousy is not simple. It's driven by a strong desire to possess and control, not allowing anyone to covet what is his. Atya slowly steps down from her carriage, looking at the dark aura and murderous intent coming from Enan. She frowns and says, "Viscount Enan, although I don't know your relationship with Tiffany, you shouldn't stop my carriage. Who are you?" Enan's eyes glow red. "She is my woman, and I am taking her with me. I am the Saint Atya," she replies calmly, without arrogance. "I know she had a complicated past with you, but I'm sorry, she must come with me." Hearing her words, Enan's anger grows. He sneers and says, "Saint? So what? To me, she is my woman. No one can take her away." Atya slightly frowns, feeling annoyed at his unreasonable behavior, but she keeps her tone gentle. "Viscount Enan, I'm sorry, but Eileen Shue's status is no longer what it used to be. She has her own mission and path to follow. A stubborn fruit is never sweet. You know that. I don't care if it's sweet or not. I just want to quench my thirst." Enan said bluntly, "If you dare to take her away, I will lead my army to chase you to the ends of the earth." Enan dares to say this not only because he has 2 witches as allies, but also because of his status as a member of the Imperial Council. Itea is not a noble of the Assassination Empire. If Enan gets beaten up, it might be nothing, or maybe Enan really angered her, forcing her to threaten his life. Otherwise, would she dare to kill Enan casually? The Imperial Council would definitely make her pay the price. That's the power of the circle. What mission, what path? I don't care. I only know she was mine before, and she can only be mine in the future. The Violet Shield soldiers around felt their master's anger and clenched their weapons, making the atmosphere tense and confrontational. Eileen Shue looked at Enan, feeling mixed emotions. Although her hatred still lingered, it was undeniable that Enan's strength and persistence stirred a different feeling inside her. "Enan Hill, I have nothing to do with you anymore. We only have hatred." "Humph. No longer have anything to do with me?" Enan narrowed his eyes. "You bear my mark, the tattoo of the Hill family crest. How can there be no connection?" Hearing Enan's words, Eileen Shue almost broke down. She gritted her teeth and said angrily, "You are shameless. The intricate pattern intertwined with a heart-shaped design made her very ashamed, even afraid to tell anyone about it. Not even Itea. You are mine. From the moment you met me, it was destined. Enan, leading his army, surrounded Itea's carriage more tightly. He exuded a strong black aura. Enan paused slightly, trying to control his tone. Right now, he was suppressing his anger and losing his rationality. After all, he still needed to consider Nancy's situation. I know you're still angry about me abandoning you that day, but there's nothing to explain. Eileen Shue slowly drew her sword, pointing it at Enan. Stop saying these disgusting things. I don't care what you do, because in my heart, you are my enemy. It's only natural that my enemy doesn't care about my life in front of the enemy. Enan knew he couldn't let this woman keep talking, or his reputation with Nancy would fall apart, making it hard to recover later. He planned to take action and steal her away. With 100 Violet Shield warriors helping Luo Ling, plus his status as an Empire senator, and summoning Tiffany, he was confident he could succeed. Little one, why are you so angry? Tiffany's figure slowly appeared. She held the angry little beast in her arms behind Enan, greedily absorbing the dark energy. Such a strong aura. Tiffany, you can't stop me, Atya said, frowning slightly when she saw Tiffany. I don't want trouble, but don't push me. Can't stop me? A seductive voice echoed in the air. Micella's voice appeared slowly. Seeing Atya, her left eye shone brightly. Atya, it's such a surprise to meet you. Come with me, okay? I will take good care of you. Shut up. You shameless woman. Atya snapped, furious. You're just a disgrace among witches. Mizella was a strange witch. She only wanted to possess all witches and priestesses, and she wasn't interested in men. Whether witch or priestess, hearing her name made everyone feel disgusted. No one wanted to have anything to do with her. Atya, can't you feel my feelings? Mizella slowly took a step forward, her movement causing a tinkling sound. It was the small silver bell on her body ringing. As she moved, her smooth right leg revealed a silver wolf tattoo. Her left leg wore a pink leg band, with intricate patterns wrapping around a heart in the middle. This design was inspired by the family crest of the Zil family on Enan's carriage, which she saw last time. Around her ankle, a faint blue anklet could be seen. And when she spoke, her silver tongue piercing was visible. She had 3 such piercings on her body. Their locations were a mystery to others. Atya frowned. This woman was relentless whenever she met priestesses or witches, clinging like a stubborn patch. Stop being disgusting. The virtuous maiden could not accept her beliefs. Are you two really going to fight me to the death? That benefits no one and only gives others an advantage. Hee. You took away my little darling's woman. I have to vent my anger for him. Tiffany tightly hugged Enan, absorbing his continuous anger. Meanwhile, Masila also wanted to join forces with Tiffany. Her left eye glowed pink. Tiffany, let's team up. I won't bother you this time. First, help me capture this pure and beautiful lady, okay? Making the virtuous maiden fall is the goal of every desire witch. Is she finally going to succeed? Luo Ling and her Violet Shield warriors watched closely from the side. Recently, she had been traveling with Enan, and her craving for strength had grown a lot. This was also one of the benefits of the system. Ataya frowned. Nancy was still busy in the Imperial City dealing with the Killing Order, so she couldn't support her. She could only try to contact other saints to see if anyone could come quickly. But before she could call for help, an orange figure suddenly teleported behind Tiffany. A heavy sword appeared, ready to strike. Tiffany's body emitted red magical energy, instantly forming a magic shield to block the attack. With a loud bang, the magic shield vibrated. Tiffany, you dare come to the Imperial City? The heavy sword-wielding female knight radiated orange battle energy, firmly locking onto Tiffany. The orange battle energy and Tiffany's red magic tangled together, fighting each other. Tiffany immediately pushed Enan into Luo Ling's arms and turned to face the female knight. Ninya, do you think I'm afraid of you? Having absorbed the source of anger, Tiffany looked even more terrifying than usual. She shot a magic attack back at Ninya. Ninya blocked the attack with her heavy sword, slightly surprised. It seemed this woman had become stronger. She glanced at Enan, planning to eliminate the anger seed on him. If he didn't cooperate, then just cut him down? Tiffany also sensed her intentions and directly engaged with her, and the two fought fiercely. Meanwhile, Misala flicked her hair, removed the black striped veil from her face, revealing her right eye. That right eye's pupil was actually shaped like a heart. Then she emitted pink magical energy, attacking Idia directly. Idia, my little darling. Hee hee. Idia stiffened all over, her hair standing on end. She forced herself to endure the discomfort, radiating a pure white holy aura, and began to fight Misala. Taking advantage of their intense battle, Enan smiled and looked at Eileen Shui. Now, no one can stop us from being together, Eileen Shui. Eileen Shui drew her sword, ready to make this demon taste the results of her efforts. I'll tell you, I'm not someone to be bullied. Soon after, she, who had just started practicing, was knocked out by Luo Ling in 3 quick moves, thrown onto a carriage. Enan quickly boarded the carriage and fled. Seeing this scoundrel trying to run away with her captured person, Idia was furious. Her angry expression looked just like a minotaur being taken back by its master, full of disbelief. But Misala held tightly onto her, not letting her go. Thus, the two sides were caught in a deadlock, and the bystander benefited. Enan held the unconscious Eileen Shui in her arms, gently brushed her hair, revealing her delicate face. Since leaving him, this woman's obedience level had dropped to just 34%. She was truly a hateful woman. Her difficulty in winning her over was high because Enan hadn't yet succeeded in changing her character. Changing someone's personality is one of the most powerful tactics in seduction. Like Luo Ling, Enan managed to win over Luo Ling quickly because the original owner was seen as a fool in her eyes. But Enan's subsequent actions made her feel a sense of dominance, calmness, and ruthlessness. This strong contrast made her want to learn more about Enan, gradually falling into the carefully laid trap. But in Eileen Shui's heart, Enan was a demon, both lecherous and skilled at manipulating people. This made her very cautious. No matter what Enan did, she kept thinking whether Enan was guiding her to think in that direction. But this demon was not easily defeated. He had already gathered all the information about Irene Shui's late husband and confirmed that Irene Shui was a pure-hearted lover. So, Enan decided to use gentle love to soften her. Anyway, this scoundrel was becoming more and more shameless. As long as he could achieve his goal, he was willing to use any means. Thinking of this, Enan held Irene Shui even tighter in his arms. She was sleeping, and her brow furrowed as if filled with deep fear and unease. Be good. Enan gently stroked Irene Shui's cheek, looking at her with tender and loving eyes, softly brushing away her worried expression. He had automatically entered the role of a caring person. After hurriedly traveling, Enan finally returned to his territory. He first laid the unconscious beauty on the bed, then went to the kitchen to bring some food to the room. Irene Shui had just woken up, her mind still fuzzy. Seeing the familiar decorations around her, she gradually remembered. Enan picked up a bowl of snow fungus soup, stirred it with a spoon, then served it, blowing on the hot steam with care and tenderness. He then looked at Irene Shui gently, bringing a spoonful of snow fungus to her mouth. You're awake? Eat something quickly. After you feel better, I'll take you and Aurora out shopping, okay? This scene made Irene Shui feel like she was dreaming. When Irene Shui came to her senses, she immediately pushed away the bowl of snow fungus soup and spilled it onto the blanket. Don't play these fake acts with me. It just makes me feel sick. Enan slightly narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he was not going to play any game of temporary wife abuse or chasing after her only to be abandoned later. He wanted to establish a gentle persona, but not to be her doormat. Since she dared to disobey, then he would show his dominance with a commanding love. Irene Shui, who had only practiced magic for a short time, was only at the 2nd level of magic, completely unable to resist Enan's 3rd-level warrior strength. Why did this scoundrel have 3rd-level power? The reason was that when he interacted with fully obedient Luo Ling or Aurora, his strength could be increased. Moreover, Enan's daily consumption of raw beast meat is not wasted. Nobles spend very little time practicing magic or combat energy. If you have wealth, land, and beautiful women, why waste time on training? You're just neglecting your duties. You're a spendthrift. Every time they eat, they absorb a lot of energy. Plus, they have many magic protective gear and weapons. Who needs to train? Either you're a noble who started from nothing, or you truly have this hobby, or your family is so poor they can't provide such food. Otherwise, as long as you seize opportunities to climb higher and gain more power, endless resources will flow to you. So, even if Eileen Snow resists, she can only be suppressed and forced to wear this white lace blindfold. Let me go. Be good. Aurora has missed you a lot lately. Don't you want to see her? Hearing Enan's words, Eileen Snow gave up struggling. Enan sneered coldly. This woman is stubborn. As long as he gives her a reasonable excuse, she will start to look forward to it. This is something Aurora loves very much. Usually, Enan doesn't take it off her, and she definitely won't remove it. I really wonder what that little cutie would think if she saw her favorite decoration worn by Eileen Snow. Enan slowly loosened his belt, wanting to let this beauty who had been away from him for so long try his new skill. 2 days passed. Finally, Enan pushed open the door. The maids came in with mops to clean the room and took care of the unconscious Eileen Snow. Before leaving, Enan changed into a new belt and ordered the maids to clean the belt on the ground. This went to the study, first writing a letter to Nancy, informing her that he had found Eileen Snow and had a small quarrel with Atya. He also stated that he wouldn't let her go this time and would protect her. When Eileen Snow opens her heart to him, he will propose marriage and hopes Nancy will come to the wedding. Thus, Enan prepared to handle both sides, trying to keep the progress of each strategy balanced. Carl gently knocked on the study door, and after receiving Enan's permission, he entered. What is it? Enan picked up his dagger and was trimming his nails. It was a small habit of his. Even if his nails weren't long, he would habitually take out the dagger to pretend. Of course, this was just a cover. The main reason was that he always held a dagger in his hand, ready to attack at any moment. Every time Carl saw him take out the dagger to trim his nails, he would feel very nervous, afraid of saying the wrong thing. My lord, the Snow Country has started gathering troops at the border. Oh? Enan's eyes showed surprise. It seemed that Snow Nina not only failed to persuade him, but also intensified the capture of Snow Tribe slaves, which might make them prepare to resist. But now is not the time to deal with Snow Country. They dare not attack. They can only defend. Enan pondered slightly. We don't need to worry about Snow Country for now. Stop all catching activities and cooperate actively with the Imperial Council's orders. Kill all the Morden tribe members in the territory, and also the black slaves outside the northern border. You can kill them too, and then secretly exchange them for money. Yes, Carl hesitated. What if some women married into the Morden tribe, but are not actually Morden? After all, we can't be sure if they are pregnant. But this might cause dissatisfaction among the territory's people. Hearing this, Enan frowned slightly. Do I need to ask about this? Just kill them all. What does it matter? From the moment they married those lowly creatures, they are no longer part of the Eyesore Empire. Do you understand? Carl shivered in fear, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and took his leave. After the fat man left, Enan thought for a moment and used messenger magic to report this suggestion to the Imperial Council. Being independent among the nobles was not a good thing. Then, Enan immediately went to find his wife, Freya, to spend some quality time with her. After all, she was the lady of the Hill family, with a different status, and she was easy to please. Just spending a little more time with her would increase her obedience. Initially, Enan only used her to stabilize the morale of the Rosen Territory's army, but unexpectedly, through a series of coincidences, he developed some affection for this woman. Freya looked into the mirror in her room, a trace of sadness flashing in her eyes. She wondered if her age was making her less attractive to that young boy. Her husband had been away for so long. During this time, she heard about his experiences in the imperial capital and felt very worried. Sometimes, when she had free time, she would write letters to Enan. However, this mischievous young boy did not come to see her immediately when he returned. Instead, he stayed in the room with a woman for 2 days and nights. This made her very sad, but as a noble lady, she knew she had to overcome these feelings. Still, it left her feeling uncomfortable inside. Fortunately, this scoundrel did not forget her while in the imperial capital. He knew to buy some jewelry to please his wife. Enan came to Freya's room and saw her looking mournful like a widow. He immediately knelt on one knee, took off a ring from his wife's ring finger, and casually tossed it aside. Then, he put a new wedding ring on her finger. Because of his mischievous taste, he always kept her original ring, which sometimes made Freya feel awkward inside. Freya covered her mouth and looked at her young man, who was acting so romantically. Tears of emotion welled up in her eyes. "Darling," Enan kissed her hand. "This is a special DuPont emerald from the imperial capital, set in the ring. It looks very much like the style of my sword. Do you like it, my lady?" "Yes," Freya nodded with her hand over her mouth. A few flax-colored strands of hair fell as she lowered her head, brushing against Enan's nose, carrying a faint fragrance. Enan stood up directly, lifted Freya from the vanity chair, and carried her across the room to the bed. He placed her down and then pressed down on her. "My lady is already so beautiful. Why do you still look in the mirror and dress up every day?" Enan expressed his longing to Freya. "It makes me more and more captivated." At this moment, Freya finally showed a shy expression in front of Enan, saying nothing. Seeing her acting so girlish, Enan found it amusing. He smiled slightly, then slowly uttered 2 words. 2 days later, Enan left the room, and the maid slowly entered to tidy up. Meanwhile, this scoundrel carried his toolbox and headed toward Aurora's room. "Brother Enan." Aurora saw that Enan finally came to see her and couldn't help but feel excited. She threw herself into his arms. But when she saw the toolbox, her face suddenly turned red. She secretly cursed Enan as a bad guy in her heart. Seeing this little cutie, Enan picked her up. "I've helped you find your mother." Aurora suddenly showed complex emotions. She didn't know how to face her mother. And Enan, the mischievous devil who toys with people's hearts, was there to comfort her when she felt helpless. To deal with Aurora, he had his own way. No need to say anything. Just pick her up and give her a firm kiss. After 2 more days, Enan finally left the room. Thus, after taking good care of his household, this scoundrel moved on to the next step. This time, because of his status as an imperial counselor, Enan held 2 barren titles. He directly ordered the steward to gather military officers and politicians from 3 territories, along with some prominent figures, including Yuan's wife and daughter, to meet at the Rosen Territory's council hall. Everyone who was notified hurriedly arrived. They put aside whatever they were doing, whether it was their elderly mother seriously ill and near death, or their beautiful wife or mistress caught cheating, and rushed to the scene immediately. The entire council hall was filled with dozens of people. Enan hadn't arrived yet, and no one dared to sit down. Enan slowly entered the hall, dressed in a black and gold noble outfit. He walked to the front and then surveyed everyone present. No one dared to meet his gaze for more than 3 seconds, which pleased him. "Everyone sit down." Enan waved his hand to signal them to sit. Then he placed his hands on the table, fingers intertwined, and said, "I want to emphasize a few things. First, regarding the recent killing order, 3 days from now, I will have all the Moding tribe members, including those involved with them, killed." Enan clenched his right fist and lightly coughed near his mouth. "Everyone, do not entertain any false hope. If anyone secretly hides a few black slaves at home, I will make their entire family pay the price together." His words immediately stirred a storm of fear and tension. Everyone present broke out in cold sweat, tightening their bodies and daring not to breathe loudly. "Second, I will draft 1,000 soldiers from the regular army to form a guard force." Enan often showed small tricks, and now he took out a dagger from his pocket, calmly trimming his nails. Usually, small territories rely on soldiers for patrols, without creating a special department. But now, things are different. Enan rules over 3 territories, so a dedicated unit is necessary. This guard force will not only maintain order, but also fight illegal activities, such as tax evasion or selling illegal goods. Enan's sharp eyes swept over everyone, like a hawk. The atmosphere became even more tense. The man at the front looked like a beast, glaring fiercely, ready to attack at any moment. Many people were so scared by this presence that they broke out in cold sweat. They clenched their thighs tightly, trying not to show any signs of fear. "I know some of you have been involved in these activities before. I can pretend I didn't see it and let it go," Enan said, placing his dagger on the table, startling everyone. "But from now on, anyone who dares to continue will be eliminated." The people who had been involved in these wrongdoings gasped for breath, as if they had just been given a second chance. Luo Ling watched her master's commanding presence from below, admiration shining in her purple eyes. This little fox wanted to rush into his arms, eager to be loved and pampered by him. "Last thing, Luo Ling, Enan looked at his adorable little fox and called her directly. His voice was calm, without blame, but it still startled Luo Ling. Yes. Luo Ling immediately stood up, legs together, straightening her back, ready for battle. My lord, what are your orders? Come up here. Enan beckoned with a calm gaze. Luo Ling ran quickly to Enan's side, knelt on one knee, and looked up at her master. Enan stood up, drew his sword from his waist, and rested it on the little fox's shoulder. I declare that from today on, Luo Ling officially becomes a member of the Empire's nobility. The Empire will bestow upon her the title of Violet Baron. Enan didn't say a long, ceremonial speech like Nancy. Instead, he simply said one sentence, and his little fox immediately rose to a higher status. Everyone was in shock. They stared with wide eyes, not knowing where their lord had found such a noble title. This was a huge leap forward. If you haven't been a commoner, you wouldn't understand their strong desire and ambition to become nobles. Some wealthy merchants, from the moment they had some spare money, would support charity projects and similar activities to make themselves look good and catch their lord's attention, all just to get closer to the noble circle. If ordinary people had a chance to become nobles, even if it meant making a deal with a demon or selling their soul and conscience, they wouldn't hesitate. Luo Ling also looked at Enan in disbelief, tears of gratitude shining in her eyes. She wasn't happy just because she gained a noble title, but because she was loved and favored by her lord. This fox girl from the tribe would now become a legend in the northern lands. She went from a lowly beast man made to a noble, which made everyone present jealous. They swore to serve Enan loyally and hoped for their own chance to rise to nobility. Enan helped Luo Ling up from her kneeling position, embraced her publicly, and kissed her amid everyone's shock. After a long moment, they slowly parted. Enan looked at everyone and said, "And she is also my woman. From now on, anyone who looks at her with disdain or treats her differently because she's a beast man, just wait and see." Luo Ling felt completely numb. Her master's commanding presence was so powerful that any woman would be captivated by it. Finally, Enan slowly looked at Yuan's wife and daughter. After careful thought, he decided to grant the title to Yuan's widow. Normally, it would have been more appropriate to give the title to Yuan's bloodline, but Enan chose to honor the elder, showing respect to the lady. However, his decision wasn't driven by desire or kindness. He wanted to strengthen the unity of his territory to the highest level. He aimed to make everyone loyal and willing to serve him wholeheartedly. When Yuan's widow heard she could also be granted a noble title, her eyes showed disbelief and surprise, as if she was dreaming. She quickly ran in her black dress to Enan. When she was about to kneel, Enan immediately held her arm to stop her. Luo Ling was dressed in armor. Kneeling on one knee was fine, but the elegant and polite viscount Enan wouldn't let this lady in a dress kneel. Such an act would embarrass her. Yuan's widow didn't expect Enan to notice these details. A hint of gratitude appeared in her eyes. Then, Enan officially bestowed her the noble title of Baron in front of everyone, giving her the surname Silver Lake. From now on, she was the Baron of Silver Lake. Of course, her territory wouldn't be given to her. Amid the cheers of the crowd, Enan slowly left and got into his carriage. This lord had never been used to being close to his people, which everyone in the territory knew well. But that didn't diminish their admiration and respect for him. Enan got on the carriage, and the female knight on the warhorse was about to whip the reins when she saw a little girl in a small dress running over with tiny steps. Joanna, the daughter of Yuan, was running quickly. Her burgundy twin tails swung in the wind, and her black leather shoes paired with over-the-knee white stockings made her delicate legs look very eye-catching. Finally, she stopped at the window of the carriage and called out softly, "Uncle Enan." Enan, who was not yet in the uncle age group, immediately frowned. He drew back the curtain to see who dared to be so rude, calling the lord by his name without respect. Then, seeing it was this girl a few years younger than himself, he hesitated for a moment but chose not to sit in the carriage to look down at her. Instead, he got off the carriage to see what this old friend's daughter wanted. Enan was a person who, if you didn't infringe on his interests, might give you some face and get along peacefully. "What's wrong?" Enan slowly approached Joanna, ruffling her hair to show closeness. "Has someone been bullying you recently?" Joanna shook her head to deny it. "Uncle Enan, Joanna wants to become a knight, like my father, to serve you loyally and protect this land. Hearing this, Enan's eyes showed some complexity. If this girl knew the truth, she might realize that the man in front of her was actually her father's enemy. After all, it was he who forced Yuan to go to war to protect their safety. Would she still choose to remain loyal to Enan then? That was hard to say. Yuan had died unwillingly. He chose to go to battle only because his wife's life was threatened. You are very cute, Joanna, Enan said, tousling her hair. Such a lovely girl. I really can't bear to let you train or go to the battlefield. No. Joanna wants to train. Joanna clenched Enan's hand. Joanna also wants to be like Sister Luo Ling, to become your female warrior, the heroine of the land. Uncle Enan, you once said that no matter what kind of person I want to become, you would do your best to support me. Joanna, I beg you. Enan paused slightly. Since you've made your decision, I will support you. In a few days, I will take you to the imperial capital to enroll in the Imperial Knight Academy. If you feel upset there, remember to contact me, understand? Finally, Enan encouraged her a little and sent her back to her mother's side before getting on the carriage to return to the castle. He went to the study, tapped the bell on the desk, and the head maid immediately came in, waiting for her lord's orders. How is Irene Shue lately? Enan looked at the middle-aged woman, who has been taking care of his daily needs since she was young. She slightly bowed and saluted. That young lady still seems to have trouble adjusting to being a maid. She didn't understand what kind of madness her lord was in, arranging his woman to work as a maid in the castle. It made her hard to manage. Who knew if this couple was arguing? If they made up in a few days, and she took her job seriously, treating Irene Shue as a maid, wouldn't she be a sinner? Enan sneered coldly. Call her in to see me. This time, he wanted to see if this woman still obeyed. If she dared to disobey, she would continue to serve with a belt. Soon, Irene Shue entered the room slowly, dressed as a maid. Enan admired her outfit from below. The skirt was knee-length with pleats, and the black hem swayed gently with her small movements. White stockings subtly outlined her thighs. The white-fitted top hugged her slender waist perfectly, highlighting her delicate curves. But when you looked into her eyes, those icy blue pupils were cold and disdainful, like a spoiled maid. Enan found this amusing. He took out a toolbox and placed it on the table, causing Irene Shue to tremble slightly. This was spending wildly, using every project on her. She really didn't want to carry out those training programs for the obedient K9 anymore. But if she didn't do well, he threatened to never let Aurora see her. That was truly hateful. Enan patted his thigh. You sit down, and I won't open this box. Irene Shue clenched her teeth and glared at him fiercely. Reluctantly, she sat on his lap, which made Enan recall the warm and happy times they once shared. Enan gently kissed her, his eyes full of love. But this made Irene Shue feel very sick, because this man could pretend to be anything he wanted whenever he chose. Enan didn't care. He believed that slowly, he could change her mind, and now was a good opportunity. Did you know? Your mother visited me before, looking for you. Enan held Irene Shue in his arms and gently stroked her smooth hair. I think she must be very worried about you. Irene Shue couldn't help but feel a flash of anger. She knew that next, this man would probably threaten her. But then, what Enan said next shocked her. I've prepared paper and pen for you. Write a letter to your mother and send it to let her know you're safe. Enan pressed his forehead against hers. Don't make your family worry about you. Okay. I also promised your mother that once I find you, we will have a wedding. All these words were true. Except for the wedding, Enan hadn't lied to Irene Shue. Irene Shue's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this man suddenly be so kind? What tricks was he planning now? Wait, what did he say? Wedding? Is he crazy? Irene Shue's eyes widened with disbelief, as if she were looking at a madman. Ignoring the deep hatred between them and the complicated relationship between the man holding her and her adopted daughter, she even set aside her obsession with her late husband. Based on her current status as the pure and virtuous heir of the Holy Maiden, she could never marry Enan. This was her last confidence to escape his grasp. If she married this man, would the Holy Maiden title be lost? Not to mention, would she even admit to being Irene Shue? A Holy Maiden's heir marrying a man would surely make Atia the laughingstock of the entire continent. No way. I will never marry you, even if I die. Aileen Snow looked at the man with a bitter and angry expression. What do you want? I have already let you trample on my dignity. Are you still not satisfied? Enan continued to act kindly, looking at her gently and softly touching her cheek. You know how much I miss you since you left me. You can only be mine. Anyone who tries to take you away from me will pay the price. Anyone who tries to stop us from being together, even a noble lady, I will eliminate her forever. Aileen Snow felt sick at this obsessive possessiveness. No matter what, I will never admit or accept you. Forget about it. This woman was very strange. Even though her body fully belonged to Enan, she still had silly limits. She thought that by firmly standing her ground and being willing to die, she could make Enan give up his idea. But the devil's shamelessness was far beyond her imagination. Enan showed a mischievous smile. I give you two choices. First, marry me. You will get my love and respect. From now on, you will be the third wife of the Hill family, loved by hundreds of thousands of people. Second, if you refuse, I will use all my resources, selling everything I have, borrowing soldiers from other nobles, to gather a large army. We will attack the Snow Country and take your foster mother, Zwenina, to marry her. The devil slowly took out a ring pillow from his chest, showing her 2 rings embedded with snow diamonds. Do you want me to be your husband, or to be your father? I give you 10 seconds to think. Shameless. Aileen Snow couldn't believe such a person existed in this world. It was simply heartless. 10, 9, 8, 7. But Enan didn't care about her and started a tense countdown. Under this pressure, anyone would have to make a quick choice, like facing a ticking bomb. If it's not stopped, lives could be at risk. I agree. Aileen Snow had no time to think. She could only instinctively hurry to end this deadly countdown. Even because of this specific way of training, her obedience increased by 3%. Since their reunion, Aaron Snow's obedience, which was only 34% at first, has risen to 45% after these days of careful care from Enan. Enan nodded happily and said, From now on, I don't want you to have any feelings for your ex-husband. If I get jealous, you know what will happen. Hearing this warning, Aaron Snow felt a wave of despair. But suddenly, she remembered something. Wait, you have to agree to one condition first, or I won't agree at all. Aaron Snow gritted her teeth, trying to negotiate. Tell me what it is. Enan looked at her with interest, gently wrapping his arm around her waist, making their bodies closer. Aaron Snow, in Enan's arms, looked complicated. You must cut all ties with Aurora and send her back to the Snow Country. Right now, she just wanted to protect Aurora and escape from here. I don't think I can do that. Enan hesitated slightly. That little cutie. Even if I want to send her away, she will beg me to let her stay. What did you say? Aaron Snow couldn't believe it. She looked up sharply at Enan. That's impossible. Nothing is impossible. Enan rang a small bell and ordered a maid to call Aurora. Soon after, the two reunited. Aaron Snow immediately broke free from Enan's embrace, holding Aurora and crying, Baby, it's my fault. Forgive me. Aurora was also very touched. Even if she was upset, she believed that Aaron Snow's current behavior was because she had no choice but to leave her. Then, after settling the bill, Aaron Snow found that, in front of Aurora and Enan, she seemed more like an outsider. Even after paying, Aurora knew that Enan had lied about her leaving on her own, but she didn't blame him. She wanted to be his little lover for a lifetime. That was enough, because she was happy with Enan. Zwenina received a letter from her daughter, along with a wedding invitation. She couldn't believe it. Why? What exactly happened? Aaron Snow clearly hated the humans so much. How could this be? But now, she faces an even bigger problem. The Queen of the Snow Country refuses to have trade or any contact with humans or any other nations or races. This race has built their country in a pure land behind the Snow Dragon Mountains, living peacefully and avoiding conflict forever. This closed-off nation only interacts with the elves, who are also shy and socially anxious. However, Snow Nina knows the tricks of that man. Recently, a dark joke spread in the Snow Country. A noble lord in the north kills more people than the population in his own territory. Whenever the Snow people hear this joke, they mock how serious human internal conflicts are and think the kind Snow folk are better. But only Snow Nina knows that the main character of this dark joke is Enan, and he has a very serious criminal record. Once, there was a guy named Rosen who refused to do business with him. As a result, Rosen's territory was taken over, his wife was taken, and even his soldiers and citizens worked hard for him. That day, when her carriage was decorated with that strange family crest, the citizens' genuine respect for her was obvious. They weren't forced at all. Your Majesty the Queen. Aileen Shui. Snow Nina looks at the familiar handwriting on the letter. What should I do about this? That noble human is just a devil. Snow Nina hesitates for a moment. Then she can only hand over her invitation and go see how her adopted daughter is doing to find out what really happened. In recent days, the Izur Empire's rat extermination plan has been successfully completed. Even some women who spoke out for the Morden tribe were directly killed. These scoundrels only said a few words, then were sent to the guillotine by the angry crowd, fulfilling their dream to become members of the Morden tribe. And these demons of the Morden tribe, under Justice's judgment, all shouted about unfairness. This made others laugh at their complaints. Is the world fair? Not at all. On this continent, many people, once born, believe that what is yours is yours. If it's not in your fate, don't have big ambitions. For example, take the Morden and Snow tribes. A woman born with Morden tribal genes can only rely on their own products for a living. Aside from some people with special hobbies, no one would approach them. But the Snow tribe is different. Whether purebred or mixed, their cold aura and fair skin tend to awaken a man's desire to possess. That's just how it is. Another example is the Night Paradise Club in the imperial capital, where the entrance fee is 100,000 gold coins. Yet, even those who have saved gold from 10 generations of ancestors can't afford it. Stop. Halt. I can't say more. Let's move on to the next topic. Life is precious. Many noble families and important figures across the continent are now giving dangerous looks, as if they are preparing to take advantage of this turmoil to start their own cleanup campaigns. There are also a few countries where the Morden tribe has become a powerful force, condemning Empress Teresa XVI of Izur through diplomatic channels. But the young empress shows no sign of worry. Instead, she smiles sweetly in her palace, eating pieces of dragon milk mousse cake. She even uses her little finger to wipe the cream from her lips and eats it openly. Then she squints her eyes into crescent moons, showing a sweet smile. After accomplishing this, Nancy and Fiona, two cunning women, give her another bad idea, planning to push her to the peak of power. She's about to be taken to new heights again. What a lucky girl. The amusing traditions of the Izur royal family have finally started to show their power. Recent events prove that this heir with different colored eyes definitely has of luck. Enan sits quietly in his study, flipping through documents. On his left ring finger, he wears 2 wedding rings, one with an emerald gemstone and another with a snow diamond. Both rings have communication and storage functions, which are very rare. Suddenly, the rings glow, surprising Enan with a message request from Nancy. Usually, they communicate through letters, not magic signals, unless it's an emergency. Count Nancy, Enan murmurs thoughtfully, deciding to be polite. What is your command? A mature female voice came from the ring, saying, get ready. Later, use the magic projection to attend the Empire's council. This time, there is also a proposal. When the time comes, vote in favor. Enan was slightly surprised. Nancy spoke so directly? This was very unusual for her. It must be something important to make her act this way. But before he could ask, the communication was cut off. Then, Enan opened the door to his study and went into a secret room. He set up the magic projection device, waiting for the council to begin. Princess Teresa, the young empress, placed her hands on the gemstone of the emperor's scepter, looking fierce. She praised the counselors for their cooperation during this operation and rewarded Fiona, the proposer of the bill, and Enan, who suggested it, with a large amount of gold coins. Enan only moved his mouth during the trial, and he received 500,000 gold coins. This made him feel extremely loyal to Her Majesty Teresa. Even if the young empress wanted to make him her personal servant in the palace, he wouldn't frown. Fiona's reward was even more generous. 5 million gold coins. The young empress was really willing to spend money. But this also shocked Enan. He realized he was now in her sight. This was not a good sign. Next, Fiona began explaining the entire process of the recent killing order on stage, reviewing the good and bad parts of the operation. Enan listened to her long-winded speech. When he grew impatient, Fiona finally made a proposal. The more Enan listened, the darker his face became. Other nobles felt the same. Finally, during the voting, Enan hesitated no longer and cast a vote against. This proposal had no chance of passing. After the council ended, Enan directly smashed the magic projection device on the ground. Although it was valuable, this showed his anger. Fiona and Nancy, these two scoundrels. How dare they? Enan's face darkened. He flipped the desk, kicked open the secret room door, and stormed out. Fiona wanted to implement a household registration system in the Empire, recording all citizens' information. Originally, only nobles and their families had such records, but now they wanted to register everyone? This is not the end. Citizens with household registration will have all their taxes collected by imperial tax officials, who will take 40% each month and send the rest to the Empire. The Empire takes 10%, and the lords keep 30%. How could she let this happen? If Enan dares to choose the wrong side this time, the northern nobles will definitely target him first. Nancy wants Enan to sacrifice himself? How could Enan let her do that? Enan returned to his study. His communication ring lit up again. The fool took off the ring and put it in the drawer, temporarily blocking and deleting her. Don't call him ungrateful. Nancy has helped him a lot, but Enan has also paid a lot. Their relationship is just about mutual benefit, like a big fist and a small fist. Moreover, the bet Nancy placed on Enan, those few coins, are nothing compared to what the Countess of Rose Knight in the imperial capital has. She just threw a little bait and hoped to catch Enan. This big shark? That's impossible. This proposal even harms Enan, or rather, the core interests of most nobles. At the same time, two northern senators are secretly planning to work together. After all, the North is outside the law of the Empire. If they cooperate here, it's all over. The Grand Duke of Frostwolf will definitely deal with these two small figures in the future. So, Enan plans to ask his butler to send a wedding invitation to the Marquis of Will's estate. But before he could finish writing, Marquis will send someone to find him with a wedding invitation. This nearly 100-year-old man is starting a marriage alliance just because of this proposal? Does he even have that ability? But now is not the time to think about these strange things. Even if Will told Enan that his mother had come back to life and today was her 200th birthday, Enan would rush over. Enan used to have deep grudges with all the nobles in the north. But that's in the past. Now, well, men are men. After a few drinks, they become good friends again, right? Moreover, Enan once pledged loyalty to the kind and great Miss Neef. The two cunning women in the imperial capital were drinking and toasting. When Nancy saw that the ring on her finger didn't respond, she looked at it with interest. It seems that the little troublemaker is scared too. He simply cut the rope around his neck and ran to someone else's house. Fiona pushed up her glasses and stared at the red wine in her glass. I believe he will figure it out soon, and then he will come back to you. Nancy didn't care at all and smiled. The little dog needs to be let out to play, so he can realize how good his original owner was. Fiona fell silent for a moment and didn't reply. After a while, there's nothing more. I'm going home now, Fiona said, setting down her glass. Next time at the council, I will continue to propose this idea. Then we can see the attitude of those bandits. When Fiona returned home, she picked up her husband's photo and gently touched it. She muttered, I hope you won't blame me. This empire shouldn't be like this. Then she lay down on the bed and slowly fell asleep. Enan was already at Earl Wilbur's estate, attending his wedding party. This time, all the northern lords, including some prominent figures from the northern provinces, had come. Old Wilbur had really married a young noblewoman in her 20s, who was the daughter of a marquis from the Frostwolf Duchy. Enan didn't belong to that social circle. At this moment, he was drinking happily with a group of counts from the northern provinces, as if they had been old friends. After all, he was a senator from the imperial capital. How could he sit at the same table with those viscounts from the north? Viscount Enan, I didn't expect you to look so young yet be so generous, said an older count, raising his glass and drinking wine. Enan, not caring about appearances, took a big sip and wiped his mouth with his sleeve. Meeting Count Thornton today is my honor. I am so pleased that I couldn't help but drink to celebrate. After saying this, the two exchanged smiles. This little fox was not inferior to the group of old foxes. As the banquet drew to a close and Wilbur's new wife returned to her room, the atmosphere became strangely tense. The lively laughter just now contrasted sharply with the eerie silence now. Neef also appeared in everyone's view and sat down gracefully. However, there was a deep, dark feeling in her eyes. Her father, who was about 100 years old, found her a stepmother close to her age. The key point is that Will now has the ability to make his new wife pregnant. That means someone is holding a knife to her neck. But right now, she can still protect her position. A move she once made caused Enan to pledge loyalty, and now it's finally useful. Although the loyalty ceremony became quite funny with Nancy's arrival, she has already left, hasn't she? She is now everyone's enemy, isn't she? That means she has become Enan's mistress. Viscount Enan. Neef took out a glass of red wine and clinked it with his. How have you been lately? Enan looked at this old lover he had forgotten, feeling very close. Miss Neef, seeing your smile, my gloomy mood suddenly feels better. Neef covered her mouth and chuckled softly, then leaned in and whispered in his ear, my father said that Viscount Enan is very good at talking. He hopes you will say some wedding congratulations later, and he will give you 100 tulip gemstone as a reward. Enan knew what that old fox wanted him to do, but as long as he showed support, he could get a batch of tulip gemstones worth 300,000 gold coins. Even if he was seen as the one taking the lead, so what? This would be his armor. As long as he leads the way, no one in the north wants to see him die for now. Others haven't had the chance yet. So, now he must go up and say some nice words, subtly showing his resistance to this proposal. This two-faced person directly stepped onto the stage. He clenched his fist and cleared his throat softly, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Whether it was the Marquis or the Count, everyone wanted to see what this politician would say. Today I am honored to attend Count Wilbur's wedding, he began, offering a series of congratulatory words. Then he shifted tone. However, what he said earlier wasn't very popular, but when he said these two words, everything changed. Everyone focused intently. Recently, I've noticed that the northern border seems unstable, with bandits often appearing, Enan said with a fierce look in his eyes. Just in time, I want to suggest something to Count Wilbur. I believe all the lords in the northern border should each send 100 soldiers to form a law enforcement team to fight these bandits. At the same time, I suggest the entire northern border should be within this law enforcement team's reach. Anyone daring to steal from us, we will deal with them, to protect everyone's rights. What do you all think? Wilbur, the old man, led the applause. Good. Viscount Enan, that's a good suggestion. His applause immediately lifted the mood of the whole room. Thus, this man spoke a few words and gained a lot of shiny gold in return. Enan sat in the carriage heading back to the city, slowly trimming his nails with a dagger, his face showing an unreadable expression. This matter was too important, and Enan couldn't come up with anything valuable to give Tiffany and Liliana, so those two witches wouldn't interfere. At most, they would appear only if Enan faced life-threatening danger. At 3 a.m., Enan returned to the castle and found the main bedroom light still on. Freya was at the dressing table, taking care of her skin. This lady was really worried about aging. She was just an ordinary beauty and had no special means to keep her looks forever. Enan slowly approached her and buried himself in her embrace. Freya's eyes showed a maternal glow as she gently stroked Enan's hair. My dear, I knew you had drunk a lot last night, so I prepared some hangover tea for you to drink when you return. Enan looked up and kissed her directly, then picked her up sideways. Just treating my wife to help with the hangover. The author has an important reminder, especially for younger readers. Please check. By around 10 in the morning, Enan slowly woke up. He quietly kissed the exhausted Freya and prepared to go to the dining room, leaving his wife to sleep lazily in the master bedroom. In the dining room, only Eileen Shui and Aurora were eating together. Now, their status was no longer that of snow servants, so they enjoyed this treatment. Otherwise, if they had dared to sit at the table when Enan was not around in the past, he would have definitely taught them some manners. When Aurora saw Enan, her eyes narrowed into a pair of crescent moons. Her cute smile was very healing, which made Enan's previously gloomy face brighten up quite a bit. Eileen Shui, on the other hand, looked a little stiff when she saw him, clearly trying to save face in front of Aurora. Enan paid no attention to her. Later, after Aurora left, he would naturally teach her what kind of expression and attitude she should have in front of her fiancé. Enan went straight to Aurora's seat, picked her up and sat her on his lap, taking her place at her original seat. Brother Enan. Aurora felt a bit happy. She thought that after Enan and Eileen Shui got engaged, she, as his little lover, would have to keep some distance from Enan in front of Eileen Shui. But apparently, that was not necessary anymore. She still liked to be playful and spend time with Enan. Thinking of this, the little cutie smiled sweetly again, picked up half of her cake, and offered it to Enan's mouth. Eat a bite, it's very delicious. Enan bit into it and chewed slowly, then slowly showed a smile. It's a pity it's not as good as Aurora's. Hearing this, Aurora blushed and mumbled softly, bad guy. Enan found this amusing and, with his finger, dabbed some cream onto her delicate little nose, making her cover her mouth to laugh nonstop. Eileen Shui watched the two people nearby with a strange feeling in her heart. Was this some kind of public display of affection? She felt very uncomfortable but couldn't do anything about it. After settling the bill with Aurora, she finally accepted the reality. When the time came, Aurora prepared to go to her etiquette class. Before leaving, she warned Enan not to drink too much alcohol in the future, or she would have to lock the door to her room. Eileen Shui's face immediately darkened when she heard this. Why did Aurora become like this? Once the little cutie left, Enan finished eating the leftover cake. The maids then brought out raw beast meat and red wine. Few nobles eat raw beast meat as openly as Enan, but don't misunderstand. This man's interest isn't just a simple hobby. Every word he says, every action he takes, and even his small gestures carry deeper meaning. In fact, every movement he makes constantly shows the power of body language, persuasion, and dominance. After eating the raw beast meat, Enan unbuttoned his shirt and drank his wine loudly and without care for his image. This made Eileen Shui frown. No matter which woman he was with, he always kept a noble appearance. But in front of her, he looked like a wild beast. Enan glanced at Eileen Shui. With just that look, she knew he definitely had no good intentions. She knew Enan too well. Sure enough, this scoundrel's words almost made her lose her composure. Want it? Enan put down his wine glass and looked at her. I like your serious face because it makes me think about how to conquer you all the time. You. Eileen Shui wanted to raise her hand and scold him for being shameless, but then she felt it wasn't appropriate. She could only grit her teeth and stare at him. Enan picked up a dinner knife, rubbing his thumb along the blade. That was a sign he was ready to kill if necessary. If it came to that, and Eileen Shui still didn't realize the situation, he wouldn't hesitate to kill her. He would rather give up any rewards from the system than let any woman he met in the future forget that once they reached engagement stage, they had to obey him. Now I want to tell you 3 things. As your future husband, I need to remind you. Then Enan put down the knife and held up 3 fingers toward Eileen Shui. First, as the lady of the Hill family, in the future, when we are in public together, you are not allowed to give me a sour face. No matter what I do to you, you must keep a happy smile. This is not negotiable, or I will make you try all the treasures in the toolbox. Second, I want to emphasize again that if you ever let me know you have any thoughts of missing your ex-husband, you will regret it. I am very jealous, so don't even think about challenging my limits. When Eileen Shui heard these words, she was immediately stunned by this bossy language. This man can be jealous? Are you sure he's not just possessive? And isn't this man the type to throw away anyone he considers unworthy, just like he did with her before? Just like her past self. Even now, Eileen Shui still remembers the cold look on Enan's face when he abandoned her in front of Ron. So what is the third point? Coming back to her senses, Eileen Shui only heard the final explosive words. The third point, and the most important one, is that I will not have a formal wife position because I don't want anyone to take away any of my power. Therefore, the heir of the Hill family can only be Freya's child, because she is a pure Isle person. This is something you cannot compare to. Even if you have 10 sons, you must show your proper respect to her. If you dare to do anything to hurt her, I will send you to meet the Lord. As long as you do what a wife should do, from now on, anyone who dares offend you, I will send an army of over 10,000 to chase them to the ends of the earth, until death. Enan slowly stood up, looking down at her with sharp, eagle-like eyes full of fierce intent. Do you understand? I understand. At this moment, Irene Shui was completely stunned because this unreasonable man was incredibly handsome. Even if the person being warned was her, she still couldn't help but have these thoughts. Good. Enan showed a gentle smile, knelt on one knee, took her finger in his hand, and put a ring on her finger. Congratulations, from now on, you are my wife. In a while, I will hold a wedding. To make you the happiest woman in the world. Eileen Shui felt dizzy and disoriented. This man's charm with words was unmatched by anyone. His harsh words and actions still left her stunned. While she was confused, the man suddenly picked her up around the waist and carried her into the bedroom. She only came to her senses when he took off her shoes, and she silently cursed his shamelessness. Humph, just a mere Eileen Shui? How dare she show attitude in front of the great Viscount Enan? The demon secretly felt proud. Wait, how can this be? No, this isn't right. Why not? It's just here. Let's try it. 2 more days passed. Enan managed to calm down the icy beauty who liked to frown. Although her obedience didn't increase much, the main goal was to make her accept her position. Thinking of this, Enan hurried to find his beloved wife, Freya. She was a simple, beautiful woman who didn't need any manipulative tricks. He had to comfort her. If she felt insecure, her obedience might drop drastically. Recently, Freya learned that Enan planned to marry another wife, a beautiful snow girl. She panicked. She didn't have the gene for eternal youth like the Snow Tribe, and she was already 10 years older than Enan. Freya touched her face in the mirror. Her delicate features showed maturity, but a hint of sadness flickered in her eyes. Would that little boy start to dislike her in a few years? And they didn't have children yet, which was her biggest regret. Seeing her sad expression, Enan immediately knelt before her on one knee and took her hand. Madam, after this busy period, can I accompany you back to your hometown? He asked softly, kissing her hand. Freya was touched. It seemed that the little boy still cared for her. My dear, thank you. By the way, I don't know what that young lady likes. She took some jewelry from her dressing table drawer and handed it to Enan. These are some of my savings over the years. You can pick a few to give to that snow girl. No need. She doesn't deserve your things. Enan directly lifted her waist and said, give me some time. I will definitely get the holy water from the snow country for you, so you won't have to stare at the mirror in confusion anymore. With that, the scoundrel placed a black lace eye mask on her in front of Freya's touched eyes. A few days later, Enan visited the military camp to check on the Yugwang Knight Regiment. These ordinary people want to become knights quickly, but they must use the system's methods, which are very expensive. If the initial light armor soldiers of the Violet Watch each cost about 100 gold coins to produce, then the Yugwang Knights cost around 200 gold coins per person. Moreover, training the Yugwang Knight Regiment is very costly. The horses eat special grass imported from the northern province every day. 500 horses eat about 300 gold coins worth of feed daily. Enan is now considered a major customer among the small nobles of the northern province. Careless fool, Enan gently patted the head of a white Yugwang warhorse beside him. The horse didn't dare resist. It was very intelligent and knew not to provoke this human. Enan currently has about 1 million gold coins, which he managed to gather after earning 800,000 in the past few days. This scoundrel was just a poor guy who could barely support an army before. But now, even with so much money, he can't expand his army. In the Iser Empire, a viscount's territory includes at most 500 cavalry and 20,000 infantry. Recruiting more soldiers would be seen as rebellion. Even training those soldiers was done through secret means, not counted as part of the territory's official forces. The current knights have little combat experience and can't level up. So, Enan went straight to the Violet Watch Legion, which now has 5,000 soldiers, his true strength. After some thought, Enan entered the tent and handed 800,000 to Luo Ling. Handle this money yourself. Upgrade the units that need to be upgraded. Let the soldiers eat whatever good food they want. If you need magic herbs for promotion, tell Carl to buy them. Hurry and promote them to Tier 5 warriors. The little fox, who had never seen so much money, was stunned. Her ears stood straight up. How did her master suddenly change from a poor, domineering person into a powerful CEO? And such great trust. Oh my, 80,000 gold coins directly knocked out a little fox. Yes, master. The little fox gently took off its armor, looking eagerly at Enan. Enan pinched Luo Ling's ear, smiled softly, and suddenly took a bite. In the evening, Enan finally came out of the tent, carefully reminding Luo Ling to stock up more healing flowers. If the Snow Country dares to refuse him again, he will send this cavalry to show them some color. This cavalry's appearance would definitely shock the entire Izur Empire, because there are no knights in the Empire who can use healing magic. Of course, it's not because the Izur Empire is behind. It ranks in the top 5 on the continent. If internal conflicts weren't so fierce, it could be even higher. However, the nobles of the Izur Empire are different from those in other empires. They don't train priests to become knights, because priests are the rarest profession in the Izur Empire. This tradition started thousands of years ago when a group was sent to the Holy Church Empire, the strongest on the continent, to secretly learn healing magic, which has been passed down to this day. The Holy Church doesn't want to come here to spread religion. It's not that the nobles of the Izur Empire don't welcome them. On the contrary, they really hope the church people will come to preach. But the church people dare not come. Everyone on the continent agrees that the people of the Izur Empire are all crazy. Once, the strongest empire on the continent sent missionaries to spread religion here, but they faced taxes on entering the city, church construction taxes, missionary taxes, and a bunch of other complicated fees. The nobles of Izur, furious, saw them as helpless lambs ready for slaughter. And that's not all. After paying these fees, no one came to listen to their sermons. They had to pay money to the common people to come to the church, so they would listen to a few words. They kept this up for a month. The priests thought the common people had all become believers and could stop paying. But on that day, no one showed up. In the end, they concluded, the entire Izur Empire is full of money-hungry lunatics. They don't believe in God at all. They only believe in money. This result caused the Holy Church Empire's emperor and pope to tear apart several Bibles, thus putting the Izur Empire on a blacklist for missionary work. This empire is also nicknamed the Devil Nobles Training Camp, because whenever nobles from other countries visit, their hearts tend to turn dark. Fortunately, these crazy people often fight among themselves, so no one wants to provoke them. Otherwise, these greedy fools would gather together and rush into others' homes, stealing all the gold and beautiful women. Suddenly, a servant came to Enan and told him that Shanina had arrived in the territory. The author mentioned including a map. Enan entered the hall, where Freya was hosting a noblewoman from the Snow tribe. She looked reluctant, clearly not happy about the wedding. But forget about Eileen Snow. She can't escape either. Who has time to care about others? This foolish beauty doesn't realize that Enan plans to keep her confined in the castle until the Snow Queen agrees to his demands. Seeing Enan's stern expression, Shanina couldn't help but feel nervous. She wondered if he was in a bad mood. Enan glanced at Freya, who wisely left the hall, leaving the two of them alone. Enan sat on the sofa, and servants quickly brought strong wine. The man drank it all in one gulp, then looked at Shanina. "Madam, you haven't kept your promise to me?" He ignored the wedding talk and went straight to the point. Sure enough, this foolish beauty had forgotten her original reason for coming to the human territory. A flash of panic appeared on her face as she organized her words and spoke slowly. "Unfortunately, Your Majesty the Queen said that the Snow Country will not open trade with the human empire. I am powerless." The maids poured dragon breath barley wine for Enan again. The orange liquid emitted a strong aroma, filling the entire hall. "All right then, I will hold a meeting in the territory tomorrow. You can come and listen," Enan said, setting down his wine. "At the same time, I will use the magic image stone to broadcast it to your queen in real time. I will show my sincerity at the meeting," he added, his sharp eyes scanning Shanina. "But this is my last act of patience." Shanina was so frightened by his gaze that her hair stood on end. What meeting? Enan gently took Shanina's hand and kissed it. "You'll find out when the time comes." Shanina tried a few times to pull her hand back, but the scoundrel clearly wouldn't let go, holding it tightly. This made her face flush with embarrassment. She had always lived alone in the snowy land, raising Eileen Snow by herself. Had she ever been close to a man? But this man was too rebellious. He was about to marry Eileen Snow, yet he dared to touch her? Did he have no sense of morality? She felt both ashamed and angry. Her cheeks reddened even more. Just as she was about to say something harsh to regain her dignity, Enan released her. Her words of reprimand were swallowed back. This scoundrel had completely taken control of her. She still wanted to say something to restore the situation, but she was interrupted. "By the way, madam, I know you want to ask Eileen Snow why she agreed to marry me," Enan said, playing with his wine glass without showing any concern for her embarrassment. "But I advise you not to do that. It's for your own good." "What are you talking about?" Shanina's eyes flashed with disbelief. "For our good. I told her that if she didn't marry me, I would propose to you," Enan said, setting down his glass and staring at her intently. "You might be surprised, but I really could do that. Propose to you in the snowy land." Shanina couldn't believe this human would say such things only a devil would say. To put it nicely, he was proposing. To be blunt, he was trying to take her away. She clenched her teeth and pointed at Enan, speechless. "You? Shameless. Don't be so surprised. I'm telling you this just so your queen understands one thing," Enan said slowly, standing up and looking down at her. "If I come to communicate with you kindly, you need to think carefully, cooperate with me, and everyone will be fine. Refuse? I can do anything," he said, ignoring her angry expression. He turned to leave, leaving one last sentence. "Tonight, I suggest you have a good talk with your queen. I'll show her my sincerity, but this is the last time." Snoina stood in the hall, staring at Enan's departing figure for a long time, her eyes flashing with anger and sadness. Why are these humans so mean? Far away in the Snow Kingdom Palace, the Snow Clan queen heard the message from Snoina and couldn't help but feel a flash of anger. She is usually calm and quiet, rarely losing her temper, but now she was clearly furious because of Enan. A mere viscount dares to be so arrogant. Saint Nia was very angry. She had lived for over 300 years and had never been this mad before. These humans come every day to capture her people, and now they even threaten her. But she felt helpless, because that was Isle's noble family. If it were from another country, she wouldn't be so cautious. In fact, nobles from other countries have never been so rude. They are unreasonable. If their lord sends soldiers to attack you, and you win, that's fine. But if you dare to fight back, stronger nobles will come to deal with you. If they can't handle you, they might even start a war between countries. So every country tries to avoid provoking these crazy people. They amass soldiers at their borders, which leaves the Isle Empire's border lords helpless. They can only fight among themselves at home. Thinking of this, Saint Nia wanted to see what tricks that brat would play tomorrow. If she wasn't satisfied, she decided to blacklist Enan. No more Snow Clan members visiting his territory. After all, if she dared to send troops to attack Isle, those crazy people would wipe out the entire Snow Country. The Isle Empire is basically everyone's nightmare. Other countries are somewhat less afraid, but over the past few years, she has been very careful when sending diplomatic messages to the Isle Empire. She heard that a few years ago, when Teresa was just crowned, an imperial duke visited the Isle Empire for diplomacy. Before he even started talking, he simply called their Empress Teresa Majesty. He was immediately taken out and executed by the 4 Grand Dukes. Then all the nobles of the empire gathered their armies and stormed the duke's territory, seizing various resources. The people of Isle used this crazy method to tell other countries that they must address Teresa as Empress Teresa, the first female emperor in Isle history. Only nobles from Isle can kindly address her as Her Majesty Teresa. Although the young empress is often bullied within the country, no foolish nation dares to provoke her. All the nobles of the empire will use war to warn them not to bully Isle's mascot. Therefore, outwardly, all the noble lords of Isle obey their empress to ensure they can always be the top ruler in this empire. The next day, Enan invited Zwenina and Aaron Snow to the Rosen Territory's council hall to gather those who attended the previous knighting ceremony. The scene was tense again. Everyone waited quietly for the demon at the front to speak, listening carefully, fearing to miss a word that might get them punished. Zwenina and Aaron looked at the man at the front and couldn't help but sweat nervously. Zwenina quickly took out the magic projection stone to broadcast live to Queen Xenia of the Snow Clan. Enan scanned the crowd, officers, politicians, wealthy merchants, all prominent figures from the 3 territories. Especially Carl, who brought a group of traders. They had heard that their lord was planning to marry a Snow as a concubine, which was hard to believe. If they captured Snow tribespeople later, would they upset this little concubine? If she whispered in his ear every night, these traders would definitely suffer. After sitting down, Enan began to plan. Recently, the Empire has been trying to implement a household registration system, but it's impossible to succeed, the demon said with interlaced fingers. However, I don't mind trying among us. Commoners only have proof of free status. Although the Empire hasn't officially registered it, it has been stamped and sealed. Any trader daring to capture free people as slaves will make the lords regret coming to this world. Many people present were not natives of Enan's 3 territories. Many had come here to settle for business. I know some of you are from other noble territories here to make money. Enan looked at a few sweating individuals and nodded slightly. Of course, that doesn't matter. Starting today, I will give each of you a household registration specific to Rosen territory, which will serve as your entry ticket here. From now on, you will have my protection, but at the same time, Enan's sharp eyes like an eagle scanned the crowd. As long as you have this ticket, you must follow my rules for the game. If anyone doesn't want this exclusive household registration from Rosen, I won't take your life, but you must leave within an hour. I don't want to see you on my territory. No one expected this lord to be so strict. Not listening to him means being forced to leave. Lord Enan, a merchant stammered as he stood up. If others leave, what about their businesses? It's simple. The remaining people here will take over. Enan looked at the merchant and nodded in satisfaction. After all, the cake is only so big. If others eat a little less, you can have a bit more, right? The others didn't speak again. Although this lord was previously isolated by noble families from the northern region and couldn't do business, now those people had been subdued. As a result, Rosen's iron mine and Storm's slaves became highly sought-after goods. Especially with the catching department established, all the merchants present made a lot of money. A large number of foreign slaves and snow slaves were sent in daily, and they settled in Storm to act as middlemen, ensuring they got supplies first and then sold directly to the northern territories and provinces. However, some people present were also servants of other nobles. They wondered if serving Enan was worth it. Their masters would never let them go easily. Enan naturally thought of this too. After you get the exclusive household registration from Rosen, you can hire Rosen's regular soldiers as guards with your own money. If other nobles dare to offend my soldiers, it will be considered a declaration of war. This surprised everyone. They didn't expect Enan to be willing to pay such a high price. But a few merchants left anyway. No matter how wild Enan was, their masters weren't pushovers. Some of them were even loyal to Will. Currently, Enan was still the spokesperson for resisting the imperial decree in the northern region. No noble would risk their life just to punish Enan, so they dared not oppose him. They could only take this message back to their lords. Seeing that there were about 40 people left, Enan nodded. He found this acceptable. He planned to form a circle with these people. This is the beginning of a new nation. These people have strong connections, and their combined strength should not be underestimated. Since you have stayed, it means you are now part of the Rosen territory. I know some of you might try to play tricks, pretending to be friendly but secretly working against me. But here, that won't work. Anyone who dares to go against my will, try and see what happens. In everyone's surprised eyes, Enan took out a dagger and started trimming his nails, then continued speaking. Next, I have an announcement. Enan looked at the floating magic stone, making sure it was facing him, then scanned the crowd. Many of you know that I will marry a woman from the Snow Clan. So from today, all Snow Clan members in this territory are not to be treated as slaves. I don't care if they are men, but women must be treated the same as me, married or taken as concubines, and their collars must be removed. This way, they can move freely within the territory and gain their freedom. This is not up for discussion. If anyone doesn't want to marry a woman, they can just let her go. When he said this, the crowd was shocked. Especially the catching team, they couldn't believe it. Will they still be able to capture snow slaves in the future? Probably not. So, should they run away to other border lords? Of course not. Who would dare to leave now? Eileen Xue and Xue Nina also stared in disbelief, with some feeling touched. This shows that Enan has given great respect to Eileen Xue and the Snow Clan. Second, starting today, I declare a 1-week Snow Clan hunting ban. Enan stood up directly and stuck his dagger into the table. During this week, all armed forces of the catching team must stay around the Snow Clan. No matter which territory or country they come from, any catching team that dares to approach the snow country must be fully mobilized to cut down those bandits. Enan's announcement caused the already noisy scene to explode. Not catching snow slaves anymore, and even protecting them, and risking offending others? Sonia in the Snow Kingdom Palace looked on in disbelief. She realized that this fool was trying to threaten her. Enan told her one thing. I can protect you, but I can also control your life. If the snow country were truly surrounded by that group of armed catchers, it would be a very uncomfortable situation. They are very familiar with the environment of the snow country, so they can block the catchers and also rush in to catch people at any time. The key point is that those catchers know the soldiers of the snow country very well and use all kinds of sneaky tricks, making it hard for the soldiers to chase and catch them. Especially since Enan has disbanded all the regular cavalry within his territory, turning them into the followers of these traitors. With their war horses, they can rampage outside the northern border at any time. The armed forces of the catching group are now quite powerful with Enan's support. Even if Enan asks them to attack a territory, they have the strength to do so. Of course, they are all stationed outside the northern border, so they won't leave serious evidence behind. At most, when higher authorities investigate, Enan can simply shift all the blame onto Carl. In the past, they only caught beautiful women and laborers, but now they are even capturing soldiers. With good equipment and logistics, they have set up camps outside the northern border. This armed group, made up of many different races, will all become soldiers on the battlefield at Enan's command, rushing into the north to fight for him. After the meeting, Enan emphasized the operation of the tavern to the traders, taking advantage of his current role as a spokesperson to expand quickly in the northern border. Nancy thought that losing Enan's protection would make her life difficult, but she didn't expect that after letting this demon leave her temporarily, he would become even more reckless in expanding his power. The next day, all the snow slaves from the 3 territories turned from playthings into treasures for many nobles. Everyone held weddings for their snow slaves at the same time, shocking all the surrounding territories. Some noble ladies even refused, and their husbands immediately divorced them on the spot. News of Enan planning to marry a snow also spread around, causing many nobles to shake their heads, thinking this fool is just love-struck. This matter even reached Isha. Even the usually patient Isha couldn't stand it. She directly threw the pillow in her hand onto the ground. Ninaya, with short orange hair, sat on another sofa. Seeing the chaste maiden so angry and embarrassed, she was surprised. What's wrong? It's nothing. Isha dared not tell her about the embarrassing incident, or else she would become the joke among the 7 Virtues maidens when they gathered later. I'm leaving now. I have something to handle outside. Isha packed her belongings, ready to go deal with Enan, the who had turned from a victim into a minotaur, and give him a lesson again. Where are you going? Are you feeling better? Ninaya looked confused. The chaste maiden was usually calm and gentle, so why was she rushing out like she was seeking revenge? Isha pushed open the door, leaving only her back. Don't worry, I'm not going to see the witches. I have a friend. Well, not me, but my friend. His wife was taken, and I plan to help him get her back. Nanaya's expression flickered with doubt. When did this chaste maiden have a male friend? And why was she helping him reclaim his wife? But she didn't ask further. The excuse sounded too weak, and pressing her might make things awkward. Meanwhile, Enan was in the study, sipping red wine. This time, he planned to create a big surprise at Eileen Snow's wedding. He wanted to attract the foolishly pure maiden and use her anger to his advantage. Thinking of this, he felt very happy. He took another sip of wine, feeling everything was going smoothly, until the butler came to him with a letter. Enan took a look. It was from a count in a country near the northern border of the Snowland and Isur Empire, Arthurton Empire. The seal on the envelope showed a spear piercing a shield, indicating the family rose to power through military achievements. Dear Viscount Enan Hill, recently, your armed forces stationed at the Snowland border, hunting other, catching groups, have angered the western border lords of Arthurton. We hope you will stop harming our interests. To that end, we are willing to sign a detailed agreement with you to jointly capture snow slaves. You will also gain the favor of all the western border lords of Arthurton. The William family has long been rooted in the western border of Arthurton, which will greatly help the future development of your territory. Sincerely, Rhiann William. Enan smiled, as he had expected. The Arthurton Empire is also a neighbor of the Snow Country, so like the Isle Empire, they also capture snow slaves. The reason the Snow Country can survive between these two empires is because if one declares war on it, the other is always watching closely, ready to act. So, the two empires have secretly agreed on a rule, turning the Snow Country into a place for beautiful women to refresh their population. They also have another important role, changing genes. Yes, many noble families who dislike their appearance choose beautiful snow women to have children with, hoping to produce strong heirs. Therefore, Enan's army attacking the other side's traders is actually harming their interests. But now he's not afraid. He believes that in a few days, the Snow Queen will be forced to sell him holy water. So, he must warn those fools firmly. Enan wrote a letter and handed it to his steward. Send this letter to William, and also ask the military leader of Rosen to come see me. When William received Enan's letter and looked at it, he tore the paper apart immediately. Enan Hill, this is so arrogant. He speaks politely to you, but dares to ignore me. William, in his 30s, was furious. For the first time, a young punk warned him. The tone of dominance and unquestioning attitude in the letter deeply angered this well-mannered noble. He took off his monocle from his right eye and threw it on the ground. That brat refused negotiations and even insulted him as a proud but useless noble protected by his ancestors. Not even Marquis Tulip, William, would disrespect him like this. No noble from the Isle border had ever been so rude to him, and the other was only a viscount. He immediately ordered his steward, "Go call our commander. I want to move the army and crush that army. Let this young brat know that he can't just provoke anyone." He planned to fight Enan in the wild, a kind of invisible war. This way, it wouldn't be considered an attack on Isle. Such things are common among nobles. If you're unhappy, just go fight. As long as you don't get close to the border between the two countries, you can kill as you like. And Enan also prepared his regular soldiers for battle. This time, he would send a former deputy commander, named Glevin, to lead the troops. At this moment, Glevin was kneeling on one knee in front of Enan, waiting for his orders. Enan sat on a chair, carefully looking at the leader, which made Glevin very nervous. This is normal. No one can stay calm when facing this man. Even Nancy and Will are a bit afraid. Not to mention the people under Rosen's command. Glevin, as Yayan's successor, I trust you deeply, Enan said, helping him up. This time, I will send you to lead 10,000 soldiers to work with my forces outside the northern border to fight those Arctonians. Glevin immediately straightened his back, ready to fight. Yes, I will make sure everyone in the Arcton Empire hears your name. Good. This time, I want the lords of the western border of Arcton to know what thunder from Enan Hill really means, Enan said, patting his shoulder. When you return victorious, endless rewards await you and your soldiers. After saying that, Enan told him to go prepare. William obviously couldn't send a large army, because small skirmishes are not real wars. If they really used everything they had, others would just laugh at them. So, this fool didn't take this matter seriously. His soldiers would not lose? Don't be silly. These hungry wolves, who always think about killing and making achievements, are always ready for war. If Enan were a count, Will would definitely find a chance to step in and deal with this fool directly. But now, he's a viscount, and you can't jump 2 ranks to bully him. Internal conflicts have rules too. So, Enan held the wedding as usual. This time, no nobles came to attend because this fool was again in the spotlight. No one wanted to get involved with him. Not even any noble wanted to marry him. This troublemaker, who only causes trouble every day, might be sent to the guillotine someday. Getting involved with him is like inviting trouble. Only Zwenina, Luo Ling, Aurora, Freya, and a group of soldiers from the Violet Watch were present. Aurora was very happy. This meant she could stay with Aileen Snow forever, without even leaving Enan. She could be a little lover for life. Meanwhile, Shanina, Luo Ling, and Furia looked at her with mixed feelings. One was because of jealousy, another was envy, and the third was helplessness. Aileen Snow also forced a smile. She remembered the rules Enan had told her before. She must not show a bad attitude in front of others. "Darling, you seem very happy today," Enan said, holding her soft hand and giving it a gentle kiss. "Is it because you're excited to marry me?" "Why, yes," Aileen Snow replied, forcing a small smile. Her eyes looked complicated. Aye. Seeing her troubled expression, Enan found it amusing. What's wrong? Are you worried you won't see Lady Shanina again? Don't worry. I can let you visit Snowland often. A hint of surprise flashed in Aileen Snow's eyes. This troublemaker was willing to let her go back? Maybe after the wedding, she could find an excuse to stay for a month or two, and then come back after a few days, and repeat the cycle. Of course, Aurora can't go back with you. Enan guessed her thoughts. If that little cutie wants to go back, I will go with her. Aileen Snow held back her anger. This troublemaker's promise sounded empty. Lord Enan, wait a moment. A twist in space appeared, and Aisha suddenly showed up. I do not agree with this marriage. You don't agree? Enan's sharp eyes, like an eagle's, stared at her. We are a perfect match, born for each other. Why should an outsider like you oppose it? Seeing the holy maiden appear, Aileen Snow felt embarrassed, like a wife forced into marriage with another man in front of her husband. Saint lady, I have thought it through. Aileen Snow lowered her head, afraid to look at her. Enan is a good person. He treats me well. I want to be with him. I hope you can bless us. No way, Aileen Snow. You? Aisha couldn't believe it. Her chosen successor had betrayed her. Did he threaten you? Aileen Shwe bit her lip and said, Lady Saint, I am not threatened. I have thought it through. I am willing to marry Enan. Enan sneered and protected Aileen Shwe behind him. Threaten? Do I need to threaten her? Lady Saint, you are underestimating me. Aileen Shwe looked at Enan, almost spitting with anger. I don't believe it. She has an important mission. How can she marry you? Luo Ling led soldiers around them, ready to defend her master's dignity, no matter how strong the saintess was or if it meant risking her life. What mission does she have? Isn't it your mission? Forcing your mission on others is not what a saintess should do, Enan said coldly, not giving her any respect. You're so shameless. Atya held back her anger and took a deep breath. She follows me. I can protect her. But you're in the middle of danger. How can you protect her safety? This has nothing to do with you. I am an imperial counselor and a noble lord, with many soldiers under my command. How could I not protect her? Enan shot back at her, dismissing her interference. Stop bothering us. I didn't invite you to our wedding. Atya pointed at Enan, grinding her teeth. She couldn't speak for a moment. After a while, she calmed down. I can wish you well, but you must prove to me that you truly love her, not just threaten her into marriage. Do I need to prove it to you? Why don't you come and be the groom? Enan said with a smile, looking at her. Have you been turned by Lady Misala? Shameless scoundrel. At this moment, Atya couldn't hold back anymore. If you accept my sword and show your determination to protect Aileen Shwe, I will leave today. Otherwise, I will not let this go. You have hurt a saintess's dignity. Oh, so you're determined to cling to my wife? Enan glanced at her and continued to provoke her. Fine, I'll give you a chance. After all, I truly love her. It's also to make you give up. But don't attack without care, or the entire northern nobility will come after you. Atya couldn't believe how bold this scoundrel was, daring to threaten her. Aileen Shwe and everyone else couldn't believe that this man was truly willing to risk his life to catch the Holy Maiden's sword for her. But she was the Holy Maiden. Even across the entire continent, their strength was among the top. No way, I won't allow it. Freya exclaimed anxiously. Don't hurt my husband. The other girls also looked nervous, not wanting Enan to take such a risky action. Enan stepped in front of Freya and kissed her forehead. Don't worry, madam. I won't get hurt. With his status, such dramatic scenes wouldn't happen. As long as he didn't agree, the virtuous Holy Maiden couldn't do anything to him. After all, she was still an imperial counselor. But the foolish, beautiful Holy Maiden never expected that she was actually being seduced by Enan. She had fallen for his trap. Enan had long noticed that each Holy Maiden and which had a display showing their taming percentage. So now, he had to present himself well. The Holy Maidens, whether for personal preference or reputation, wouldn't approach a murderous demon. But what if this murderous demon was a pure-hearted warrior fighting for love? This could lead to a major character reversal for him. Even Nancy would be surprised by the contrast. By this character change, his words in the future would be more convincing, gaining more obedience from others. Thinking of this, Enan picked up his sword and stared at Aisha. I hope you keep today's promise. I will prove to you that no one in this world loves Aileen Shwe more than I do. Aileen Shwe stood nearby, unable to believe it. Even though this scoundrel had been hurting her, was he really willing to risk his life to be with her? Whether he truly thought so or was just pretending, he had done it. Enan, don't do this, Eileen Shui said, feeling she should try to persuade him. There's no need for this, holy maiden, Enan loves me. I know that very well, Eileen Shui pleaded with a desperate look. Please cancel this agreement. It's not necessary to ask her. I understand myself. Hurry up and act. Everyone, without my command, no one is allowed to interfere. After saying this, Enan turned to look at Elingsu. Elingsu, my feelings for you have gone beyond normal limits. I am willing to pay a price for that. Enan slowly looked at everyone present. Of course, as long as she is my woman, I will do this. This scoundrel still remembers to prepare a protective layer for himself first, to prevent other women from being jealous. Elinya also couldn't believe it. Could this selfish and greedy demon really be willing to sacrifice his life for love? Is he pretending or not? While this fool was trying to flirt with the beautiful girl, the demon further angered her. I hope that after I take this sword, you will keep your promise and stop bothering my wife. If you're really lonely, I can help you. Shameless. Disgraceful scoundrel. Elinya finally lost her temper and stabbed with her sword. Enan wanted to pretend and quickly raise his sword to block, since he had a life-saving skill. But he found Furia rushing over. This shocked him greatly. He immediately threw away his sword and pushed Furia aside. Elinya also stared with disbelief. She really didn't expect that this demon, who was ravaging the northern lands, would truly be willing to give his life for love. But this sword strike was already unavoidable. She could only aim for his vital points. The long sword pierced through Enan's body, and she immediately regretted it. She felt like a sinner at this moment, overwhelmed with guilt. She wanted to cast healing magic to save Enan, but was stopped. Go now? I hope you won't come back. Enan spat out blood and slowly fell to the ground. If you don't leave now, all the nobles in the north will hunt you down. Elinya trembled with her hands. She never thought things would turn out like this, and even this man was thinking about her safety. That night, Luo Ling, Aurora, Elingsu, Furia, and Zwenina all gathered in Enan's room. No matter what this man was like, at least today his actions had won over all the women. Everyone was crying, hoping Enan would wake up soon. The last few women discussed and decided that each of them would take turns caring for him over time. And Aurora, this little cutie, was determined to be the first. When everyone else had left, she finally couldn't hold back and broke down crying on the bed. Why? Even after using healing magic, did Brother Enan still not wake up? At this moment, she doubted herself, wondering if her efforts were useless. The demon slowly opened its eyes, looked at her crying on the bed, and stroked her head. Aurora sensed this touch and immediately looked up. Enan quickly covered her mouth with his hand to stop her from making noise. Shoo, I need to stay hidden now because Brother Enan still has to deal with some troublemakers. But seeing you cry so hard, I really can't bear it. I will only tell you this secret, and you must not tell anyone else. Enan gently held Aurora in his arms and whispered softly into her ear, nibbling lightly. This is a secret between us. You are the person I trust the most. You will keep this secret for me, right? Tears in her eyes, Aurora nodded firmly. Her eyes sparkled with trust in Enan. Brother Enan, I promise I won't tell anyone. She lowered her voice as much as possible, speaking quietly and cautiously. Her voice was a little choked because of her crying. After a while, Aurora left the room, and Freya immediately entered. This woman was crying even more intensely, but she kept her sobs quiet, afraid of disturbing Enan. And Enan, that troublemaker, continued his usual tactics, repeating the same actions endlessly. He pulled Freya into his arms. Madam, this is a secret between us, and you are the person I trust the most. You really. Freya sobbed uncontrollably in Enan's arms. If you die, I won't want to live anymore. Don't say such silly things, Enan said, patting Freya's head. How could your husband die? You still have to give me many little babies in the future. After hearing this, Freya's obedience level skyrocketed, reaching 85%, and she slowly stopped crying in Enan's arms. Meanwhile, Luo Ling, the little fox, was replaced on duty and went through the same process. The little fox curled up in Enan's arms, crying so hard it couldn't speak. Woo, Master, This troublemaker was truly a demon, taking advantage of the situation to use this group of beauties as tools to increase obedience. He kept cutting profits wave after wave, even though his excuses were very weak and could be checked by those few people at any time. But how could they really verify it? This was their little secret with Enan. Until Eileen Shui came to take over her shift, she looked at the man on the hospital bed with complicated eyes. Enan chose to pretend to be dead and stay still for a longer time. Let's see how this woman will react next. Eileen Shui was feeling very confused. She always thought that this man married her just because of pure possessiveness. But that day, Enan's words made her realize he was truly serious about their marriage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have talked so much or set rules to warn her. Now, this man had shown her he was willing to protect her with his life. This made her heart feel lighter. The cold beauty had been upset about Enan abandoning her before, but now, she was willing to wait for him to wake up and be his wife. She gently kissed his forehead and then blushed. Finally, she quietly wiped away her tears. Stealing a kiss means you have to take responsibility. Enan sat up in front of Eileen Shui's surprised eyes and pulled her into his arms. Just as she was about to say something, Enan kissed her. The same routine played out again, and Eileen Shui's obedience increased. When Zwenina came to take over, Enan knew his chance had arrived. This Snow Clan noblewoman couldn't escape now. Zwenina sat beside Enan, her eyes complicated as she looked at him, even though he was really hateful. But after what happened at the wedding, she didn't feel as resistant anymore. Suddenly, she saw Enan cough. You? What's wrong? She was a bit panicked now. I have a slight fever, Enan said weakly from the bed, forcing a faint smile. Maybe my wound got infected. I feel weak all over. Yes, I think you do have a fever. Zwenina quickly reached out to touch Enan's forehead and was about to get someone to help. Wait for me, I'll call the priest. She didn't expect that as soon as she stood up, Enan grabbed her hand, which made her feel a bit confused. While this clumsy beauty was still dazed, Enan pulled her into his arms. You. Zwenina wanted to say something, but Enan covered her mouth with his hand. Sure, madam, speak softly. You wouldn't want Irene Shui and Aurora to find out about this, would you? Zwenina stared with wide eyes, full of panic. The next day, Luo Ling got up early, ready to come and take over, but she stood at the door, unable to move her feet. Inside, she could hear two people talking slowly. Madam, please help persuade your queen, okay? Promise me, this is our secret. Come visit my castle more often. Irene Shui and Aurora miss you too, you know, What do you mean, Say something clear, Luo Ling stood at the door for a while, finally seeing the snow noblewoman stumble out of the room. When she saw Luo Ling, she immediately ran away. Her legs were a bit shaky, which was normal because she had stayed up all night. Oh my, this snow noblewoman, who was raised in the snow country to tell Irene Shui not to stay up late, had actually stayed up all night for the first time ever. How could she set a good example for Irene Shui in the future? A few days later, Enan slowly gave a speech in the Rousing Council Hall. Congratulations to our army for winning a battle for our territory and for the Izur Empire. The audience burst into enthusiastic applause, thunderous like a storm. Everyone afraid their clapping might be too loud and get them in trouble. Seeing this, Enan nodded slowly in satisfaction, then cleared his throat with his right fist near his mouth. This signaled he was about to continue speaking, and the thunderous applause suddenly stopped. I declare that from today on, we will establish friendship with the Snow Country. No one is allowed to arrest the Snow Tribe, or they will be my enemies. This matter leaves no room for discussion. If I find anyone disobedient, congratulations. I will send at least 3,000 soldiers to hunt your entire family across the continent, helping you relocate your household registration until you migrate to paradise. Then I will be satisfied. At the same time, I promise that for the safety of the Snow Country people, we will station armed forces at the Snow Country border for 1 year. Any catching teams, armed groups, or armies that approach Snow Country will be within our military's reach. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. How many people's interests is Enan willing to offend? Does he really not care about his life? What has he gained from this? Has the Snow Queen sacrificed herself for him? Or is he planning to become a king's consort in the Snow Country Palace? But no one dared to speak up. They could only listen to what he said next. Considering our friendly gesture, Snow Country will sell us some of its sacred snow water. I will dilute this water and sell it in large quantities. Also, in honor of Rosen's noble effort to protect us, I will establish a foundation. Let's call it the Friendship and Dedication Foundation. This foundation will only be open to all enthusiastic people present, and I will entrust the first 5 passionate individuals to sell the diluted sacred snow water. For 1 year, everyone's eyes turned red with excitement. This is the sacred snow water that the Snow Tribe has kept hidden for many years. Not only can it be used for beauty and skincare, but when diluted, it can also be a key ingredient for fine wine. But it seems that to become a seller, you must be an enthusiastic person? So what? As long as I get it, I can sell it to anyone later, whether to anyone else, or even to taverns run by the catching department in the Northern Territory. I can make money while lying down. After announcing this, Enan left. The auction? No, the Foundation's affairs, he handed over to Carl. Leave the professional work to the professionals. The Snow Queen saw Enan defeat Count William. Under Shanina's persuasion, she could only reluctantly reach an agreement with Enan. She will provide a year's supply of sacred snow water, and Enan will become her fierce dog. Anyone daring to capture Snow Tribe members, Enan will help her bite them. This incident shocked the entire Northern Territory. Even some nobles from the northern province of Izur and the western border of Arstun couldn't help but get angry. It was too arrogant. This brat was already selfish enough to eat alone, and now he dared to warn everyone? But his current status was a bit sensitive, and no one was sure whether to teach him a lesson or not. Will also regretted letting this brat speak that day, but it was his own idea to push Enan forward as a shield. If they really took him down now, who would speak up for him in the future? Because of this matter, he even had to communicate with some nobles from the northern province, trying to see how to negotiate. As for Will's worries, let him worry. Anyway, Enan was very happy. Now he had Will as a strong supporter above him, which made him smile so much he couldn't close his mouth. Will knew that Enan wouldn't give up his benefits easily. Otherwise, he would choose to start a fight. And if Enan started a war, the whole Northern Territory would fall into chaos again, which didn't fit the current situation. Otherwise, the people in the imperial capital would definitely watch the Northern Territory turn against itself. A future enemy being forced to protect him was the happiest thing for Enan. Now, in the master bedroom, Enan saw his wife applying makeup in front of the mirror and couldn't help but smile. He took a bottle of holy snow spring water, ready to present it to his wife, Freya. Honestly, this woman dared to risk her life to protect Enan even in front of the Saintess, which surprised him. No matter what, this wife would definitely become his favorite. As long as she had no desire for power, Enan would love her forever. My dearest wife, my beloved Freya. Enan knelt before Freya, looking serious. Your husband has brought you a treasure that will make you happy. Please accept my love. Freya covered her mouth, speechless. This little boy, who used to ignore her, finally cared about her. He even tried every way to help her stay young forever to solve her worries. Darling. Freya quickly knelt down, hugged the little boy, and cried in her arms. I don't know what to say. Enan gently lifted Freya's face and wiped away her tears. From now on, you can use these sacred snow spring waters as you wish. Drink as much as you like. It's all yours. Freya couldn't hold back any longer and immediately hugged Enan, kissing him passionately. At this moment, no words were needed. For 3 whole days, Freya pushed herself to her limit, sharing wonderful moments with Enan in the room. If there hadn't been an urgent matter to attend to, Enan would never have left that room. Unfortunately, the Empire's council was about to convene again. Enan entered the secret chamber, which he had previously ransacked, but now it was restored to its original state. Only the head maid was allowed to enter this secret room for cleaning. Even if Enan's women dared to enter, she had the authority to scold and drive them out. In fact, Enan had given her great power, except for the 2 of them. Anyone else trying to enter this room could be immediately stopped by her, even called guards to eliminate intruders. This man's desire for control over power far exceeded his desire for beauty. Enan watched the scene, annoyed by Fiona's constant chatter from above. In the end, she kept pushing for a household registration system, but she didn't include tax issues, which was unlikely to gain approval. As soon as she dared to touch these 2 issues, most people would vote against her. The meeting ended, and Enan looked grim. This woman was truly a sinner. Now he suddenly felt that training a few assassins was very important. Anyone who dared to threaten his interests could be eliminated immediately. But he lacked such talent, and the thief girl hadn't come to serve him as promised. Fiona had been hiding in the imperial capital, and no one could touch her. But trouble always comes in threes. If the chancellor's 3 consecutive proposals failed, he should prepare to step down. This was an unspoken rule of the empire. If the chancellor's words were ignored 3 times in a row, it meant he couldn't satisfy the majority's interests. If she dared to stubbornly cling to her position as chancellor. Sorry, but the 4 Grand Dukes would lead many nobles to march into the imperial capital under the guise of restoring order and remove her by force. The young empress would be fine, but Fiona must be brought to justice. So, after this session of the council, many nobles have already sensed the coming of war. Everyone is stockpiling supplies and preparing to rush into the imperial city to bring Fiona to the gallows. This wave of tension even surpasses the dissatisfaction of the northern nobles over Enan's selfish actions. All are recruiting soldiers and gathering resources, ready for the empire's upcoming internal conflict. Order after order for iron or makes Enan smile happily. He is now in his study, enjoying fine wine made from sacred snow spring water. He named this wine Eve's Secret Brew, symbolizing his love for his wife, Freya. To keep her beauty forever, he is willing to oppose the whole world. What a beautiful love story to be celebrated. It even caused Freya's obedience level to skyrocket to 99%. Just one last step left. Enan knows Freya well. As soon as she becomes pregnant with his child, she will obey him completely. But she is already quite old, and the chances of pregnancy are very low. This troubles Enan a lot. Thinking of this, Enan goes to the main bedroom and leans on Freya's embrace. Madam, no matter what method I use, I will make you give birth to our baby. Whether it's a boy or a girl, they will be the heir of the Hill family. Recently, Freya has been spoiled to the point of being treated like royalty. Even Irene Snow respects her. But Freya has a kind personality. She doesn't compete or fight. She only wants Enan's company. Other things don't matter to her. Freya, the beautiful but simple-minded woman, strokes Enan's hair. The little boy has been acting spoiled in her arms lately, which makes her happier and happier. Darling, I'm sorry. Freya's eyes shimmer with tears. If it's not possible, let Irene Snow have a child instead. I don't mind. I will treat her child as my own in the future. This is not up for discussion, Enan says firmly, raising his head. My first child must be a bloodline between you and me. I will try every possible way. Just wait for me. Okay. At this moment, what can Freya say? The little boy, who once disliked her, has gradually been won over by her, making her very happy. His dominance, his tenderness, his childishness constantly make Freya fall deeper in love. A few days later, Enan left his room and went to the study. Right now, the whole empire was tense and ready to attack the capital at any moment. If it were someone else, people might not prepare so seriously, but that woman is Fiona. She is willing to kill her own husband just to become the chancellor, because she wants to oppose the nobles. So, it's necessary for the woman sitting as chancellor to understand what the anger of a powerful ruler feels like. But the more Enan thought in the study, the more strange it seemed. Finally, he understood. At this moment, he looked excited. Nancy is about to fall in love with him. Why does Enan have such crazy thoughts? It's simple. Fiona and Nancy, 2 clever women, definitely know that a proposal that touches the nobles' nerves can't pass easily. One try as a test is understandable, but twice is unreasonable. Causing the entire empire to be on the verge of war is definitely not normal. But they still did it? Why? There must be a deeper reason. First, let's talk about Nancy, this bad woman. No matter what, she believes Enan would never agree to this, and her vote wouldn't change the overall situation. But why did she still tell Enan to support it? Even if she didn't tell him, Enan would definitely vote against it. Yet she still informed him. As a mature and rational woman, she wouldn't do something so foolish, because even if she became Enan's wife, this fool wouldn't agree. But she still did it. Why? Enan, as a master of persuasion, surely knows this. Because Enan has completely changed her view of him, even willing to turn against Irene and a holy maiden for her. This made her very curious. She wanted to understand this devil deeper and even test if Enan might also fall in love with her. So she told Enan in advance, just to see if he would risk everything for her. Even though she already knew the ending, she still wanted to test Enan, because no matter what, even if she gave Enan 100 chances, he would oppose it. Enan would never agree, whether for self-protection or his own interests. Nancy's act of informing Enan in advance was just foolish. When a woman becomes stupid, she tries to test a man. And Fiona, this wicked woman, is even more cunning. She deliberately creates a tense situation, making all the nobles in the empire prepare for war. The nobles spend their money and stockpile a lot of war supplies. She appears strong and confident, so everyone thinks she will continue pushing the bill. But what if she gives up? All their money would be wasted. War supplies can expire if left unused. At this moment, if the young empress simply points to an unlucky country on the map, the greedy nobles, eager to avoid losing money, will definitely follow her lead and move forward. Realizing all this, Enan takes a sip of fine wine, showing an interested smile. Nancy, you dare to test me. From now on, I will make you see how dangerous people's hearts can be. After saying that, he orders his steward to call Carl. Carl nervously comes before Enan. He is now completely dependent on him. A finance officer who has gathered a large armed force outside the northern border. Enan could kill him at any time with a rebellion excuse. But he has no regrets. Now, even some barons respect him. Otherwise, no one can guarantee their family's land won't be raided by bandits. Even some barons' wives, if they fancy him, will come to his house the next day. Enan has given him great power, but he can take it away at any time. Lord, what are your orders? The chubby man shows flattery and fears losing his power. Enan ignores him. He writes a notice at his desk and then tosses it to him. Get this printed and posted in every territory. Carl stares at the notice in disbelief. Enan is actually telling all the citizens to prepare for household registration. This fool really has no sense of danger. Such reckless switching of positions. No one would do that. But Enan did exactly that. Carl didn't dare to speak and could only go back and do as he was told. Meanwhile, Nancy was drinking red wine in the imperial city. Her servants told her that Enan had posted notices about the household registration system in all 3 of his territories. This made her smile a little. Then, her communication ring lit up. But she was still very angry. That fool not only ignored her, but also refused to communicate and didn't explain himself at all. Even if he gave some poor excuses, Nancy would forgive him, but Enan chose to use cold treatment instead. This made her so angry that she decided to ignore him for now. After the light from the ring shone for more than half an hour, she finally agreed to Enan's communication request. Viscount Enan. Oh no, I should now call you Your Excellency Enan, Nancy said with a hint of sarcasm as she took a sip of wine. Didn't you cut off contact with me? Why are you looking for me now? A deep voice came from the ring, ignoring her scolding. Countess Nancy, this time I infiltrated the enemy's camp. I had no choice but to cut off contact with you. Right now, the situation is very tense. That old fool might lead the northern nobles to obey the Frost Wolf Duke's call at any moment. As soon as you give the order, if they dare to send their armies, I will cut off their supplies. I might even attack them from behind. Please, Countess Nancy, give your command. Nancy smiled. I didn't expect our Viscount Enan to have such awareness. I'm truly surprised. This woman still wanted to embarrass Enan, but Enan had no shame at all. For Nancy, Countess, I am willing to pay any price. Even if it means fighting all the northern nobles, you know. I once fought bravely for you. Anyway, as long as I can make you happy, I am willing to give my life for just a smile from you. Nancy chuckled happily at the table and finally said, All right, enough of this sweet talk. It doesn't work on me. Just do what you need to do. The ring again emitted a deep male voice. Rest assured, the Hill family's 20,000 troops are loyal to you at any time. Anyone who dares to make you angry in the north, I will send my army to crush them. Until death. Nancy cut off communication and showed a satisfied smile. That little troublemaker still can't escape her big sister's control. She left the Northern Territory early because she saw Enan's abilities and greed. As long as this little troublemaker stays in the north, he could become Will's ticking time bomb at any moment. Nancy helped Enan become a senator of the empire so that Will would fear his status and wouldn't kill him without reason. But thinking about Enan's recent actions, she couldn't help but feel disappointed. He was willing to risk his life for a snow servant, so why wouldn't he do the same for her? Is it because this little troublemaker hasn't fallen in love with her yet? This made Nancy angry. Why should she lose to Enan's other women? But compared to Nancy, many others are even angrier. In recent days, all the nobles in the north and some nobles from the northern provinces are furious. That Hill family has no credibility at all. You were the first to oppose and the first to cooperate. Even Will lost his temper. He flipped over his desk in the study and finally spat out a few words through clenched teeth. He had just settled the matter of Enan monopolizing the resources, even giving him a gift of 300,000 gold coins worth of tulip gemstones. And now this just turned around and betrayed him? Some nobles from the northern provinces, along with all the northern nobles, stormed into Enan's castle, demanding explanations. Viscount Enan, please tell me why you ambushed our catching team outside the northern territory. That night, Count Thornton, who had been drinking with Enan, took the lead. They wanted to use this as an excuse to punish this unpredictable. Enan stood at the gate of his castle, coldly staring at the nobles. I told you, the Snow Country has established diplomatic relations with our territory. No one is allowed to bully them in front of my eyes. Your Excellency Enan, if you do this, we will absolutely not agree. Another noble stepped forward, accusing Enan. Please stop harming our interests. Not agree. In a calm manner, Enan took out a dagger and carefully trimmed his nails, showing no concern for them. So what? Do you think your army can break through the storm territory and kill those catching fighters? Besides, those armed groups have nothing to do with me. If you want to blame someone, blame them. Why are you angry at me? Everyone was furious with this. He was completely shameless, showing the worst side of nobility. Are you really planning to oppose us? Aren't you afraid of offending everyone? Count Thornton slammed his pipe down and pointed angrily at Enan. So what if I am? This is my territory. Try to be arrogant with me again, Enan sneered coldly, looking down at the nobles with a commanding gaze. Who dares to oppose? Everyone held back their anger. This ruthless killer had a record of violence. He rarely personally killed anyone, but once he drew his sword, he didn't care about your status. People started to leave, ready to gather their armies and attack Enan's land. In this empire's internal conflict, there was no reason to refuse war, unless you paid money and signed a ceasefire agreement. Otherwise, once war was declared, it could start immediately. It was like sending a love message 1 second, and the next, jumping into bed. But when news of Enan's conflict with northern nobles reached the imperial capital, the empire's council was called again. This forced the nobles to hold back for now, waiting until the meeting was over to deal with him. As expected, during the meeting, a diplomat stood up and read a condemnation letter, expressing anger at the young empress for executing the killing order within the country. The Cordova Empire couldn't forgive the young empress for such inhumane acts and demanded she apologize to the mourning tribe across the continent. At that moment, everyone's eyes turned red. Whether this matter was true or false, or if the diplomatic letter had been altered, the point was clear. You had to be angry. How dare they make their young empress apologize to the mourning tribe? That was impossible. The young empress frowned. Her clear voice rang out. Declare war. Fiona quickly stepped forward and announced the war proposal, trying to clear herself from the crisis of having her previous proposals rejected twice. It was like exploiting a loophole in the rules. But no one was trying tricks with her anymore. It was impossible for anyone to oppose her openly. Even if someone wanted to vote against her to remove her from power, it wouldn't work. This was like mocking the dignity of the young empress in public. Teresa would just throw a fit and refuse to play along, and everyone would have to appease her. Once the proposal passed, the entire empire would stop internal conflicts immediately. All nobles had to cooperate. Nobles without land would pay money and wait for the war to end so they could get more funds. Nobles with land had to send 6 out of 10 soldiers, while the remaining 4 could stay home to defend their territory or go out to fight and earn money. As long as they won the war, everyone would get a share of the reward. Other countries' wars were just about winning. The emperor would enjoy the spoils, and others could only get some leftovers. But the Isser Empire was different. The young empress would first eat the biggest piece of the cake, then fairly share the rest. In an instant, The Izur Empire transformed into a war machine, ready to fight. Enan also sent 12,000 regular soldiers to his territory, keeping special troops at home. Marshal Raymond from the Empire quickly arrived in the south, waiting. 2 million soldiers were about to arrive at the southern border of the Izur Empire, ready to unite and strike. This was the young empress's first declaration of war, and she absolutely wouldn't lose. Otherwise, no matter how powerful Marshal Raymond was, the nobles would surely send him to the guillotine. The Cordova Empire was also panicking. They only sent a diplomatic letter expressing dissatisfaction with Teresa's actions, and now they had provoked these crazy people? The soldiers of the Izur Empire fought daily internal battles and constant wars, making them experienced fighters. They were completely different from soldiers in other countries. Once these crazy people started a war, they wouldn't stop unless you paid a large amount of gold. All nobles of the Izur Empire would change their faces, smiling and flattering you, afraid of offending their big patron. Then they would sign a ceasefire agreement, and as soon as the time was up, they would declare war again, until they drained you dry. Enan, with interest, played with a dagger in his study. This time, he planned to stay at home first, deal with those Arthurton people, and then lead his army to loot the Cordova Empire. Currently, people tell him that Shanina has come to visit the territory again, which almost makes him laugh out loud. Great, it's the silly beauty. Eileen Snow feels very touched. She is hugging Shanina at the castle gate. She didn't expect Shanina to be so reluctant to leave. She had only been gone for a short time before coming back to see her. Shanina looks embarrassed, touching Eileen Snow's hair in her arms. You're all grown up, and you're still crying. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? I missed you, Eileen Snow says happily, feeling very moved in Shanina's arms. Shanina feels ashamed. Why did that fool have to explain some knowledge to her? This made her unable to resist returning to the castle again. When she looked up, she saw Enan on the castle balcony, smiling with interest as he watched her. Her cheeks instantly turned red. Obviously, she was flustered. The author mentions a picture of Freya in the dining hall. Enan, Shanina, Eileen Snow, and Aurora are having dinner together. At first, Enan wanted to finish eating and then hold a big party, but he changed his mind. Because many of the main characters are being kept in the dark forbidden land by Lord Shinha and haven't been able to come out yet. If one day Enan could find Shinha, he would definitely tame her, then save all the main characters and gain the admiration of billions of beings. The Isle people don't believe in gods, but only Enan knows how terrifying the gods are. Thinking of this, the fool slightly lifts his foot and secretly plays a little trick under Shanina's chair. Madam, I wonder if you are free tonight. I want to discuss something about cooperation with the Snow Kingdom. Enan looks at Shanina with a very serious expression, as if he really has a major national matter to discuss with her. But only Shanina knows what this fool is up to. This might not be appropriate. Maybe we can talk about it tomorrow. I just arrived in Rosen territory and am a bit tired. Seeing Shanina's expression, Enan knows she and Eileen Snow are cut from the same cloth, stubborn and tough. But what is the core of taming literature? It is tolerant love. It is strict discipline. She was clearly looking forward to it, but she refused, so it was time to move on to the next obedience test subject. Since the trainer had already made a plan, we decided to change it to see if she would give up her own plans for the sake of the superior. Eileen Snow glared fiercely at Enan. She didn't know what kind of person this scoundrel was. Now that there were no outsiders, she didn't have to force a smile. She then spoke to Zwenina. Tonight, you can sleep in my room. It's been a long time since we slept together, but to Eileen Snow's surprise, Zwenina refused her. This noble lady from the Snow tribe scolded Eileen Snow. How old are you? Still sleeping with me? You and your husband should stay together tonight. I'm waiting to hold my little baby. Eileen Snow didn't dare to argue in front of her and could only lower her head to eat. Enan smiled. This silly beauty was so easy to handle. But then he thought about how she had spent so many years alone, never having contact with men. It's human nature. In the middle of the night, Enan first went to Eileen Snow's room and put a blindfold on her. An hour later, wait for me to come back. Enan secured her blindfold. Don't take it off without my command. Then this scoundrel also went to Zwenina's room and did the same. That night, Enan moved back and forth between the two rooms. The next day, Enan went to the study, wrote a letter, and handed it to the maid. Take my will to William. The maid accepted the task and went to send the letter. She felt like it was a challenge letter. When William received the letter, he gritted his teeth and tore it apart. No one had ever dared to bully him like this. That scoundrel, victorious, harshly scolded William. Every word felt like a slap on his face. His arrogant tone almost made it seem like Enan was already sleeping in the little empress of the Isol Empire's bed. It was too arrogant. In Ant Hill, William smashed a single lens and flipped the desk over. Braggart, master, the old butler, who had never seen his lord so out of control, couldn't help but be surprised. What happened? Izzer's northern brat actually dared to warn me not to send any armed forces near the snow country for the next year. William picked up his small knife, cut some tobacco bricks, then placed them in his pipe and started smoking. Go help me summon some nearby lords involved in the trade to the estate. Tonight, I will hold a banquet so that the fool knows what happens when he offends me. The old butler pushed up his glasses, bowed, then left the door to inform some nobles nearby, telling them they could bring their wives to Lord William's estate tonight to join the party. The Cordova Empire sent several diplomatic letters, begging the Izzer Empire to stop this war that hadn't even started yet. But how could the nobles listen? Unless you pay them, there's no room for negotiation. This country is protected by rare dragon clans. Even if they are few in number, they are enough to make everyone jealous. Both their dragon blood and dragon tendons can strengthen their power. Even dragon beauties are incredibly beautiful. How can we let them go? We must take them. Dragons in this world have powerful bloodlines and unique abilities. They can breathe fire, discharge electricity, summon wind and rain. Their strength is no less than that of holy maiden witches. Even the Cordova Empire is famous for its dragon-descended army. But even so, the nobles of the Izzer Empire are not afraid. Their greedy desire to get everything drives them to take risks. Even though this empire is recognized as the 8th strongest on the continent, the people of Izzer, with their bloodshot eyes, show no fear. They even see them as easy prey. Many lords have handed over 60% of their soldiers and are ready to lead the remaining troops to loot. During external wars, internal conflicts are not allowed. Some lords worry that their men might steal treasures and keep the loot for themselves, so they want to go along themselves. Enan also received a letter from the imperial capital. Johann's daughter, Joanna, is studying at the Imperial Knight Academy and will also go to the battlefield. Because whenever war breaks out, all students of the Imperial Knight Academy and the Imperial Magic Academy must follow their teachers to the front lines. Enan sipped the secret brew, frowning slightly. He picked up the communication ring and started a call with Nancy. Viscount Enan, is there something you need from me? Nancy was also drinking the popular wine in the imperial capital, the secret brew. Could it be that you miss me? Enan smiled slightly. Yes, I want to hear your voice. It helps heal my soul. Go ahead. What's the matter? Nancy's face turned a little red. She couldn't stand this shameless guy. I have a, niece. Yes, I have a niece studying at the Knight Academy in the imperial capital. She's about to go to the battlefield. Can you help me contact the dean? If you're just trying to use connections to keep your niece at the academy, forget it. Nancy leaned back and lay on the sofa. That's impossible. Enan was slightly surprised. Are there people who don't want money? What do you think of the academy? Nancy sipped her wine, a few drops slipping from her lips into her collar. No matter how strong their background, when war comes, students from the Knight and Magic Academies must go to the battlefield for lessons. This is an iron rule set by the first Emperor Izzer. No one dares to break it. Brothers, the book title is about to change. Can you use your clever ideas to help me think of a new one? Enan felt a bit helpless after hearing this. War always involves sacrifices, which is unavoidable. But Joanna's loyal look made Enan believe she could become one of his loyal fighters someday. If only she didn't discover the secret between Enan and Yuan. He also wanted to get the contact info of Joanna's class teacher from Nancy to send some money and ask him to look after Joanna on the battlefield. However, Nancy refused again. No one is allowed to desecrate the war. Enan was a bit stunned. It seemed this empire wasn't completely rotten. At least these madmen took war very seriously. Now Enan could only prepare to continue fighting William. He planned to exhaust his army so he could leave confidently. Although the strength of Arstan and Isol is evenly matched, currently the 4 Grand Dukes of Isol are all staying in their own territories, north, south, east, and west, guarding their lands. Even if Arstan wanted to attack, they wouldn't gain any advantage. William is also hosting a party with some nobles, and some people don't even know who their wives are. After finishing his work, he was cutting a tobacco brick with a silver knife, preparing to smoke a cigarette, when he was shocked by some news. Arstan has declared war on the Cordova Empire. They have even temporarily formed an alliance with the Isle Empire to go and seize their wealth. Meanwhile, in the south, Karl also came knocking. Lord, according to the tavern's news, Karl lowered his eyebrows, afraid to look at the south. Arstan has declared war on Cordova, and they've even allied with us, Isle. This matter was also a surprise to South, but he wanted to stay calm, so he hadn't set out yet. Those must have some shameless reason. Cordova sent people to ask for help, but Arstan told them they needed 500 million gold coins to intervene. Karl forced a smile. Cordova refused, and Arstan got impatient and decided to go to their house to take the money. Those people are really shameless. South drank a glass of wine, feeling angry, as if defending Cordova. But he had no right to say that, because the people of Isle were even more outrageous. They told Cordova that Queen Teresa's dignity was priceless. They said only if they paid 1 billion gold coins would there be peace. South took out a letter, finished writing, and threw it to Karl. Send a few bottles of Eve's secret brew along with this letter to William. It was unpredictable. If both empires attacked Cordova together, they would run out of money to fight. South didn't want to lead his army away and have William, that old troublemaker, send his troops to attack his forces. He also didn't want to stay and fight William forever. That wouldn't be good for anyone. Moreover, he still had to deal with Will, so it was better to temporarily tie their interests together to avoid betrayal in the future. So, when William received this letter, he picked up Eve's secret brew and started drinking. Enan couldn't have used such clumsy methods to poison him. Otherwise, the two countries would definitely go to war, so he felt very confident. After he finished drinking, his eyes lit up. Enan, my younger brother. This kindness is endless. William smiled, his eyes narrowing into slits and unable to open fully. The butler looked shocked. Weren't they like enemies who wanted to kill each other before? How come now they are shaking hands and making peace? But he didn't dare ask more, unless William wanted to tell him himself. William directly spoke to the butler. Go pick some good land. In a few days, a group of Isle people will come to open a tavern. Rent it cheaply. Whatever they need, just help them. The butler stared in disbelief. What had that noble from the northern Isle region done? Enan had given William a license to sell Eve's secret brew in Ascertain, and he also promised in the letter that in Ascertain, William would be the only distributor of this brew. As long as William monopolized this wine in Ascertain, he wouldn't worry about making money. In an instant, the two went from enemies to friends. After receiving William's reply, Enan also smiled happily. Brother William, what should I do? You are like a half-brother I never met. After saying that, he stood up and went to the military camp. This time, he planned to lead 500 light of dawn cavalry, 1,000 violet light shields, and 1,000 violet archers. The remaining 2,000 regular soldiers and 3,000 violet heavy armored warriors would stay at home to guard. Otherwise, if they went out to fight and came back to find their wives taken away, he would be in big trouble. Now he was standing on the stage, ready to give a motivational speech to all soldiers, to boost their morale. War mobilization is always the most inspiring moment. It helps everyone understand the meaning of war. I will never use honor to force anyone to fight with me. That's meaningless. Only those shiny little treasures are everyone's goal. This time, many of you will go through mountains and rivers to fight. I can't promise that everyone will survive. Enan raised his right fist and cleared his throat. But I can guarantee that the families of fallen soldiers within my territory, up to 3 generations, will be exempt from taxes. Upon hearing this, the soldiers below began to discuss excitedly, their faces showing strong emotions. Additionally, each fallen soldier will receive a condolence payment of 10 gold coins. This is enough for many families to enjoy a comfortable life in old age. Money and power are what I have always pursued. As long as I keep climbing upward, your status will also rise, just like your leader Luo Ling, who went from a close servant to a noble. Enan looked at the excited soldiers and smiled with satisfaction. This time, we will take all the enemy's money and even crush them. I am not a monster. I just see the true face of this world more clearly than you. Crush them, crush them, crush them. The crowd was full of passion. Enan smiled happily, drew his sword, and pointed forward. Let's go. At his command, the soldiers quickly moved out in an orderly manner toward their destination. Karl took this opportunity to continue issuing victory funds and war bonds. All the citizens were envious, pulling out their savings to invest. War makes everyone happier. Now, they have gone from eating moldy bread to enjoying warm meat soup from time to time. Some family soldiers have joined the army, and life has become much richer. In recent days, within the Cordova Empire, since they declared war on the Izur Empire, they began inspecting the diplomatic document. After reading the diplomatic letter, the Emperor of Cordova slammed the table and wanted to behead the diplomat. But the diplomat who issued the document had already disappeared. This incident angered the royal family of Cordova. Was he threatened? Or was there some other reason? Why did he cause his country to offend a bunch of madmen? In the imperial secret chamber of the Izur Empire's capital, Fiona sat in a chair, wearing a serious expression as she pushed up her glasses, watching a crazy woman interrogate a prisoner. The prisoner was tied to a wooden post, and Nancy was stabbing him with a dagger, blood splattering on her face, revealing her twisted side. The priest nearby was casting healing magic, a white glow surrounding the prisoner to ensure he wouldn't be stabbed to death. It's hard to imagine that this noble woman from the imperial capital could be so crazy. But that's just how noble women are, sweet-talking on the surface, but with a sharp tongue underneath. Their beauty often hides a cold heart. That's their true nature. The prisoner looked pale with pain, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. His lips trembled, but he clenched his teeth tightly. The people of Ardenton never give up. You're very stubborn. But unfortunately, this is ISIL's Special Operations Bureau, Nancy smiled. Recently, I studied a new form of torture, and I think you'll enjoy trying it. The prisoner looked at her with disdain. Haha, give up. Since we joined the organization, we've undergone all kinds of torture training. You can't break me, really? Nancy picked up a handkerchief to wipe the blood on her face, revealing a cold smile. Next, I will cut off your limbs one by one, then spread honey on your wounds, and finally put you into a jar full of bugs. Usually, no one can last 3 minutes. Good luck, Ardenton. Hearing Nancy's cruel description, the prisoner's face turned even whiter. He wanted to say something brave, but Nancy had already started cutting into his fingers with a small dagger. I won't cut off your limbs all at once. Remember, one step at a time. The prisoner was terrified at the thought of such brutal torture just being the beginning, with endless suffering waiting for him. Wait, I said, haha, take it slow. I'll start by cutting your left hand little by little. Then you can think carefully. No. Please. In the torture chamber, screams of pain echoed like beautiful music, filling Nancy's mind and making her more excited. As the head of the Empire's Special Operations Bureau, this was part of her job. She was a saint, a countess of the Empire, and the night rose with thorns in the imperial capital. Few knew her true identity, not even the city of Enan. Finally, the prisoner spoke. Fiona, sitting on the chair, took off her glasses, revealing cold, calculating eyes. You send troops to attack Cordova while also sending assassins to hunt down thieves? The criminal nodded slowly, his face full of pain and fear. Sweat and tears mixed together, streaming down his cheeks. Yes, that's the order we received, he whispered, sounding weak, as if each word took all his strength. Fiona waved her hand, and her servants brought out a clay jar and a dagger, continuing the cruel punishment Nancy had not yet finished. No, I've already told you. Why won't you let me go? Fiona and Nancy ignored him. They opened the door to the prison room, preparing to go to the bathhouse to wash off the bloodstains. Meanwhile, Enan led his troops to the border of Cordova. The army of 2 million from Izur had already broken through Cordova's defenses. Now, this country looked like a fat sheep in the eyes of the noble families of Izur. Enan sat in his carriage, instructing the soldiers to avoid the main battlefield. 2,500 soldiers were just a tiny part of the millions fighting, so they couldn't go in that direction. He looked at the impressive charge of the 500 shining knights and nodded with satisfaction. As women knights, they didn't have the wild, reckless, rude, or barbaric image often associated with fighters. Instead, They looked brave and elegant. Knights, as products of war, were not initially well-liked. When they went to battle, they had to charge forward and fight, living through constant violence. Every knight saw themselves as a war machine. If they showed mercy, they could die, so they had to charge ahead without hesitation. They didn't care about manners. They only knew fighting and killing. They bullied women and behaved barbarically, full of violence. Because of the high death rate, after each war, they would vent their emotions and become like demons. This made common people over 3,000 years ago dislike the knight profession. They lost their enthusiasm for becoming knights. It wasn't until nobles paid many bards to sing about the romance of knights that the idea changed. "I want to be your knight." This phrase remains a touching declaration of love to this day. Thanks to the bard's stories, tales of knights and princesses, knights and noble ladies, and knights and noble women spread across the continent. Many young men, inspired like they had been injected with adrenaline, eagerly wanted to become loyal knights. The nobles on the continent used romantic stories and their own interests to bind the knights together. Under these circumstances, the profession of knight gradually changed from being disliked to being admired. Suddenly, Enan realized he was sitting in the carriage. Next to him, Luo Ling refilled his coffee. "Master, what are you thinking about?" "Nothing," Enan replied, taking a slow sip from his mug. "Luo Ling, do you like war?" The little fox bit her finger thoughtfully. After a moment, she said, "Well, I can't say I like or dislike it. I just believe that listening to the master is right. Whatever the master needs me to do, I will do." Enan patted her head. War isn't about who is right or wrong. It's not about deciding who is correct, but about who survives. Luo Ling didn't understand Enan's words. She didn't think about such things. She could only act cute and cling to Enan's embrace. Enan also held Luo Ling tightly, his eyes cold. In this world, no one has enough personal strength to destroy a country alone, but many hidden schemes and tricks make people mentally exhausted. In other stories, some heroes are born just to train, fight, and gather treasures. Once they become strong, they can crush everything. But in this world, that's not possible. Any wrong choice could send someone to the deepest. Even, he might not be the main hero of this story. Everyone has their own shining side. The cold autumn wind blows, and a long journey begins. Autumn has arrived. Yellow maple leaves fall onto the ground, and the sound of hooves echoes as horses pass by. Enan led his army wandering along the border for several days before choosing a direction to move forward. The land has turned red with dust and blood. The border of Cordova has been ruined by the Assassination Empire's army. Sometimes, travelers see a few bloodless corpses on the road. It's clear that fleeing refugees have been starving to death along the way. Many merchants and nobles, driven by profit, risk entering this country, capturing its people at will. Unfortunately, a noble merchant caravan happened to encounter a reckless army. They pulled a huge cage, covered tightly with leather cloth, so from outside, it's impossible to see what's inside. "Stop! Who are you?" A light knight rides slowly toward the caravan, his sharp eyes scanning them carefully. The caravan leader trembles as he steps forward and nervously says, "Sir, we are just merchants wanting to do some business here. Please, have mercy and let us pass." The light knight does not respond. Instead, he turns his head to see what his master wants. Inside the wagon, a deep male voice softly asks, "What is in that cage?" Hearing this voice, the caravan leader stiffens. He tries to explain, but before he can, several light knights approach on horseback and cut open the cloth covering the cage. Inside, there is a dragon. It is about 5 meters long, clearly having lived for many years, but not very old for a dragon. Its body is covered in bright blue scales, and its wings have a few sharp bones sticking out. The dragon looks weak and is lying down, with a hint of anger and frustration in its eyes. Enan's carriage moves slowly toward the cage. He lifts the curtain and looks directly at the dragon. In an instant, a powerful killing aura locks onto the blue dragon, making it tremble with fear. Everyone nearby is also startled by this sudden threat, and the air seems to freeze. Enan lowers the curtain and speaks from inside the carriage. "Where did you get this?" The caravan leader is so frightened by Enan's strong presence that his legs shake, almost collapsing. Even though he is a noble, he now knows that the man in the carriage is not someone to mess with. He stammers, "Sir, We found this dragon in a remote mountain area ahead. It was badly injured and couldn't fly. We took the chance to set a trap and catch it. If you're interested, we can sell it to you at the lowest price. Enan, holding a small fox in his arms, smiles with interest. How much? Seeing that Enan doesn't seem to want to fight, the leader gathers his courage and says, 100,000 gold coins. Is that acceptable? A dragon is worth more than that. It's priceless. But a thief with treasure is a thief, and having riches can bring trouble. It's better to sell it and walk away. Selling it for 100,000 gold coins to Enan is definitely a good deal for him. He only wanted some transportation fee, and he completely ignored the value of the goods. Okay. The leader of the caravan was overjoyed. There are still good people. But then, a Knight of the Light directly approached him and extended his hand. Hand it over. The caravan leader's smile froze instantly. He looked at the outstretched hand of the Light Knight, eyes full of surprise. What? What does this mean? As long as you pay 10,000 gold coins, you can buy your life and get lost. Do you understand? The Light Knight said coldly, her clear voice sounding like a warning spell in the merchant's ears. But he had no choice. He tremblingly took out the coins from his pocket and then glanced at the family crest on the carriage. The crest was a complex pattern wrapped around a heart, showing that this family had done something improper before becoming noble, which was how they earned their noble status. Maybe they flattered powerful noblewomen or queens. So they weren't a tough family at all. He planned to go back and tell his master that he had been betrayed. The Light Knight took the coins and immediately cut off his head with a single. If you look at things you shouldn't see, you die? The caravan leader's body fell straight down, blood gushing from his neck. All the other members of the caravan were frightened by this scene, but before they could react, they were already surrounded by Violet Shield soldiers and began to be slaughtered one-sidedly. It's so sad. Who made them get good stuff? And they just happened to meet a scoundrel. After all the caravan members were killed, Enan slowly got off the carriage, and Luo Ling limped behind him. She had been tossed around quite a bit by Enan along the way. Enan approached the cage, looking at the blue dragon, and slowly asked, "Are you male or female?" The blue dragon was surprised that this scoundrel started with that question and was momentarily stunned. Then it looked at Enan with angry eyes, ignoring him. Enan, with the surprised eyes of the female soldiers watching, slowly loosened his belt. This scoundrel planned to use his skill, painful desire, to test whether the dragon was male or female. If it was male, then he would act immediately. However, Enan didn't stop and continued to discipline with his belt. Smack, smack, smack. The female soldiers looked at him with disbelief. Stop, stop. Blue dragon covered its face with its paw. Stop. Don't hit anymore. Then, Enan was also stunned. This dragon actually unleashed Nami's powerful move. Unable to dodge in time, he was directly hit by a strong energy blast from the blue dragon, which washed over his entire body. In the end, he could only go to the nearby river to wash himself. Inside the tent, Enan sat at the table, staring at a green and white ring on his left ring finger. He gently rubbed it with his right. Below him was a blue dragon, currently lying on the ground, glaring angrily at the arrogant fool on the throne who looked down on dragons. A few shining knights stood beside it, holding swords to keep it from moving. Say something useful, Enan said, rubbing the ring without looking up. Otherwise, I'll skin you, pull your tendons, and cook you. The blue dragon let out a deep, angry roar. You despicable human! How dare you humiliate the noble and great dragon race? If I weren't badly injured, all of you would be dead. Enan raised an eyebrow, stood up, and loosened his belt. This made the mother dragon secretly hopeful. It closed its eyes, ready to be whipped. But after a long time, Enan didn't swing the belt as the blue dragon expected. He watched the blue dragon with interest, seeing it close its eyes and seem ready to be beaten, feeling quite amused. The desire for pain, truly well-deserved. Despicable human, the noble and great Sylvia will never surrender. Sylvia couldn't help but get angry when she saw Enan not swinging the whip. This dragon has been in a small dark room. It has a masochistic personality. Enan, who had maxed out his dog training skills, already knew that such a person is a people-pleaser. When she expects to be disciplined more, we shouldn't reward her, but instead use silent treatment. This way, her expectations can be maximized, and she will actively ask for punishment. Of course, this only works under certain conditions. When the superior and the submissive are mismatched in strength, the submissive can rebel at any time. Sylvia is currently in a weak position, so she has to submit to Enan. Once her injuries heal, she will turn things around and sing her victory song. Remember this key point. In the process of mind control, a very important step is to remove the psychological defenses of the person being controlled. Only then can the person in power freely take what they want from the controlled individual. The main method to do this is through denial. All the following are made-up stories. Please do not take them seriously. For example, a couple in love. One person makes a request, like always wanting the other to take the first bite of food. They might say they do it out of love. I want to give you the food I've bitten because it feels close and sweet, like being in love. This is normal for lovers, but if one person has bad intentions, they might take the next step. For instance, they might let you eat a strawberry pastry, then eat the sweet part themselves, and when it comes to a burger, they want to eat the meat while giving you the bread, and so on. Once you get used to this behavior, they might start to teach you further. If you don't give me the first bite, if you don't share the good things, then you don't love me. Over time, you might start to think about everything from their point of view. You might even unconsciously believe that you don't deserve good things, and that you should give all the best to them. If you keep things for yourself, you think you're a bad person and don't love them. If you keep sacrificing yourself to please them, it means your sense of self is gradually being erased. Again, I emphasize, all of this is made up. Please do not take it seriously. Of course, it's too slow to do everything step by step, so we skip ahead. Enan slowly sits back in his seat, leisurely sipping his black tea, not even glancing at her. Someone as ugly as you really doesn't interest me. Enan waves his hand. Just kill her and get it over with. Tonight, we'll have dragon meat. Hearing this, Sylvia's heart suddenly tightens, fear rushing in instantly. She looks up at Enan, whose eyes are like a predator's, watching prey, exactly the same as when she hunted before. She, who has always been at the top of the food chain, is now being treated as prey? This finally made her lose control. She transformed into a human form. Before Enan could see her face clearly, he was shocked by what he saw. Just a few words, yet she reacted so strongly? After a long moment, Sylvia finally regained her senses. She had long blue hair, and after transforming into a human, she had 2 dragon horns on her head. She was very tall, just like Tiffany, and was a powerful figure. Even now, kneeling, she was still taller than Enan by a head. But she slowly moved closer to Enan and said, I'm not ugly. Don't eat me. Enan looked at her with a blank expression, too lazy to look at her, and continued drinking his tea. Seeing that Enan didn't respond, Sylvia became even more shameless. Excuse me, could you be my master? Sylvia couldn't hold back anymore, throwing her pride aside. I just like to serve humbly at your feet, to be bullied from above, without having to think about my feelings. Enan showed a satisfied look. It seemed this dragon girl, who had been badly injured and captured by humans, couldn't stand such humiliation. Under these special circumstances, she doubted her own strength. But she still waited patiently for her injuries to heal, planning to fight back. Unfortunately, Enan magnified her humiliation, causing this proud blue dragon to fall into an abyss she couldn't escape from. She met a scoundrel. Enan waved his hand, telling the soldiers to leave. He was ready to become a dragon knight. Meanwhile, in the Cordova camp far away, a soldier prepared a beef tongue to give to General Karen for his meal. General Karen loved eating beef tongue. Even in the middle of a war, he couldn't change this habit. Now, he was leading 50,000 soldiers stationed at a stronghold, ready to ambush the army coming from ISIL. The soldier asked for permission at the entrance of General Karen's tent and then went inside. Not long after, a deputy general also came to ask permission at the tent's entrance. General Karen was alone, cutting tender beef tongue on his table, not looking up, so his expression was hard to read. What's the matter? General, warning from the capital of Cordova. The deputy knelt on one knee, afraid to lift his head. A well-known master on the continent. The thief seems to have sneaked into our empire, and he might already be among our troops. What? General Karen was furious and slammed the dining table. The deputy was stunned, glancing at the beef tongue that had been bitten. He looked a bit shocked. General Karen, who loved beef tongue so much, was surprised enough to just take a bite and then knock it aside. Send orders for a full check of everyone who has entered or left recently. Karen stood up, his killing intent clear. Gather them all. Better to kill 3,000 wrongly than to spare one. Are you sure, General? The deputy looked a little scared. He didn't expect Karen to react so strongly. You don't know how terrifying that assassin is. Karen grabbed the deputy's collar. He can steal anyone's identity. If he has infiltrated us, who can I trust? The deputy was lifted off the ground by Karen, his feet dangling, face showing fear. Yes, I will handle it right away. By the way, next time you come to see me, you must follow the slogan. Karen slowly released the deputy. You say rotten fruit. I say no conscience. Understand? The deputy staggered back a few steps, steadying himself, and hurriedly nodded. Understood, General. Rotten fruit, no conscience. I got it. His voice trembled a little, still showing fear. The deputy slowly left the tent. Karen sat alone in a chair, looking amused. That night, many people in Karen's camp were killed. Under his strict orders, many innocent soldiers lost their lives. Meanwhile, Enan was on a carriage, happily embracing two women, one a flirtatious fox, the other a mischievous little dragon. You might not believe it, but this is his daily life. As you know, this scoundrel usually gets on the carriage first, then buys his ticket later, and after that, he comes back to strengthen his emotional ties. Sylvia wore a delicate collar around her neck, with a pink gemstone in the shape of a heart at the center. This was not just a decoration. It also had magical restrictions, including absorbing magic. This is what many traders use to deal with powerful slaves. As their leader, Enan naturally has a few prepared. Although he doesn't know how strong this mother dragon is, Enan doesn't want to take any chances. Sylvia told Enan that she comes from the continent's Holy Dragon Island and is a young thunder holy dragon. Dragons are rare and have a long lifespan. Living for several thousand years is normal. She is only in her 50s. It's amazing that such a long-lived creature is obsessed with humans, who have a much shorter lifespan. That sounds unbelievable. Since the empire was founded, the first emperor of the country of Cordova signed a protection agreement with the Holy Dragon King of Holy Dragon Island. So this is Sylvia's first time leaving Holy Dragon Island to help fight for the human empire. But she was tricked by that scoundrel Enan. So you're saying there's a traitor among you? Enan gently stroked the soft hair of the young mother dragon. Once she loses her novelty, she might rebel at any time. Therefore, Enan plans to take targeted measures against her. Sylvia nodded shyly in Enan's arms. Yes, master. That group of Isle people seem to have eyes on us everywhere, ambushing us wherever we go. Let me tell you something. I am also a noble of the Isle, Enan said with a slight smile, wanting to see how the mother dragon would react. If she shows hostility, she will face the consequences. Dragon blood is precious. It is said to be able to regenerate limbs and is extremely valuable. Sylvia lifted her head from Enan's embrace and saw his predatory gaze, which made her wag her tail uncontrollably. Yes, that's it. Such a thrill. Sylvia feels like a humble lamb before her master. Enan watched her with a cold smile inside. So, knowing I am an Isle noble, you're afraid? His voice was commanding, and he gently pinched Sylvia's chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. A flicker of panic flashed in Sylvia's eyes, but she quickly masked it, replacing it with a submissive expression. No, master. Sylvia is now your dragon. No matter which country you come from, I will always serve you. Her voice was soft, with a hint of playfulness. Enan heard this and couldn't help but sneer. I never said you now belong to me. You're not qualified yet. Understand? Sylvia's smile froze instantly when she heard Enan, and a look of hurt flashed in her eyes. Master, Sylvia knows she hasn't done well enough, but I will try harder. If those who knew her saw her current submissive look, they would definitely be surprised. Enan's army slowly approached a viscount territory in northern Cordova. Many soldiers from different regions had been sent to the front lines. It was a quiet time, but Enan didn't want to cause trouble prematurely. Besides the main army fighting at the front, many nobles were leading small groups of soldiers to invade Cordova. This made the surrounding areas much more guarded. In the command tent of the Cordova army, Marshal Tabar was smoking a pipe, frowning at the battle report. With the Empire fighting on two fronts, one in the north against the Izur Empire and another in the west against the Arzetan army, the pressure was enormous, especially because there was a traitor within their ranks, which made him very angry. He scratched his thinning white hair and ordered his subordinate, "Bring the black dragon over." The subordinate immediately left the tent to summon him. Soon, a man in black entered the tent. He had some black scales on his face and arms, showing he was a human dragonborn. Pure-blooded dragons in human form only have horns, not scales, like Sylvia. Mixed-blood dragon hybrids often can't hide their scales. He knelt on one knee, expressionless. "Marshal, what are your orders?" Tabar exhaled a puff of smoke and spoke firmly. "Take 100 black dragon guards and patrol every camp, including the scattered outposts. Find that woman at all costs." The Black Dragon Guards were the dragonborn elite force of the Cordova Empire, born with strong bloodline powers and excellent fighting skills. Each leader of the Black Dragon Guards was called the Black Dragon. Tabar threw a document to the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon caught the document steadily and quickly looked it over. When he saw the thief's information, he couldn't help but feel surprised. This famous assassin on the continent actually had such a past. "She's actually a woman?" The Black Dragon looked at him with disbelief. "This famous assassin on the continent is a woman? And she's even a princess of the Izur Empire?" "Exactly," Tabar nodded calmly, then took a puff on his pipe. "Find her and eliminate her for me." The Black Dragon nodded. All members of the Black Dragon Guard are dragon-blooded, with very strong senses, making them the perfect match to detect disguised assassins. "Understood. Rest assured, Marshal," the Black Dragon said, standing up and bowing before leaving the tent. Tabar picked up a map on the wall and thought carefully. "Brother Raymond, this time I will make sure you die in Cordova." His withered finger traced a waterway on the map, and his eyes shone with a fierce light. Meanwhile, Enan was with Sylvia. As everyone knows, in stories, a string of ellipses can mean a lot of things. After a long while, the Dragon Knight, Enan, finally left the tent. Outside the tent, the voices of female soldiers could be heard clearly. They might come in at any moment. Sylvia, who had lost her sight, felt she could be seen at any time in her embarrassed state, which made her feel very insecure. A dragon dressed up like a dog? This must never be seen by anyone. If it gets out, how could she face other dragons in the future? Such a noble dragon would be filled with intense shame if others saw her in this degraded state. And anyone who entered could do anything to her. She didn't even know if anyone was watching her. She felt that although it was dark around her, countless eyes seemed to be watching her. "Master," Sylvia said nervously, "are you still there?" Sylvia became more anxious when she received no response, but she dared not speak loudly. She could only whisper again, "Master, don't scare me. I'm so scared." Unfortunately, that scoundrel had already left. He was the one who wanted to create this kind of environment. In another tent, Enan sat on a chair, resting his hand on a wooden table. His index fingernail gently tapped the surface. A small fox was nearby, massaging his shoulders silently. Now he was effectively in charge of the entire army's logistics. Supplies could be bought through the system, but it was expensive, so they mostly traded with nobles to supply the army. However, since they were in enemy territory, no one would provide logistics support. The money had to be spent, but luckily, he had brought enough gold coins. War bonds and victory funds, along with income from the tavern and brewing, made his purse heavy. But if he couldn't gather enough money, this campaign would definitely result in a loss. "Send 100 soldiers out as scouts to gather intelligence," Enan said, playing with the emerald ring on his finger. "They may not be able to reach me now, but I don't want to be blind." Luo Ling nodded seriously. "Yes, master. I will choose the personnel right away. Also, prepare for battle. I will attack the viscount's territory ahead at any moment." Enan's eyes shone with a fierce light. "Once the fight begins, waves of war will follow. This is a path with no turning back. The surrounding territories would support the fallen lands at any time, that was certain." General Karen led his troops to ambush an attacking force from the Isel Empire and won a small battle. Despite repeated defeats on the main battlefield, General Karen achieved a small victory. What an inspiring feat. The soldiers all praised General Karen's greatness, saying he was truly the adopted son of Marshal Tabar. Karen captured an ISIL general and brought him back to the camp. You lost, people of ISIL, Karen said, picking up a dagger and stroking the blade without looking up. Give me some useful information and I won't kill you. Bah, the ISIL general sneered. You Cordova people think you can make me bow? I am a noble ISIL. Interesting. Under everyone's watch, Karen stabbed the ISIL general's arm with a dagger, turning it slightly. I just don't know how long you'll keep pretending to be tough. The general winced in pain, his muscles twitching, but he forced himself to endure it, glaring at Karen with anger and disdain. You cowardly scoundrel, if you have the guts, just kill me. Don't think you can make me submit with such cheap tricks. Kill you? That would be boring. I want you to suffer slowly until you finally beg for mercy, Karen sneered, drawing his dagger. Watching blood flow from the wound, his eyes showed no mercy. In the soldier's frightened eyes, Karen stabbed the general again and again, but he still refused to beg for mercy. In the ISIL Empire, if someone begged for mercy during war, their entire family would be punished, men sent to mines, women sold into slavery or as entertainers. Although you're my enemy, I respect you, Karen said, wiping blood off his dagger with a silk cloth. Now, I give you two choices. First, tell me valuable information, including the locations of ISIL military bases. Second, start shouting "Long live the ISIL Empire." The general closed his eyes tightly, clearly choosing the second option. My dear, I'm sorry, I can't go back. Karen waved his hand, signaling the soldiers to kill him. Meanwhile, Enan returned to the big mother dragon's tent, watching Sylvia curled up on the ground. Her pitiful appearance made him feel unexpectedly amused. Sylvia sensed someone entering, but she was blindfolded and couldn't see who it was. Who? She trembled and asked. Is it my master? But the visitor ignored her and moved closer. No, don't. Is it you, master? Unfortunately, she received no response and could only. After a long while, Enan removed her blindfold. Tears shimmered in Sylvia's eyes. Master, I thought. Be good, Enan said, stroking Sylvia's soft, long hair. You're a noble Thunder Saint dragon. How can you cry so much? Where's your dignity? You little troublemaker.